I live in an old apartment building, but my room is pretty cozy. The TV is on, and all the channels are showing the same news, something about bombs, hostages, and the police. I finish eating my rice and put the plate in the sink. Suddenly, a weird little tag appears on the plate, like it's stuck there by a tiny arrow. Kurusumi's used plate, unwashed. I've gotten used to these strange tags popping up everywhere. I turn on the water, and as I start washing the plate, the label wobbles under the stream. There's another one on the dish soap. Dish soap, for uses left. It reminds me I need to buy more things. Bath gel is almost gone, and so is the laundry powder. Maybe I should go to the store soon, especially since my fridge is looking empty too. While washing the plate, I think about how this strange ability started. About a year ago, I lost my memory. I ran out of my house in confusion, seeing these weird labels that only I could see, but I didn't understand what they meant at first. I felt like a newborn baby, knowing nothing. I wandered into the street and almost got hit by a car, but a policewoman saved me just in time. That's how I ended up with the detectives. I was only 11 years old, and I must have looked like a mess. My clothes were torn, and I was covered in scrapes. The police thought I might be involved in something big because I couldn't answer any of their questions. But they quickly found out who I was. They tracked me back to my apartment and contacted my parents. My father was far away, but someone came to pick me up that same afternoon. However, my temporary guardian didn't take care of me like everyone expected. He just taught me how to read and talk, then disappeared after a week. I think he knew about my ability to see labels and trusted that I'd be okay on my own. I've wondered if that person was actually my father. One of the labels I saw on him said, "A fake face for dealing with Kurosumi and someone familiar to Kurosumi," but I had no memory of him. This ability is weird and not always helpful. Sometimes it gives me random information about people, but it won't tell me important things like who my father is. Still, with these labels, I learned how to cook, clean, and do regular things. It wasn't easy, and I had help along the way, like the time I got lost, and Inspector Megure found me. He even invited me for a nice meal his wife had cooked. That day, the whole police department found out about my awful father. Inspector Megure tried to contact him again after learning I was living alone, but my father just yelled at him and even threatened to sue if he didn't stay away from me. I told the inspector, "It's okay. I can take care of myself," and that's how I started living on my own. A year has passed since then, and the police still check in on me sometimes, but they can't do much because they have their own lives. Now, as I finish washing the dishes and wipe them dry, I notice something red outside the window. There's a red scarf tied to the balcony railing, flapping in the wind. A red scarf tied one day ago. That's strange. I haven't been out on the balcony in ages. The railing looks rusty, too. I see another label. A rotted part of the railing that will cause Kurosumi to fall. Am I really that useless? I joke to myself, but I still poke the railing out of curiosity. The railing breaks off easily, and I watch it fall from the 6th floor. Luckily, no one's down there. Wait, what's that? A suspicious person holding something. Before I can react, I lose my balance and start falling. Time slows down, and my vision fills with labels. Danger, danger, danger. Ugh, these labels. Why now? I close my eyes, bracing for the impact, but I don't feel anything. When I wake up, I hear people screaming. The police arrive and arrest the guy I saw earlier. I guess I knocked him out by accident when I fell. Lucky me, right? I was lying on the hospital bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Old fluorescent light. 1 week of life left. The things that happened felt like a dream. I fell from the 6th floor, didn't die, and even helped catch a criminal? It sounded like a joke. I pinched my cheek, and yeah, it hurt. So, it wasn't a dream. Death. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, snapping me out of my thoughts. I sat up, managing to calm my emotions, and called out, "Come in." 2 men entered. One had long hair and a friendly smile. The other had sunglasses and looked tough, like a big shot. I blinked, not recognizing them. Instantly, labels filled my vision, covering both of them. Keiji Hagiwara, Bomb Squad Officer. Jinpachi Matsuda, Bomb Squad Officer. Cops? My heart raced, remembering how I was scolded by a police officer and his wife recently. I became alert, my eyes wide, and I felt my hair standing on end. The label said these two officers had a high opinion of me, which was a bit strange. The friendly one, Hajiwara, pulled 2 chairs to the bed, and Matsuda sat down, placing a basket of fruit on the table. The label on him said he looked scary, but was actually a good guy. I couldn't help but feel nervous. Hajiwara quickly noticed, grabbing Matsuda's head and scolding him for scaring me. Matsuda, annoyed, took off his sunglasses, but then noticed my nervous expression and put them back on. Hajiwara introduced them both, and I responded politely, trying to hide how tense I was. The labels kept updating, and I learned that the person I fell on was a bomb criminal and that I had indirectly saved Hajiwara's life. It seemed unreal, like fate was playing with me today. Hajiwara thanked me for saving him, while Matsuda added that without my fall, Hajiwara would have been in real danger. They kept talking, joking with each other, and I couldn't help but relax a little, even if this whole thing still felt surreal. After a bit more chatting, they left, promising to pick me up when I was discharged from the hospital. It felt nice, like I wasn't alone anymore, but as soon as they left, I felt tired again. I stared at my phone, debating whether or not to contact my father. After much hesitation, I sent a message asking if I could get a temporary guardian. No reply. I sighed, rolled over, and pulled the blanket over my head, feeling the weight of everything pressing down on me again. 2 days later, I stood at the entrance of the hospital, holding a small bag of clothes Detective Megger's wife had sent me. I tried to sneak out earlier, but it didn't work. I wasn't exactly regretting staying, but since last night, Hajiwara kept sending me emails, warning me not to leave. He even threatened that if I tried, he'd show up at my house. What a bully threatening a 12-year-old like that. Eventually, Hajiwara and Matsuda arrived to pick me up. They borrowed a car from one of their coworkers and insisted on driving me home. My apartment building is old but not run down. I let them in, and as they looked around, I could see they were trying to figure out my daily life. The house was neat and cozy, but it felt empty. There were clear signs of my presence in a few places: the kitchen, the living room, and the bathroom. But overall, the place looked more like a display than a home. I've lived here for a while, but I still feel like a guest in my own house. Hajiwara and Matsuda exchanged a quick look. They were obviously thinking the same thing. I lived like a ghost in my own life. I offered them some drinks, but all I had was cola. As I was walking back from the kitchen with 2 glasses, I glanced at the balcony, where the railing was still missing a piece from my fall. "Don't look," Matsuda said, suddenly beside me, taking one of the glasses from my hand and ruffling my hair like I was a little kid. It was weird. I wasn't scared. I just noticed that something was missing: the red scarf that had been tied to the railing before. When I mentioned the missing scarf, Hajiwara looked over too. He found a red thread left behind and got serious, asking if I had noticed anything strange before. It made me realize that someone must have come to take the scarf while I was in the hospital. Matsuda and Hajiwara decided to investigate the neighboring building. I wasn't planning on going with them, but Matsuda figured out that I might have gone by myself later, so they insisted on bringing me along. We went to the next building, where the manager, an energetic lady named Mrs. Masiki, greeted us. She's always been kind to me, but she became super protective when she saw Matsuda. She thought he was here to hurt me. After some explaining, she calmed down and let us go upstairs to check things out. The 6th floor smelled strange, like blood. I could smell it, even if the others didn't at first. The closer we got to room 608, the stronger the scent became. Something was very wrong. Mrs. Masiki opened the door to the apartment, and the moment it swung open, the stench of blood hit us full force. I covered my nose, and Mrs. Masiki dropped her keys, stumbling back in shock. Matsuda quickly covered my eyes, not letting me see the scene inside. But I didn't need to see to know someone had died in there. The labels in my mind flashed, confirming it. I sat bored in the apartment manager's office, sipping the milk tea that Matsuda had bought me. It was kind of funny imagining him, all tough and dressed in a black suit, standing in line at a bubble tea shop. But hey, it tasted good. After the police arrived to investigate, Matsuda had run off to get me this milk tea, probably to calm me down. It worked, but my curiosity was still eating at me. I really wanted to see what was going on upstairs. Matsuda, can't I just take a look? I asked, my eyes practically begging. I was more curious than scared at this point. But Matsuda, leaning against the door and smoking, pushed my head back inside the window. Don't even think about it. Once the investigation's done, you go straight home. I sighed and rested my chin on my hand. But we're here to find whoever broke into my apartment and tied that scarf. Don't you think that person from 609 is suspicious? And you're not even letting me see the scene or the pictures. I thought that if I saw the scene, maybe the labels I see would give me a clue. But no, I wasn't allowed anywhere near it. Matsuda, still leaning against the wall, just shrugged. He knew better than to let me get involved. The crime scene in 609 was apparently so bad that even some of the police were disturbed by it. Meanwhile, upstairs, Hajiwara was inspecting the crime scene. It was pretty gruesome. A man named Sawai Michiyasu had been brutally killed, and blood was everywhere. The weapon was a heavy dumbbell, and the whole scene was like something out of a horror movie. While they were investigating, they found a notebook hidden in the back of a closet in 609. Inside were some photos and notes, photos that included me. There were even pictures of me at home, like someone had been stalking me. Hajiwara and Megure immediately realized that this case might be connected to the person who broke into my apartment. They suspected that Sawai and his brother might have been involved in something much bigger than just this murder. While all this was happening upstairs, a police officer came down to show me some IDs. He asked if I recognized the people in the photos. Matsuda and I looked at them together, and my labels kicked in. The names on the IDs weren't real. One was fake for sure, and they both belonged to human traffickers. These men were part of a dangerous group called the Carving Boat Syndicate, known for kidnapping and organ trafficking. I stared at Matsuda, realizing how serious this was. They're human traffickers, I told him quietly, but with conviction. Matsuda took off his sunglasses, looking at me seriously. This was big, and we both knew it. Finally, I was back on the 6th floor, though they wouldn't let me anywhere near the crime scene in room 609. Kurusu, how did you know Sawai Michiyasu's real identity? Inspector Megure asked me directly. I got the information from my father, I replied smoothly. I had already come up with this excuse while climbing the stairs. On the outside, I looked like a well-behaved kid, but inside I was cursing the unhelpful labels that had gotten me into this mess. Sure, they told me I could trust people, but they didn't explain how to cover up my source of information. I waved my phone, pretending to offer proof, but Megure waved it off. He didn't doubt me, probably because he's known me for over a year and trusted me. Matsuda, who knew I hadn't even touched my phone earlier, kept quiet, just watching from the side with Hajiwara. Hajiwara and Matsuda exchanged a glance, but they didn't say anything either. I could tell they knew I was hiding something, but they didn't push me. I guess they figured it wasn't worth upsetting me over. Megure scratched his head, clearly frustrated. The case was difficult enough, and now that it involved the Carving Boat Syndicate, things were getting worse. He mentioned how he wished his detective friend, Kudo, wasn't out of the country for a book event. I noticed Megure glance at Hajiwara, probably recalling how sharp Hajiwara had been earlier when he deduced the murder method. His hopeful look seemed to say that he was now placing all his faith in Hajiwara to solve the case. Meanwhile, the police had gotten a copy of the footage from the camera installed by one of the neighbors, Miss Komura. They set up the recording for us to watch, with Megure, Hajiwara, Matsuda, and me all gathered around like kids about to watch a movie. The footage didn't show much at first, just Miss Komura coming and going. Sawai Daisen, Michiyasu's brother, was seen a few times running errands. Michiyasu himself didn't appear at all. Then, on the day of the explosion, Daisen was seen sneaking out and never returning. As we watched, 3 suspicious individuals came and went in the hours before the murder. A serious-looking man with a briefcase, a woman dressed elegantly, and a young man in a cap who looked nervous. Each of them left shortly after arriving, and their behavior seemed odd. After the video ended, Megure turned to Hajiwara and Matsuda for their thoughts. They analyzed the suspect's behavior, ruling out the woman because she didn't have enough time to commit the crime. They agreed that the man with the briefcase had more time, but seemed too calm afterward to have witnessed the murder scene. I jumped in, eager to participate. The last guy looked really suspicious, He was rushing out, and he didn't even have his shoes on properly. Doesn't that match how a killer would act after leaving the scene? Matsuda gave me a blank stare, not reacting at all, while Hajiwara smiled at me. I suddenly felt unsure. Did I say something wrong? Were we not looking at the same thing? I glanced at my labels for help, but they stayed silent. After some discussion, Hajiwara suggested watching the footage again. This time, something caught their attention in the way the last man moved. They talked quietly among themselves, and I tried to follow along, but I was left in the dark. By the time the suspects arrived for questioning, the police had gathered more information about them. The woman said she had met Michiyasu at a bar, but she quickly realized he wasn't what she thought and left. The man with the briefcase claimed he was there to collect a debt from Michiyasu. The young man admitted to attacking Michiyasu but said he fled in a panic afterward. As the suspects defended themselves, I couldn't help but feel frustrated. Why wasn't anyone connecting the dots faster? My labels hadn't helped me much, and I was beginning to doubt my own deductions. Hajiwara and Matsuda seemed to have figured it out, though. With their observations, they were confident that they knew who the killer was. As I watched them, I could only hope I'd start understanding things as well as they did someday. It's time to show some real skills. Wrong, try again. Kurusu Mikatsu looked like he was going to step forward and make the judgment himself. He was so excited that he was just about to roll up his sleeves and get to work. Then fate grabbed him by the scruff of the neck. I can't breathe. Just stay here obediently. Matsuda Jinpei grabbed the child's collar, pulled him out like a sweet potato, and put him behind him. Okay. Kurusu hid behind Jinpei. Matsuda pulled at the police officer's clothes and stuck his head out to look, not caring about being glared at by Jinpei Matsuda. Wow, you can't tell at all that he was trembling with fear when we first met 2 days ago. Officer Matsuda is protecting Kurusu. Danger? Kurusu looked at the 3 suspects one by one. Did Officer Matsuda notice anything wrong with them? But they didn't look like they were good fighters. At least with so many police officers on the scene, Kurusu didn't think any criminal would dare to resist. Kurusu looked at them with a trusting and determined look. Can I ask you a few more questions? Here it comes. It's time for the long-awaited show of Officer Hajiwara. Huh, didn't I ask you this just now? Nagashiki Yun turned his head impatiently, and when he saw Hajiwara Kinji's smiling face, he was suddenly stunned. Oh my! Nagashiki Yun put down his arms that were wrapped around his chest and subconsciously straightened his clothes and hair. Okay, what do you want to ask, Mr. Officer? Asakichi Kotobuki curled his lips in disdain, while Haramoto Sachi was holding his briefcase in the corner, and no one knew what he was thinking. As far as the situation is concerned, as someone who can find a date in a bar, it is not surprising that Nagashiki Yun is in the state he is in when facing Hajiwara Kinji. First, Mr. Sachi. Following Hajiwara Kinji's words, everyone's eyes turned to the middle-aged man in the corner. The man, who was sweating profusely from being pushed, could only take out a handkerchief to wipe his tears. Yes, please go ahead. Mr. Sachi said that the deceased borrowed money from you. So how long was it exactly? Probably about 2 or 3 months ago. Sachi Haramoto stammered to explain, as if he was very afraid of the police before. I was in a hurry to use the money, but recently my elderly family member is sick, and I urged this guy Sawai several times in emails, but there was no response, so I came to your door. How did Mr. Sachi know about the deceased's move? According to what we police have learned, the deceased only moved into this apartment a month ago. Hajiwara Kinji looked at Sachi Haramoto with a very sincere look. I think that the deceased who refuses to pay back the money will not tell you, Mr. Sachi, his current address. This is something I saw accidentally, because I saw his brother enter this apartment. So I secretly followed him to take a look. Sachi Haramoto explained anxiously, and suddenly leaned forward, trying to rush in front of Hajiwara Kinji, but was stopped by the police officer next to him. Mr. Officer, you don't suspect that I killed Sawai, do you? Although I know that stalking is wrong, I have no reason to kill him. He has paid back the money. As he said that, Sachi Haramoto looked at Nagashiki Yun on the side and shouted, and this woman came to Sawai's house after me. Sawai was still alive when she arrived, right? Nagashiki Yun was startled by the shouting, and subconsciously leaned towards the direction of Kodari Asakichi beside him. Yes, Sawai was still alive when I arrived. It was the same when I arrived. Kodari Asakichi looked at the police officers around him with half-moon eyes. Of course, I am definitely the biggest suspect, but I definitely didn't kill Sawai. But if you police officers insist on identifying me as the murderer, I can't do anything about it. No, I don't have such an idea for the time being. Hajiwara Kinji smiled. I said before, I'm just asking a few simple questions. The three of them looked at each other. Mr. Sachi lent money to the deceased 2 or 3 months ago. What about Ms. Nagashii? When did you meet the deceased? Just a few days ago? Let me think. It should be November 6th. Then the address of this apartment was given to you by the deceased? Of course. Kinji Hajiwara shifted his target again and fixed his gaze on Asakichi Kawatari. This time, before he could open his mouth to ask a question, Asakichi Kawatari interrupted him directly. I don't know when I was threatened by him in the beginning, but it happened several times. I've been getting angrier and angrier lately, so I came to find him. TSK, if I had known I would run into something like this, I wouldn't have come. Asakichi Kawatari muttered in a low voice. Why was Mr. Kawatari threatened by the deceased? This has nothing to do with you. Asakichi Kawatari's attitude was very unfriendly. When you encounter such an incident, you still need to seek help from the police. I don't want the police to intervene in my affairs. And that guy is dead. No one will threaten me anymore. Okay. Asakichi Kawatari's emotions were a little out of control, and Kinji Hajiwara raised his hands to his chest, trying to comfort him. Kurusu watched, grabbed the corner of Matsuda Jinpei's clothes and whispered, Officer Hajiwara did it on purpose, right? These excuses are all loopholes. Yeah. Matsuda Jinpei responded simply. I think I roughly understand the situation, Kurusu said to himself, looking at Sachi Haramoto. Is that guy? Before he could finish his words, Jinpei Matsuda covered his mouth. Kurusu looked up at Matsuda Jinpei following this posture. The man was so calm, as if the hand covering his mouth was not his. Well, it seems that the two police officers are also very clear about this. They look very confident. Well, he was watching the show. I say, are you done yet? You keep asking irrelevant questions here. If you know who the murderer is, just arrest him. You policemen are really useless. Kodari Asakichi challenged the bottom line of the police officers crazily, and the faces of all the police officers around him suddenly turned black. No problem. Hajiwara Kinji looked at the three people and smiled. One last question. Do you know that Sawai Michiho and Sawai Daisen are human traffickers? There was no questioning tone in his voice. The three people's faces changed. It seems that you know. Hajiwara Kinji continued, but you think from the bottom of your heart that we, the police, can't know this information. At least you think that we can't know it in such a short time. Is this the basis for your arrogance? In this case, many of your statements are not valid. Indeed, if it weren't for Kurusu, the police would still treat this case as an ordinary murder, but the method of committing the crime was much worse. At most, because the secretly taken photos of Kurusu were found, the Sawai brothers were considered to be perverts, and it was difficult to think of them as human traffickers. Even if they knew. So what? It doesn't mean anything. Nagashiki Yun said, somewhat timidly. This can explain a lot, Kurusu thought. Being a human trafficker, Sawai Michiyasu was just a fake identity. Since Officer Hajiwara said that he got it for him. At least this identity was used after they moved into this apartment. They rented the apartment a month ago, so Mr. Sachi Haramoto's words were problematic. Moreover, according to the previous surveillance, not to mention November 6th, Sawai Michiyasu did not leave the house for several days. Ms. Nagashii, Hajiwara Kinji asked politely, you and Mr. Kadato knew each other from the beginning, right? Just as Nagashii Yun was about to deny it, she was interrupted by Hajiwara Kinji. When Ms. Nagashii was frightened by Mr. Sachi, she subconsciously sought shelter from Mr. Kadatsu. This is the behavior of a lady towards someone she knows and trusts. Generally speaking, in such an unfamiliar environment, Ms. Nagashii should seek help from the police officers around her. Hajiwara Kinji continued to reason, and Mr. Kadatsu showed favoritism and protection for Ms. Nagashii in all his testimonies. Even if he knows her, even if he knows her. Nagashii Yun bit her lip and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Kadatsu Asakichi. Okay, Yun, you don't have to cover up for me. Kadatsu Asakichi sighed, without the arrogance before, and said dejectedly, I was angry because Sawai kept pestering Yun. So I. Asakichi. Nagashii Yun put his hand on his chest with a distressed look. Officer Megure felt that it was his turn, so he asked, So, Mr. Kadato, you plead guilty? Ah, yes. Kadato Asakichi raised his hands and smiled bitterly. Please arrest me, officer. But since Sawai is a human trafficker, I think killing him is to get rid of harm to the people. No matter how evil he is, that's not a reason for you to kill him. Officer Megure said seriously, and was about to ask his subordinates to handcuff Kadato Asakichi, but Kinji Hagiwara on the side spoke again. No, Kinji Hagiwara took out his mobile phone and flipped out the photos he had taken from the surveillance screen before. There was a butterfly-shaped decoration on the handbag that Miss Nagashi carried when she came, but it disappeared when she left. And when Mr. Kadato left, what he held in his left hand was this. Hagiwara Kinji brought the page to Asakichi Kadatsu's eyes, and the surrounding police officers came over to check it out. This. In Asakichi Kadatsu's hand, there was indeed a silver-white butterfly decoration, which was not too conspicuous. If you zoomed in on the photo, you could see the glitter of one of the butterfly's wings. But here, Inspector Megure took a closer look. Is that blood here? I just accidentally got it there when I killed Sawai, said Kodo Asakichi. This only means that Yiin has indeed been to Sawai's house and is acquainted with me. It doesn't prove that Yiin has done anything. This can't prove it. So what about the blood on Miss Yiin's little finger? Hagiwara Kinji pulled up another photo. Although it was blurry, it could be seen that when Yiin left, a black spot had fallen off the nail on her right little finger. Inspector Megure was speechless. Brother Hagiwara, if you have such decisive evidence, you should have brought it out earlier. Sorry. Hagiwara Kinji put away his phone and smiled apologetically at Inspector Megure. After all, we are solving a case. I think we should do it step by step. Inspector Megure wanted to curse, but considering that Hagiwara Kinji helped a lot this time, he shut his mouth. Really, as a police officer, just arrest the criminal properly. Don't learn all those bad habits from the detective. Huh. Inspector Megure suddenly remembered their previous discussion. That's not right, Brother Hagiwara. Didn't you say before that Miss Nagashii didn't have enough time to commit the crime? Did she use other methods to commit the crime? It seems that Brother Hagiwara's previous inference of the method of committing the crime was wrong. No, I still stick to my previous inference. Officer Megure was slapped in the face by Hagiwara Kinji without hesitation. Fortunately, he was just thinking in his mind. So there is only one possibility. Sawai Michiyasu was killed by Miss Nagashi and Mr. Kadatsu together. The two suspects covered up for each other, which was not uncommon in previous cases. The police officers present were not surprised, but felt that it had finally come. That's true, Kurusu said softly. He hadn't noticed who the criminal was before, and thought that what he noticed was different from what the two police officers noticed, but after following Hagiwara Kinji's reasoning, he gradually got the answer. Alas, Kurusu sighed. So this is the difference between the reliable police officer and himself? You are still young, and you have never been involved in a murder case before. Matsuda Jinpei patted Kurusu's head to comfort him. Of course, he also lost his memory, and I don't know if his brain was affected. Well, this sentence cannot be said. According to my inference, it was probably Miss Nagashii who arrived at the Sawai family, cut open Sawai Michiyasu's belly with a knife while wearing gloves, and then left in a hurry. On the way, well, maybe Miss Nagashii and Mr. Kadatsu came together? This is not important. Mr. Kadatsu heard what Miss Nagashii said, and he just came up and did it once and for all. Even if that's the case, it's too outrageous to smash someone to death. Inspector Megure was angry. What consequences would this cause? It was too bad. That's because of this guy Sawai Michiho. At this point, Kodo Asakichi had nothing to hide and revealed the reason for his crime. This guy kidnapped Mai and Yiyin's 7-year-old son Xiaoyu. Because Xiaoyu was crying out for his parents, he actually pushed Xiaoyu into a deep pit and killed him with rocks. Woo! Yiin Nagashii knelt on the ground powerlessly, covering his face with his hands in despair. It took us a long time to investigate before we found out. Originally, Yiin just wanted Sawai to surrender himself, but who knew that Sawai not only did not repent, but also made a move on Yiin. Fortunately, Yiin stabbed him with the knife in his bag and ran out. Later, when I came up, Sawai was about to die from excessive blood loss, so I thought I would just let Sawai, this guy, also taste Xiaoyou's pain. The air at the scene seemed to become silent all of a sudden. Inspector Magyar raised his hand and pressed his hat. Even a policeman could not judge whether something was right or wrong in such a matter. Sachi Haramoto, who had been standing in the corner for a long time, approached cautiously. Since the real murderer has been caught, can I leave first? The company boss has been sending me emails to urge me. Oh, then Mr. Sachi, you. Inspector Magyar was about to agree when he was interrupted again. I say, Brother Hajiwara, can you give me some face? Inspector Magyar said with a half-moon look. If Mr. Sachi wants to leave first, can you take out the thing hidden in your clothes, at the back of your waist, and show it to us? Hajiwara Kinji stopped in front of Sachi Haramoto, and the surrounding police officers saw Hajiwara Kinji's actions and surrounded him. Sachi Haramoto lowered his head, looking stiff, and his hunched body looked a little weak. Hajiwara Kinji waved his hand, telling the other police officers not to get too close. Suddenly, Sachi Haramoto jumped up and knocked a police officer next to him to the ground. The surrounding police officers were in chaos. Hajiwara Kinji helped a colleague to prevent him from falling and becoming paralyzed. Catch him! Officer Magyar yelled. Sachi Haramoto quickly rushed towards the stairs, and suddenly a long leg swept out halfway. Sachi Haramoto reacted quickly, jumped back a step, and then received a heavy punch on the chin and fell to the ground. The police officers rushed forward, pressing down those who were being held down and handcuffing those who were being handcuffed. Matsuda Jinpei stood aside and watched, shaking his hands. Cool. Kurusu hid behind the door, eyes full of color, and began to clap his hands. Even though the two of them didn't discuss it at all, Officer Matsuda could understand Officer Hajiwara's intentions. Hee, this is the tacit understanding between childhood friends. Hajiwara Kinji was extremely proud. No, it's just the sequelae of being tricked by you for many years. Matsuda Jinpei ruthlessly dismantled the stage built by his childhood friend. After the teasing, the two did not relax, but frowned in sync, looked at Sachi Haramoto, who was held up by the police officer, and then looked at the dejected man and woman on the other side. One has great insight, the other is naturally intuitive, and at this moment, they are both a little confused. Is there something weird somewhere? Sachi Haramoto, who was supported by the police officers around him, suddenly laughed. Hajiwara Kinji and Matsuda Jinpei looked over vigilantly and moved Raisu behind them. I didn't expect that there are still policemen in Japan who can get things done. Sachi Haramoto said sarcastically, and his jaw was swollen from being hit by Matsuda Jinpei, causing him to speak unclearly. This is completely different from the timid middle-aged office worker before. You adults are so good at pretending. Kurusu pointed. JPG. Officer Magyar. The policeman who had just taken out the thing that Hajiwara Kinji had mentioned was hidden under the clothes from Sachi Haramoto, opened the tightly wrapped plastic bag, and after recognizing what it was, the policeman quickly took the white powder over. Brother Hajiwara, was this within your expectations? Officer Magyar looked strange. To be honest, this murder case was really eye-opening. First there was a super terrible scene, then the Kaijo group, a large human trafficking organization, was implicated, and then two people collaborated to commit the crime. The tragic death of the child was heartbreaking, and now one of the three suspects looks innocent, but powder was found on his body. The day's experience was full of ups and downs, as if the wave had never come down. It was even more bizarre than the serial murder case that Inspector Magyar had handled before. However, when asked, Kinji Hajiwara was also very confused. No, I thought it was just an ordinary. And then there are contraband, or something hidden under the clothes. Well, although powder is also one of the prohibited items, it is definitely not in Kinji Hajiwara's imagination. Probably a gun or something, although the situation seemed just as bad. But there is always a sense of disappointment that I thought it was a watermelon, but when I cut it open it turned out to be a winter melon. No. What is happening now is that Mr. Sachi Shunmoto brought the powder to the murder scene so brazenly and tried to escape from the police's encirclement. Is he a skilled and daring criminal or a thrill-seeking criminal? This guy was knocked unconscious by one punch from Xiao Zhenping. Of course, he said he was not as powerful as Xiao Zhenping. If he really believed in his abilities, he would have held on a few more times. What on earth does this guy think of the police? And what he said before was really infuriating. Officer Megure was furious. Don't be like that. To be honest, I don't look down on the Japanese police. Sachi Haramoto continued to speak vaguely. Well, he did look down on them. Most police officers seem to be playable to these criminals, but the two in front of them seem to be outliers. Oh, by the way, the two officers look a little confused. Do you need me to provide you with a clue? Matsuda Jinpei frowned, and a feeling of uneasiness spread in his heart, whether it was because of the abnormality he and Hagi had noticed before, or because of Sachi Haramoto's fearless look after being arrested. It's considered a good thing. Sachi Haramoto smiled, and regardless of whether anyone paid attention to him, he continued to talk to himself. That lady is not as innocent as she seems. What do criminals like you know? Before Nagashii Yun could respond, Kodo Asakichi started to scold him viciously. No one should say anything about anyone, right? Mr. Murderer. You. Asakichi. Nagashii Yun grabbed Kodo Asakichi. Don't pretend to be a good person, Miss Murderer. Sachi Haramoto tilted his head and smiled kindly at that time. In order to pay tribute to that guy Arimi, oh, that's Sawai Michiho. His real name is Arimi Shiro, and this news comes with the other guy's name is Inarum Daiji. Kurusu knew the real names of the two men, but he did not tell the police officers. It's okay to know that the two are human traffickers. It's reasonable to assume that the father accidentally came across the kidnapping scene and got the information. But it's hard for Inspector Megure to know the names. The two people around him will definitely be suspicious. This is not something that can be investigated clearly in a short time. UQ? Anyway, in order to get the information I need from Arimi Shiro, I tied him up and tortured him. Oh, I tied him to the mattress. Sachi Haramoto turned his head and looked at Kurusu, who was hiding behind Matsuda Jinpei. The malice in his eyes was not concealed. That mattress, little boy, do you know? Arimi Shiro has some special hobbies. Guess who the mattress is actually prepared for? Matsuda Jinpei clenched his fist and punched Sachi Haramoto in the face, and then was dragged by the surrounding police officers. When Sachi Haramoto was halfway through his words, Hagiwara Kinji felt something was wrong. As expected, as soon as he stretched out his hand, Matsuda Jinpei punched him. Calm down, Jinpei. Hagiwara Kinji covered Matsuda Jinpei's fist with one hand and pressed it firmly. This kind of thing is very infuriating, but as police officers, they must remain calm. Hagiwara Kinji knows that Matsuda Jinpei must understand this, but Jinpei's strong sense of justice and his personality of always stepping on the accelerator make him seem a little impulsive. That being said, Hagiwara Kinji had a kind smile on his face. If possible, I really wanted to beat him up and make him half paralyzed. Both of them. Hey, it wasn't me who did it. Sachi Haramoto wiped the blood foam from his mouth. The child is not worried. Why are you so anxious, officer? And Kurasumi looked like he didn't hear what Sachi Haramoto said at all, and stared blankly at Nagashiki Yun, who was crying among the police. To be honest, can a child understand? Little Kurusu? Hagiwara Kinji called Kurusu. Yes. What's the matter? Kurusu suddenly woke up. Something is not right with the mood. Just as Matsuda Jinpei was about to say something, the phone in Kurusu's pocket rang with the sound of an incoming email. An email from my father. Kurusu was stunned for a moment, apologized to Matsuda Jinpei beside him, and walked aside. TSK, this kid. Sachi Haramoto smiled and glanced at the two worried police officers. This kind of person with a strong sense of justice felt a burning pain. Okay, two police officers, remember, I tied Arimi Shiro to the mattress. So, I saved this child, right? Finally realizing what was wrong, Jinpei Matsuda pulled his hand out from under Kinji Hagiwara. Judging from the marks on Michiyasu Sawai's body, He had learned Muay Thai, and his skills were quite good. Could Youngjue Yane's random stabbing hurt anyone? Or was it a wound that almost killed the other person? At first, Kenji Hajiwara and Jinpei Matsuda thought it was just luck. After all, it was possible for someone to fall from the 6th floor without any physical injuries. This kind of information is almost only known by the person who experienced it, and it is difficult to discover, not to mention that the two people who knew about it deliberately concealed it. You didn't untie Sawai when you left? That S.Y. Nagashijun can be so relaxed. Why did she lie to Asakichi Kodo? He seemed to like her very much, and would probably support her even if she wanted to kill someone. I never expected that an accident would happen just when the case was about to end. Nagashiki-yun stopped crying and noticed that the policemen around her were looking at her. Her voice trembled. Because there is no way I can forgive you. Forgive you for hurting my friend. Because she's scared. Before Nagashiki-yun finished her words, Kurusu's voice interrupted. The child, who had become somewhat cheerful because he participated in the case with the two police officers and also watched the lively show, now had a gloomy face and clenched his mobile phone in his hand, so hard that his knuckles turned white. Young SHI was afraid that Sawai Michiyasu would tell others that it was actually her who sold Xiaoyu. When Sachi Haramoto started speaking, the label ability that seemed to be dead suddenly came to life, and like a buy one get 10 free event in a small market, it kept inserting labels into Nagashiki-yun. Each one of them was shocking. Including Xiaoyu, she sold a total of 20 people to Sawai Michiyasu, including street children and those she deceived. The youngest was 3 years old and the oldest was 9 years old. Kurusu said, turning his head away in disgust, not wanting to look at the woman. She even participated in it. The massacre. These two simple words represent the lives and suffering of countless children. Sometimes the description in words is too vivid and even more impactful than the picture. Kurusu doesn't want to look at those labels now. Each one is a bloody crime. Okay, no more. The child's emotions are not only negative. Matsuda Jinpei stepped forward and touched his head, forcing the child to turn around. He needs this, Matsuda Jinpei thought. Just like my friend? At first, Kodo Asakichi didn't believe it. He wanted to argue with Kurusu, but when he saw a certain curly-haired police officer, he subconsciously remembered the kick and punch that had just happened and looked at Nagashi-yun helplessly. Then he noticed that this woman was glaring at Kurusu viciously. Although they had known each other for 9 years, it seemed as if Xiaodu Qianji was meeting them for the first time. Why? Xiaodu Qianji seemed to be questioning Yong Shiyin, but it seemed as if he was asking himself, Xiaoyu are also your children, aren't they? You clearly know who they are. Why? Why did you do this? Kurusu didn't raise his head from the embrace filled with the smell of tobacco. This was what he wanted to ask. He was obviously his own biological child. How could he be so willing to give him up, even if she doesn't like the father of the child? Humph. Nagashi-yun's expression was ferocious. Why? I feel sick when I think that my blood and that of a man like you flow in the same body. I didn't expect to see such a big drama. I just felt that there was something wrong with this woman and was greatly surprised. To be fair, even if he was also a vicious criminal, but he attacked his own offspring. If the child grew up and resisted him, he might do it with pain. But facing a child? Haha, even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. If you don't like the child, you should just not give birth to him or her. Kurusu lowered his eyes. Rather than being loved after birth, the child might wish that she had never appeared in this world in the first place. Many times, children's pain comes from their closest parents, and because they are close, the hurt they suffer is deeper. Asakichi Kotobuki looked devastated and distraught. But this guy is not a good person either. 9 years ago, when he first met Nagashiki-yun, he fell in love with this woman who was 7 years older than him, and then pushed her husband off a cliff. Kurusu continued to tell the secret. He is also used to petty thefts, and he is good at threatening others. In short, none of the three are good people, and Asakichi Kotobuki is simply not good enough compared to the other two. There are also some secrets that Kurusu has not seen but cannot tell. This woman seemed to hate her husband because Asaji Kodo killed him, but in fact, in order to embezzle her husband's property, she began to chronically poison her husband since they got married. Even if Asaji Kodo hadn't been there, her husband would have died of the poison soon. The reason why Nagashi Yun hated Koto Asakichi was probably that the money she received after her husband's death was not as much as she had imagined. This is why his IQ is slightly impaired. She even gave birth to a child for Asakichi Koto. You can never understand how complicated and outrageous the thoughts in a person's mind are. It's just a pity for that child. As the sky gradually darkened, the matter came to an end. While the two police officers were talking to Inspector Megure, Kurusu stood by the door of the apartment, put his phone back in his pocket, and didn't want to go home. "What are you so sentimental about?" Matsuda Jinpei came over. "Well, it's not a big deal, just a child's sadness. Children's emotions come and go quickly." The 12-year-old Kurusu was thinking wildly in his heart. "Don't tell me it's okay." Matsuda Jinpei stepped onto the steps. He was already 1.8 meters tall, so he was taller than Kurusu. Kurusu looked up at him, a little bullying. "Although we have only known each other for a few days, I think our relationship should be quite good. You trust us quite a lot?" Although he didn't know where such quick trust came from, Matsuda Jinpei felt that except for the vigilance Kurusu showed when they first met, she seemed to trust him and Hagi particularly afterwards. Kurusu nodded. What should I say? The two of you had your life stories clearly marked when you first met. Officer Hagiwara and Officer Matsuda are both excellent police officers, very reassuring and reliable. For example, this time, although it was unexpected, from the very beginning, Kinji Hagiwara saw his thoughts and was willing to take him to investigate, or Jinpei Matsuda noticed his emotional changes and comforted him during the process, or subconsciously protected him behind him when facing danger. All of them were very, very heartwarming. This was different from Inspector Megure's concern. They made him feel close. The two of them took care of him because he was a child, which was a responsibility, but they also respected him as an independent person in all their actions, making people feel that they could be closer to him. This is the personal charm of the two police officers themselves. Kurusu is very smart, and this is not only reflected in his IQ. His experience of amnesia and a year of living alone have made him much more mature than other children. He can take care of himself, in a sense, except that he does not have a job and cannot earn money to support himself. He is no different from ordinary adults. Just staying at home every day, watching the news on TV, and flipping through every program on TV. Loneliness and fear often loom large, but this is an instinctive reaction as a human being. If he is taken care of by the police officers, will he be a bother to them? Will he be disliked? And will his behavior be liked? Kurusu carefully considers his every move and changes his outward appearance based on what others think. For example, Officer Hagiwara and the others seem to wish they could be more like a child, so he can be a little noisy. For example, there are many things they hope for, and he can do them. Matsuda Jinpei slowed down his voice. In addition to those messages, did your father send you any bad things? Because Kurusu only exposed Nagashi Yun after reading the email on his phone, and Kurusu also said at first that it was his father who told him the information. Matsuda Jinpei wondered if he was distracted and didn't notice Kurusu checking his phone. Well, Kurusu rubbed his fingers. It's just a little disappointed to be ignored, especially when facing a person named Nagashiki Yun who sold her own child to human traffickers. Kurusu's frequent feeling of being abandoned is even more profound. Not all children are loved. What about me? Another random thought. I'm done here. Let's go home. Hagiwara Kinji came over swinging the car keys, interrupting Kurusu's thoughts. Jinpei Matsuda didn't continue the conversation. As Kurusu, who was walking towards the parking space with Hagiwara Kinji holding her arm around his shoulders, looked back with some confusion at the door of the apartment where her home was only a few steps away. Next to him is Hagiwara Kinji, who is doing it as if it is natural, and behind him is a Matsuda Jinpei who looks like a big boss. This is kidnapping? He actually followed the two police officers to their home. Kurusu was in a trance. Water. A cup of hot water was placed in front of Kurusu. It was Matsuda Jinpei. Thank you. Kurusu's expression was very serious. This was his first time as a guest at someone else's house. Sitting upright, stiff and reserved. Relax. Matsuda Jinpei sat on the sofa opposite to Kurisumi. Because he was at home, Jinpei Matsuda looked very relaxed. He took off his suit jacket and folded it on the back of the sofa. He held a cigarette in his mouth, but considering Kurusu's presence, he didn't light it, just to satisfy his urge. TSK. He unbuttoned the first button of his shirt, loosened his tie, and twisted a Rubik's Cube. Although when Kurusu first saw Matsuda Jinpei, he was good-looking, as was Hajiwara Kenji, but they were different types of handsomeness. It has not been long since they met, and Matsuda Jinpei has always had that cool feeling, but at this moment, he has a slightly lazy beauty, which seems to be even better looking. Kurusu didn't look away. Having said that, he did go home with someone he had only known for a few days, but since he was a police officer, it was no problem. Besides, the atmosphere is very good now. The water warms your hands, the steam rises, and labels mark out some small details wherever you see them. The bomb model that Jinpei Matsuda dismantled. Well, a police officer from the explosives unit, that's normal. Kenji Hajiwara's car toy. Officer Hajiwara likes cars? He has a lot of them. Please throw away any unfinished beer that has expired. When two adult men live together, understanding is the key. A puzzle piece created by Jinpei Matsuda and Kenji Hajiwara. This house is filled with little bits of daily life, and the life of the two cohabitants is very warm. Kurusu likes this place. It feels like home. Warm, comfortable, and people. Kenji Hajiwara is cooking in the kitchen. Kurusu, who can only make curry, is looking forward to it. Can you take me home after dinner? Kurusu looked at Matsuda Jinpei. He didn't want to walk home, and he knew that the car that Hajiwara Kenji borrowed would not be returned until next week when he went to work. What are you talking about? Matsuda Jinpei put down the toy Rubik's Cube in his hand and looked at Kurusu speechlessly. How can we leave you alone when there is still a human trafficker missing? Moreover, Matsuda Jinpei's gaze drifted in the direction of Hajiwara Kenji. When he left the apartment where Kurusu lived, Hagi told him that if possible, he hoped to take care of Kurusu in the future. Well, he knew that Hagi was sometimes too kind, and after spending a day or two with Kurusu, he had become somewhat concerned about the child, so he didn't object. It would be better to let Kurusu live with them than to stay in that house. The house is filled with things that reveal how warm and happy the life of the family that lived there before was, and now Kurusu is living alone in a miserable state, which is quite pitiful. The happy memories that cannot be remembered are like a bird trapped in a cage, no longer free. Kurusu looked at the labels of kindness that kept appearing on Jinpei Matsuda, restrained her gaze, and swallowed back the words she wanted to say. However, sometimes when people experience kindness, they can no longer let go. Can the two people waiting for dinner go wash their hands? Hajiwara Kenji poked his head out of the semi-open kitchen with a bowl. You can eat now. I followed Jinpei Matsuda obediently to wash my hands. Back at the table, there was fried rice. I'm starting, the two police officers said at the same time. Kurusu, who lives alone and has lost her memory, doesn't have this habit. She puts a spoonful of food into her mouth and pauses, feeling a little embarrassed. It's okay, Kurusu, just do it your way, Hajiwara Kenji said. The fried rice tasted good, a normal flavor, and Kurusu was very happy eating it. Kurusu, stay in my room tonight. After dinner, Matsuda Jinpei went to wash the dishes, and Hajiwara Kenji went to Matsuda Jinpei's room and took out a pajamas and a quilt. A new quilt and pajamas from Jinpei, because they were a little small and I haven't worn them yet. I was going to return them. Shouldn't it be a problem? Kurusu shook his head, took the things silently, then went in the direction indicated by Hajiwara Kenji and closed the door. He turned around, slightly stunned. Kenji Hajiwara's room was exceptionally clean. Not only was there no dust, but it also looked as if no one had lived there for a long time. A bed that has not been used for a month. New sheets just put on. No wonder he had to be given a new quilt. I put the quilt on the bed and changed into my pajamas. The clothes were a little big, so I rolled up my trouser legs. Officer Hajiwara hasn't slept in his room for a month. Kurusu rolled up his trouser legs and thought to himself that it was impossible for him to sleep on the sofa and leave his bed alone. That means I'm resting in Officer Matsuda's room. The two police officers have a really good relationship. They are indeed childhood friends. But are other childhood friends so close? Not only did they rent a house together, but they also slept in the same bed for a month. This is understandable when they were young, but it seems a bit strange to an adult male. Kurumi paused as she tidied her clothes. Could it be that they had some kind of close relationship? There was a sense of sudden enlightenment. Kurusu regretted it. Did he intrude on the sweet cohabitation of a couple? He would be struck by lightning. If he had known earlier, he should have insisted on letting Officer Matsuda take him back. Wash up and say goodnight to each other. The day is about to pass like this. Kurusu lay peacefully on the bed with his eyes closed. Kurusu. Kurusu. With a hint of Yusen in his voice, this seems to be his home? Kurusu opened his eyes dazedly. Wasn't he sleeping at Officer Hagiwara's house? Why is he back? Is his memory problematic again? And he is the only one at home. He instantly recalled the murder that happened this afternoon. It was Michiyasu Sawai who ran into his house and tied a red handkerchief to the railing, which caused him to fall from the 6th floor out of curiosity. Who is it? The Inari Daiji whose whereabouts are unknown? Although I am very happy that I indirectly saved Officer Hagiwara, this kind of perverted human trafficker who runs into other people's homes must not be forgiven easily. Kurusu, who didn't know why he felt that he could deal with an adult, a criminal at that, picked up the clothesline in the room. Here they come. The beast attacks. Kurusu opened the door cautiously and walked towards the direction where the sound came from. Is it the bathroom? How could it be in such a strange place? Although he was confused, Kurusu still placed the clothes rack across in front of him, turned on the light, and pushed the door open. The bathroom was empty. Kurusu didn't go in. He used a clothesline to carefully tap the edges and corners, but found nothing. Hallucination? Kurusu was confused. He put away the clothes rack, stopped being on guard, yawned deeply, and prepared to go back to his room to sleep. Bang! The bathroom door was closed. I swallowed subconsciously. The light in the bathroom began to flicker and a blurry figure appeared faintly. Hold the only weapon in your hand tightly and let it give you strength. The light stabilized and the figures also stabilized. A figure with long black hair stood motionless in front of Kurusu. His white clothes were stained blood red where his stomach was. The figure lifted up his clothes, and a mass of stuff flowed out of his stomach onto the ground. Kurusu recalled the vague words he overheard in the afternoon. The deceased's stomach, internal organs. Ah, Kurusu's expression is numb. It must be a ghost. Good reading. Then a figure came closer. The face that was immediately clear was torn from the corner of the mouth to the back of the head. Ah! The woman with the split mouth. Ah! Kurusu's calm demeanor finally collapsed, and he let out a miserable cry. Suddenly opened my eyes strange ceiling. Kurusu turned his head stiffly, and he seemed to hear a crackling sound from his neck. Is this Officer Hagiwara's room? So I was just dreaming. After figuring it out, I immediately sank deeply into the soft bed, wrapped the quilt tightly around myself, and felt full of security. It's a barrier, I'm sure. I had a nightmare. I fell down and was hospitalized before, but I wasn't scared at all. Sigh and go back to sleep. Then, about 10 minutes later, Kurusu opened his eyes again. Woo-woo, I can't sleep. I can't sleep at all. As soon as I close my eyes, I see the female ghost rushing towards me. Sitting up from the bed, Kurumi scratched his hair in distress. When he heard the sound of someone walking outside the door, he immediately put his hands on his head and couldn't take them off. There are no ghosts in this world. The label flashed with comfort. That's right. It should be Officer Hagiwara or Officer Matsuda who stood up. Cough, cough, cough. Hagiwara Kenji, who got up in the middle of the night to drink water, turned around and found a pair of ancient golden eyes staring at him quietly under the blue fluorescence of the phone. He was almost choked to death by the water. Wiping the water stains from his mouth, Hagiwara Kenji was confused. Kurusu-chan, what are you doing? Kurusu didn't open the door and looked at the other person pitifully. I can't sleep. It seems like a nightmare. Before going to bed, Kenji Hagiwara specifically checked whether the child would recognize the bed. And when he found that the child was sleeping very soundly, he immediately understood. Sure enough, the bloody crime scene would give children nightmares. Do you want me to sleep with you? Hagiwara Kenji made a friendly suggestion. Kurusu hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. Okay, Hajiwara Kinji placed the water cup on the dining table, then walked to the living room and sat down, waving at Kurusu who was looking at him. Since you can't sleep, how about some conversation between men? What is this? It sounds great, and Kurusu is tempted. He quickly walked over and sat down opposite Kinji Hajiwara. What to talk about? What to talk about? Hajiwara Kinji saw Kurusu's eyes were full of this question. Are you scared because of what happened during the day? It was visibly that Kurusu's breath had weakened. This was different from the topic of conversation between cool and handsome men he had imagined. He didn't want to admit that he was scared, as it would be embarrassing. It's nothing. Hajiwara Kinji smiled. It's normal. Jinpei was also scared by a horror movie, and then he wanted to sleep with me. Kurusu's eyes lit up. That Officer Matsuda? Such an embarrassing situation happened to the powerful Officer Matsuda? Well, because I was still young at that time. Hajiwara Kinji nodded, not thinking that there was anything wrong with exposing the shortcomings of his childhood friend. Little Jinping also grew up from Little Jinping. Kurusu tilted his head back and began to imagine what the two police officers looked like when they were little. So Kurusu, just like you now, whether it's me or Jinpei, we will always encounter some unsatisfactory things. Kurusu looked at Hajiwara Kinji in a daze, and the police officer's eyes suddenly became very gentle. In fact, Officer Hajiwara's attitude towards him has always been very warm, but it looks even more special now. I have also seen such words. As a person, growth is always accompanied by suffering. Laughter and tears go hand in hand in life. The voice was gentle. I can imagine that Shaokusu feels lonely because of his father and because he lives alone. He wonders if he has not done something well enough that his father has abandoned him. From Shaokusu's home, it can be seen that your parents really love each other. This love is revealed in the details of every piece of furniture. Don't doubt yourself. Shaokusu is definitely a child born in love. Although Shaokusu's parents may have to leave Shaokusu for various reasons, Shaokusu may feel that his amnesia has separated him from the past. But don't complain about yourself. Shaokusu is very good. Any police officer who has come into contact with Shaokusu has given her a great evaluation, which is enough to show how excellent Shaokusu is. Independence, autonomy, courage, and fearlessness are all shining points in Shaokusu, but the occasional loneliness, sadness, and fear are not shortcomings. It's impossible to be perfect, so when you feel lonely or scared, don't reject the hand others extend to you, and don't be afraid of causing trouble. We are willing to give you a warm hug. Kurusu didn't say anything, but lowered his head, tears welling up in his eyes. Hug him? You're here again, Kurusu said in his heart. Ah, did you notice? Very early on, in the hospital, because you were the only one who used personal pronouns and acted like a human being. That's right, the other one is a fool. Why did you suddenly expose me? You have been tempting me. What is your purpose? The label took a long time to appear. As for me, I hope Xiao Wei will be fine forever. What big talk are you making? This time, the tag didn't respond. Kurusu-chan. Kurusu didn't look up, his vision was blurry, and he could only vaguely see Hajiwara Kinji sitting next to him. I've extended my hand. Open arms. Kurusu tried to hold back his tears, but couldn't hold them back any longer. He cried out wow and hugged Hajiwara Kinji's waist. I'm a huge troublemaker, Kurusu said, and I will never let Officer Hajiwara and Officer Matsuda off. Is it that fierce? Hajiwara Kinji patted Kurusu's back and comforted her. That's really a huge troublemaker. The child in his arms started to cry even louder, and Kinji Hajiwara, who had no experience in taking care of children, was immediately in a panic. Hagi, Jinpei Matsuda, whose hair was messy from sleep, came out and looked at Kurusu, who was crying miserably in the living room with tears and snot all over her face, and Yukinen, who was at a loss and was quite confused. Jinpei, help me. Kinji Hajiwara looked at Jinpei Matsuda with an expectant look. Matsuda Jinpei pulled his hair helplessly. What are you doing? After being coaxed for a long time, Kurusu finally calmed down. Looking at the child who was too sleepy to open his eyes, Matsuda Jinpei yawned and wrapped himself and Kurusu in the quilt. Hagi, next time, you have to go and coax him for me by yourself. Matsuda Jinpei felt deeply that coaxing a child was a laborious job. Yes, the two of them had agreed to talk to Kurusu, but what kind of a joke was this late at night, and then making a child cry? Okay. Hajiwara Kinji smiled tiredly, and could only sigh that fortunately tomorrow was the weekend, and he and Xiao Zhenping were not scheduled to be on duty. Then he fell beside the two of them. Kurusu, who was almost asleep. It doesn't seem right. His head seemed to have been washed with mint water, and the sleepiness disappeared instantly. Kurusu looked at the police officers lying on his left and right with wide eyes. A series of descriptions from the novels he had bought out of curiosity flashed through his mind. Breakup of relationship. A third party interferes. Children are the biggest obstacle for parents. Go to sleep. Matsuda Jinpei slapped Kurusu on the head. Kurusu turned his head back and forth. What was he still doing? Okay. He closed his eyes, aggrieved. The next day. Good morning, Kurusu. The three guys who got up in the middle of the night to talk slept until 10 o'clock in the morning. Kurusu was still sitting on the bed, slowly turning on her brain. Kinji Hajiwara stood under the bed and pulled open the bed curtains. The rare winter sunlight shone into the room through the glass window, and tiny dust particles could be seen floating in the air. Kurusu stared at him for a while, then a bright light appeared in his golden eyes, and a big smile appeared on the child's face. Good morning, Kinji and I. Kinji Hajiwara was stunned for a moment, and suddenly buried his head in his little boy's shoulder. The young boy's lethality is greater than he imagined. It's no use. Matsuda Jinpei pushed Hajiwara Kinji's head. Kurusu turned his gaze to Matsuda Jinpei. Good morning, Jinpei-san. Matsuda Jinpei finally pushed Hajiwara Kinji away. Good morning. Kurusu went back to Hajiwara Kinji's room next door to change clothes. Holding her clothes, she suddenly buried her face in them and rubbed them hard. When she raised her head, her fair face was flushed. Ah! He yelled out. Kurusu rolled over on the bed. So happy to be called brother. So happy that someone said good morning to him. With a happy mood, Kurusu changed her clothes and folded Matsuda Jinpei's pajamas neatly. I almost forgot. Kurusu took out a silver chain from under the pillow, on which hung a round pendant the size of an adult male's thumb. Carefully put it back around his neck. Breakfast is just milk and bread. Hajiwara Kinji put the warm milk on the table. It's almost noon. Just eat something simple first. Okay. Although he usually doesn't eat breakfast, but, well, it's better not to say this. I always feel that if these two know, I will be scolded. Necklace? Matsuda Jinpei saw the silver pendant on Kurusu's chest. He had never seen it before. I used to put it inside my clothes. Kurusu explained, wiped the bread crumbs on his hands, opened the round pendant, and showed the contents to the two. It's my mother. Why QB? The pendant was opened, revealing a semicircular lid with a round cake at the bottom with a portrait of a woman inlaid on it. Yes, it's not a photo. The painter has very good skills and was able to depict every detail perfectly in such a small area. Even the woman's smoky gray hair is clearly visible. The woman sat sideways, her face facing the painter, with a smile in her golden eyes, looking very gentle. Kurusu's mother is very beautiful. Hajiwara Kinji praised, and you look very similar. Right. Kurusu's face was full of unusual pride. This pendant has been with him for the past year. Sometimes he would take it out and look at it. Looking at his mother's gentle smile, he felt that he must have been very happy when he lived with his mother. Then after dinner, let's go to Kurusu's house to help Kurusu get daily necessities. For lunch, there is a new seafood restaurant in Baikatown. Let Jinpei treat us to it. Hajiwara Kinji happily decided today's itinerary and didn't notice the suddenly dark face of Kojinran beside him. Why is it my treat? Matsuda Jinpei was dissatisfied. Can't they share this kind of thing equally? Because. Hajiwara Kinji was a little embarrassed, clasped his hands together, and winked at Matsuda Jinpei. Hagi used his savings to buy the latest model of motorcycle, which will arrive tomorrow. Matsuda Jinpei clenched his fist and hammered on the head of his troublesome little boy. Don't act like a spoiled child. When you first started working, didn't you swear to save money to buy a house? As soon as you turned your head and didn't look at him, you acted recklessly. Hey, but he's super handsome. Hajiwara Kinji covered his head and cried, "Don't worry, little Jinpei. The money is just enough, and I have reserved living expenses for the future. It's just that you may have to live a miserable life." Minors who have never worried about money. If you think about it carefully, the amount of money deposited into his card every month is a huge sum. The teacher who taught him how to speak and write showed him the Razi family's assets. Although they were all handled by agents and could not compare to the Chables, at least he could do whatever he wanted, and his next generation and the next generation could do whatever they wanted. From this perspective, his parents are very generous. Not only do they let him live alone, they also give so much money to a child. So what are his parents doing? While Kurusu was thinking, two police officers on the other side had already finished a fight. Oh no, it should be that Hajiwara Kinji was beaten unilaterally. In the end, the two had a harmonious discussion, and the result was that Matsuda Jinpei treated them to a meal. Kurusu, thank you. He will definitely enjoy it seriously to justify the beating you, Brother Yin. Received. Let's go to Kurusu's house first. Kurusu didn't have much daily necessities, or even very few. And when Kurusu took out 2 sets of winter clothes, the 2 police officers looked at him with something strange. The left eye says abuse, the right eye says meanness. I have already begun to imagine the miserable situation of the child, who has no food to eat and has to rely on Inspector Megure for support to survive. Only when Kurusu swore and said that he was really rich, and the only thing missing was showing them the balance in his bank card, could he calm their emotions. Especially the thought of Jinpei Matsuda to beat up that rascal father on the spot, whose whereabouts even Kurusu himself didn't know. After loading the things into the car, we turned around and drove to the seafood restaurant in Baikacho. This store seems to be doing well. At least when they arrived, the store was full of customers. Hajiwara Kinji could only get a reservation number and wait for a while before he could eat. The new claw machine over there. Several children passing by were chatting. I know, there is a big doll in it. It would be great if we could catch it. Yeah, it looks really cool. My dad tried to catch it before, but unfortunately he didn't catch it. Kurusu listened and thought hard for a while before remembering what a claw machine was. He had seen one on the street once. Do you want something like this? Matsuda Jinpei asked when he saw Kurusu staring at him intently. It seems that children nowadays prefer this kind of toys. However, Kurusu is already a 12-year-old boy. Does he still like these dolls that only little girls like? When he was young, he only liked to dismantle things and was interested in machinery. His childhood friend was also a guy who liked machinery and cars. Matsuda Jinpei couldn't help but feel a little confused. Then let's go and take a look. Matsuda Jinpei walked towards the direction pointed by the previous children with his long legs. Kurusu, who didn't want to. I quickly jogged after him and said, okay, he didn't want it just now, but he wants it now. There is no doubt that the two of them forgot about Kinji Hajiwara, who was struggling to get a reservation ticket among the crowd. Kinji Hajiwara finally came out and looked at the empty corner. I'm so big. Where are the 2 little Jinping and Xiao Kurusu? The new claw machine is indeed very large, more than twice the size of an ordinary one. The bear doll sitting firmly inside is half as tall as Kurumi, and its texture looks very soft. Standing next to the claw machine are children, and there are adults who are being pestered by the children. Kurusu watched helplessly as a man used the claws of the claw machine, which looked disproportionate to the doll, to grab the doll, and then he successfully grabbed a tuft of hair from the doll's head. Can it really be caught? Are you sure it's not just some gimmick? Several people tried and failed. I heard from the people next to me that this claw machine has been here for 3 days, but no one has taken out the teddy bear. You can grab the doll. Kurusu looked at the data, and his mind suddenly became clear, and he was full of confidence. Can I try it first? Kurusu stopped Matsuda Jinpei, who was approaching, and volunteered. Of course, that was no problem at all. Matsuda Jinpei, who came here just to make the child happy, handed the coins he exchanged to Kurusumi. Very good. Kurusu rolled up his sleeves, ready to go. Follow the label's instructions. First this, then that, then. Kurusu looked at the motionless bear in the cabinet and slowly formed a question mark in his mind. No. The person before even pulled out a tuft of hair. Unwilling to give up, Kurusu tried a few more times. Angry, Label, you lied to me. The king's theory, the noob's practice. Kurisu is a clumsy person. So you can complain too? Kurusu looked at the 2 coins left in Matsuda Jinpei's hand dejectedly. You still have to rely on me. Matsuda Jinpei rubbed the child's drooping alopecia. Impossible. This is definitely something made by unscrupulous merchants to deceive people. Kurusu watched as Jinpei Matsuda used the first coin to twist the doll. Look, the second coin was put in, and it was gone. Kurusu felt sorry for wasting money on Brother Jinping. Ding dong. The machine made a sound. Eh. Matsuda Jinpei pulled the stuffed bear out of the machine and boasted, "Isn't that great?" Kurusu hugged him tightly and blinked. What's wrong? Matsuda Jinpei asked in confusion. Kurusumi pinched the soft bear toy in her hand. This was the bear that had been on display for 3 days, but no one had gotten it. Brother Jinping, you are so awesome. Without even turning his head, Kurusu had the label magnify the title of God of Claw Machines and nail it on Jinpei Matsuda's head. However, I did it. Matsuda Jinpei, whose scalp was tingling, said, Akira, there were 2 of them when they left, and there were 2 of them and a bear when they came back. It was difficult for Kurusu to walk with the big bear in his arms, so Matsuda Jinpei tucked the doll under his arm and walked around the city. What are you doing? Hajiwara Kinji tried to hold back his laughter. Little Jinpei's temperament didn't match the soft big bear. Didn't he see that people looked at him in a weird way? Kurisu wants it. Matsuda Jinpei held the bear in one hand and put the other hand in his pocket. How long will it take? It's almost there. Hajiwara Kinji shook the reservation ticket in his hand. He had number 163, and number 159 had been called before. Then he carefully observed the doll in Matsuda Jinpei's hand and commented, Little Jinpei is really good in some weird ways. How come I didn't even know that he was good at catching dolls? Well, Matsuda Jinpei thought of his previous tragic experience, because when I was in the police academy, I went to the mall with the blonde rascal and competed with him. Completely unaware of the incident, Hajiwara Kinji felt that there was a gap between him and Kokunrin. When? He never mentioned it to me. Because he lost such a simple game and was laughed at by the blonde rascal. Jinpei Matsuda didn't want to mention this matter in front of Kinji Hajiwara. Hajiwara Kinji. Got it. Is it possible that Jinpei dismantled the claw machine after losing the game? Hajiwara Kinji, who knew Matsuda Jinpei's personality very well, guessed that since he knew the structure inside, he became more familiar with how to use the claw machine. Guessed it right. Matsuda Jinpei put his hands in his pockets and later compensated the merchant with a sum of money. As expected of you, Jinpei-san, Kurusu praised. As they were chatting, they heard a sudden commotion near the seafood restaurant. What's going on? Kurusu found that more and more people were gathering around them. The 3 of them stood on tiptoe to look outside. A big star. Beautiful. So elegant. There were endless voices of praise all around. It seems like a star has come to this restaurant, Kurusu said to the 2 police officers without turning around. Kinji Hajiwara extended his elbow and touched Jinpei Matsuda. She's a big star. Do you want to go and see her? Jinpei Matsuda was speechless. If you want to see her, go and see her yourself. I'm not a fan of celebrities. Well, if it's Yukiko Fujimine, I would go and see her. Kinji Hajiwara held his chin and pretended to be in deep thought. He found that Kurusu was looking at him with a look that wanted to ask a question. What's wrong, little Kurusu? Who is Yukiko Fujimine? The cat-like face was curious. She's a big star, but she got married and retired a long time ago. Her husband is Yusaku Kudo, a super famous mystery novelist. Yukiko Fujimine can probably run into Yusaku Kudo and get his autograph. Perfect. Little Kurusu, do you want to go and see her? Kinji Hajiwara asked. No. He shook his head decisively. I don't know her. I didn't know about Kudo Yusaku Kurusu. After all, I have read some of his books, but I didn't expect him to be a very famous writer. The 3 people's inaction seemed out of place with the bustle around them. After waiting for a long time, finally Lai Su Wei and their reservation number was called. Upon entering, you will find that the seats in this restaurant are small compartments. Although they are not completely enclosed, they are definitely private. The vacant seat that Kurusu and the other 2 waited for was near the back door. Following the waiter's guidance, I went to my cubicle and saw 3 figures, 2 adults and 1 child, sneaking around the back door. Suspicious person? The police instinct made Hagiwara Kinji and Matsuda Jinpei alert. But when they saw each other's faces clearly, Kinji Hagiwara, shocked. Jinpei Matsuda, laughing. Kurusu, confused. Who is it? Kurusu looked at the 2 police officers who had thrown him off the friendship boat. Fujimine Yukiko and Kudo Yusaku. Matsuda Jinpei said with a smile. Kurusu didn't move his gaze to Hagiwara Kinji. You've been slapped in the face, Kinji brother. But Kurusu is a good boy. He won't laugh at you like Jinpei brother. The 3 people who were discovered nearby were all frozen and only relaxed when they saw that Kurusu and the others recognized them but had no other reactions. Suddenly, Yukiko put her hands together and looked at the 3 people with pleading eyes. Although I'm sorry, can we share a table with you? Agreed. Most Japanese restaurants serve 1 dish per person, so sharing a table is not a big deal. The 4 adults, all of whom were quite outgoing, quickly engaged in an adult conversation. Kudo Shinichi stared at his parents speechlessly. He didn't want to go out to eat with them in the first place. Every time he went out with his parents, he would be besieged by fans. This time was no exception. The only thing he didn't expect was to be able to share a table for dinner. But what is that guy across from me looking at? Kurusu was actually stunned by the labels on the family of 3 opposite her. She hadn't reacted when she first met them, but when everyone sat down, the labels started to pop out. One after another. Even when I first met brothers Yinji and Zhenping, it wasn't so exaggerated. Well, that idiot couldn't do it, Kurusu didn't confirm. You're here again. Hi. Tag greeted enthusiastically. What's going on? Kurusu looked at the silver-white light on the family opposite him, and he couldn't even see their figures clearly. And those 2 labels are the current Grim Reaper and the reserve Grim Reaper. Tags, are you serious? Aren't there ghosts in this world? Where did the god of death come from? Who told you? Didn't you say last night? Kurusu was stunned. Oh, it wasn't you. It was the fool. Thinking of the dream last night. So there is a ghost? Even when asking in her heart, Kurusu felt her voice tremble. Of course. No. I feel like I'm being toyed with for some reason. You'd better not appear in front of him. Otherwise he will ask Brother Zhenping to beat you to death. Matsuda Jinpei is a policeman. He won't beat me to death. Then I will be paralyzed. Kurusu slammed the table. JPG. Kurusu, who was furious, shouted in his heart for a while, then calmed down. Your appearance time doesn't seem to be fixed? Is there any basis for it? You have to find out for yourself. Who are you then? You need to find out for yourself. What use do I have for you? Ah, the content I usually provide you can't help you? Another label will be enough. Oh, he almost did. He? Don't try to trick me. Also, I've been noticed. Reminded by the label, Kurusu realized that he seemed to have been staring at the 2 kudos back and forth. The younger one was already staring at him suspiciously. Of course, the older one was not as straightforward as the younger one, but smiled. My dear little friend, is there anything between us father and son? No, he was wrong. The older one was obviously more direct and asked everything. The 2 labels moved very consciously towards his eyes. Super keen observation and extraordinary persistence. Once they are targeting you, they will definitely uncover your secrets completely. He has no secrets, except you. But it feels so bad to be stared at like this. Kurusu thought unhappily that this character label always made it seem like he enjoyed watching his show. So he continued to glance back and forth between the 2 kudos, then hugged the big bear doll beside him and said to Kudo Shinichi in dissatisfaction, This was caught by Jinpei brother for me. I can't give it to you. Ask your father to catch it for you. The 2 police officers were choked by Kurumi's sudden childishness, but they tacitly agreed not to expose their own child. Kudo Shinichi, no, don't look at him. Mom and Dad, how could he possibly want such a childish doll? It would be better to give it to Xiaolan. But the guy on the other side doesn't seem to be pretending. Tears are about to come out. Could it be that his unintentional action caused the other party to misunderstand? Shinichi, Yukiko yelled angrily. Sorry. Kudo Shinichi apologized very timidly. Oh, it's okay. Kurusu acted very generously. Don't stare at my bear. No, he wasn't staring at the bear. He was staring at you. But he still looked away. I'm not looking. Really? 10-year-old Kudo Shinichi yelled in his heart. Kids are so troublesome. Kurusu threw himself into Matsuda Jinpei's arms, and the look of concern in his eyes had not yet disappeared. Sorry, this child is a little introverted. Although he didn't know what was going on, he had to pamper his own child. So Matsuda Jinpei cooperated with Kurusu. Great, Jinpei-kun. Kurusu gave Matsuda Jinpei a thumbs up with his hand hidden in the gap between their bodies. Matsuda Jinpei, who had taken off his sunglasses and couldn't glare at anyone, could only look at him speechlessly. Most children are like this. Kudo Yusaku finally retracted his gaze and touched the head of Kudo Shinichi beside him, but was shaken away by the little Kudo. On the contrary, our Shinichi is sometimes a little too noisy. No, he didn't. Kudo Shinichi was dissatisfied. He was solving the case. After chatting for a while, the dishes they ordered were finally served. It's really good. Yukiko stroked her face. It was delicious. She had heard that the chef of this restaurant was a famous chef who was specially invited. Fortunately, Yusaku and Shinichi were dragged out. Otherwise, they would have missed this delicacy. It's really delicious. Matsuda Jinpei also gave a positive review. Kurusu Mizuru stuffed food into his mouth with a tasteless mouth. Ugh, are you still doubting him? What's wrong with him? Why do you keep looking at him? That big Mr. Kudo. This god of death's skill can't be to kill anyone he sees. Wouldn't he be doomed? Not really. As if feeling a little guilty, the label finally appeared to comfort Kurusu. They are actually good people. Don't be too nervous. But he didn't like being stared at like this. Kurusu didn't poke the fish meat, and he felt like he was being seen through. Then again, wasn't Kinji's insight very strong? Why didn't he have this feeling when he was with Kinji? Hajiwara Kinji will not deliberately explore your secrets. He is a policeman, not a detective. The person opposite is just a detective novelist. Detective novelists and detectives are probably similar. Is that so? Kurisu, Matsuda Jinpei said. Kurusu looked up blankly. Eat well. He looked at the fish meat in the bowl that he had poked into pieces. Oh, plane it aside and clamp a new piece. So when should you finish eating? If you think too much while eating, you will get stomach problems. It was clearly the first meal that Brother Zhenping treated us to. Kurusumi, feeling aggrieved. The meal, watching Kurusu and the other two disappear from her sight. Yukiko finally touched her bloated stomach. No, I ate too much today. I have to start losing weight when I go back. Such a small amount of food won't make you fat. You don't have to always care about it. Kudo Yusaku comforted her. Oh, let's not talk about this for now. Let's go over there and catch dolls for Shin-chan. Yukiko said excitedly, thinking of what happened during the previous meal. Kudo Shinichi said helplessly, I've already said that I don't want his doll. Oh, really? But Shin-chan obviously wants it very much. Yusaku Kudo was watching his wife playing with their child. Kurisu. I seem to have heard of this last name somewhere. This was the kind of situation where he vaguely remembered it, but couldn't remember it at the same time. Yukiko stopped playing with her son, stood up and thought carefully. It sounds familiar to me. But that kid's acting is really good. Do you want to contact him to enter the showbiz industry? He's very talented. In comparison, as the son of an actress like me, your acting skills are not even a little bit worse, Shin-chan. Yukiko rubbed Kudo Shinichi's head until it was frizzy. It's for kids to play with. It's super fun. Kudo Shinichi straightened his hair as usual. Acting? What role? Thinking about the entire meal process, if Kurusu wasn't acting, then there was only. Did that guy do it on purpose? How could he, Kudo Shinichi, peek at a stuffed bear? No, the most important thing is, Mom, you knew he was acting, and you still laughed at me? This is not right. Kudo Shinichi lowered his head in frustration. If his mother wanted to play tricks on him, she didn't need to find an excuse. So you know it, Dad. Without a doubt, this pair of unsympathetic adults completely and tacitly forgot about their son. Don't even tell me. A grievance. Well, I also noticed some small details. The child has talent, but he probably doesn't pretend often. He has lived alone for a long time. Kudo Yusaku thought and explained to Kudo Shinichi. Recently, he probably met someone and started pretending for a short time, but I don't know why he gave up this disguise. Huh. Husband, are you so concerned about that child? Yukiko wondered. It seemed that her Anata only had such a high desire to explore puzzles. Kudo Yusaku nodded unexpectedly, thinking about the feeling of being stared at by Kurusu before. There is an uncomfortable feeling of being seen through at a glance. This child is very sharp and perceptive. He may be very talented. I don't mean acting. All the information is provided by the tags. Kurusumi. Rascal label pit him. Kudo Shinichi curled his lips in disdain at his father's high evaluation of Kurusumi, but he didn't feel like he was being seen through. However, with the reluctant approval of the person that Kudo Yusaku likes, if he encounters a case next time, Kudo Shinichi will definitely compete with Kurusumi. Kurusu was targeted again. Akira, and the two police officers beside him. Police officers? Kudo Yusaku finally remembered. They are Inspector Megure. She completely forgot about the child that Officer Megure talked about on the phone yesterday, and only remembered the case of Yusaku Kudo. The case that Officer Megure called to talk about yesterday, the victim of the human traffickers should be targeting that child. Huh. Yukiko also thought of the very outrageous case that her husband talked about yesterday. Kudo Shinichi had apparently also heard from Kudo Yusaku. Those two police officers are the ones who solved the case yesterday. Because he had always watched his father help the police solve cases, Kudo Shinichi had a certain understanding of the current police officers' abilities. It turns out that there are also powerful people among the police. Yes, they are two very powerful police officers, but they are not police officers from the 1st Investigation Division. Yesterday, Inspector Megure also told him that he had a very strong urge to poach them. Gamma? Okay. Yukiko clapped her hands, interrupting the thoughts of the two mystery fans at home. One big and one small. Don't think about other things. Let's go and catch dolls for Shinichi. Kudo Shinichi. I told you I didn't want a doll. I went there after all, and although I didn't catch anyone, a horror legend about a female celebrity violently dismantling a claw machine was left in the Baika Town claw machine circle. As soon as he got in the car, Kurusu leaned weakly on the back seat. What's wrong? Matsuda Jinpei looked at the grouchy child. There was something wrong with the child since he started eating. Falling on the soft big bear that Matsuda Jin laid flat, Kurusu's eyes were lifeless and he said soulfully, I feel like I'm being watched by the god of death. Don't say unlucky things. Matsuda Jinpei got on the co-pilot seat and turned around to lecture him. Yes, Kurusu buried his face in the doll and responded in a long voice. Kenji Hagiwara started the car, and he couldn't hide the smile on his face. What? So happy? Nothing. Hagiwara just wanted to smile. Every time this guy acts like a spoiled brat, he seems to be trying to fool people with something. Matsuda Jinpei is suspicious. Jinpei-chan, Hagiwara Kenji drove the car on the road, looking very much like a parent. By the way, Jinpei-chan, have we seen the child from Mr. Kudo's family before? Have we? I don't have any impression. The label flickered in front of Kurusu's eyes. What's wrong with you? If the connection is not good, please repair it in time. Not scientific. What's not scientific? You made a typo. Why aren't there any dead people? Where do all these incidents come from? Kurusu turned over and lay on his back to digest his food. In front of him, Kenji Hagiwara turned on the car radio. So, regarding the murder case solved by Mr. Yusaku Kudo at Tokyo Airport today, we are related to. Mr. Kudo and his friends are really in high spirits. Kenji Hagiwara sighed. I rushed back from my flight in the morning and encountered a murder case. At noon, I rushed over to eat seafood dishes. I am so energetic. Someone really died. It turns out that the death god buff has already taken effect. The label left satisfied. Isn't that a bit outrageous? Also, make your point clear before you leave. After arriving home, Kurusu patted the big bear softly against the head of the bed, and thinking of the scene of grabbing the doll before, he reached out and touched the doll's head. Will I become bald? Apparently the big bear's hair is still lush. After that, after the weekend, the two police officers started working. Kurusu stayed in the house obediently and did not run around, so he slowly slipped away. After a few days of this, The two police officers finally realized something was wrong. Kurusu, don't you have to go to school? Hajiwara Kinji asked a question that went straight to the heart of the matter at dinner one day. Go to school? Kurusu, who has only been taught characters so far and has to rely on reading books on his own, is confused by cats. JPG. And what's wrong with the label? Are you having a seizure? Is this how you've been spending the past year? Jinpei Matsuda put down his chopsticks. Kurusu counted on his fingers to show the two police officers his daily life for a year. When Mr. Wakata was here, I learned to read every day, and the teacher would arrange breakfast, lunch, and dinner for me. After the teacher left, I got up, washed, watched TV, made lunch, ate lunch, watched TV or read, made dinner, ate dinner, watched TV, washed, and went to bed. Such a simple and repetitive life. Hajiwara Kinji and Matsuda Jinpei choked. Every day? No. If something at home is used up, I will buy it back. How long do you use what you buy at a time? In fact, without asking, they can guess that this little guy must be crazy about hoarding. Q? 1 month. Kurusu showed a proud smile on his face. He was really amazing. Every time he bought so many things, he had to work hard to carry them back. The two police officers remained silent, not understanding what Kurisu was so proud of and wanted to beat the kid. What kind of otaku life is this? Should they be thankful that Kurusu knows to go out and buy something when it's out of stock? You won't starve yourself to death or anything like that. And it's a miracle that Kurusu didn't get sick from such a simple and repetitive life. No, there are still some signs of illness, holding the forehead. Kurusu is only 12 years old now. It's time to go to school. Hajiwara Kinji saw that Kurusu didn't seem to understand. That's right. After losing his memory and staying alone every day, Kurusu shouldn't even know what school is. Obviously, Kurusu knew, but the child now had a look of realization on his face. So I can go to school? Cat Universe Sublimation.jpg. Is there any doubt about this? Hajiwara Kinji swallowed his complaints. Matsuda Jinpei silently turned his head and half-moon eyes appeared. Contact your father. Matsuda Jinpei sighed helplessly. Raising a child is really not easy. You should be in the 1st grade of junior high school now. I need your household registration certificate and previous academic information. If possible, ask your father to use some connections to get you into a better national middle school. Kurusu, who didn't really want to contact her father, felt extremely angry when she thought of the previous email and the other party's bland and somewhat neglectful words. Don't be willful. This is related to your own future. Matsuda Jinpei reasoned with Kurusu. Even if you don't like him, you have to consider yourself and don't wrong yourself for this reason. Kinji Hajiwara explained to Kurusu that if he wanted to enter a better national school in the middle of the semester, he and Jinpei Matsuda probably wouldn't be able to help with this matter. Kurusu reluctantly took out his cell phone and sent an email to his father. Why didn't you call? From what Matsuda Jinpei knew, Kurusu seemed to have communicated with his father via email. This matter was quite urgent, and it was obviously the fastest to communicate directly by phone. Kurusumi, who doesn't know her father's phone number, pitiful and helpless. What Kurusu didn't expect was that the reply came right after she sent the email. Did he actually read the email? The father, who had been cold before, not only read the email, but also expressed his deep apology for his negligence in the email, and said that Kurusu's information had been sent to his door and would arrive soon. Isn't this a good attitude? Matsuda Jinpei commented to Kurusu's father. Kurusu didn't turn off his phone. Humph, I didn't expect you to have 2 faces. Thanks to the little angels who cast minds. You Zay won. The next day, someone arrived with Kurusu's information. Matsuda Jinpei, who happened to be on his day off, looked at the thick stack of documents and slowly typed a question mark. Is there something wrong with you, or with him? Where does a 12-year-old kid like Kurumi get so much information? Kurusu didn't stick his head out to take a look, but he didn't care much. Instead, he reached out to grab the man who was delivering the information and ask him questions, but he ran away. Will he eat people? Kurusu didn't understand. Jinpei Matsuda took a look and found that he was quite skilled. The information was separated into 3 bags. One was Kurusu's household registration information, and the other was the admission certificate for Titan Junior High School that had already been processed. So fast, or was it already done before? Matsuda Jinpei flipped through a few pages of paper and said, "No problem, just bring it directly to the school." Then came the thickest bag of information. Kurusu, who was sitting nearby, took out a bag of potato chips and saw Matsuda Jinpei staring at his bag of information with a serious face, eating with a crunching sound. "Why so many? How many schools has this guy transferred to?" Matsuda Jinpei opened them with a half-moon eye. After a while, Kurusu finished a bag of potato chips, and Matsuda Jinpei was still watching. The more he watched, the more strange his expression became. He would raise his head from time to time and look at him with a strange look. Kurusu came forward. "Brother Jinpei, did I do something wrong? Could it be that there is a criminal record in his identity information?" His father was really great, so straightforwardly handing evidence of his son to the police. "Why do you think so?" After spending these days together, Jinpei Matsuda and Kinji Hagiwara found that sometimes they really couldn't match Kurusu's train of thought. At first, Jinpei Matsuda thought it was just a child's wild imagination, but now, with the information in his hand, Jinpei Matsuda thought that this might be the difference between a genius and an ordinary person. Matsuda Jinpei showed Kurusu the contents of the file one by one, including award certificates from internationally renowned youth competitions. The most outrageous thing was that there was also a letter from Princeton expressing its deep sadness over Kurusu's amnesia and its sincere hope that Kurusu would be able to study at Princeton after his memory was restored. The time was a year ago, shortly after Kurusu lost his memory. It should be after Kurusu's accident that his father sent him a letter declining his admission. In short, it's outrageous, very outrageous. This guy who has been staying at home for several days, and the child who acts like a spoiled child to them without any scruples every day because he is familiar with them, doesn't look like a person with a super high IQ. The child is smart, but not to this extent. Kurusu looked at these things in silence, tilted his head and thought about it, and felt that he was indeed not as genius as these records said. He said to Matsuda Jinpei with a surprised look on his face, "So losing memory can also make you lose your IQ? It does seem like his IQ has dropped." Matsuda Jinpei thinks Kurusu is just a normal child, but there are so many award certificates here, it's impossible for them to be fake. Besides, what's the point of lying to him? Matsuda Jinpei could only put these things away and place them in a cabinet at home. He decided to spend money to buy a safe to keep them well for Kurusu. These were all the child's honor. Only. Such an amazing young genius. There has been no news about him either domestically or internationally before. The Kurusu family should not just be a family with a little money, as Kurusumi said, but a large family that is capable of protecting the information of its family members very well. Why would such a big family allow Kurusu to live alone outside? Do you think the child has lost his memory and no longer has the talent he once had? Or is there some weird family rules? Matsuda Jinpei thought about it, put his things away, turned around and saw Kurusu watching TV again. Is watching TV your only entertainment activity every day? Matsuda Jinpei walked over and turned off the TV, and Kurusu looked at him with a pout. "Didn't I ask you to read the textbooks before? Although your father has already helped you with the admission procedures, you don't have a foundation. What if you can't keep up with school in the future?" Taking Kurusu's situation into consideration, Jinpei Matsuda and Kinji Hagiwara helped him do a temporary test and found that Kurusu had no problem doing high school exams only in Chinese, but his performance in other subjects was only at the level of 4th or 5th grade in elementary school. So he bought textbooks up to junior high school and helped Kurusu with his studies whenever he had time, so that his child wouldn't be discouraged by school. Because he knows it all, Kurusu sat cross-legged and swayed on the sofa. Know it all? Matsuda Jinpei thought of the scary certificate and took out a test paper for Kurusu to do. Pretty fast. All correct. I am even more impressed by the setting that Matsuda Jinpei was a genius before Kurusu lost his memory. It seems that he and Hagi have not even started teaching yet. Can he achieve this level by reading books alone? Kurusu didn't show much expectation, and Matsuda Jinpei praised him. Very impressive. Hee. Kurusu puffed out his chest with pride. Of course not. He understood this kind of thing at a glance. Besides, labels were of no help at all in learning this kind of thing. He did it all by himself. When Kinji Hagiwara came home from work in the evening, he listened to what Jinpei Matsuda said, flipped through the certificates again, and praised Kurusu without hesitation. Pride gradually swelled. Enough. If you keep praising me, I'm going to lift my tail to the sky. Matsuda Jinpei interrupted the two with a half-moon eye. After contacting the teacher at Titan Junior High School, Kenji Hagiwara and Jinpei Matsuda compared their schedules and prepared to let Kenji Hagiwara take a leave of absence to take Kurusu to school. That morning, Jinpei Matsuda grabbed Kenji Hagiwara and told him not to take Kurusu to engage in dangerous driving activities. It's dangerous enough that you tried to teach Kurusu how to defuse a bomb, Jinpei-kun. Kenji Hagiwara still made a solemn promise and was almost about to raise his hand to swear. When Jinpei Matsuda went to work, the two people, one big and one small, who were left behind, looked at each other. Kurusu didn't pick up his bag, but waited actively and positively next to the motorcycle where Kenji Hagiwara had just arrived. Expectant eyes. Hagiwara Kenji put on his helmet, then threw one to Kurusu and said, "Don't tell Jinpei-chan." Kurusu made a K sign. Hit the road with your motorcycle and feel the joy of riding a motorcycle. The wind passed by, and the pursuit of speed is probably hard for every man to let go, even Kurusu, a boy of only 12 years old. How do you like it? Hagiwara Kenji asked loudly. I like it. Kurusu also responded loudly. Although they were on the main road and the motorcycle could not speed up due to the increase in traffic, Kurusu was still in a good mood. While waiting for the red light, she happily asked Hagiwara Kenji, "Can you continue to take me out for fun later?" "No problem." Hagiwara Kenji readily agreed. It was a peaceful and beautiful morning. Usually, something unexpected would happen at this time. You really think I can't hit you, right? A scream sounded in front of me, and at the same time, there were bursts of roars from motorcycles. Oh, a motorcycle robber blocking the road. What a bad mouth. Kurusu-chan. Just as Hagiwara Kenji was about to tell Kurusu not to hold him steady, a pair of hands pressed tightly against his waist. Kenji and I. Come on. Even through the helmet, Kenji Hagiwara could feel Kurusu's eager gaze. Kurusu seemed to be particularly fond of pursuing excitement, although he was also like that. Hagiwara Kenji's eyes lit up, the motorcycle roared, and the next second when the green light came on, he rushed out like an arrow. Look, what an excellent police officer this is. He still remembers to obey the traffic light rules even at this time. The locomotive twisted through the torrent of vehicles, faster than before on the unobstructed road. Kurusu Mito could feel the stinging pain of the oncoming wind hitting her hands. Two cars were chasing each other on the morning shift road. Many car owners rolled down their windows and stuck their heads out to look. After turning 7 or 8 corners, the robber in front lost his temper. The guy behind was chasing him relentlessly and at such a fast speed that he almost slipped out several times. Isn't it just a bag? It's okay for him to give it up. The robber made up his mind and threw the bag in his hand behind him. He couldn't chase him anymore. From behind, Kenji Hagiwara looked at the shoulder bag flying towards him. He turned the motorcycle slightly sideways and slowed down a little. He controlled the motorcycle with one hand and reached out with the other hand to catch the bag. He pushed the motorcycle onto the curb and turned back to the original road in a strange posture. The robber almost cried. Who is this person? Why is he still chasing him? Then on a road, the robber's car passed in front of a large truck. Don't be afraid, Kurusu. When Kurusu's hands were sweating from holding Kenji Hagiwara, the motorcycle rubbed against the wall, flew into the air, flew over the truck, and suddenly landed in front of the robber's car, slid sideways and drifted, and stopped steadily. A big black shadow of a robber suddenly jumped over my head. Scared.jpg. So they got out of the car tremblingly, squatted on the ground skillfully, and surrendered. After pulling out a rope from the scrap heap nearby to tie up the robber and calling the police, Kenji Hagiwara took the time to check on Kurusu, who was holding onto a tree trunk after getting off the motorcycle. Are you okay? Kenji Hagiwara stared at Kurusu's legs, which seemed to be trembling, and smiled. Are you scared? No. Kurusu shook his head and controlled his legs. Although, it was super exciting. It was super fun. So he gave Kenji Hagiwara a thumbs up. Super cool. Brother Kenji, I want to learn this. Why? Okay. Kenji Hajiwara leaned in and whispered to Kurusu, "Let's go back and learn it quietly." Kurusu nodded frantically. Too dangerous. Label opposition. He also objected when Jinpei Matsuda tried to teach Kurusu how to defuse a bomb. But Kurusu didn't listen to him again. What's talking? Hey, Hajiwara. The patrol officer in this area drove over in a police car. When he saw Hajiwara Kenji, he greeted him in a friendly way and gave him a bear hug. "Captain, it's been a long time since we last met." The person who came was Idahang. Although these three people of the same period are still working in Tokyo, Kenji Hajiwara and Jinpei Matsuda are in the explosives division, while Kodate went to the regional police station and started from the grassroots level because he wanted to train himself. The three of them were very busy and could not take vacations together. This was the first time they met after graduation. "Do you know each other?" Kurusu asked in a low voice. "Yes, let me introduce you. This officer is my classmate and good friend at the police academy, Captain Date. Captain, this is the child that I and Xiao Jinping are taking care of temporarily, Kurusu." "Hello." Kurusu greeted politely, thinking that since he was a classmate of Kenji Hajiwara and the others, he should also call him brother. But Date looked older than Kenji Hajiwara, so he couldn't say brother Date. So he had to settle for the next best thing. "It's our first meeting. Thank you for your guidance, Officer Date." "Oh, thank you for your guidance, Kurusu." Date greeted the child with a toothpick in his mouth, and then looked at Kenji Hajiwara in disbelief. "I didn't expect you and Matsuda to have reached this point." Knowing that Date-ko sometimes had strange trains of thought, Hajiwara Kenji immediately felt that he was about to say something incredible the next second. "As expected. Have you considered the situation after marriage and adopted a child in advance?" Ida-ko looked at Kurusu, who looked well-behaved. He was a good child, but wasn't he a little too old? Wouldn't it be better to raise him from a cub? Is this what Jinpei and Kenji thought? Kurusu had a new idea and knocked his fist on his palm. Should he not call him brother anymore? Should he change his way of speaking, or something? Wait. Hajiwara Kenji stretched out his hand helplessly and said, "Class monitor, please stop joking. And Kurusu, please quickly put what's in your head back, or hide it a little. It's completely shown on your face. Xiao Jinping and I were just ordinary childhood friends. Well, I feel a little guilty." Date-ko laughed out loud, looking very innocent, and patted Hajiwara Kenji on the shoulder. Kurusu was stunned and couldn't believe it. "What? Aren't Kenji and Jinpei a couple? They have always been like this. This is probably childhood affection." Ida-ko explained to Kurusu, and said that there was another pair of childhood affection in the police academy who were also so clingy. "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible." Kurusu shook his head and began to recount everything to the two of them. The three of them were gathered together, with a small police car parked beside them and a poor, weak, and helpless robber who was tied up tightly. Some passers-by couldn't help but look at them curiously. Ooh, but obviously, these three guys don't care about this at the moment. The two adults are quietly preparing to listen to the intimate daily life of the couple from the perspective of children. The first time, it was Jinpei Matsuda's turn to cook, and Kurusu and Kenji Hajiwara sat on the sofa waiting to eat. Then Kurusu watched Kenji Hajiwara twisting uncomfortably on the sofa for a while, and then ran to the kitchen. He hugged Jinpei Matsuda's waist from behind and rested his head on his shoulder. He said something but was hit by Jinpei Matsuda's backhand. He didn't let go and stayed like that until Jinpei Matsuda finished cooking. No matter what, Kurumi felt that the food that day had a strong taste of dog food. The second time, the three of them watched a movie together. The plot was actually quite boring, and halfway through the movie, Kurumi fell asleep on the sofa. When I was half asleep and half awake, I found that I was covered with a blanket. On the other side of the sofa, Jinpei Matsuda was lying on Kenji Hajiwara's thighs, watching a movie in this sweet posture. Kenji Hajiwara's hands were occasionally combing Jinpei Matsuda's curly hair. Kurusu woke up on the spot and went back to his room to sleep. The third time, Kurusu, who had a nightmare again, knocked on the door of Kenji Hajiwara and Jinpei Matsuda, trying to squeeze in with the two police officers for another night. As a result, when she got up to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night, Kurusu, who had been sleeping between the two men, found that she had no place. Kenji Hajiwara held Jinpei Matsuda in his arms, with his chin pressed intimately against Jinpei Matsuda's head. Kurusu almost slapped himself right there and then, telling you not to learn your lesson. Anyway, there are many more. Kurusu looked at Hajiwara Kinji with the joy of supporting their couple and a little bit of accusation. Like when Kinji Hajiwara suddenly fed Jinpei Matsuda a spoonful of rice. Before Jinpei Matsuda went out for work, he tied his messy tie. On a whim, he put his entire weight on Jinpei Matsuda, threw him down on the sofa, and then the two of them had a fight. Did you know that he has even given up sugar since he started living with you? Now, Brother Yen, are you going to tell him that you two are just an ordinary childhood friend? No one believes it. After hearing this, Date-ko tried to hold back his laughter and patted Hajiwara Kinji's shoulder vigorously. Although you were like this when you were in the police academy, Hajiwara, at least restrain yourself in front of children. Kinji Hajiwara, whose shoulders were numb from being patted. Thank you. Kurusu didn't see that Date-ko still seemed to think that the two had a normal childhood relationship and suddenly became anxious. Kinji and Jinpei are so close, but every time. Wait a moment. Huh. Kurusu looked at Hajiwara Kinji with wide eyes. It seemed that every time it was Kinji who took the initiative to be intimate with Jinpei. Although Jinpei didn't feel disgusted, it seemed that he had never taken the initiative once. The way they looked at each other was also a little different. From this perspective, doesn't Brother Yin Air seem a little pitiful? Gradually, Kurusu's eyes were filled with sympathy. Brother Kinji, you are in love with Brother Jinpei, right? Date-ko burst into laughter again. Hajiwara Kinji covered his forehead. Why do you think so? Because Kurusu didn't expect that every time the room was quiet and the three of them were doing their own things, when he occasionally looked up at the two police officers, he could see Hajiwara Kinji looking at Matsuda Jinpei, that kind of look. Gentle and affectionate, shining, as if looking at a unique treasure in the world. That was a treatment that no one had ever received, nor would ever receive. And it was a treatment that belonged exclusively to Jinping. Hajiwara Kinji met those sincere old golden eyes. Children can sometimes see things that many adults cannot see, simple and pure. Hajiwara Kinji slowly covered his face and squatted down, as if trying to ease his mood. After a long while, he raised his head and looked at Kurusu with a complicated and relieved expression. Is it obvious? Kurusu nodded without hesitation. Wait. You guys. As Ida-ko listened to the two talking for a while, things seemed to be going in an unpredictable direction. Even the toothpick he was holding fell to the ground in shock. Hajiwara, are you serious? He has always believed that they are the typical example of childhood sweethearts who have a very good relationship. If this is the case with Hajiwara and Matsuda, then what about the other childhood sweetheart pair? Idahang thought of his classmates at the same time, and felt that he was out of place between these two pairs of childhood friends. In fact, Date-ko, who single-handedly squeezed out everyone else's life winner, said, I miss Natalie. In that case, why don't you tell Matsuda? I think the relationship between you two is very good, and Matsuda should also have some feelings for you. Ida-ko felt that the two of them were obviously in love with each other, and everything would be fine once they confessed their love. It was because the relationship was too good that he was hesitant. He couldn't tell whether Xiao Jinping's feelings for him were just friends, or he had a crush on him. Xiao Jinping, he's a straight man, and he even liked my sister. Because we cherish feelings, sometimes we cannot make up our minds for fear of losing them. Kinji Hajiwara sometimes wonders that if Jinpei Matsuda were in the same situation, he would probably step on the accelerator as he did every time before, and would not confess his feelings to him without so much hesitation. But at this critical juncture, he just couldn't make up his mind. It would be terrible if we couldn't even be friends anymore. Thinking about these random things will make your shoulders feel heavy. Kurusu put his hand on Hajiwara Kinji's shoulder and said to him in a serious tone, Brother Kinji, don't worry, I will definitely help you to catch up with Brother Jinping. Where do you get your confidence from, kid? For Kurusu, as a bystander of the lives of Kinji Hajiwara and Jinpei Matsuda, he felt that he saw it very clearly. Brother Jinping may not have any other thoughts about Brother Yenner now, but if Brother Yenner brings it up, he might be surprised, but he will definitely accept it very calmly after being confused. Because Brother Jinping looks like he can't live without Brother Yenji. Kurusu felt that he could definitely handle this matter properly. Right, labels. You happy? Just K. That's a good idea. Add me in too. Idahang tried to actively participate in the friendly organization that brought together people of the same period as him. Kurusu didn't turn around and grab Daiko's hands. No problem. From now on we are the Childhood Love Operations team. The first thing he did was to give his organization a name. Team name: Childhood Love Operation. Members: 2 persons. Kenji Hagiwara looked at these 2 people who kept saying they wanted to help him but completely excluded him, and he couldn't help but feel deeply doubtful. Is this really okay? Afterwards, Kurusu Michi patted his chest and said that he would be responsible for the planning, and Daiko would help with the execution. After a pleasant exchange between 3 people, Kenji Hagiwara handed the tied-up robber over to Ko-Date. Robber, thank you for finally remembering me. After hearing so many love stories of police officers, I hope he won't be framed. QAQ. I'll take the criminal back to the police station first. Hagiwara, if you have anything to do, go and do it first. You can do it after taking the statement. Idahang drove away in the police car. The author has something to say. Ever since I watched the Police Academy arc, from the time the squad leader helped Xiao Jinping in Zero Lie to the time he said later, I don't know what happened, but you must take me with you next time. I felt that the squad leader was a guy who was super good at imagining things. Personal thoughts. Well, things, maybe they forgot something. Kurusu pulled on Hagiwara Kenji's sleeve. In the previous case of Sawai Michiho, Officer Megure said that you guys, Kenji, should take me to take a statement, but I haven't gone yet. It's not this, although they also forgot about this matter. I should have come to take you to report to school today. Kurusu remained silent. Kenji Hagiwara quickly asked the children to get in the car and drove to Titan Junior High School as fast as possible. Then they apologized to the teacher, saying that they were late because they were catching a robber on the road. Teacher, although I don't really believe it, I choose to forgive you. Kurusu's campus life was very leisurely after that. Especially because of her beautiful face and slightly exaggerated intelligence, Kurusu was quite popular among the girls in the school. Some boys who had some small opinions about Kurusu quickly became friends with Kurusu after seeing Kurusu's so-called 2 police officers and Kurusu's display of the boxing skills he learned from a police officer. In fact, he can only be described by Jinpei Matsuda as embarrassingly bad. At present, he is just a show-off and can only be watched. He will fall down immediately when a fight starts. Apparently Kurusu's talent was not in sports, so much so that he was woken up early every day by Matsuda Jinpei for training. Matsuda Jinpei said, I think you've wasted all your athletic ability by staying at home all day long. Although he knew that Jinpei Matsuda was doing this for his own good, he still thought about slacking off every day. Kurusu, destroy it. Of course, during the period of living together, Kenji Hagiwara and Jinpei Matsuda also took Kurusu back to Kanagawa, where they met Hagiwara's parents, Matsuda's father, and Chitose Hagiwara, who hugged Kurusu as soon as he saw him. It's such a pity to leave such a cute child to Kenji and Jinpei. Chitose Hagiwara stared at his 2 younger brothers indignantly. Kenji and Jinpei were so annoying when they were young, and little me will be taught badly by them. Hagiwara Chisuga complained to his parents, trying to change Kurusu's temporary guardianship by the will of his elders. He had not been prepared to agree in the first place, and after Hagiwara Kenji and Matsuda Jinpei took him to see Hagiwara Chisuga quietly looking through the clothes of girls his age, Kurusu Miya decisively rejected Hagiwara Chisuga's proposal. Before returning to Tokyo, Hagiwara Chisawa gave Kurusu Michi many instructions, asking him to come back to Kanagawa to see her when he had time, and that the 2 younger brothers, who had already grown up, could do whatever they wanted. Dear sister, good review. Yenner's parents are super nice. Although Jinping often goes against his dad, they actually have a very good relationship. Chinsu, who doesn't want to make him wear women's clothes, is also a very good sister. Kurusu said that he would definitely come back. Matsuda Jinpei touched Kurusu's forehead and muttered, You don't have a fever. It was his fault. He shouldn't have been so immature. Of course, all of the above are part of daily life. What makes Kurusu happy at the moment is as the new year approached, he wrote down and crossed out his plan countless times, and after several rounds of thinking over it, his battle plan for childhood romance finally came to fruition. Clang clang. Kurusu stood on the sofa and showed the 5 tickets to Hajiwara Kinji and Matsuda Jinpei. What is that? Matsuda Jinpei took it from Kurusu and looked at it. Beppu wants an super luxurious experience. Oh, that's it. Hajiwara Kinji came over from the back of the sofa, and his whole body was in a hug around Matsuda Jinpei. It was simply unbearable to watch. I've heard of this before. This is a new trial service. It's so popular that it was sold out soon after it was released. Seeing that there were still 5 tickets, Hajiwara Kinji was surprised. How did you get it, little Kurusu? Hee. Kurusu put his hands on his hips proudly. I specifically checked your schedule. We'll be gone for 5 days, and you can have a day off when we come back. How else can you get it? Matsuda Jinpei leaned back on the sofa and began to hit the child's inflated self-confidence. Earlier, I saw him staying up late at night, fiddling with the computer in his room. He must be trying to get this thing. Kurusu, I warn you, Mr. Ueno called me and told us not to be so strict with you. Otherwise, you'll always fall asleep in class. It is true that he was sleep-deprived and relied on his good grades to make up for the sleep in class, but he never expected that the teacher would tell his parents. Huh, why didn't I receive a call from the teacher? Hajiwara Kinji was puzzled. Was he not worthy of it? Maybe they think I am the bad parent who forces the child to study until late at night. Having been blamed for no reason, Matsuda Jinpei now feels itchy to do something when he sees Kurusu. I'm sorry, Kurusu said sincerely, immediately kneeling on the sofa and apologizing seriously. It's okay. Kurusu also wants everyone to go out and play together, and it doesn't affect his studies. Hajiwara Kinji took the ticket from Matsuda Jinpei. Although Kurusu didn't tell him about the plan, he could guess that this was probably what the kid called a war. Well, hot springs, that sounds pretty good. And Jinpei-kun is definitely not angry. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept it a secret about Ueno-sensei's call. But, little Kurusu, Hajiwara Kinji stretched out his finger and tapped Kurusu's forehead. Don't stay up late at night in the future. Children won't grow tall if they stay up too late. Got it. Kurusu felt sad when he thought about it. He had worked hard for 3 nights, but still didn't get a ticket. He got these 5 tickets by going to his father. Taking deeply to heart what Matsuda Jinpei had said before, that is, never let yourself be wronged, Kurusu's father gradually became Kurusu's tool. Kurusu dad. Smoking. Sighing. Why 5? Matsuda Jinpei held the 2 extra tickets. There are also tickets for Officer Date and Sister Natalie. You've been mumbling on the phone every once in a while for the past month. Was it the squad leader? Although he knew about the robbery incident before, Matsuda Jinpei didn't expect the relationship between the two to become so good. No. Officer Date is so busy, how could I call him for no reason? It was Sister Natalie. Because she heard that Date-ko had met a kid and formed some kind of alliance, Natalie made a special visit to visit him. Brother Jinping and Brother Yenner also know about this, right? When Officer Ida brought Natalie to the scene, they were both at home. You two became so friendly after just that one meeting? Matsuda Jinpei wondered. Wouldn't the squad leader have any objection to these two making so many phone calls? Ida Hang, who was busy working overtime every day, didn't dare to have any opinions. Well, maybe it's because Sister Natalie wanted to experience the feeling of taking care of a child in advance? Natalie is a teacher, so she is good at getting along with children. Kurusu is not an ordinary child. Anyway, the two of them have a good impression of each other and get along harmoniously. Kurusu had also accompanied Natalie shopping, and Natalie had also helped her look after several new clothes she had bought. I am also very busy. Although I am Kurusu's temporary guardian, sometimes I can't take care of the child at all, and I have hardly even gone out for the day. I felt what Sister Chinsu said about them not being able to take good care of the children, and I suddenly felt a strong sense of guilt for not fulfilling my due responsibilities. At once. 2 police officers. Thank you for the squad leader's sacrifice, and thank you, Miss Karima, for your company. To me, Kinji and Jinpei will always be the best. Kurusu suddenly said, reaching out to grab the hands of Kinji Hajiwara and Jinpei Matsuda and put them together. No one can compare to you. We are friends with Natalie's sister, and Kinji and Jinpei are family. We will be together forever. Little Kurusu. Kinji Hajiwara was so moved that he hugged Kurusu, but he felt Kurusu secretly pulling his hand hard. and then he looked up to meet Kurusu's disappointed gaze. What did he do wrong? Feeling that the child was not raised in vain, Jinpei Matsuda looked at his and Kinji Hagiwara's hands overlapped and felt that something was wrong. When Hagiwara Kinji reacted, his feeling of being touched disappeared instantly. Well, he believed that this must be what Kurusu really said, and he had no hidden thoughts. This kid was really serious about doing what he had promised before, but at this moment, it was a bit too ruinous to the atmosphere. He had noticed these days that, although the battle plan that Xiao Liqui had mentioned had not been completed, during this period of time, Xiao Liqui had been creating opportunities and things from time to time to allow him and Xiao Zhenping to have close contact. He was very grateful. After all, he could be so close to his young friend. But did Kurusu really not think there was anything wrong with this kind of scene? I've seen a scene on TV where a pastor puts the hands of the bride and groom together and wishes them a happy marriage. Kurusu didn't expect that the groom would say something to the bride that would move her for the rest of her life. The pastor then said, "Please kiss the bride." Finally, with the blessings of the guests, the two kissed passionately and lived happily ever after. Kurusu looked at Hagiwara Kinji with a burning gaze, as if to say, "Why don't you kiss him?" "Oh, kiss, kiss." Kurusu didn't realize that the tag really is a person who likes to watch the fun. Hagiwara Kinji. He really is. Hagiwara silently sheds tears in his heart. With the help of Kakusu, will Hagi still be able to be with Kajinpai? Kurusu, are you trying to bring them together, or are you trying to break them up? If he kisses him now, are you sure he won't get punched by Jinpei? Ahem. Not understanding what the two people were saying in their repeated eye contact, Jinpei Matsuda coughed and pulled his hand out from under Kinji Hagiwara. "Since you're going to invite the squad leaders, have you told them?" "Yes." Kurusu ran aside to call Natalie. Kinji Hagiwara froze in place. Woo, little Kurusu, please be more reliable. Your personality has become more and more deviant after living with us. Please return the well-behaved, sensible, enthusiastic, and considerate little Kurusu to Hagi. /A 4-day, 5-night luxury experience trip to Beppu Hot Springs. Idako and Natalie naturally agreed without any problem, not only because the travel experience coupons were rare, but of course they couldn't resist Kurusu-mi's enthusiastic invitation. And it was such a rare vacation, and I could enjoy the hot springs, visit the night market, and watch the fireworks display with Natalie. It was so great. Kurusu realized belatedly that he was sandwiched between two couples. Little kids, you don't have any human rights. There are 5 night markets and fireworks shows with different themes for 5 nights. Tonight's theme is fairy tales, which is more suitable for Xiaowei. In the moving car, sitting in the back seat, Ida Hang looked lonely at his girlfriend holding a travel brochure and discussing with Kurusumi. This was totally different from what he had imagined, the intimate moments with his girlfriend during their travels. The goblin theme is good. I prefer the food theme for tomorrow and the god theme for the 4th day. Kurusu didn't mention the goblin theme for the 3rd day or the love theme for the 5th day. What is a ghost? Go away. Ignore labels. During the day, you can go to the flower show, the cultural and creative exhibition, and the hot springs that are farther away. Natalie planned excitedly. I heard there is a lake here where you can rent a boat. That's awesome. Thank you, Xiaowei, for inviting me, and Hang to come along. Natalie then remembered her lonely boyfriend beside her and smiled at Kurusu while holding Ida Hang's arm intimately. Anyway, the tickets are already bought. Kurusu glanced at Hagiwara Kinji, who was concentrating on driving, and Matsuda Jinpei, who was sitting in the passenger seat with his phone in his hand and didn't know what he was doing. I came close to Natalie and whispered to the couple. "Sister Natalie, did you bring the one I asked you to order for me?" Natalie was also excited about doing something secret and made a K sign to Kurusu. "I brought it, Kurusu. You have really good taste. Hagiwara-kun and Matsuda-kun will definitely look very eye-catching in it." Ida Hang just watched lovingly as his girlfriend took the position of executing the plan that should have belonged to her. That's right. Now the number of members of the Childhood Love Operations team has increased to 3. While the people in the back seat were plotting quietly, the vehicle had almost reached the street. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and colorful lights had already been hung on the street, and the stalls used for the night market had also been set up. Tourists and yukatas were joking in groups on the street, and Kenji Hagiwara followed the navigation system and drove to the accommodation included in the hot spring trip. It is a relatively small Japanese-style courtyard, and you can feel the exquisite decoration just from the outside. The car stopped next to the courtyard, and an old man who was in charge of the house came forward, confirmed the identities of the 5 people, and handed the key to Kenji Hagiwara. After picking up your luggage, you will enter the courtyard, where you will see 3 hot spring pools emitting hot steam. If you find it inconvenient to take a hot spring bath outside with others, you can enjoy it alone in your accommodation. There are 5 restrooms, a lobby, and a small separate kitchen, which is stocked with vegetables and meat, and all the seasonings are available, so it is no problem to cook by yourself. It should be quite expensive here. Thinking about the small hotels that passed by when driving here, and then looking at the courtyard in front of her, Natalie looked at the only underage part-time big money sponsor on their trip. Having let his father, a tool man, book the tickets, Kurusu was only responsible for getting them and having fun. Kurusu did not feel guilty and said confidently, "I don't know." Seeing that the 4 adults were about to say something, Kurumi quickly rummaged through the luggage, and Natalie stepped forward to help him find 2 neatly packed bags. Kurusu took it and handed it to Hagiwara Kenji and Matsuda Jinpei, looking at them expectantly. "This is the yukata I asked Natalie to order at the store. Please make sure you change into it." Although they brought their own yukatas, they had no way of refusing Kurusu's gaze. "We also bought a new yukata for little Kurusu." Hagiwara Kenji took 2 bags, and Matsuda Jinpei also took out a set of white yukata from his luggage. "It may not be as good as little Kurusu's." Before Hagiwara Kenji could finish his words, Kurusu snatched it away and held it in her arms. "I will change it properly." Seeing that the bag that Sumi took out was printed with the logo of an old tailor shop in Tokyo, Kenji Hagiwara thought that he could just wear what he brought himself, as it would be better in terms of workmanship and quality. But seeing Kurusu looking so happy, anyway, they don't need to care so much about each other, right? In short, my hands feel heavy. Idako and Natalie's yukatas were also custom-made by Kurusu. Although Natalie refused again and again, she couldn't stop Kurusu from placing the order. Then Kurusu said that since no one in the family wore the custom-made women's yukatas, if Natalie didn't want them, they would have to be thrown away. Also, Officer Ida is so tall that neither Kenji nor Jinpei can wear his clothes. I definitely can't grow as tall as Officer Ida, so I have no choice but to throw them away. I wanted a refund, but the clerk replied that this was not the original owner, and there was no way to refund. All in all, I accepted it, with great trepidation, because it was really super expensive. Anyway, it was a price that she and Heng couldn't afford in the short term. Natalie felt really bad about receiving such an expensive gift from a minor, so she cooked and sent delicious meals to Kurusu for several days in a row. Then Kurusu swelled up because the love was too heavy. By the time Hagiwara Kenji and Matsuda Jinpei noticed it, Kurusu Mito had a double chin, so they quickly stopped Natalie from feeding her. There is no need to mention what happened before. Kurusu got the yukata prepared for him by the 2 people, and hurried Hagiwara Kenji and Matsuda Jinpei to change their clothes. So the 2 police officers went to the room first without even having time to put away their luggage. After waiting for a while, Kenji Hagiwara and Jinpei Matsuda finally came out of their respective rooms with steam on their faces. Gamma? Wow, Xiaowei has a really good eye. Natalie covered her mouth with both hands. Ida Hang couldn't help it either, and put his fist to his mouth to hide his laughter. As for Kurusumi, he couldn't hide the bright smile on his face anyway. I have a very good eye. That's right, Kurusu didn't like it. What's wrong with you guys? Anyway, the 2 police officers who were looked at in confusion. Is there something wrong with what I'm wearing? Hagiwara Kenji felt that he had never been so careful before. The 3 people in front of him really messed up his mentality. Jinpei Matsuda stood by and looked him up and down for a while. No problem. He looked fine, but the only problem was that he was not dressed right. The yukata that Kurusu gave to Kenji Hagiwara was a blue-based yukata with purple patterns, while the one that Matsuda Jinpei gave was a purple-based yukata with blue patterns. There is nothing special about men's yukata, and no matter how it is designed, it will not be very outstanding. Kenji Hagiwara and Jinpei Matsuda are both rare and outstanding men with good figures, and they can hold up any kind of clothes. These two sets of custom-made yukatas have no other special highlights, but they are full of Kurumi's little tricks. For example, the background color and pattern correspond to the color of their eyes, and the patterns outlined on the two yukatas correspond to each other, setting off each other. Cough cough. But this can only be vaguely seen when the two are close. The distance between Hagiwara Kinji and Matsuda Jinpei was entirely due to the imagination of the three people who knew the situation. No problem. Great. Kurusu hugged her yukata, picked up her luggage and ran to the room. I'm going to change my clothes, Kinji and Jinpei. Wait for a while. Ida Heng waved to the two of them and took Natalie to the room. Jinpei Matsuda, who was completely outside the situation, really knew nothing. Hagiwara Kinji understood what the three were planning, but those who were excluded from the small group had a vague idea of what they had done. So it's a couple's yukata? She glanced at Jinpei Matsuda cautiously and smiled with satisfaction. Jinpei looked really good in purple. The two stood in the yard. The sky gradually darkened, and from the courtyard where they stayed, they could vaguely see the blue, white, and purple halos lit up in the night market in the distance. It looks like the fairy tale theme is very dreamy. Hagiwara Kinji approached Matsuda Jinpei, their shoulders touching, but little Kurusu probably won't like it too much. That guy. Matsuda Jinpei had half-moon eyes, and he usually had no complaints when he saw the types of TV that Kurusu hadn't watched. What kind of kids would like to watch the 8 o'clock dramas, those family ethics dramas, the melodramatic idol dramas? Several times, Matsuda Jinpei almost couldn't control himself and turned off the TV for Kurusu. Sometimes he would show Kurusu a cartoon, and the child would look at him with doubt. Brother Jinping, do you think I would watch something this childish? Jinpei Matsuda didn't know what misunderstandings Kurusu had about him. Did he think that the things he usually saw were very high-end? Let's take down the TV when we get back, Jinpei Matsuda said to Kinji Hagiwara. He had wanted to discuss this matter with Kinji Hagiwara for a long time, but he forgot about it when he was busy. When Kurusu appeared beside them and Jinpei Matsuda remembered it, he felt that it was a bit cruel to say this in front of the child. Depriving children of fun or something. Hagiwara Kinji couldn't help but burst out laughing. Forget it. Let's not talk about whether Kurusu will make trouble with us. If he really wants to watch it, you can't stop him even if you take the TV apart. And I think Kurusu will just watch it for fun. He won't learn bad things. Are you sure? Matsuda Jinpei looked at his little boy and said, the way he looks at me these days seems to be getting more and more strange. Are you sure he didn't see something weird on TV? Hagiwara Kinji knew exactly what Kurusu was thinking. Although he might be thinking something strange, it was definitely completely different from what Jinpei was thinking. I'm done. Kurusu jumped out of the room. The two people who were chatting stopped the conversation tacitly and turned around to look at the child who had changed into a yukata. How is it? He turned around in place to show Hagiwara Kinji and Matsuda Jinpei. Her whole body and heart reveal how beautiful she looks. The yukata they chose for Kurusu was white, without any exaggerated patterns, but it matched Kurusu's black hair, which became soft after being wet, and her brighter golden eyes, which made her look cute. Not bad. We have good taste. Matsuda Jinpei commented. What? Kurusu said dissatisfiedly. Shouldn't you praise me for my good looks at this time? That's too much, Brother Jinping. Can you please be a caring brother? He is occasionally attacked by Jinpei Matsuda's sharp tongue, and he misses the police officer who protected him when they first met. Please learn from Brother Yin. Please praise him for being ruthless. He can definitely bear it. Kinji Hagiwara, who was targeted by Kurusu. Don't involve him in your grudges. From the heart. Little Kurusu is so cute. Please use the word handsome to describe a boy, officer. Kurusu imitated the male lead in idol dramas and posed. Jinpei Matsuda leaned close to Hagiwara Kinji's ear speechlessly. He's becoming more and more narcissistic. It's all because of what you taught him. No way. Besides, Kurusu-chan is really cute, and Hagi is really handsome. Hagiwara Kinji winked at Jinpei Matsuda, trying to show his charm. That's right, Jinpei Matsuda, who didn't get what Kinji Hagiwara cared about at all, thought, Hagi has been very popular with girls since he was a child, and his face is really amazing. Sorry for the long wait. Natalie and Daiko came out. Their yukatas were custom-made in regular styles, the men's in black and white stripes, and the women's in pink with cherry blossoms. Let's go to the night market and buy something to eat. I'm hungry. Kurusu pulled Kenji Hagahara and Jinpei Matsuda out of the door and turned back to greet Date Ko and the others behind them. By the time Lai Chiwei and his 4 companions arrived at the main street of the night market, it was already 6 o'clock and night had fallen. Stunt performers invited by the organizers performed in the center of the main street. Most of them were characters from traditional Japanese fairy tales, but there were also internationally famous fairy tale characters. It was like a parade, with occasional sparkling sequins cast from the center and combined with the blue, white, and purple lights. The children around seemed to have really strayed into a fairy tale kingdom at night. Some children came forward and took small gift boxes from the performer. When they opened them, some dolls and small pendants popped out. Although they were not valuable, the children still showed them to their parents with great surprise. A rabbit stuffed animal passed by Kurusu, suddenly stopped and turned around. Stare. Kurusu? Matsuda Jinpei shifted his gaze and glared. The bunny doll suddenly covered its chest with its hands, as if it was about to fall down. Kurusu was stunned and reached out to help, who knew that the rabbit would jump up very flexibly, turn freely in the air, and land steadily in front of Kurusu. He saluted the child like a knight, stretched out his left hand, and opened it. It was a gift box that the performers gave to the children. I don't want it. Kurusu waved his hand. He was already a mature adult, so he would give this kind of gift to other little kids. The rabbit thought that Kurusu was not satisfied, so he rummaged around in his pocket and took out a gift box that was 3 times the size of the previous one. There are 2 different varieties? Kurusu took it subconsciously and then froze. Wait, does this make him seem a little greedy? He wants the big one instead of the small one. The performer pushed Kurosumi and asked him to open it and take a look. Anyway, I've connected it, so I'll see what's different from other boxes. Kurusu didn't open the box and took out a headband. Fox ears? Ah, this. Kurusu's eyes involuntarily drifted towards Matsuda Jinpei beside him. Originally, he thought the rabbit doll was some kind of bad guy, but it looked like a simple performer who wanted to interact with the children. So, Jinpei Matsuda shifted his attention elsewhere, felt a chill down his spine, and looked around warily, but found nothing unusual. Until his eyes fell on the child in front of him. The child seemed to be feeling guilty. Matsuda Jinpei was a little surprised, and then he stared at the hairband in Kurusu's hand. In an instant, Matsuda Jinpei's train of thought matched Kurusu's. Don't even think about it. Matsuda Jinpei was furious. He definitely wouldn't be walking around the night market with this thing. What do you mean, don't even think about it? Kurusu held octopus dumplings in one hand and a hairband in the other, looked at Hajiwara Kenji, and then at Matsuda Jinpei. Who should I give it to? The rabbit's head nodded up and down, and its eyes hidden behind the glass moved around the 3 people. Then it hammered its hands together. Although it was clearly wearing a doll's skin, it gave people a feeling that this was the way it was. He searched his body over and over with his hands, but couldn't find it. Just at this moment, a cat doll passed by. The rabbit walked up to it very domineeringly, with an attitude of God is the boss and I am the second most important, and ruthlessly snatched the big box from the cat's body in front of the cat's confused gaze. Then he handed it to Kurusu very attentively. Seeing that Sumi was holding things in both hands, he considerately opened the box, took out a rabbit ear headband from it, put it on his head happily, and then handed it to Sumi. Now there are 2. Kurusu didn't turn around and stared at Hajiwara Kenji, who was confused, and Matsuda Jinpei, who looked like he was rejecting. With pitiful eyes and trying to be cute, he said, please. Jinpei Matsuda took the fox ears and said, I want this. Kurusu held the remaining rabbit ears and looked at Hagihara Kenji. Hagihara Kenji pointed at himself and then at the headband. Kurusu, do you want Hagi to wear this? He nodded repeatedly, looking forward to it. No problem. Unlike Jinpei Matsuda, Kenji Hajiwara accepted the cute headband very happily, and after putting it on, he kept coming to Jinpei Matsuda to ask him if it looked good. It was a mistake. Matsuda Jinpei pressed Hajiwara Kenji's face with one hand and turned his head away helplessly. He shouldn't have thought that Hagi would feel ashamed of wearing such a thing and deliberately left the cuter one for him. No, that's not right. If I don't leave it to Hagi, does that mean he should wear it himself? It's right to leave it to Hagi. Change your mindset, and your perspective will open up. Matsuda Jinpei didn't try to trick Kurusu and put the fox ears on his head. Hagiwara Kinji held his chin and observed him, thinking, very strange. Matsuda Jinpei touched his head, wondering why Hagi had such an expression. Hagiwara Kinji reached out his hand, put it on Matsuda Jin's head, grabbed his ear and rubbed it, and concluded, it would be great if it were true. Hold on. Jinpei Matsuda pinched Hagiwara Kinji's wrist and took his hand off his head. Now they are out to play happily, and he absolutely cannot beat Hagi at this time. Hagiwara Kinji, who was always on the verge of being beaten, realized that something was wrong, so he quickly pulled his amulet Kakusu over. The squad leader and the others have followed the performance team forward. Let's go find them. There were quite a lot of tourists, and it took Kurusu and his friends a while to find Daiko and Natalie. Natalie looked at the ears on the two police officers' heads and said with a smile that they looked like they matched Hagiwara-kun and Matsuda-kun very well. Then, watch a show and buy some gadgets. At 7:30, the first round of performances ended. Natalie took out her phone from her bag and looked through the plans she had made with Kurusu. The next show and fireworks are at 9 o'clock. There's a medicinal hot spring nearby. We can soak in it for a while and then come back to watch the show. We'll have enough time. Okay, let's go. Kurosumi held Natalie's hand and walked ahead. 3 men followed behind him. Team leader, it's hard for you. Hagiwara Kinji sighed. Ha ha ha. Ida Ko scratched his head. It didn't matter, as long as Natalie is happy. What a good man you are, squad leader. A little girl fell to the ground amid the crowd. Kurusu and Natalie happened to walk by, and Natalie picked up the girl, gently patted the dust off the little girl, and asked softly if she was injured. Are you okay? 3 big men came over. The girl shook her head. Where are your parents? Ida Ko asked. Did they get lost? I was with Shinichi's mom, but there were so many people here just now, and I didn't hold on to Shinichi's mom's clothes. I wanted to wait here for them to find me, but an uncle wearing a hat came over in a hurry and knocked me down. The girl grabbed the corner of her clothes, looking particularly aggrieved. We'll wait with you. Feeling that it was not safe to leave the child here alone, the 3 police officers asked Kurusu and Natalie for their opinions, and after getting their unanimous agreement, they decided to wait with the girl for the adults. After a while, a woman with a little boy came through the crowd and said anxiously, Ran, you really scared me to death. Yukiko looked at the familiar face that unexpectedly appeared in the crowd. It's Mrs. Kudo. When Hagiwara Kinji saw that the big star had put on makeup on her face, covering up her original appearance, he knew that this family was out to play and hiding from fans. It turned out to be Officer Hagiwara and Officer Matsuda. Thank you so much for your help. Yukiko said with a smile. I just found that Ran was missing, and I was really worried to death. Is this your daughter? It seems that she has never heard that the Kudo family has 2 children. No, Ran is the child of my good friend. Yukiko patted Kudo Shinichi, who was comforting Maoli Ran beside her. We only have this kid Shinichi in our family. Mom, I told you not to pat my head. Kudo Shinichi waved away his mother's hand and glared at Kurusu. Natalie was startled by Kudo's vicious expression and took Kurusu's hand and asked, What's wrong? Do you have any conflicts with your friends? This guy is not his friend, and he is no longer the same person he was before. Kurumi thought, I am not afraid of your dad now. So, stare back. Super fierce. On the 2nd floor of the hotel next door, a Mr. Rabbit leaned against the window, looking at the 2 children confronting each other below. He took off his hood, revealing his sweaty short ash-gray hair and a pair of iris blue eyes, and took out his cell phone. Found Inari Daiji, get ready, Rum. Hey Yao, it's a pity that you are not an operative. Don't you really want to try your hand at the intelligence team? A mechanical voice came from the other end of the phone. No. Hey Yao saw a group of people downstairs discussing something, and then walked towards the medicinal bath hot spring together. You don't have to keep an eye on me. I heard that Rum brought back a pretty good intelligence newcomer from America this time. Matsuda Jinpei, who was walking towards the hot spring, suddenly stopped and looked back, but there was nothing suspicious about him. Jinpei-chan? Hajiwara Kinji looked at him in confusion. Nothing. Perhaps the thing on his head was too eye-catching, which made others look at him curiously. Matsuda Jinpei shook his head, and the two followed Kurusu and the others in front. Oh, you heard about it. The mechanical voice was accompanied by a smile, which gave people an extremely strange feeling. He is indeed a good newcomer. He will also participate in the operation this time. Hey Yao, if you are free, can you help me take a look? No problem. He will get a code name soon. I don't have the leisure time. Rum, do you know who I found? Hey Yao stepped back from the window, just in time to miss Matsuda Jinpei's gaze, and took off the clothes of the rabbit doll. Inside was a close-fitting black tights that outlined the muscle lines of the body. You sound in a good mood. Haha, of course. Hey Yao looked in the mirror, and his index finger ran across a scar on his brow bone. The target before Inaruma Daiji failed. A child with golden eyes. The mechanical sound in the phone stagnated, and only the current was beeping. Hey Yao, the mechanical voice was suppressed, with a strong warning, don't touch the people of Kurusu family. There is no need for the organization to provoke Kurusu Yukawa over some trivial matters, if you haven't forgotten the mistake 5 years ago. Ah, I know, the mad dog of Kurusu family. Hey Yao sneered disdainfully. Obviously, he doesn't care about the so-called relatives at all, and he doesn't hold back on threatening the existence of Kurusu family. 5 years ago, he blew up his own sister and the organization's base together. I remember clearly. Yes, if he didn't destroy nearly 10 bases of the organization after blowing up Kurusu Junko, I think I would laugh with you. It was you who kidnapped Kurusu Junko and forced him to join the organization. Don't forget it. BSS will always remember this mistake. Kurusu Yukawa doesn't care about his nephew's life. The kid is surrounded by policemen and doesn't know anything about the organization. There's no need to deal with him. However, Kurusu Yukawa did not get away with anything good at the hands of the organization. His only sister was killed by him personally. Even though he destroyed the organization's base, the other party was also seriously injured. There has been no news about him internationally in these years. Oh, no matter what, it was just to comfort themselves. After all, the other party was alone, and they didn't even leave a corpse, let alone capture him alive. That guy was like a ghost. Later, the organization also moved the Kurusu family's industry in an attempt to force Kurusu Yukawa to appear, but some of the organization's secret bases were always destroyed the next moment. The organization even suspected that there was someone from Yukawa Kurusu inside, but no clues were found after a massive investigation. But fortunately, Kurusu Yukawa has no way of knowing their most core area, which is the foundation of the organization. The reason they didn't take action against the Kurusu family was not because they were afraid of Kurusu Yukawa, but simply because tough measures would not have any effect and they didn't need to seek trouble for themselves. The man Kurusu Yukawa's terrifying physical fitness is amazing whether he is placed in an action team or as an experimental research subject. Rum thought about it, and then thought about the black medicinal wine on the other end of the phone. This guy would be able to get access to it in the future. They would not suspect the black medicine, because this guy wanted it most, and no force could help him except the organization. He was born to be tied to the organization's worship. He may not be loyal to the organization, but he will never betray such a scumbag. That kid should be the son of Junko Kurusu. What do you say I should tell him about this? His uncle blew up his mother. Hey Yao. The mechanical voice broke. Yes, I won't touch anyone in Kurusu's family. Send me the information of your newcomer, and I'll help you keep an eye on it. Hyojiu stretched out his voice, and after he finished speaking, he hung up the phone without caring about the rum on the other end. The man in the mirror did the same thing. He gently stroked the mirror with his hand and began to smile at him. He put his right thumb on the corner of his mouth and pierced his fingertips with his sharp canine teeth, making his already rosy lips even more vivid. Mad Dog. The man's loud laughter echoed in the room. I told you not to ignore me. Shouldn't you apologize to me? Kudo Shinichi pounced on Kurosumi with his teeth and claws. This abominable guy, after he revealed that I was acting at the seafood restaurant last time, not only did he not repent, but he even laughed at him. What? You're the only one who didn't see it? Sister Yukiko and Mr. Kudo saw that I was acting? Oh, Shinichi, Your observation skills are a bit poor. After watching all the 8 o'clock family and sitcom ethics dramas, Kurusu said that he is very good at being sarcastic, especially after he learned from Xiaolan that this little Kudo particularly likes Sherlock Holmes. It's absolutely right to target the pain points. The hot spring stirred up waves, and 3 mature men leaned against the edge of the hot spring pool, happily watching the 2 children playing. Hey, where's your necklace, little Kurusu? Hajiwara Kinji then noticed that Kurusu's neck was empty, and the pendant that Kurusu always wore was gone. I left it in the room. Kurusu stopped dodging Kudo Shinichi's pounce and explained. I always felt unsafe in a yukata, and I didn't bring it out for fear of losing it. Then he dodged to the side, and Kudo Shinichi behind him flew into the water, floated up in a somewhat embarrassed manner, and shook his head. Humph! Kurusu looked at Kudo Shinichi. Although he was still very green, he at least trained with brother Jinpei every day. This little kid was no match for him at all. The sound of the hot spring water splashing reached the next room. Oh really, boys? Yukiko sighed, watching Ranmuri and Natalie rubbing each other's backs warmly. Natalie's sister. Is that long-haired brother also a policeman? Ranmuri poked her head out from behind Natalie, with confusion on her little face. Hajiwara-kun? Yes, the 3 of them are from the same class. Natalie lay on the edge of the pool. Is there anything wrong, Xiaolan? I've seen this brother before. Ranmuri paused and looked at Yukiko with a guilty look on her face. Yukiko didn't expect that she still had her own things to do, and stood up from the hot spring. Huh? Did Shin-chan do something again? Well, when we were hanging out with Shinichi before, we accidentally broke a faucet, and it was Hajiwara who called the repair phone number for us. Ranmuri recalled the scene of that day, when Shinichi couldn't plug the broken water pipe, and she could only cry beside him. It was brother Hajiwara who blocked the water pipe and touched her head to comfort her. We wanted to thank brother Hajiwara later, but we didn't have any contact information, and Shinichi seemed to have forgotten about it. Well, if it was this matter, I heard Shinichi mention it briefly. He said that they went to play baseball that day and encountered a burst water pipe. Natalie comforted Ranmuri. It's okay, Ran. This is just a piece of cake for Hajiwara and the others. But after taking a hot spring bath later, Ran can go and thank Hajiwara. Yeah. Ranmuri nodded happily. Ms. Natalie is so gentle. Yukiko held her chin up and suddenly smiled mischievously. When are you going to set the wedding date with Officer Ida? Oh, this. Natalie's face turned red instantly. She hesitated, lowered her head, and almost buried it in her chest. Are you going to marry Officer Ida? That's great, Maulilan said with a very sincere blessing on her face. Sister Natalie is so beautiful, and the baby in the future will definitely be very beautiful too. Natalie's face turned even redder, and she shyly immersed herself in the water, revealing her eyes. Bubbles kept appearing on the surface of the hot spring. At 8:30, several people came out of the hot spring. Yukiko touched her face, which was slightly red from the steam. The medicinal bath is pretty good. I quite like the faint herbal fragrance. It feels very relieving. Natalie also had a good sense of smell. Then the 3 girls ran into the men waiting at the gate. Oh, she's out. Ida Ko turned around and was the first to catch the figure of his girlfriend. Let's go back to the night market slowly. We should be able to catch the fireworks, Hajiwara Kinji said with a smile. A group of people walked back while chatting. Oh, I forgot to ask before. Kurusu suddenly realized a problem. Where's Mr. Kudo? He's working on a manuscript in the hotel. Yukiko couldn't help but find it funny. Every time they went out on a trip, Kudo Yusaku was either working on a manuscript or on his way to work on a manuscript. So pitiful. It's really pitiful. Kurusu didn't expect that not only did he have to work, but he also had to be laughed at by his wife. The crowd that had dispersed after the previous performance at the night market began to gather again. Kinji Hajiwara bought a few more servings of fried noodles and shared them among the group, waiting for the fireworks display to begin. He and Jinpei Matsuda had taken off their ear headbands while taking a hot spring bath, and no one knew where they had hidden the headbands. Kurusu pulled Natalie and took something out of the bag she was carrying. Fireworks exploded in the night sky. Matsuda Jinpei looked up. Hajiwara Kinji stood beside him. The two were very close. The fireworks cast reflections in the green and dark purple eyes. Why? Kurusu was behind the two of them, raising his camera to capture the scene. Zooming in the lens, there was nothing wrong. Whether it was the people, the scene, or the composition, they were all perfect. Kurusu thought happily that he would show it at the wedding later. Ah, are these two really in that kind of relationship? Yukiko's voice sounded in Kurusu's ears. Looking back, there was a circle of people behind him, and even Kudo Shinichi was held in Yukiko's arms. The little tricks on the two yukatas, was it your idea, Shaoei? You were such a bad boy. Yukiko looked unfathomable. Kurusu coughed dryly, feeling a little embarrassed. Indeed, the patterns on the yukatas of Kinji and Jinpei could be felt when the two of them stood close to each other, causing a vague, lingering ambiguity. It's really embarrassing to have someone speak out that feeling which can only be understood but not expressed in words. But none of this matters now. Kurusu ignored Yukiko. The atmosphere was just right at the moment, and he looked at Hagiwara Kinji with anticipation. Indeed, the atmosphere is now full. Kinji Hagiwara looks at Jinpei Matsuda beside him. The fireworks are cast in Jinpei's eyes, very beautifully. Now is a good time. He can even feel the burning gaze behind him. It must be Kakusu, Hagiwara Kinji thought, and he moved closer to Matsuda Jinpei's body. When Matsuda Jinpei looked at him in confusion, he opened his mouth. During the interval between fireworks, it was obviously a perfect opportunity, but a scream broke the romance. The author has something to say, Kurusu. Today is another day without any CP, putting on a strong smile. In the previous chapter, many people thought that the rabbit was Jingguang. Why? The description of his appearance didn't look like it. I was so scared that I checked it over and over again. Also, to avoid misunderstanding, let me say in advance that Tetsuhong Kurusu will not enter the winery. Uncle is not a bad person, at least not a bad person to me-chan. Looking at the three police officers and a little Kudo running out, Kurusu clenched the camera in his hand tightly, and under the gaze of the three ladies, it barely kept it from breaking. Don't be angry, little me. Natalie quickly comforted the child. There will be more later. The love theme on the fifth night is the best time. That's right, a failure. No, it can't be called a failure. It hasn't even started yet. There are two kinds of people in the world that are the most annoying. One who doesn't let you sleep, and the other who doesn't let you eat. Now he has classified those who disturb others when they are confessing their love as the third category. Kurusu tugged at the collar of his yukata unhappily. Let's go see what's going on. Fanning himself with his hands, feeling somewhat worried, Kurusu headed in the direction where the four people had disappeared before. It looks really fierce. Yukiko and Natalie looked at Kurusu's menacing figure from behind and tried hard to hold back their laughter. Mao Lilan looked up in confusion, not knowing what the two adults were doing. The place where the scream came from was a hot spring hotel. The three arriving police officers explained their identities to the terrified hotel owner. Although he didn't have his police ID with him, the owner quickly handed the scene over to the three men as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. According to the boss's testimony, the deceased Ling Yang booked the hot spring alone at 9 o'clock. Because almost all the tourists went to watch the fireworks at that time. The boss was impressed by such a maverick. The person who discovered Hiroshi Reino's body was Tashioko Akikawa, the daughter of the inn owner. Because they were delivering hot spring snacks to the guests, at about 9:10, Tashioko Akikawa found Hiroshi Reino, who had been shot in the head and fell in the middle of the hot spring, dyeing the pool of hot spring water red. Then there were screams of terror. The innkeeper hurried over, and then three police officers arrived. After asking the innkeeper to call the police, Daiko and Matsuda Jinpei went down to the hot spring and fished out the body of General Nohiro. The murderer must have stuffed the gun into Ling Yehong's mouth and then shot him. In just 10 minutes, a living person turned into a corpse. There was an 80% chance that the murderer had already been here when Ling Yehong entered the hot spring. Or maybe Matsuda Jinpei's eyes moved to the wall surrounding the hotel. Hey, little Jinpei. As he was thinking this, a head suddenly popped up from the wall. Hagi. Matsuda Jinpei was stunned, then smiled knowingly. It seems we have the same idea. Kinji Hagiwara flipped down from the wall and landed in front of Jinpei Matsuda and co-date. The walls of this hotel are not very high, and all the hot spring pools are located in the backyard. which is not facing the street but close to a small forest. If the murderer is lurking in the woods, how did he know that it was Mr. Lingya who came into the hot spring pool? When the three heard the childish voice, they all looked around. Kudo Shinichi, who had sneaked in from nowhere, squatted beside the corpse. 3 police officers. You little brat is really brave. Matsuda Jinpei picked up Kudo Shinichi and took him away from the corpse. Aren't you afraid of having nightmares at night? I've investigated so many cases with my dad, so I'm not afraid of corpses. Kudo Shinichi did not struggle while being carried, and his hands and feet hung naturally. Suddenly, his half-moon eyes sneered. Kurisu is not scared and dare not sleep alone. I'm so embarrassed that I dare not sleep alone. It's still like the old saying, people really can't say bad things about others behind their backs. Kudo Shinichi turned around stiffly and saw Miss Natalie's helpless smile. His mother looked at him and laughed. Xiaolan hid behind the door with a worried look on her face. Then there was the gaze from Kurisu, who had his hands on his hips. Because Matsuda Jinpei was carrying Kudo Shinichi, Kurisu had to look up. Matsuda Jinpei also realized this and unconsciously put the person down. Kudo Shinichi, I really would thank you. Get out of here right now, and don't interfere with Jinpei and the others in their investigation. Kurisu grabbed Matsuda Jinpei's hand, shook Kudo Shinichi down, and regardless of his struggle, dragged him out the door. Too much. He hasn't even been picked up by Brother Jinping. So what right does this kid have? Kurisu was feeling jealous and had no idea what was going on. Yukiko grabbed her son who was about to rush in and said, Okay, Shin-chan, just be a little bit better. With her back to Kurisu, Yukiko held Kudo Shinichi in front of her and winked at him frantically. Kudo Shinichi was stunned for a moment and cautiously turned sideways to look at Sumi from the side of Yukiko's head. Kurisu, who had been acting like a child just now, was biting his thumbnail at this moment. He looked restless and gloomy. Kudo Shinichi seemed to be able to see the thick black gas emanating from Kurisu. Gulp. The sound of swallowing saliva. So fierce, isn't it a bit scary? Could it be that he became like this because Officer Matsuda got a little close to him? Besides, that couldn't be considered close at all. Officer Matsuda's way of treating him like a little chicken. Okay, Shinichi. Yukiko pushed Kudo Shinichi to Ranmori. Can you accompany Xiaolan for a while? Kudo Shinichi looked at Ranmori, who seemed frightened by the corpse and had tears in her eyes. He nodded blankly and walked forward to hold Ranmori's hand. Okay, let's go wait outside. That's right, he did it to accompany Mori Ran. Definitely not because he was afraid that Kurisu would suddenly jump up and punch him. Absolutely not. Kurisu didn't actually notice Kudo Shinichi. What he cared about now was the label. It seemed like there had been no movement for a long time. He realized this problem because he dragged Kudo Shinichi out and subconsciously went to see the corpse, hoping that the tag would provide him with some information to help Matsuda Jinpei and others. But no matter how left and right he looked, the silver label that should have appeared on the corpse never appeared. If it is a fool, he should be given his name, age, and occupation. If it's some really bad guy, it would be a long biography. But none of them. Kurisu felt panic for the first time. Almost all of his memories were tied to the label. Before Jinpei Matsuda and Kenji Hagiwara appeared, the label was more like his family than a plug-in. Feeling empty and uneasy, Kurisu subconsciously looked at Matsuda Jinpei and Hagiwara Kenji, trying to get comfort from them. Kurisu? Hagiwara Kenji and the others certainly noticed that something was wrong with Kurisu. Are you feeling unwell? He touched the child's face and forehead, and found that they were not hot or feverish. Kenji and I'm a little scared. Kurisu held Hagiwara Kenji's hand, and the other party realized that Kurisu's palms were cold, but there was a thin layer of sweat on the palms. Thinking about how Kurisu hadn't even seen the body before, and could have nightmares for days just by imagining it, and how he had to squeeze in with him and Hagi to sleep, Matsuda Jinpei sighed helplessly. Okay, be brave, I'll go back with you. He grabbed Kurisu's head and stroked it. Kurisu glanced at the crime scene behind Matsuda Jinpei. Because it was blocked, she could only see Hiroshi Reino's feet. We can't find out anything for the time being. Daiko explained. Whether it's checking ballistics or fingerprints, we can only do it when the police from Oita Prefecture arrive. You all go back first. Hagiwara and I will stay here and wait for the police. I'll stay here too. If there are any clues, I can tell my husband, and he may be able to help. Yukiko said, and she was very generous. Can Officer Matsuda take Shinichi and Xiaolan back with you? Shinichi is fine, but Xiaolan will be more scared. Jinpei Matsuda agreed and took Natalie and the 3 children back to the courtyard where they were staying temporarily. As soon as he arrived, Kudo Shinichi asked Matsuda Jinpei about the toilet and then rushed over. Kurusu's stomach suddenly made a rumbling sound. Matsuda Jinpei found it funny. Didn't we just eat fried noodles at the night market? Because the confession of Kinji Hagiwara, whom she had been thinking about, was interrupted, Kurusu, who had not eaten much, felt very embarrassed and blushed slightly. Sorry. Don't apologize, it's not a big deal. Matsuda Jinpei turned and went out. There's a hotel that sells takeout food in front. I'll go buy some. There are ingredients in the kitchen. I'll make some. Natalie wanted to stop Matsuda Jinpei and tell him not to bother. You must be tired after shopping all night. I'll be back soon. Matsuda Jinpei waved his hand without looking back and asked them to wait in the front hall. Natalie looked at the 2 children, bent down and gently touched Mao Lilan's head. Okay, then we'll wait for Matsuda-kun to bring back food. Yeah. Mao Lilan relaxed after leaving the murder scene, nodded obediently, and let Natalie hold her hand. I'll go to the room to get something, Kurusu said. He wanted to take the necklace in the room. Now he didn't know what happened to the label. Kurusu urgently needed something more familiar to calm his emotions. Bang! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground was particularly loud. Kurusu Migong took out the necklace and held it in his hand. Sister Natalie, Xiaolan, are you okay? It seemed a little too quiet. Kurusu didn't walk towards the front hall. The bright light didn't bring him any peace of mind. Natalie and Mao Lilan fell to the ground, not knowing whether they were dead or alive. A bearded man stood between the 2 people. A familiar face, Inari Daiji. Little boy, I've been looking for you for a long time. The man smiled maliciously. He squatted nearby for a long time before waiting for them to come back. There were 5 people in total. The policeman who looked extremely dangerous went out, and there was another policeman who should have stayed with Ling Yahong. The remaining women and children were completely irrelevant. Kurusu moved his lips, turned around and ran, shouting loudly, Brother Jinping, no matter if it's useful or not, I'll just shout it first. What if Brother Jinping hears it? Bang! The wooden floorboards at Kurusu's feet broke. Goo! Swallowing subconsciously, Kurusu turned around slowly and raised his hands. Very good. Such a loud gunshot. Brother Jinping must have heard it, and he undoubtedly understood that they were in danger. Why also, Kudo Shinichi, you better hide well for me. Kudo Shinichi, who was about to come out after hearing Kurusu's shout, heard a gunshot the next second and his hand stopped on the door handle, not daring to move. Inari Daiji stepped forward with a gun in hand and covered Kurasumi's mouth and nose with a handkerchief. Kurusu's consciousness was blurred, but a silver label suddenly appeared in front of him. Xiaowei. Xiaowei. Really, if nothing happened, don't disappear and make him worry. Kurusu fell to the ground, and the necklace in his hand also slipped to the ground. Inner-room Daiji carried Mirasuke up and then picked up the unconscious Mori-ran. Adults don't want it, so children can pack it up and take it away. Outside the courtyard, a shadowy figure took out his cell phone. Black medicine. Oh, you called me so soon. Inari Daiji kidnapped 2 children. It seems that the wild dogs are going to take the food back to their lair. Kazhou dares to do business even though he is barely surviving under the siege of the police. The intelligence work on the location of their lair is left to you. Amuro-kun, don't let Rum down. After hanging up the phone, I looked at the curly-haired police officer who rushed back in a hurry after hearing the gunshots, and the blonde, dark-skinned man with gray-purple eyes slowly disappeared under the shade of the trees. Xiaolan? Kudo Shinichi saw a strange man carrying 2 people away, one of whom was his childhood sweetheart. Who was this person, and why did he even capture Xiaolan? The man disappeared from sight, and after a short wait, Kudo Shinichi came out of the toilet. Sister Natalie. Kudo Shinichi ran to the front hall and saw Natalie lying on the floor. He hurried over and sniffed her breath. He was relieved to find that Natalie had just fainted. Kudo Shinichi angrily hammered the floor. Suddenly, I caught a glimpse of something shiny silver in my peripheral vision. This is a necklace. When I opened it, I saw a portrait of a woman with a pair of golden eyes. Is it Kurusu's necklace? Kudo Shinichi recalled the conversation between Officer Hagiwara and Kurusu when they were taking a hot spring bath. For some reason, he suddenly had a very strong urge to catch up with the kidnapper. No, we should wait for Officer Matsuda to come back. He is still a child and cannot deal with an adult with a gun. But if we don't chase the kidnapper now before his trace completely disappears, we might not be able to find him when Officer Matsuda returns. That's right, if he followed now, he could also leave a message for Officer Matsuda, as long as he was careful to hide himself. No problem. Kudo Shinichi's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He held Kurusu's necklace, picked up a flashlight that he had flipped out of nowhere, and chased in the direction where Inner Room Daiji had disappeared with the two children. He seemed to be in particularly good condition today. Even when the kidnappers were nowhere to be seen, even in such a dark night, Kudo Shinichi could still find some clues. It's an intuitive illusion. He must have felt it wrong. This was all his own deduction. Kudo Shinichi was sure. Village. Why are there small villages on the mountains of Beppu Onsen? Kudo Shinichi was halfway through the pursuit when he suddenly remembered that the flashlight might be eye-catching. So he turned it off and continued forward using the moonlight, groping his way all the way to here. It didn't look like a simple village. There weren't even any roads leading to the outside world. Kudo Shinichi walked all the way to this place, leaving marks along the way. It was all mountainous, and there wasn't even a human-made path in the woods. Master Inari brought back two children. Someone passed by, and Kudo Shinichi lay down under the tree and buried himself in the leaves. I heard that one of them was the little devil with golden eyes that we had targeted before, but that idiot Yuhai was not only killed himself, but also attracted the police to us. It was a good thing for him to die. I don't know when I can go back. I'm really tired of the depressed life here. Soon, the new goods will arrive, and the higher-ups will definitely be satisfied. The two people's voices became farther and farther away. Kudo Shinichi got up from the ground and sat down, shaking off the leaves on his body. Are they targeting Kurusu? If we are talking about the previous case where the victim was a human trafficker, Kudo Shinichi heard about the police's follow-up investigation from Kudo Yusaku. Although no trace of Inadome Daiji was found, the police did find some information about Kajo's base in Sawai Michiyasa's room. Based on this information, most members of the Kajo group in Japan were also arrested, although this was partly because Kajo's scale in Japan was not large. The remaining members of the Kajo group, led by Inari Daishur, fled everywhere. Is this their last stronghold? Should I wait for Officer Matsuda to come, or go find Kurusu first? But Kurusu seems to be their intended target. Will anything happen? And there is Xiaolan. TSK. Kudo Shinichi clenched his fists, left another message for Matsuda Jinpei on the ground, then crouched down and slipped into the village. There is a faint sound. Is it a mouse? Kurusu didn't open his eyes. His head was still dizzy, and all he saw was a window hanging on the wall close to the ceiling, with moonlight shining through. The stone floor was very dirty, and Kurumi sat up and got his hands covered in dust. There was a dim light hanging in the room, and when I looked closely, I saw that there were only children. In this small room, there were more than a dozen children, huddled together pitifully. Most of them looked to be only in their early teens. There was one older girl, who was about 14 or 15 years old. There is no doubt that even though all the children's faces were covered with dust, you can tell that they are very good-looking. The 14 or 15-year-old girl saw that Kurusu had not woken up, so she came forward to help him up, touched his head, and held him in her arms to comfort him. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. My whole body was shaking violently. Kurusu didn't blink, but hugged the girl with his backhand and patted her back gently. The girl's body stiffened visibly. Don't be afraid. My brother is a policeman. He will come to save us. The girl, who later called herself Makiyu Emi, grabbed onto Kurusumi's clothes and looked at the boy's pure ancient golden eyes with disbelief. She was the first one to be kidnapped. The children who came later were all younger than her. They cried non-stop because of fear, and then some of them were beaten by the traffickers. There was no way out. Mucho Huime was worried and scared, so she comforted the children and at least hoped they would not be beaten by those people. But this was the first time someone comforted her. Makiyu Imami hugged Kurusu and buried her head in his shoulder. I spend every day counting the rays of light coming through the small window, calculating the time I have been locked up here. Before I knew it, half a month has passed. Although every day I act like an older sister and say words of encouragement to others. But as expected, she also wanted to rely on someone a little. Just a little while, just a little while. What? The girl who fainted on the ground in front woke up, rubbing her eyes and looking very confused. Xiaolan. Kurusu had always thought that the child lying there was the child who had been abducted before. Why did they bring Ran along as well? Kurusu was shocked. Are these guys just going to kidnap a good-looking kid without caring about anything? Where is this? Kurusu and I. The sudden change to an unfamiliar environment made Ran Muri uneasy. She looked around in panic, and then she saw Kurusu with her head sticking out of her arms in the arms of Emi Maki. She stood up and walked towards Kurasumi with tears in her eyes. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. We can go home if we wait a little longer. Kurasumi comforted her. Sister? Makiyu Emi wiped her eyes. Yeah. For a moment, I didn't know whether to say that it was good to have someone to accompany me at a time like this, or whether to say that it was unfortunate that the brother and sister were kidnapped. Xiaowei. Tag. Where did you go? Outside. Look outside quickly. What outside? Kurusu looked up at the small window that was their only way to see the outside. It was an entrance that even a child couldn't get out of. Fortunately, the room was not too high, and there were some wooden boards that the children used as beds. After handing Maoli Ran to Makiyo Emi, Kurusumi dragged a few boards, built a platform, stood on it to cushion his feet, and then jumped. The temporary platform under his feet fell apart, but he successfully grabbed the window frame. I straightened my body and stuck my head out to see a sneaky little figure preparing to slip away from underneath. Kudo Shinichi? What happened on this day? Kurusu was confused. How could this kid be so brave that he would come out alone in the middle of the night to track down a criminal? He was quite good at hiding. If it weren't for the silver light of the label, he wouldn't have noticed him. Shinichi-kun. A faint voice came. Kudo Shinichi raised his head suddenly, almost twisting his neck, and saw Kurusu with his head sticking out from above. He was so scared that he hiccuped in the middle of the night. Are you alone? Kurusu asked. Brother Jinping couldn't let a child explore the way. Yes. Kudo Shinichi tilted his head and asked anxiously, Where is Xiaolan? She's fine. Kurusu tilted his head downward, indicating that Maori Ran was with him. Don't worry for now, you go first. It's too dangerous here. There are people guarding the front of the house, and no one can get out of this window. Kudo Shinichi had no choice. Although he was anxious, he could only leave first. It was good to know that Kurusu was in that room, so that when the police came, they could directly search the house. Wait a minute. Just as he was about to reach out, he suddenly remembered something and took out Kurusu's necklace from his pocket. This is yours, right? The moment Kurusu saw the necklace, a flash of light flashed through his mind. The necklace is the medium through which you connect to me? Could this be the golden finger passed down from the Kurusu family? Correct answer. It can be connected within 100 meters. Remember to carry it with you in the future. Tags. Resentment originally thought that Kurusu was just going out to play and nothing serious would happen, so he went offline for a while to take care of other things. But he didn't expect that while he was distracted, the baby was almost dead. You didn't tell me. This is not his fault. Shinichi-kun, throw the necklace up, Kurusu said, moving his head back to avoid being hit by Kudo Shinichi. If I could tell you, why didn't I tell you earlier? After catching the necklace, Kurusu didn't see the light of a flashlight slowly approaching in the distance, so he asked Kudo Shinichi to leave quickly and wait for Matsuda Jinpei to bring people. Kudo Shinichi left quickly, and for a moment I was puzzled. Why did he insist on going to look for someone alone? Shinichi is really reckless. He rushed forward alone in his yukata, without even figuring out what was going on. Kurusu didn't come down from the window and kept shaking his head. He heard from Emi Makiyu that the patrols against human traffickers here were very strict, and he didn't know how he managed to get in. Guilty. Oh? Kurusu's heart skipped a beat. Is it Shinichi? Hearing Kurusu talking above, Mao Lilan asked anxiously. Don't worry, I'll let him go back first. Nothing will happen. Kurusu patted Xiaolan's head to reassure the girl. You didn't use some strange thing, such as possession, to control Shinichi. Then he would hit someone. How could he do something that sounded very immoral? How is this possible? The label defended itself. Actually, it's just like talking to him normally, but no one can see the label except you. So he probably thinks it's his subconscious. And he can do this because Kudo Shinichi is special. If you ask other people to try, there will be absolutely no movement. Well, although there are also results that he can guide. Kurusu, staring with suspicion. In short, even if I deliberately brought him here to give him the necklace, I still protected him well. Ah, the purpose is stated very directly. How did you protect me? Kurusu recalled the scene where she fell from the 6th floor and was fine. So I was the same then? Kurusumi held the silver chain with a pendant on her finger up to her eyes and observed it. What was so special about this thing? There is a gem in the lid of the pendant. Have you heard of Pandora? A gem that can make people immortal. Is Pandora inside? No. Angry. Around the Middle Ages, the ancestor of the Kurusu family married a witch. Although she was a witch, she actually did not know how to use magic. Her only source of power was this gem, a gem that could absorb the remaining energy after a person's death. Kurusu's hand holding the necklace trembled, and it sounded very evil. Don't be afraid, it's not a troublesome thing. That kind of energy will exist even when a person dies naturally. Even if the gemstone does not absorb it, it will still exist in the air and slowly dissipate. The gem can convert this energy into various other substances, such as the connection between you and me. Last time, it protected you from harm, and this time it allowed Kudo Shinichi to sneak in and hide his figure. Oh, so that's how it is. Kurusu said. Wait. Shinichi came in with the necklace, but now the necklace is in his hand. How can Kudo Shinichi get out? He won't be caught. Kurusu stood up suddenly, a little flustered. Sit back. Do you think I'm so unreliable? The energy left in my body is enough for Kudo Shinichi to leave this village. Facing the confused looks of the children around him, Kurusu did not sit back in his original seat, feeling a little embarrassed. Actually, it seems like it's better to say that they are the descendants of the Kurusu family than the bloodline of Miss Witch. Even the golden eyes that became the symbol of the Kurusu family were inherited from the Witch Lady. You guys? I thought you were the soul of the Kurusu ancestor living in the necklace. Kurusu held his chin and looked like he was distracted. I am still alive. Then the soul is a fool. From the time the gemstone existed, it is also your ancestor? Is the fool a spirit born from the gemstone? But he does look stupid. It can be said that it was a spirit that was born after it came into your hands. It has only been born for 1 or 2 years. How could it not be stupid? If you compare it to something, it's probably a program that's a bit intelligent. Me? Is there anything special about me? Can't tell again? Kurusu thought that because he revealed the specialness of the necklace, he could get this information from the label today. What he couldn't guess, the label couldn't speak. He must know 1 point first before he can know more points. Yes, that's right. I can't tell the truth about some things directly. Well, shall we? Since there is nothing else to do now, how about guessing who I am? Jinpei Matsuda had just taken the takeout from the boss when he heard the gunshot, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. A shooting incident had just occurred at the Hot Spring Hotel, which made him think more. Carrying the takeaway, I ran all the way back to the small courtyard. It was dead silent. Something had happened. He did not shout for help. If the intruder was still here, holding Kurusu and the others with a gun, if he spoke now, it would alert the other party. If the person had a low psychological tolerance, it might cause trouble for them. If the prisoner has already left, it is useless for him to shout. As Matsuda Jinpei was thinking, his whole body tensed up, he clenched his fists and was ready to attack at any time. He started from the room near the door and searched each room one by one. The light was still on in Kurumi's room, but everything was where it should be, except for the pillow. Matsuda Jinpei knew that Kurusu had always had the habit of hiding his necklace under his pillow. It should be that Kurusu went back to the room to look for the necklace after he went out, and then heard some noise, felt something was wrong, and ran out to check without even turning off the lights in the room. Which way? The lobby? Matsuda Jinpei reasoned, and then found Natalie, who was still unconscious, in the front hall, leaning against the chair leg in a very strange posture, as if someone had supported her to make her feel more comfortable, but did not support her completely, so she could only hold back this awkward posture. Ms. Natalie. Matsuda Jinpei called out twice, but Natalie did not respond at all. On the back of her neck, there was a mark of a knife-like blow. Helplessly, he carried the person to the chair and put him down. I took out my phone and called Idahang. Then I glanced at the ground and saw what was on it. Stones? When I walked over, the phone was connected. Matsuda? The voice on Ida Ko's end was a little noisy, and the sound of the police car could be heard. Sorry, squad leader. Matsuda Jinpei told Ida Ko what happened. Natalie was unconscious, and the 3 children were missing. As he was talking, Matsuda Jinpei suddenly stopped talking. What's wrong? Date-ko was already on his way back anxiously with Yukiko. After hearing about the situation on Matsuda Jinpei's side, Hajiwara Kinji was also very worried, but there was a shooting case in the Hot Spring Hotel, and Matsuda Jinpei also heard gunshots in the small courtyard. So many things happened in a short period of time. There must be some connection between the two. Kinji Hajiwara had to stay in the Hot Spring Hotel to follow up on the murder case. Ran and Kurusu were taken away by the kidnappers. I'm going to chase them. They're going in this direction, arrow. I'll leave a mark for you on the way. Kudo Shinichi. Looking at the words carved in stone on the wooden floor, veins popped up on Matsuda Jinpei's forehead. This kid. He went alone to do such a dangerous thing. Shinichi? Yukiko was not calm. She knew that her son was sometimes fearless, but also quite reliable. Why did he act impulsively this time? Squad leader, how long will it take for you to arrive? Matsuda Jinpei thought that from the time the gunshots rang out to the time he rushed back, the kidnappers and Kudo Shinichi should not have gone far. He should be able to catch up if he chased them now. Soon. Okay, I'll go find them first and contact you by phone. Without waiting for Date-ko to say anything, Matsuda Jinpei hung up the phone and glanced at Natalie, who was still unconscious on the chair. There shouldn't be any problem here. The squad leader will be back soon. We have to find Kudo Shinichi quickly to prevent another one from dying before the other 2 are rescued. Jinpei Matsuda took off his yukata and followed the arrow mark left by Kudo Shinichi. Then I realized it was outrageous. It's not just because the mountain road is difficult to walk on, but also because the road cannot be seen clearly at night. The kidnapper may be very familiar with the road here, and it is not affected even at night, but what about that kid Kudo Shinichi? He had been walking for quite some time and hadn't seen a single ghost. If he hadn't found the marks left by Kudo Shinichi along the way, Matsuda Jinpei would have suspected that the kid had gotten lost or fallen into a pit somewhere. How did Mr. Kudo and Ms. Yukiko raise their children? Are the tracking abilities of today's children better than those of a policeman like him? After finding the mark at the root of a tree again, Jinpei Matsuda wiped the sweat from his head. The location where Kudo Shinichi left the mark was too wild. If he hadn't had sharp eyes, he might have gotten lost in the mountains late at night. Finally, there is light ahead. Village? In a place like this, I felt like I had reached deep into the mountains as I walked along, and I never expected to see a village. Jinpei Matsuda hid behind a big tree. Suddenly, there was a sound of a very violent struggle, the sobbing of a person with his mouth covered, and a man cursing. The bushes behind him were pushed aside, making a rustling sound. Matsuda Jinpei turned slightly to look. Kudo Shinichi. A kid actually came around here. We are really lucky. We got a good product without any effort. A man walked out carrying the struggling Kudo Shinichi. Following behind him was a woman, staring at the man with an unhappy look on her face. Really, I was the one who discovered it first, but you got it in the end. This kid is quite strong. Although he said this, the man still controlled Kudo Shinichi with one hand. You will hurt the kid, and the bosses will be angry if the goods are injured. Got it. Quickly knock the kid out and take him to the warehouse. The woman was impatient, urging the man, and walked towards the village alone. Matsuda Jin calmed down and held his breath. Now was not the time to avoid hitting a woman as she passed by the big tree he was leaning against. A knife slashed the woman's neck. He was taking something out of his pocket. The man was shocked. How could such a big man suddenly appear? Officer Matsuda. Kudo Shinichi was overjoyed and stopped struggling. Police? The man just reacted when something flashed before his eyes. A huge fist came towards the face. I can't dodge in time, it hurts. The man fell backwards, and his two front teeth fell out. It was so powerful. Kudo Shinichi, who had fallen away from the man's hands, sat on the ground in a daze, watching Matsuda Jinpei punch the man twice more, then scrape off the man's shirt and tear it into two pieces. The woman and the man's hands were tied behind their backs and then handcuffed together. Relax, Officer Matsuda. Kudo Shinichi got up from the ground, and when he saw Matsuda Jinpei finished his work, he approached cautiously. He felt that Officer Matsuda's aura was very scary now. Bang! He was punched on the head. It hurts. It hurts. Kudo Shinichi hugged his head. You little rascal. You actually ran out alone. It's very dangerous, you know? You've been caught. Matsuda Jinpei yelled at Kudo Shinichi, a reckless kid who made people worry and anxious. Shinichi Kudo still doesn't understand why he ran out in a fit of anger. It would have been better for him to follow Officer Matsuda. Maybe he could have rescued the person when he found Kurusu just now. Tags. No guilt at all, and pretending to be innocent. I'm sorry. Kudo Shinichi apologized aggrievedly, but I found Kurusu and Xiaolan. Are they okay? Matsuda Jinpei asked. Kudo Shinichi complained. Kurisu is totally fine. He looks much better than me. I didn't see Xiaolan, but Kurusu said he was with her. Suddenly, Jinpei Matsuda paused and took out his cell phone, which had been set to vibrate mode, from his pocket. Kudo Shinichi stopped talking. Squad leader. It was a call from Daiko. Matsuda Jinpei saw Kudo Shinichi looking at him expectantly and squatted down to let him listen with him. Matsuda, how are you doing over there? The background of Daiko's voice on the other end of the phone was very noisy to me. We found Kudo Shinichi. I heard him say he saw Kurusu and Xiaolan, but he couldn't bring them out. Matsuda Jinpei frowned. What's wrong with the sound over there? Squad leader? Sorry. The sound of footsteps was heard, and Daiko seemed to have walked to a remote place. Although there were still faint sounds, it was much better than before. It was the police and public security in Oita Prefecture. Daiko explained, it seems to be related to the Kajou Group. Reino Hiroshi is a member of the Kajou Group. The public security has been tracking him for a long time, but I didn't expect him to be killed in Beppu. In addition, according to the public security, the last time you and Hajiwara encountered a murder case, the one who pretended to be Sawai Michiyasa's brother, Inadome Daiji, was the second in command of the Kajou Group in Japan. Inadome Daiji? Kudo Shinichi grabbed Matsuda Jinpei's hand. It was he who took away Kurusu and Xiaolan. I just heard the patrol here say so. Matsuda Jinpei frowned and said, so that's how it is. It seems that Oita County is the headquarters of the Takusha Group. I'm afraid that Inaruma Daiji discovered Kurusu at the night market, so he followed us. At this time, although everyone knew that it had little to do with them, the appearance of Inari Daisi and Kajou Group was completely beyond everyone's expectations. The other party might have waited for him to leave before kidnapping the children. But Miss Yukiko entrusted the two children to him. Kurusu's trust, the squad leader, Miss Natalie. Officer Matsuda? Kudo Shinichi looked at Matsuda Jinpei, whose breath suddenly became low. It's okay. Now is not the time to blame himself. Matsuda Jinpei said to Daiko on the other end of the phone, when will the public security police come? They are ready to go into the mountains. Daiko looked at the public security police who had packed their equipment and at a police officer with half-long hair who was mixed in with them. Reno Hiroshi estimates that it is an internal struggle within the Kajou Group. Hajiwara has returned and will go into the mountains with the public security. Okay. Matsuda Jinpei agreed. Officer Matsuda, come here quickly. After hanging up the phone, Matsuda Jinpei found that Kudo Shinichi had run to the edge of the hillside at some point. Matsuda Jinpei walked over and saw a string of lights in the village. He quickly squatted down and pressed down Kudo Shinichi's head. Where are they going? That's the house where I saw Kurusu before. Kudo Shinichi watched the crowd marching towards the small house. What are they going to do? Guess who you are? Kurusu didn't see Mao Lilan leaning on Makichio Imi's arms and fell asleep again, because even though he had just woken up, the amount of drugs left in his body was too much for a child to resist. Why am I fine? Although he always said that he was a mature adult, he had not really forgotten what he should have done. Because the gemstones help you remove the drugs from your body. Be careful, there's not much energy left. It's probably enough to help you block 1 or 2 bullets, or heal 1 or 2 wounds. Once it's used up, I can't continue to connect with you. Also, have you thought about it? Xiaowei, can you guess who I am? There are only a few candidates coming and going. Wakata-sensei? Mother? Or father? Don't you want to guess someone else? Do I know anyone else? Mr. Wakata, to be honest, we've only known each other for 2 weeks, and I suspected that he was my father in disguise to scare me. Kurusu held his chin up. His eyes suddenly drooped slightly, with some indescribable sadness. As for my mother, she must be dead. Because of the painting, Kurusu held the necklace. From the first moment I saw this, I knew it. Even if others could only see the tenderness of the mother in the painting, only I knew that the person who painted it was so sad that it was suffocating. He was mourning. He was mourning the death of the one he loved. It's really scary, the Kurusu family. This kind of empathy is so frightening. Your mother is like this, and you are the same. Is that so? Did you draw this? I don't have a talent for painting. It's your uncle. I have an uncle? This is the first time I've heard of it. So, the person on the other end of the phone who I've been contacting via email is not this so-called uncle. As for the character of the label, in short, it's hard to describe, and it doesn't seem like the person on the other end of the email. Kurusu was very angry. What was wrong with these people? Are they so good at lying to children? Didn't you say you are a mature adult? Choking, embarrassed, Kurusu was angry. You are the only one who can babble, right? You have a really bad temper, father. Wow, your attitude towards your own father is also very bad, Kurusu. Oh, I haven't forgotten your cold attitude towards me. I will remember it for the rest of my life. Kurusu shouted. Didn't I tell you that he was your uncle? That guy was like that. When your mother was alive, he was always irritating her. Mom, can I know how she died? I thought you wouldn't ask this question. If it were a normal situation, she probably wouldn't ask. Kurusu hugged her knees and buried her face between them, because she had the company of her brothers Jinpei and Kenji by her side. So she was not alone and didn't have any random thoughts. When I was alone before, he, the father, didn't appear at all. Because I am a little concerned about the memories of the past. You didn't ask me how I lost my memory. Can you tell me? No. Look. Regarding Junko, the only thing I can tell Xiaowei right now is that Junko died of illness. Died of illness? Who are you trying to fool? That's all you need to know for now. On the surface, Junko died 5 years ago, but in fact it was 7 years ago. Oh? I don't really understand. It seems like the situation is very complicated. If someone you don't know asks, just remember it's the former. Why can't I say anything? Kurusu felt helpless. Feel sorry. Suddenly, even the words became sad. The worst of gods has covered my eyes, making me unable to see the future clearly. Shackles my legs, restraining my freedom. My hands are chained so that I cannot write. My mouth is blocked by my throat, and nothing can be revealed from my mouth. Xiaowei, you are favored, no matter who it is. Kurusu blinked at these words that made no sense. This did not solve his doubts at all, but made him even more confused. Anyway, it was just one sentence that was revealed, but it couldn't be said anyway. I thought I was just an ordinary genius. Kurusu sighed, but he didn't expect that he seemed to be in a deep mystery of his life. As far as your talent is concerned, you can never be called ordinary. You are my son. He was extremely proud. Are you trying to say that my genius is inherited from you? Of course. How? Narcissistic. No wonder Jinpei always says he's narcissistic and that it's because of Yenji. Now it seems the root cause is here. But that's great. Kurusu thought, although it was unexpected and magical, it was great to know that his father was by his side. By the way, I still don't know your real name. The name the police found must be a fake. Kurusu, It's really sad that you still don't know your father's name. City and sound recording this is not important, and you should not mention this name to others. Kurusu sighed. You are so troublesome. Will you always be by my side? No, I have my own things to do. That's too much. You're the only one who can connect to me. The initiative is on your side. If you don't want to, neither I nor I can connect. Come to think of it, is it because Xiao Wei was quite lonely before? Since living with Matsuda, Jinpei, and the others, the chances of the idiot appearing have been less, but Xiao Wei didn't realize it. In the past, even the smallest things would have labels. Seeing the truth, but not saying it out loud. Don't be awkward. In fact, the most profound question is, why can you use the gemstone to live in the house? You are marrying into the family. Xiao Wei is obviously an illegitimate child. Kurusu was shocked. What the Hades? Junko and I haven't obtained a marriage certificate. Kurusu's identity is fake, isn't it? This news came very suddenly. And don't change the subject, please answer my question directly. Of course it's because I'm special. Isn't this just making conversation? It must be special, otherwise how can it be used? Kurusu suddenly thought of someone. Kudo Shinichi? Wait a moment. Someone is coming after Chung Haluyan said this. He retracted the silvery white light. Kurusu Miya thought that he should be alert, but there was no one else who could see you except him, right? Why were you so cautious? And escape again. While complaining in their hearts, when they heard the sound of the door being unlocked, the children in the room huddled together in panic and moved towards Mucho Huime. Kurusumi did not stand by and watch. Instead, she walked over to Makiyu Emi and together with her, she held the younger children in her arms and comforted them in a low voice. Mao Lilan was pushed awake and still stayed beside Makiyuki Emi. The door of the room was opened and a group of people walked in. The one leading them, Kurumi, looked very familiar. Inner room Daiji, a fugitive suspect belonging to the Kajo group, the guy who tied him, and Xiaolan here. I feel like punching someone. Behind him were 5 or 6 tall men, who turned off their flashlights as they came in. Inari Daiji sensed that Kaisu was not looking at him, and gave the child a sinister smile, then said to the men who came with him, "Take them all with you." What should I do? The child next to me grabbed Kurusu's clothes, holding them tightly. Worry, fear, panic. All the uneasy emotions filled this small room. A man took out a rope and tied all the children's hands together, then tied them up one by one like some cargo. "Behave yourself, or I'll kill you," the man threatened. The children trembled. Kurusu did not resist and allowed the group of people to tie him up. Chung-hee left a message. "Don't worry, the gem will break the rope when it's dangerous." He was not particularly worried because Kurusu firmly believed that Jinpei Matsuda and Kenji Hajiwara would definitely rescue him and Xiaolan. Inner room Daiji walked over to Kurusu and pinched the child's face. "You are in my hands now. What can those 2 policemen do? None of the goods we like can escape." "That hurts." Kurumi glared at him. Chung and Ruin were extremely angry, roaring in front of Kurusu, as if they wanted to jump out and fight with Inner room Daiji. Inaruma shook off Kurusu's face and left the room first. "You seem to have hated those guys from the beginning." Kurusu looked at Inaruma's back and thought of the case of Sawai Michiho, the label that hurt his eyes. Human traffickers and the like should all die. As a father, he should not bring up topics like death in front of his children, but Chung Ha-rian obviously has no such concerns when facing Kurusu, and he very seriously wants Kurusu to agree with his idea. Kurusu lowered his eyes and looked a little gloomy. "Mother." Then he followed the movements of the man who had tied him up and caught up with the children in front who were tied up with ropes and being dragged away. As Kurusu and others were led out of the house, one person was left to watch them, and the rest of the men went to the surrounding houses separately. Then some more children were brought out. There were so many. Kurumi's pupils contracted slightly. With just a quick glance, she estimated that there were hundreds of children without counting them. So many children were missing. But wasn't there any warning at all? For the first time, Kurusu began to doubt the efficiency of the police. Now where are these guys going to take them? The Kajo Group is an organization that has survived in Southeast Asia for a long time. If the base in Japan is destroyed by the authorities, their only choice is to return to Southeast Asia. Is this criminal organization so powerful that they could bring so many people from Japan back to their home base in Southeast Asia? They are coming out, Officer Matsuda. The sharp-eyed Kudo Shinichi saw Kurusu and Mao Lilan being brought out at a glance. He was so excited that he wanted to shout, but he immediately thought of their current situation. So he covered his mouth and the last few words were almost mosquito-like. Ah, I saw it. Matsuda Jinpei pinched the tree next to him with one hand, and the bark squeaked. So many children. Where should they be taken? Shinichi-kun, can you stay here? Matsuda Jinpei stood up. He was ready to follow these people. Even if it was impossible, he had to find some clues for the police who were coming behind. The people from the Kaijo group are now taking these children with them, probably trying to find an opportunity to leave Japan. Once you let them go, it's really hard to get them back. I have to follow him. But Kudo Shinichi hesitated, but when he met Matsuda Jinpei's serious gaze, he knew that this was the police officer. I understand. Officer Matsuda, I will wait here for the other officers to come. Jinpei Matsuda touched Kudo Shinichi's head, then followed the mountain and secretly entered the village. Be careful, Officer Matsuda. Kudo Shinichi looked at the receding figure and lay silently in the valley. Matsuda. Furikaya Rei looked at the figure of Matsuda Jinpei and the people from the Kesha group below and silently pulled his hood up. Heiyao, Inner Room Daiji is ready to evacuate with his men, and the topographic map has been sent to Rum's mailbox. Oh, then Amuro-kun's mission has been completed, and he is ready to evacuate. Can I ask what the relationship is between the Kaijo group and the organization? Amuro-kun, you haven't joined the organization yet, but now you want to explore the secrets of the organization? I'm just a little curious. Actually, it's okay to tell you. After all, the Japanese Kaijo group will not exist for long. In the final analysis, they are just supplying human bodies for the organization's experiments. If such a thing has ulterior motives, there are many substitutes. What does the organization plan to do? The drawings of Kaijo when building the base camp were provided by the organization, but we didn't know where they built their nest before. But now that we know the place, it will be easy. Just let the peripheral members go in and install explosives at key nodes before they evacuate. Bang! Heiyao's voice was full of amusement, as if in his opinion, killing a group of people with explosives was nothing. The hand that wasn't holding the phone was clenched so hard that it made a loud noise. They were indeed a bunch of lunatics. Although countless crazy images flashed through his mind, Furuya Rei still asked in a calm tone, "What about those children? Amuro-kun, are you so kind-hearted?" "No." Furuya Rei laughed. "I was just thinking. Aren't they precious experimental subjects of the organization?" "Of course not." Heiyao said, "They have kidnapped so many children. It's serious enough to have attracted the attention of the police. Our organization is low-key and will not do such a thing." "Okay, Amuro-kun, leave quickly." "Oh, if you want to stay there to watch the fireworks, I won't force you." After saying that, Heiyao hung up the phone. Boom. Fury Ray looked at the village below where there were many lights and people moving around. But Matsuda was there, and if he knew the news, there would be no problem. He had just returned from America after burying a secret code for police contact under a tree. It was already very risky to notify the police before, and now he couldn't contact them by phone. Then it's up to you. Matsuda Jinpei, who was sneaking behind the crowd, was hiding behind a house. All the members of the Kaijo group in the village gathered in front of him, including the kidnapped children. A base built underground or in a mountain. These criminal organizations are really outrageous. The hidden door was opened, revealing the silvery interior. Since those crows didn't keep their word, they shouldn't blame us for breaking our promise. Inari Daiji put one hand in his pocket, groping for a USB flash drive the size of a knuckle. As long as he has this, he will have a chance to get ahead. The secret of the crows will eventually be in the hands of the Kaijo group, and they can use it as a threat. Is there something? Kurusu stared at the obscure movements of Inari Daiji's hands. Chunghi left a voice. It seems so, if you can get it? Let's think about how to escape first. Reliable adults, don't you even look at their current situation. Now, not only do they have to save him in Xiaolan, but there are also such a large group of hundreds of children. Can Brother Jinping and the others really do it? That person over there can't be Brother Jinping. About 10 minutes ago, There was a silver-white label dangling next to a house behind me. Because it's a bit far away and the label is small, I can't see clearly what is written on it. Someone's sneaking around at this time. Originally, there should have been only one Kudo Shinichi, but after leaving Chungha Ruon's indirect instigation, he probably wouldn't have the courage to come alone. Considering the situation that Jinpei Matsuda will come over, there is no doubt about it. Can't you make the label bigger, like before, so it's facing me? Kurusu Mayashige and Ruin complained. It wasn't me. At this distance, I don't have the ability to explore the surrounding situation. Is it an idiot? Kurusu showed an expression as if he had heard of this for the first time. I always thought that idiots would be quiet when you were around. Are you going to keep calling it idiot? Isn't this the name you gave it? Kurusu recalled the conversation they had before, and then confirmed, it is the name you gave it. Chungha Luin. Okay. It's his fault. TSK. A magic gym in Kurusu's family is called a fool. Let's go in. Kurusu didn't see the man in front of him pushing the children into the gate. I guess they built a helicopter pad inside. What do you think? Perhaps. Otherwise, why would they arrest these kids and lock them up in there? Are they going to destroy them all? How is Brother Jinping going to get in? Kurusu lowered his head, but his eyes were obscurely looking at the label behind him that was ready to move. Oh no. It should be Jinpei Matsuda. Add a barrier to him. Is this distance okay? Since idiot can mark that place, he can definitely add a barrier. Oh, okay, let's add it. Just do it yourself. Huh. Kurusu was surprised. He didn't know that he could do it himself. He didn't know that before. He was not told how to do it. Xiaowei, you just lost your memory, but you didn't become an idiot, right? Pay attention. This kind of thing is also written in the novels you usually read. It's almost the same. Chung and Luin thought, wasn't it like this before? Before they had time to teach him, Xiaowei had already learned how to use the gemstones as soon as he got them. Become stupid? What a pity for his genes. Kurusu didn't try it. When I saw it, it was like thermal imaging. I could see the light red shadows of everyone around me, and dead objects were made up of white lines. Anyway, behind the house, Jinpei Matsuda was bending over and looking in their direction. The dome of the necklace hanging on his chest was a blue semicircular gem with several gray lines running inside. Just think about it in your mind, and then a line will flow to Jinpei Matsuda's body, forming a circle of transparent protective film. Wow, this is so magical. Chung-hee left a message. The transparent color is for concealment, the blue one is for protection, and if you want to heal the wound, the white light is easy to remember. Yes. Then he walked into the door. The children went in first, followed by the people from the Kajo group. After everyone had gone in, the door slowly closed. Matsuda Jinpei gritted his teeth and slipped in. The village, which was brightly lit before, suddenly became dead silent. What should I do? Kudo Arata felt nervous as he looked at the village that suddenly became dark. He was a little panicked and had no idea what he should do next. Why haven't the police come yet? Over here. Suddenly, some subtle voices were heard. Ah, this is the one who stayed behind. You must be kidding. Do you have bombs? Suddenly panicking, mixed with a somewhat familiar voice, Kudo Shinichi slowly got up and walked towards the place where the voice came from. Who is it? Be alert. The child's face appeared in front of the police officers. Shinichi-kun, are you okay? Hajiwara Kinji, who was among them, recognized Kudo Shinichi, squeezed out, and held Kudo Shinichi's shoulders worriedly. It's okay. Kudo Shinichi shook his head, and then told Hajiwara Kinji everything that had happened before. Hajiwara Kinji patted the boy's head. Very good, Shinichi-kun. Let the police take care of it from now on. Just as he finished speaking, there was a sudden loud noise and a fiery red light suddenly appeared in the village. Explosion? As a member of the explosion team, Hajiwara Kinji was the first to react to the noise. Little Junping, little Kurusu. Kinji Hajiwara felt his heart beating so fast in his chest that it was about to jump out of his chest due to worry and fear. It doesn't matter, Kinji Hajiwara said to himself. The explosion seemed to be only in the village, and according to Shinichi, Ko Kurusu had already entered the headquarters of the Kajo group, so he must be fine. Xiao Jinping is so powerful, there will definitely be no problem. Wait a moment, Xiao Zhengping. The smell of gunpowder. Kurusu paused and was pushed by the man who was escorting the children beside him. Chungha left a voice. Huh? Kurasumi smelled gunpowder and estimated that the amount was enough to blow up the entire mountain. It's inside this base. Kurasumi was confused. This shouldn't be the case. No matter how you look at it, Inari Daiji doesn't seem to want these kids to die. Why would he plant explosives in his own base? Isn't he afraid that he might accidentally blow up all his people? Chungha Luin. It is another force. Do you know what force it is? Perhaps because Kurusu did not recognize Chungha Luin's identity, he always felt that the function of the gym was more advanced. Now he can sense the other party's emotions from the label text sent by Chungha Luin. Cheng He left a voice message. I know, but you don't need to know. Don't ask. Don't get involved. It's too dangerous for you. He knew that Kurusu didn't ask again in his heart, and even if he did, Chungha Luin didn't want to tell him and would not say anything. Somewhat unwilling. She often says that she is an adult, and Kurusu always thinks so in her heart. Although she often acts like a spoiled child in front of Hajiwara Kenji and Matsuda Jinpei. But I am very powerful. This cognition has always existed in Kurusu's heart, which existed before she lost her memory. It's just that the current Kurusu doesn't have the confidence to support this accumulation. What is missing is not only the memory, but also the accumulated experience. If I have not lost my memory, will you tell me? Chung He left a voice message. No, absolutely not. Kurusu. This was not the answer he had imagined. So angry, Kurusu suddenly stretched out his bound hands and hammered the wall beside him. What are you doing, kid? The man escorting the children walked towards Kurusu angrily. Boom. What was that sound? Kurusu raised his hands in confusion and looked at them again and again. Was he hammering? Chung He left a voice message. Are you kidding me? Then there was another sound, louder. The surrounding walls began to shake, and it seemed that even the mountain on which the base was built was trembling. Explosion. At this time, Kurusu supported a child who was unsteady on his feet and leaned his back against the wall. It didn't happen inside, but in the village outside. Kurusu suddenly felt relieved that he had survived a disaster. Fortunately, Brother Jinping came in, otherwise, it would be extremely dangerous. Hey, what's going on? The man looked at his companion nervously. Wow, Kurusu sighed in his heart. What a dangerous force. It really can explode at any time. Give this kid to me. Inaruma Daiji, who had left earlier, came from somewhere, with a gloomy face, grabbed Kurusu by the back of the collar and beat him away. The guard was a little panicked. Master Inari, the explosion was? Don't worry about it. Just keep these little devils. Someone will take you away later. Inari Daiji kept walking, holding the gun against the struggling Kurusu. Don't move, little devil. Kurusu stopped moving and quietly asked Chungha Luin, can it block bullets? Chung He left a voice message. How many bullets do you think are in this gun? Can you run away if you block it? No, Kurusu was carried with a stern face. Where should we take him? To Inari Daiji Temple. The answer is a helipad. They really built a helipad inside. Kurusu, who was just joking before, had never thought of this fact. He's going to escape? Chung He left a voice message. Why not run away? Waiting to be blown up or caught by the police? It's not outside. Ah, that's right. The people in this criminal group only care about themselves. What does it have to do with others? But what about those children? Kurusu thought. Shouldn't the children they were going to kidnap with so much effort, even when they were surrounded by the police, be very important? Why not take them away? Inara Daiji threw Raizumi to the ground, lit a cigarette for himself, and put the gun back on his waist. He had not expected the crows to find this place, and he had not expected to install explosives. Now, in order to save his life, he had to give up this important cargo. However, Inarum Daiji looked at Kurusu. With such a beautiful child, the higher-ups would not blame him. Fortunately, he felt embarrassed for failing at the time. So he went to tie the child back after seeing the little kid. So lucky. They never expected that the base was exposed because an undercover police officer saw someone taking care of a baby at the same time and was curious, so he went forward to take a look. As luck would have it, He ran into the kidnapping scene and recognized Inarum Dicey, the target of the organization, at a glance. At this time, a bottle of black medicine wine among the crows that Inarum Dicey frequently mentioned stood on a tall tree. Looking at the dust raised by the explosion, picked up the walkie-talkie and said calmly, "Why did the explosive bomb explode prematurely?" "Don't worry, hey Yao." The woman's voice full of salty fish smell sounded. "Anyway, the explosive bomb in the Kajou base is safe, isn't it? No matter what, with the Kajou group taking the blame, those incompetent policemen will not suspect the organization. I'm asking you, why did the explosive bomb explode prematurely?" Hey Yao pinched the controller in his hand, his voice grim. The woman was a little embarrassed. There were some fried dumplings left, and a peripheral member took them and dropped them. Gamma. Very good. A peripheral member who made all parties nervous was killed in the explosion, but it was undoubtedly a highlight of his life. Idiot. Hey Yao commented. The code members have been evacuated, and the people of the Kajou group are inside. Hey Yao, are you not going to blow it up? The woman asked. When to detonate? You don't need to order me, Gangxiangjiu. Get out of here. Yes, Lord Heiyao. As the members of the organization evacuated, Heiyao stared at the direction of the Kajou group's headquarters without blinking and murmured with a smile on his face. Come out quickly, Kurusu. He felt very bad. Matsuda thought, look what he found? A pile of explosives, so many that they could blow them all up into the sky. Originally, Jinpei Matsuda followed a group of people very cautiously, but he found that this group of people seemed to be unable to see him very well. As long as he did not appear directly in front of them, it didn't matter if he made some small noise. Although he didn't understand what was going on, this allowed Jinpei Matsuda to relax a little and search for useful information. Then, relying on his intuition as a police officer in the Explosive Ordnance Disposal Unit, he found a bomb next to a heavy wall. Probably to clean up the traces, Matsuda Jinpei used some small tools he had found to dismantle the bomb. Then I changed the room and looked subconsciously, and there was another one. Very good. When the number of discoveries increased, Jinpei Matsuda realized that something was wrong. These things looked like they were going to kill everyone in the base. Is this the rival of Kajou who came from somewhere? Kajou was too careless. He even raided the lair of a large criminal group. As I was thinking this, there was suddenly a dull sound, followed by the sound of chaotic footsteps all around. Matsuda Jinpei paused. Did a bomb explode? No, it sounded like an explosion outside the base. Well, let's not worry about it for now. The police will not use bombs when there are hostages. It may be the force that installed the bomb inside the base that is threatening Kajou. Let the Kajou group worry about it first. He has to deal with this group, and this is what will kill them. Although the structure is simple, there are too many of them, and there is no timer. Everything is controlled by remote control, which means that at any time, these things will all explode. Maybe this second, maybe the next second. All he can do is dismantle as many as possible. If one person is missing, the probability of survival increases by 1 point. Here, Matsuda Jinpei easily dismantled bombs one after another. Outside, when the aftermath of the explosion dissipated, the public security officers began to pry open the door with great effort. I can't get through to Xiao Jinpei's phone. He must have gone inside. This kind of building usually has signal jammers installed. Hajiwara Kinji thought that they had searched the area affected by the explosion and found no human tissue fragments. Xiao Jinpei must be inside at this time. Kinji Hajiwara, with a sad face, squatted beside Kudo Shinichi and watched the police pry open the door. Good food. Are they really public security police? At the same time, the same thought flashed through their minds. It's open. Finally. Hajiwara Kinji stood up and took Kudo Shinichi aside. Kudo Shinichi looked at the police officer innocently. We agreed before that you stay here obediently. Originally, someone was supposed to take Kudo Shinichi to a safe place, but the child insisted on staying. Although he felt very sorry for Miss Yukiko, he was in no mood to deal with the child and could only let Kudo Shinichi stay. As for the fact that the other party was dejected after being scolded by Miss Yukiko on the phone, it was none of his business. Kinji Hajiwara is a beautiful and kind person. Thumbs up. The gate of the base has been opened. A human voice mixed with the increasingly panicked footsteps. Jinpei Matsuda wiped the sweat from his forehead. Are Hagi and the others finally here? Here. How did the police find this place? Their efficiency is quite fast this time. Jinpei Matsuda commented as he listened to the noise outside. Then, while there was no one in the corridor, he quickly moved and sneaked into the next room to check. This room. Are we so lucky? Monitoring room. Jinpei Matsuda looked at the empty row of computers glowing blue in front of him. What kind of luck did I have? I just walked into a room and ended up in such an important place. No one. Matsuda Jinpei looked around. It was really empty. It would be unreasonable not to send several people to guard a place like this. Did he run away because the police came in? With this quality, you are still a criminal? Jinpei Matsuda thought while checking the surveillance footage. The public security police had already come in from the gate, and Matsuda Jinpei also saw a guy with semi-long hair. The subordinate continued to switch the surveillance video without stopping. Child. Matsuda Jinpei muttered. This way. Under surveillance, more than 100 children were huddled in a room, guarded by only 2 men. The 2 guards seemed particularly cowardly. One of them was holding an iron rod in his hand, and he trembled all over when he heard any noise outside the door. The child in the room couldn't help sobbing, so the 2 men pounded the ground with sticks and cursed. Scumbag! Jinpei Matsuda frowned slightly and looked at the children one by one. Very good. Xiaolin was held in the arms of a girl, Kurusu. Why is Kurusu missing? I watched it again and again, and it really wasn't there. Jinpei Matsuda's heart sank. The person who kidnapped Kurusu was Daiji Inadome. This guy is currently the head of the Kesha group in Japan. Even if the kidnapping failed once, he would kidnap Kurusu again later. This shows that Kurusu has some special role to Daiji Inadome. Was taken away. Thinking of this, he quickly scanned the surveillance camera. Where was Inariu Daiji Temple? Unlike the children who gathered in groups, the corridors in the base were filled with panicked members of the Kajo group. It was very difficult to find someone you were not familiar with among so many people. What's more, would Inarum Daisy, who was able to escape from public security roundups many times, expose himself to surveillance? Changing his thinking, Matsuda Jinpei said to himself, "Don't panic. If Inarum Daiji wants to escape now, what should I do? It's a helicopter." I picked up the architectural diagram of the base that I found earlier. The location of the helipad was not marked on it, but if the general framework was correct, then it should be built in this place. Jinpei Matsuda drew a circle somewhere on the architecture diagram with a pin. The monitoring room is here. Write down the approximate route. Then the surveillance footage was transferred back to the police. They had already arrested quite a few people and had moved their location forward a lot. Close to the computer screen, Jinpei Matsuda took a closer look at the internal phone hanging on the wall in the surveillance video. Then call up the communication information stored on the computer. In the surveillance video, the police were startled by the sound of a phone ringing suddenly nearby. The leader winked at his subordinates and then stepped forward to answer the phone. Before he could say anything, Matsuda Jinpei on the other side started talking about the bomb in the base, how to get to the children from here, the location of the monitoring room, and the location of the helipad. Jinpei-chan. Kenji Hajiwara could hear his little boy's loud voice even through the microphone, so he moved closer to the phone. The leading public security officer handed the phone to Kenji Hajiwara, who heard a sentence from the other end. Kurisu was taken away by Inarum Daiji. I'm going to look for him. Then Matsuda Jinpei decisively hung up the phone. Is it the police officer you mentioned before? The public security officer asked. It's him. Hajiwara Kenji nodded. Confirm the information is correct. Prepare to rescue the hostages. The leading public security officer began to give orders in an orderly manner. Kenji Hajiwara pursed his lips and applied to go to the helipad. The police, who knew he was looking for someone, did not refuse. The helicopter pad inside the base. It wasn't time yet, and Inaruma Daisy anxiously put out his cigarette on the wall, taking out his cell phone again and again to check the time and information. Chungha Luin. Matsuda Jinpei is coming. Without being reminded by the other party, Kurusu Miya saw the label moving towards her quickly. This time, the idiot was very considerate and zoomed in right in front of Kurusu. Still quite vindictive. But unfortunately, As Matsuda Jinping approached, the buzzing sound of helicopter wings was heard overhead. Jinpei Matsuda looked at the helicopter slowly descending from the sky and Kurusu, who was tied up and thrown on the ground, and secretly calculated the time. Wait, did Kurusu look in this direction? Inara Daiji next to him was grinning at the helicopter, and Kurusu winked at Matsuda Jinpei frantically. When he comes to grab me and put me on the helicopter, you get on. I really found him. Matsuda Jinpei understood Kurusu's intention and responded with a look. No problem? Completely K. Kurusu has not confirmed. Well, at this time we can only trust Kurusu Mira. If Inner Room Daiji runs away with the others, then we will really never find the child again. When the helicopter landed, Inner Room Daiji went forward to pick up Kurasumi. Brother Jinping said that with his current strength, only hitting the most painful part of the person would be effective. Very good, now is the time. Kurusu's eyes lit up, and the rope tied to his hands suddenly fell off. He put his hands on the ground, holding two people, one adult and one minor, one standing and the other half sitting on the ground. A counterattack that was beyond Inadome Daiji's expectations, coupled with the help of Idiot. Kurusu smoothly kicked with all his strength along the route marked on the label and landed under Inarome Daiji. But Inner Room Daiji was also a ruthless man. Even though he was hit in a vital part and his face was horrified with pain, he still pulled out the gun from his waist. However, before he could take aim at Kurusu, who was crawling away, he felt a sharp pain in his wrist. How did that bunch of trash get here? Looking at Jinpei Matsuda, who suddenly appeared, Inner Room Daiji could only curse his subordinates in his heart. Matsuda Jinpei, who had been covered with a barrier by Kurusu and had not yet disappeared, kicked the gun out of Inner Room Daiji's hand. He was frightened by Kurusu's action before. Well done, Kurusu. You have remembered very well what I taught you before. As Matsuda Jinpei thought about it, his men kept moving, and his fists attacked Inarome Daiji with a fierce wind. Inner Room Daiji was quite skilled, but he had been kicked by Kurusumi and kicked in the wrist by Matsuda Jinpei. So both places were in great pain, especially from a certain black-hearted kid who really kicked him to death. Soon he was beaten to the wall by Jinpei Matsuda. Here, Matsuda Jinpei had just tied up Inner Room Daiji with the rope that had fallen from Kurasumi's hand when he saw Kurasumi reaching for the gun on the ground and pointing it fiercely at the helicopter pilot. The pilot, who was just an employee of a helicopter rental company and knew nothing, raised his hands. Well, didn't he look a little innocent? Jinpei Matsuda slapped Kurusu on the back of the head and took the gun from his hand. What was this kid thinking? Could he use a gun? Retreat. He grabbed Kurusu with one hand and the back of Inarome Daiji's collar with the other and dragged him along the ground. The pilot, watching from the side, also bid farewell to the helicopter in tears. Can't he just fly the helicopter out? It's company property. In response to this, Jinpei Matsuda said that anyone who is suspicious should be tied up, unless they have any extra items on them. When a few people walked outside, they ran into members of the Kajo group, all of whom were good-for-nothings. When they saw their boss being arrested, they ran away. It seems that apart from Inari Daiji, there is no member worth looking at in this place. Inari Daiji was speechless. If the police hadn't arrested so many members of the Kajo group, would he have used these guys who were temporarily recruited? There is Haishiro. Kurusu smelled the scent of gunpowder again, and at the same time as Matsuda Jinpei, he glanced at something black in a corner. The bomb didn't explode. They were really lucky. Gotta get out quickly. Then, as they were walking, a huge Kenji Hagiwara appeared and pounced towards them. Why haven't the bomb been detonated yet? Inari Daiji has been caught by the police. The cell phone in Heiyao's pocket suddenly vibrated. As soon as he answered the phone, Gang Xiangjia's angry voice rang out. This was the mission she was responsible for. Heiyao was just relying on her high status to interfere. If anything went wrong with the mission, it was still her fault. Black Medicine didn't care. He picked a leaf from the tree and crushed it in his hand. Of course I am following Rum's orders. Suddenly, he stood up straight and a mechanical voice came out of Heiyao's mouth. Heiyao, don't provoke the people from the Lychee family. Gang Xiangjiu on the other end of the phone was speechless. The people in the organization really made people helpless. What on earth was she doing here for? You know, She was a very lazy person. What should I do? Inari Daiji must not be given to the authorities. She, Gon Xiangjio, didn't want to die yet. Okay, stop shouting. Heiyao scratched his ears, watching the police and a group of children coming in and out of the base gate. But he never saw the person he wanted to see, and impatiently asked, "Do you have any peripheral members who can be sniped? This place is not far away, and the peripheral members can barely use it." The main reason is that, except for him and Gon Xiangju, all the code members have evacuated. Gon Xiangju was not very willing. Once people go to Heiyao, there is no hope of returning. Snipers in the organization are a very scarce resource. The one in her hand could be used to obtain a code name if she took it a step further. Send someone over. Heiyao hung up the phone without caring whether Gang Xiangjiu agreed or not. Gon Xiangjiu could only look at the good seedlings that he had finally found. His expression was so sad that he could not express it in words. He patted the shoulder of the man in the blue hoodie next to him and said, "Go, Midorikawa, I will miss you. Zhu Fu Jingguang, don't make it sound like he's going to die." The bad things that Crow was about to do were certainly not anticipated by the police who were still in danger. Inside the base, the two who ran into the public security and Hagiwara Kinji were scolded by the angry Hagi. "You two, you really make Hagi worried." Hagiwara Kinji complained bitterly about the two guys who ran around without regard for the danger. Do you know how he spent most of the night? He was so nervous and frightened, all because of the two people in front of him. Matsuda Jinpei's eyes drifted away. "I'm sorry." Kurusu still apologized very sincerely. "It's like this again and again." Kinji Hagiwara is resentful. Every time Kurusu apologizes, it seems that he is very sincere, but he forgets about it the next time and dares to do it again. He always thinks that he can get away with it by acting like a spoiled child. Do you think he will fall for it? Apologizing is one thing, but you have to remember this. Hagiwara Kinji grabbed Kurusu's face. "That's too much. You didn't take it to heart, you little brat. It's not sincere at all. It hurts so much. Save him." Kurusu looked at Matsuda Jinpei for help. Jinpei Matsuda remained silent. Jinpei Matsuda walked towards the public security officer nearby. Matsuda Jinpei said, "I'll give you the Inari Daiji temple. Come on, brother Jinping." Kurusu stretched out his hand helplessly and watched Matsuda Jinpei hand over Inaruma Daiji to the public security and then followed them away. "Don't leave him alone to face the angry Yin Air brother. Please share some of the pressure. Help. His face is about to be turned into dough." Chung-hee left a voice. "Poor thing. What a heartless dad. He just watches the show." He couldn't help. Chung-ha Luin felt very innocent. "It's too rough," Kurusu said vaguely with his cheek pinched. Hagiwara Kinji did not stop, dragging the child away while continuing to pinch the child's face, which felt so good to the touch. How could it be? Our little Kurusu is so great. How could it be wrong? Lasagna tears. Don't speak in such a sarcastic tone. It sounds scary coming from Yin Air's mouth. Kurusu held Hagiwara Kinji's hand to stop him and managed to speak clearly. "But I am the victim, and I can't beat the adults. I didn't want to be kidnapped." Fake crying, about to burst into tears. "Obviously, I was also scared to death, and I was expecting Yinji and Jinping to come and save me. Shouldn't Yinji be condemning Jinping? Bullying a child is nothing." Kurusu pouted. "The policeman next to you? Stop laughing. Do you think it's fun to teach a child a lesson? Second brother Yin is a coward. Instead of getting angry at brother Jinping, he uses him as a target. That's too much." It seems so. When facing Kurusu, his face was full of, "If you have the guts, go and cause trouble for Jinpei-san." Hagiwara Kinji touched the tip of his nose. Kurusu, who was kidnapped, should not be scolded no matter what. Kurusu covered his face. It was swollen, absolutely swollen. He glared angrily at Hagiwara Kinji's back. One day, sooner or later, he would pinch him back. He walked out of the base feeling wronged, but not daring to lose his temper. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief because he was out of danger, a weight like a small cannonball pressed down on him. "Kurisu, this is a pain that life cannot bear." Kurusu couldn't resist the urge to rub his back and turned around to look at Makiyu Emi, who was rushing towards him. The 14-year-old girl was lying on his back, crying her heart out. She had been kidnapped for more than a month and was frightened and pretending to be strong. Even though Kurumi had comforted her before and told her that she would definitely be rescued, she was still worried. Only now that she was rescued by the police did the girl finally relax and cry her heart out. Thank you. Thank you, Kurusu. Thank you so much. Warrior. Snot. Snot. Is it so easy for girls to vent their emotions? Kurusu was caught off guard by Emi Makaguchi lying on him and struggled in a panic. Brother Kinji, your child is calling you. Save him. Save him. Okay. Hajiwara Kinji received Kurusu's distress signal, twitched his mouth, and took Emi Makaguchi from Kurusu's back, holding back a smile. Young lady, can we go to the side to rest first? Makiyu Imami sobbed and looked at the police officer through tear-blurred eyes, nodded, and was then taken aside by a police officer who was ready to comfort the child. The village outside the base was checked by public security personnel and no other bombs were detected, so it was temporarily used as a place to store the kidnapped children. Here, the cries were almost deafening as the kidnapped children, knowing they were safe, let out their emotions wantonly. Kurusu watched as a group of police officers frantically took care of the child. They obviously had not anticipated the situation, and the shortage of manpower was very obvious. Are you okay? Kudo Shinichi was originally comforting Mao Lilan, and when he saw Kurusu did not come out, he came over to express his concern. Kurusu stared at Kudo Shinichi, making him feel creepy, and suddenly reached out and pinched Kudo Shinichi's face. Hiss. Kudo Shinichi gasped after being pinched hard. Kurusu looked at Kudo Shinichi's face, which suddenly swelled up. It feels good. Oh, it's out. In the distance, Heiyao, who was holding a nightlight telescope, aimed at the gate of the Kaijo group's headquarters. Looking at the adults and children gathered here and there, he spoke to the person next to him who was holding a sniper rifle. Can you see the target? An undercover police officer, now named Midorikawa Hikaru, formerly named Morobushi Kajimitsu, glanced at the photo that Heiyao handed him, raised his gun, and saw through the scope that Inadome Daiji, who was handcuffed and replaced with a rope by the police, and Matsuda Jinpei, who had just left and was on his way to Hajiwara Kinji. I see. Morobushi Kajimitsu said calmly. Please aim better, Midorikawa-kun. I won't let you shoot a second time. Heiyao made a gesture of invitation. If you hit a policeman, I will definitely throw you out to solve the problem. You don't need to tell me that he won't hit his colleague. Zhu Fujingwang rubbed the gun, held it steady, and put it against his shoulder. The figure swayed. One shot. Piu. Inari Daiji was struggling with the handcuffs, but in just a moment, his heart was pierced. Haha. This was the last sound of a dying man. The police officer standing guard next to Inari Daiji was splashed with blood. He was stunned for a moment and shouted, Sniper! Get down! Before Kurusu could react to what the public security officer was saying, she was held in the arms of Hajiwara Kinji, and Kudo Shinichi and Mori ran beside her were also pinned to the ground by him. Sniper? Where? Kudo Shinichi wanted to raise his head to observe, but Hajiwara Kinji beside him was so strong that he couldn't move. He lay there innocently like a turtle. Anyway, all we want is the life of Inadome Daiji and the destruction of the base in Kifune, right? Inadome Daiji is on his way now. Kuroya put down his hand holding the telescope with satisfaction, watching Zhufu Jingguang put away his gun, talking to himself, and suddenly glanced down. Amuro-kun? Didn't I tell you to evacuate? What? I kindly listened to your advice, Kuroya, and came to watch a fireworks show. Furuya Rei held the baseball cap under the hood with one hand, raised his head and smiled at Kuroya on the rock. It's just that I didn't expect to wait so long. Fireworks? Kuroya jumped off the rock and landed in front of Furuya Rei. I think I said that. By the way, how was the sniping just now? Zhu Fujingguang followed Heiyao down the rock, and the blue eyes and gray-purple eyes met each other again after a long absence. After he killed a man, Zhu Fujingguang subconsciously straightened the straps of the backpack that held the sniper rifle. I can't snipe, but it looks good. Fuya Ling pulled the corners of his mouth and smiled. Zhu Fujingguang hid his face under his hood, looking like a cold-blooded killer without any emotion. Thank you. Oh, Heiyao, who actually didn't care much about the interaction between the two, took out the controller and turned it in his hand. Then come and enjoy it. A grand fireworks dinner. I guarantee that this is much more dazzling than the fireworks at the night market tonight. It can also prevent the police from reacting and pursuing them, giving them a chance to slip away. Kill two birds with one stone. The red button was pressed. White light, along with fallen rocks and smoke from the mountain, bloomed in the deep night sky, and the huge roar seemed to deafen people's ears. Furia Ray watched calmly, his hands in his pockets, his thumbs pinching his knuckles. It doesn't matter. According to the arrangement, the bombs cannot affect the outside of the base. The police and children have all been evacuated. Matsuda and Hajiwara are also fine. What was blown up was a criminal group, S-base and members. Here killed just one vicious criminal. So, it's okay. Without blinking, Furuya Rei said to Kuroya, "It seems a little different than I imagined." "Really?" Kuroya shrugged indifferently. "Let's go. Let others do the follow-up confirmation of Einarome Daiji's death." "Okay." Furuya Rei responded, and followed Kuroya away with Morobushi Kagemitsu. The situation in the village was a bit chaotic. One person died, and although he was a criminal, he had already been arrested. Then there was a sudden explosion, and after it calmed down, everyone could see piles of rubble inside through the gate of the base. Thinking about how they were still hanging around in there not long ago, everyone broke out in a thin layer of sweat. Fortunately, there seemed to be no casualties. Well, probably not. The public security officer looked uncertainly at a colleague from the Metropolitan Police Department who was suddenly howling with half-long hair. "Kurusu-chan." "Brother Yin-air. It's so noisy. What happened?" Kurusu opened his eyes wide and stared at the sky. "Ah, there are stars tonight. Speaking of which, I didn't notice it when I watched the fireworks before. Was it because the fireworks were too bright and blocked it?" Chung-hee left a voice message. "Xiaowei, are you okay? Is your brain okay? This is too much." Chung and Luin were almost crying. How could a child who had already lost his memory and got hit on the head still be smart? His kid had a genius brain. "Hold it in, Chung-ha Luin. The child is miserable enough. You must not laugh out loud." Kurusu was not helped up by Hajiwara Kenichi and looked around blankly. Matsuda Jinpei looked worried, while Kudo Shinichi and Muriran were surrounding him and talking about something. "My forehead hurts." Kurusu reached out to touch it. "I'll wait." Matsuda Jinpei didn't have time to hold Kurusu's hand. Ouch. Kurusu's hand retracted in pain. Tears instantly filled his eyes. There was a bump on his forehead. Kurusu's expression of wanting to cry but not wanting to cry is really pretty. Matsuda Jinpei covered his mouth, holding it in. Pfft. Ha Kudo Shinichi hugged his stomach and laughed out loud. The normally arrogant Kurusu with a bump on his forehead was really funny. "Sorry." Matsuda Jinpei loosened his hand covering his mouth and covered his eyes instead, laughing silently with the corners of his mouth unable to fall down. Too much. Kurusu finally couldn't hold back the tears in her eyes and they overflowed. "Why?" "Well, look at them, Kenichi and I." Kurusu turned around and complained to Hajiwara Kenichi, who had been silent since supporting him. "Oh well, that's too much, Jinpei," condemned Kurusu. "You have to believe that Jinpei is not laughing at the bump on your head." "That's right, Shinichi, don't laugh. Kurusu and I is already in great pain from his injury." Maolilan stood beside Kurusu and stepped forward to cover Kudo Shinichi's mouth. "You are so unlucky, Kurusu." Obviously everyone was fine except Kakusu. The aftermath of the explosion had already stopped. Kakusu had just stood up when he was suddenly hit on the forehead by a stone that flew out from nowhere and fell down again. If he hadn't taken it, the problem wouldn't have been solved with just this one bag. The incident happened suddenly and no one reacted. Cheng-hee left a voice message. "Me neither. To be honest, it happened too fast." Since they were almost safe, Chung-ha-rian also relaxed. By the time he began to mobilize the energy of the gym, Kurusu had already been hit and fell down. The stone was not big, and it just made a bulge. It would have been fine if others had been hit, but Lychee was so fragile. It can be said that it is not very harmful but extremely insulting. When we get back, we will strengthen Xiao Wei's training on gym controllability. Fortunately, Xiaowei realized the specialness of the necklace. Otherwise, he would have to keep opening 2 accounts at the same time. I couldn't sleep all day and all night because I was worried about my baby. The old father beats his waist. That's it. Kurosumi succeeded in becoming the only injured member of his team in the operation to destroy the Kesha group in Japan. Afterwards, the police found dozens of body parts of the Kaijo group members in the ruins, although they had brought most of them out. To be honest, it's great that the police and the child are safe. The rest of Kurusu's hot spring experience was not as good as expected, and unfortunately, it was also wasted. Because the sudden explosion scared away most of the tourists, and there were concerns about other dangers, the police strongly requested the organizers to cancel the event. In fact, in reality, it has nothing to do with Kurusu whether the cancellation is made or not, because he was sent to the hospital as soon as possible, and then he will be hospitalized for observation for an indeterminate time. Kurusu, who is being held down by 2 police officers, will have to stay in the hospital until the bandage on his forehead is completely healed. At this time, Kurusu, who had been hospitalized for a day, welcomed his first wave of visitors. Little Kurusu, be more generous. In front of the bed, Natalie was peeling fruit for Kurusu. Seeing the child hiding in the quilt and wrapping himself up, she couldn't help laughing. Okay, Shinichi didn't mean it at that time. No, he was the one who laughed the loudest at that time. Kurusu said sullenly. Yukiko, who was standing next to Kudo Shinichi, quickly pushed her son. I'm sorry, Kurusu. I really shouldn't have laughed at that time. Kudo Shinichi stepped forward, with a heavy face, and reflected on himself deeply. Thinking of the scene at that time, he couldn't help but puff. Kudo Shinichi, I'm going to kill you. Kurusu Michi lifted the quilt and rushed towards Kudo Shinichi like a hungry tiger. Natalie was still laughing, but when she saw this, she hurriedly stopped him. Be careful with your head, wound. There was a lot of chaos. Kurusu sat back on the bed, and Kudo Shinichi combed his hair with a numb look on his face. So, Kurusu. Yukiko smiled brightly, not caring about her son who was beaten up. Today I came here because I want to show Kurusu something. As she spoke, Yukiko brought out a rectangular object the size of an adult woman's upper body from behind the door. What is it? Kurusu looked at it curiously. Before, when I first met Kurusu, I thought the name Kurusu sounded very familiar, but then Yusaku led me astray, and I only remembered this later. Yukiko lifted the cloth covering the rectangle. Kuro, take a look. It's a painting. The azure sky and a field of white dandelions flutter in the wind. The woman stood in the dandelion field, her white skirt fluttering. Who is this, Ms. Yukiko? Natalie recognized the woman in the painting at a glance. She was a little confused. What did it mean to show her portrait to others? Yukiko stared at Kurusu with expectation. How is it? Kudo Shinichi stared at his mother with his speechless half-moon eyes, wondering what on earth could he tell from such a painting. Back at home, the couple whispered to each other about the painting, looking mysterious. When he asked, they said something meaningful. If Xiaoxin wants to know, go with your mother to visit Xiaowei. His mother must have seen clearly that he didn't want to meet Kurusu. It's because I'm afraid that Kurosumi will suddenly attack and hurt someone. But Kudo Shinichi followed anyway. There was no other way. As a person who aspires to be a detective, he couldn't suppress his curiosity. He wanted to see what Kurusu could see from this painting. Stare. Kurusu was so irritated by Kudo Shinichi's attitude that she almost wanted to beat this guy up again. She clenched her hands around the quilt and silently prayed in her heart that he wouldn't be angry. Isn't it not nice to hit his son twice in front of Ms. Yukiko? And this painting. Kurusu moved his eyes to the painting. The painter's level is very high. Kurusu Weishin has no memory of having learned any knowledge related to painting, but even in normal times, when he sees some paintings, his evaluation of the paintings will emerge in his mind. Before he lost his memory, he must have learned painting. He either had good skills or was specially trained in appreciation. He must have worked very hard, otherwise he would not have been able to maintain his instincts even after losing his memory. Kurusu lowered his brows and observed carefully. Just looking at the painting, it is very warm. The dandelion field, the sweet-looking girl, is the most innocent and ordinary beauty. The painter is a gentle person who faces life positively, is cheerful and sunny, and has the best wishes for everything. An innocent and romantic girl. Woman. This phenomenon of being able to see through the painter last occurred when he was looking at a portrait of his mother, which came from the grief of his uncle. The people of the Kurusu family are worthy of being descendants of witches. They always have some strange and unconventional skills. Reaching out to hold the frame, Kurusu asked with a smile, "Is this a painting by my mother?" Kudo Shinichi was stunned. Kurusu's mother? He could tell from her just by looking at her? Oh, Kurusu must have seen similar paintings of his mother, right? This is the first time I've seen a painting of my mother. Kurusu stared at the portrait. Although it was Ms. Yukiko, Kurusu could see the gentle woman behind it. Thank you, Ms. Yukiko. First time seeing you? Kudo Shinichi was stunned. Yukiko had a look of astonishment on her face and smiled as she placed the painting on the table opposite the bed. Junko's paintings always give people a warm feeling. Whether it is emotion or technique, her paintings will surely shine brightly if they are put on the international stage. However, Junko seems to only regard painting as her hobby. She keeps most of the finished products for herself, and only a small number are given to friends. I have met your uncle, Xiaowei. Yuchuan told me that the people in your family seem to have an exceptional talent for painting. They can also feel the mood of the painter from each other's paintings. I thought it was incredible at the time, but there are so many magical things in this world, and Xiaowei's painting doesn't seem to be a big deal. Yukiko looked at Kurusu's face seriously. Whether it's Junko, Yukawa, or Komi, they are all very gentle and kind people. Kurusu didn't blink. Yukiko opposite her had a gentle expression. Kudo Shinichi looked incredulous, and Natalie touched his head. Gentle. Kind. His mother is right, but his uncle. Kurusu said that she had something to do, and threw him a label with the Kurusu family's magic gym control training flowchart, and then never contacted Chengha again. He asked Cheng and Ruin what kind of people Kurusu Junko and Kurusu Yukawa were. The mother is similar to what Ms. Yukiko described. It's my uncle. The label at that time was flickering, revealing a meaning that was hard to describe. Chengha Luin, Yuchuan, is a pervert. If you weren't his nephew, I would never let you have contact with Yuchuan. Also a reminder, if Yuchuan comes to see you one day, you must avoid Matsuda Jinpei and Hajiwara Kenichi. It's no big deal if they handcuff your uncle, but it will be troublesome if they start fighting. In short, the point is that Kurusu Yukawa, Kurusu Mi's uncle, the only blood relative he has left in the world, is not a good person. There is some gap between expectations and reality. Kurusu Miya felt a little lost for a while, but it didn't matter. He wanted blood relatives because it would give him a sense of real existence, but that was in the past. Chung-hee left a message telling him that lost memories cannot be recovered. Kurusu will probably never remember what happened in the previous 11 years in her entire life. No matter whether it was beautiful or painful, no matter how deep it was that left a mark on your body, new memories will override. Kurosu, it's your favorite seafood porridge. The door opened, and the first voice that came in was Kenichi Hajiwara's voice and a hand holding a takeaway box. Kenichi Hajiwara came in and looked at the group of people in the room. Oh, Miss Yukiko and Shinichi are here too. You're such a troublesome injured guy that we have to go all the way to buy porridge for you. Jinpei Matsuda followed Kenichi Hajiwara in. That's because there's a dating event going on next to this store. Kurusu glanced at Hajiwara Kenichi, who was smiling happily at him, and didn't understand what he meant at all. He just bought some porridge and ran back, covering his chest. Does your chest hurt? Hajiwara Kenichi brought over a small table and placed a lunchbox on it for Kurusu. Seeing his movements, he approached and asked with concern. Such a face is so concerned about you that it is impossible to say anything condemning. Kurusu shook his head firmly. No, I'm hungry. Covering your chest when you are hungry? Matsuda Jinpei frowned. Should we call a doctor? Is there really nothing wrong with his brain? Yukiko, who was thinking about something, made eye contact with Natalie, who was watching the fun. After confirming the information, both of them covered their mouths and laughed softly. Kudo Shinichi looked confused. What are you doing? Kenichi, I want to learn painting in the future. Kurusu bit the spoon and glanced at the portrait of Yukiko placed aside. Kenichi Hagiwara didn't care much. Go and learn if you like it. Do you want me to help you find a teacher? Yes, thank you for your help, Kurusu said, looking at the sky with floating clouds outside the window. He already has new memories and a family that he holds close to his heart. Perhaps he really could not have the deepest understanding of the loss of his mother, nor would he have much affection for the uncle who was only friendly to his family. However, I don't want the traces of the past to disappear with the passage of time. The weather is very good today. The light flavor of seafood porridge floats in the air. Kenichi Hagiwara next to me said something and was caught by Jinpei Matsuda, who held his hair and rubbed it. The warm taste of life. He really likes brothers Yini and Jinping the most. Thinking of this, Kurusu smiled. As for whether Yini can catch up with Jinping, take your time, take your time. Yini is not in a hurry, and he is not in a hurry either. Your little Kurusu gradually darkens. 3 years later. Kurisu, I'm talking to you, Kurusu. Kurusu came back to his senses with a bewildered look on his face, and the girl next to him glared at him in dissatisfaction. That's too much, Kurusu. I brought you out to socialize because Officer Hagiwara said you stayed at home all day long. Can you listen to me carefully? Makiaki Emi, who is now 17 years old and a freshman at Hato High School, crossed her arms and poked Kurusu's forehead with her index finger unhappily. After experiencing the large-scale kidnapping case of the Kesha group 3 years ago, Emi Makiyo was taken in by her mother who lived in Tokyo. Out of gratitude for Kurusu's help, she visited Kurusu under the guidance of her mother, and Emi Makiyo quickly became friends with Kurusu. Although she is unexpectedly mature in some things, she is actually still a little kid. After witnessing the scene where Kurasumi provoked 2 police officers and got beaten, Makiyuki Emi took on the extra responsibility of being a sister. Well, she's more like a playmate of similar age than a sister. Makiyu Emi thought, although Kurusu is very smart and pretty, he doesn't seem to have many friends. Including herself, there are only 4 of them. Kudo Shinichi and Mori Ran also became acquainted with each other during that incident, and later he was brought to talk to Suzuki Sonoko, who was somewhat obsessed with looks. However, those 3 were younger than Kurusu, and she herself was 2 years older than Kurusu. Didn't you sleep well last night? The train stopped at a station, and someone next to them got off. Makiyuki Emi pushed Kurusu to sit in the vacant seat. Kurusu rubbed his eyes, seemingly still not coming to his senses. Sorry, Makiyuki. Kurusu leaned his head on the handrail next to him, leaned towards Makiyuki Emi, and smiled apologetically. The tram passed through tall buildings and trees. The sunlight left spots on the windows and shone into Chi Wei-gu's golden eyes. In the 3 years since he grew from a little boy to a teenager, his peach blossom eyes, which were originally a little round and childish, have truly become like peach blossoms and with eyes as white as water. Especially when this guy is not doing anything bad. The shoe cabinet that is filled to the brim every day and requires Kudo Shinichi and others to help carry the mail is proof of this. However, it didn't work for Makiyu Emi. Makiyu Emi pulled Kurusumi up and asked him to sit down with a serious look on her face like an old mother. Last time, you were caught by Officer Matsuda for staying up late, and you were scolded for 3 days and were depressed. Remember this, Kurusumi. No matter how handsome a boy's face is, when you see his youthful appearance, you will lose interest in him. Perhaps all that remains is a strong sense of maternal love. Kurusu yawned and listened to Emimaki's chatter, but it went in one ear and out the other. Muchio will definitely be a very good mother in the future, Kurumi thought. And it's not that he doesn't want to have a good relationship with his classmates. Japan is a country where school bullying is quite serious. Kurusumi is certainly not the kind of person who allows others to bully her. Although at the beginning, Kurusu had a smooth start to his school life because of the intimidation of his 2 older police officers. But human hearts are things that grow over time. The girls wouldn't say anything. After all, at an age when most boys are naughty, Kurusu, who is handsome, gentle, smart, and good at studying, is still quite reliable, at least when he is not in front of his guardian. Such a boy would be regarded as a male god wherever he goes. She became even quieter in front of outsiders. She exhausted all her energy from training with Matsuda Jinpei every day and was too lazy to hang out with the boys. Gradually, some unpleasant words began to spread. At first, he only spoke behind Kurusu's back. Slowly, she danced in front of the main character. You are actually a girl, right? Why don't you wear a skirt to school? The golden eyes are so weird, so disgusting. Something like that. Kurusumi, who had just followed Kudo Shinichi to Professor Agasa's house the night before and received a strange recorder. Can you say it again? Silently turning on the recorder in his pocket, Kurusu asked in a friendly manner with a smile on his face. The following process is very easy. Kurusu went directly to the office to find the teacher and asked to call the other party's parents to the school. I will also ask my brother to go to school. It's better for both parents to discuss this matter. The teacher doesn't want to get involved in this situation. It's very troublesome. Kurusu was polite like an ordinary good student. Of course, he is indeed a good boy with excellent grades in the eyes of his teachers. But this expression now is a little creepy. Teacher Ueno thought so, but he would not refuse Kurusu's request. He was happy to see it happen and quickly contacted the parents of the boy named Imifune Ryukaku, who was brought to the office by Kurusu. Imifune Ryukaku was frightened by Kurusu's smiling words and completely different violent behavior. Thank you, I'm starting to regret it. Kurusu only called Matsuda Jinpei, but besides Hagiwara Kenichi, who he could think of, there was also a person named Daiko who unexpectedly came to the school. We are here to support you. As a police officer, Daiko said this in a very gangster-like manner. Kurusu said that he actually thought the effect would be very good if Jinpei came alone. However, the momentum of people is indeed strong enough. At least after seeing the three police officers, Jinchuan Longjiao's parents, who were originally aggressive, suddenly became a little wilted. Kurusu took out the recorder that she had kept in her pocket and played the words that Ryukaku Imifune had recorded before in front of his parents. What's the big deal? It's just a joke between children. Ryukaku Imifune's mother said so. Kurusu put away the recorder and said with a smile, Then I will beat up Imifune-san right now. It's just a child's play. As for how badly he gets hurt, I can't control it. The woman was choked by Kurusu's words and angrily asked the three people standing behind her if they didn't know how to discipline their children. The three police officers who just came to support the situation and were ready to leave everything to Kurusu after listening to Kurusu's plan didn't care at all. What are you teaching your children? They are good kids. Next to him, Jinchuan's father was wearing a pair of black framed glasses. He looked gentle and not as noisy as his wife. But it was obvious that he didn't take the little kid like Kurusu seriously and instead extended his hand to Matsuda Jinpei and the other two politely. If you have anything to say, just tell me directly. Kurusu stopped Imifune's father. Imifune's father chuckled. What can a child understand? Mr. Imifune works at Yushima Medical, right? Kurusu didn't care. He had been poking Chung and Luin like crazy before and annoyed them. It wasn't a big deal. He just wanted Chung and Luin to help collect information about Jinchuan's parents' interpersonal relationships and work situation. Chung Heluyan was still a little confused when he went to collect information for Lai Chiwei. After coming back, he did not rush to do his own things, but waited to see what happened on Chiwei's side. As a result, after listening to what Kurusu played with the recorder, he was so angry that the label kept flashing in front of Kurusu's eyes. Kurusu, my eyes are dazzled. Mr. Imifune, you are the only one working at home, right? Mrs. Imifune is a stay-at-home wife. If Mr. Imifune doesn't have a stable source of income, I'm sure his life will be very unhappy. Kurusu spoke in a soft and gentle tone. The three police officers standing behind him felt uncomfortable for a moment, as this was somewhat different from the usual Kurusu. Imifune's father frowned, not knowing what Kurusu was trying to say. I didn't mean anything else. Kurusu stared at Imifune Ryukaku. Ever since this guy's parents came, he had been hiding behind them, looking at Kurusu with only provocative eyes. It seems that the threats are not enough. All I need is for Mr. Imifune to apologize to me and promise that I won't hear any bad rumors about me in school in the future. Kurusu said calmly, if that doesn't work, Mr. Imifune, believe me, although the Kurusu family is not a famous family, we definitely have the strength to make Mr. Imifune's family suffer. Little Kurusu really looks like a villain BSS. Kenichi Hagiwara couldn't help but think so in his heart, as he looked at Kurusu from behind. Ida Hang coughed lightly, moved closer to the two of them, and asked in a low voice, "Will Kurusu really not become a bad-hearted capitalist in the future?" Matsuda Jinpei responded, "He just finds it troublesome and wants to solve all the problems at once." Well, I can understand that. Sometimes these things may not cause direct harm, but they are really annoying. I was just honestly carrying out what Chung and Ruin had taught me before. The Kurusu family has the power to let you be arrogant, and if you run into someone who bullies you by taking advantage of his power, just confront him directly. Kurusumi was very upset by what Imafune Ryukaka said. Although he had no intention of making friends with this group of little brats, nor did he intend to care whether they would bully others. If they were too arrogant, don't blame him for his bad methods. As for whether Jinpei Matsuda and Kenichi Hagiwara would care, believe him, the two of them must want to beat each other up now. Besides, Kurumi was just making verbal threats. The two people who knew Kurusu's true nature well said, "This guy will never do anything troublesome." Imafune's father stared at Kurusu, confused. "Oh, I see. You probably don't know much about the Kurusu family." Kurusu pretended to be enlightened and explained to Imafune very attentively, "If it's just in the field of medicine, the Kurusu family is the major shareholder of Harfi in the United States, Declia in the United Kingdom, and Manlis in Germany. And I," Kurusu pointed at himself, "I am the only young person in the Kurusu family." Imafune's father swallowed his saliva. The three companies that Kurusu had just cited were all considered the world's leading pharmaceutical companies. "What? I just want a small apology." Kurusu smiled and tilted his head. "Is it not okay?" Jinchuan's father was silent for a while. This child is a little scary and not something that ordinary people can raise. So he pulled out Imafune Ryokaku from behind and asked him to apologize to Kurusumi. Being deeply influenced by their parents, children usually follow whatever their parents do. Seeing their father give in, Imafune Ryukaku almost sweated from holding his clothes and bowed. Imafune Kuin is the boss of the boys in school, right? Kurusu, who accepted Imafune Ryukaku's apology, stepped forward and looked into his eyes sincerely. "Can you control them?" Imafune Ryokaku nodded in a panic. "Thank you very much, Imafune Kuin." After leaving the school, Date-ko couldn't stop sighing. Did you know that Kurusu had this side? This is totally different from the kid he usually sees, right? Kurusu is so smart. He learns things very quickly. Hagiwara Kenichi said, recalling, "Besides, Kurusu's father is teaching him something, right? I've seen Kurusu looking at a report before. Is the world of rich people so scary?" Date-ko felt a little creepy. How old is Kurusu? Has he really been taught since he was a baby? But he still has the mentality of a complete child. Matsuda Jinpei complained. He was too lazy to pretend in front of them. He would sit on the sofa every day, eat snacks and get scolded. He would forget about it after being scolded and would dare to do it again next time. Who is this guy who would be scolded next time? So, what on earth are they doing here today? The three police officers who had been in the background for half a day asked. If you think this way, then it's someone else who is distancing herself from Kurusu, thought Makiyu Emi. She had heard from Xiaolan before that a boy tried to invite Kurusu to his birthday party, but was scared away by this guy's smiling face. It was Kurusu who unilaterally isolated all the other students. Is it really okay not to make friends like this? Makiyu Emi rubbed Kurusu's hair. It felt really good. Kurusu looked at her in confusion. Aren't you four human beings? Mucho Huime rolled her eyes in annoyance. Kurusu feels that it is very fun to go out and play with Kudo Shinichi. Although the two of them quarrel almost all the time, most of the time it is Kurusu's sharp tongue learned from Matsuda Jinpei that makes Kudo Shinichi angry. However, this does not prevent Kurusu from appreciating Kudo Shinichi's smart brain, which is different from his peers. Of course, when going out with the Kudo family, there will always be incidents. This also made Kurusu realize what the god of death marked by Cheng and Luin when they first met meant. It is actually good to be able to recharge the gems with energy. He has so much energy that he can survive even if a machine gun is firing at him. It's a reassuring feeling. Ranmaoli is a kind girl, and it feels good even if we are occasionally taken hostage by criminals together. Although after Uncle Mori learned his lesson and sent Mori Ran to learn karate, Kurusu was evaluated by Matsuda Jinpei. She is so unskilled that it makes people sad. The girl has only learned 2 months, which is equivalent to your 2 years of learning. This kind of thing made Kurusu a little depressed. Suzuki Sonoko is a bit obsessed with looks, but no one can resist the joy of having someone to ship a couple with. Speaking of this, we have to mention the 2 guardians who made it impossible for Kurusu to struggle. I don't know if it was some evil thing that happened to the Kudo family. Jinpei Matsuda and Kenichi Hagiwara were already busy with work, and when they occasionally went out on vacation, they would either encounter bombs or robbers. Sometimes they would even run into the big and small Kudos, and then a murder case would occur. It was so much trouble that Kaisu almost made Hagiwara Kenichi go straight in. It's a done deal. Of course, this is just something I can only think about in my mind. You will get beaten, both of you. We have arrived at the station. Stop daydreaming. Kurusu was pulled by Makiyu Emi and followed the girl off the train. Emi, not far away, a group of people stopped together, and one of the girls raised her hand and waved to the 2. Makiyu Emi pulled Kurusu over. Oh, this is the child, right? Tsukishima Onna stared at Kurusu with shining eyes. I've heard that Kurusu from Titan is a god with golden eyes. He's super cute. Kurusu didn't turn his head away. He had heard of the nicknames given by the girls, but he didn't expect them to spread outside the school. Tsukishima Yona nudged her friend with her elbow. Really, you have such a handsome brother. Why don't you bring him out to show me earlier? If it wasn't for Nani, I wouldn't have known about him. Yana, don't be too much. And the gods and the like are too exaggerated. Makiyuki Imimi looked at the children who were about the same age as Kudo Shinichi and the others, and found a girl who looked very similar to Tsukishima Yona. Hello, Nani. Tsukishima Nani, who had twin ponytails, nodded and greeted Makiyo Emi happily, then looked at Kurusumi on the side. Long time no see, Kurusu brother. Long time no see. Kurusumi greeted the girl. About a month ago, when passing by Heigo Park, he found Nani Tsukishima being bullied by a group of slightly older boys and pinned to a tree, so he rescued the girl. Later, the girl invited Kurusu to her birthday party in order to thank him. Kurusu was ready to refuse, but he didn't expect that Makiyuki Emi and Tsukishima Nani's sister were classmates and friends, and then she said something in front of Hagiwara Kenichi, and he was kicked out of the house by his dear brother Kenichi. Why? Happy birthday, Tsukishima. Kurusu took out a wrapped gift from his pocket and handed it to Tsukishima Nani. It was not a valuable item, but Kurusu was also very thoughtful. He also asked Mao Lilan and Suzuki Sonoko to go to the street together to pick out small accessories that girls of their age like. Seeing this, Makiyu Imimi also took out her own gift from her bag. Happy birthday, Nani. Thank you, Kurusu-san. Thank you, Imimi. Tsukishima Nani smiled very happily and stepped forward to take the gift, but was accidentally bumped by a passerby and stumbled a little. Huh. Makiyu Imimi then noticed that there seemed to be a boy mixed in with Tsukishima Nani's group of female friends. Is he Nani's boyfriend? With a bit of a joking meaning. Tsukishima Nani didn't have time to explain. Kurusu, who was standing next to him, took his eyes off the label on the child opposite him. Muchio. This is a girl. Muchio Huime was stunned and clasped her hands together apologetically to the girl. Sorry. I didn't expect it to be a handsome girl. In the past 3 years, the tag rarely gave him other people's profile information, but it suddenly appeared on this girl's head, and Kurusu was almost unable to react. Is there anything special about this girl? Kurusu smiled and met the girl's green eyes as she looked up at him. My name is Masumi Sarah. The girl blinked her eyes, showing her cute little fangs, and smiled. It's really cute, Makiyo Emi thought to herself. She stood up and looked around, saw a convenience store, then raised her index finger and said to Sarah Masumi, How about this? To express my apology for the misunderstanding, how about I treat you to ice cream? Huh. It's okay, Sarah Masumi said, because people often mistake me for a boy. It's okay. Makiyo Emi waved her hands quickly, mainly wanting to feed them. Kurusumi can be said to have a deep understanding of Makiyu Emi's hobby. If you are not careful, there will be cakes, biscuits, and other fattening things around your mouth, and we often eat it subconsciously. It was even more excessive than when Sister Natalie brought him a big meal. Fortunately, Brother Jinping has increased the intensity of our regular training. Kurusu was thinking about it, and when he looked at Makiyu again, the girl had already run 800 meters away and happily took out her wallet to pack ice cream at the convenience store. Masumi, Sarah, and Kurusu looked at each other and slowly retracted their hands that they had stretched out but failed to stop people. Ha ha ha. Tsukishima Ono laughed while holding her stomach. Emi is still like this. Sister. Image. Tsukishima Nani helplessly tugged at her sister's clothes and covered her face awkwardly. Passers-by around looked over. Several of Nani Tsukishima's friends burst into laughter. All right. Tsukishima Yona stopped laughing, and when she saw Emi Makiyu coming back with a bag, she also stopped her sister's friends. Makiyo Emi shared the ice cream with everyone, and Kurusu Miya took one and took a bite. Where's Sarah? After spreading the ice cream around, Makiyo Emi took the remaining ones and looked blankly at the person she wanted to feed, but he disappeared. Kurusu glanced down and sure enough, Sarah Masumi, who had just been beside him, was nowhere to be seen. It's so magical. Kudo Shinichi was also so elusive at the crime scene. Is this some special body skill? When she found out her friend was missing, Tsukishima Nani was extremely anxious. Where did she go? Could Masumi have been kidnapped by some evil-minded uncle? Be quiet, Hui. Tsukishima Nani held down her anxious sister. Did Sarah-san bring her cell phone? Several girls shook their heads in unison. Let's split up and look for her. Muchio Huime stood on tiptoe, trying to find the figure of a 12-year-old junior high school girl in the busy station. Kurusu ate all the ice cream until only one stick was left and threw it into the trash can beside her, looking at Taijima, who was walking away. No need. I roughly saw where she is. I'll go bring her back. Wait a minute, Kurusu. I'll go with you. Makiyu Emimi wanted to catch up with Kurusu, but Kurusu disappeared into the crowd quickly and even took the time to wave to the girls, and her voice floated back from afar. Didn't you say before that the restaurant you wanted to eat at was very hard to book? You guys go first. I'll bring Sarah back in a while. Don't worry. That's fine. Makiyu Emi withdrew her hand. Kurusu. Most of the time he was still very reliable. It should be said that he is indeed reliable when he should be reliable, and this is probably the time when he should be reliable. Well, let Kurusu take Sarah back. Let's go to the restaurant first. Makiyu Emi raised her hand after preparing herself mentally, the main reason being that she might not be able to catch up with Kurusu now. Have a big heart. Nani Tsukishima thought of her reliable brother who had saved her from the tree before, and nodded in agreement with Emi Maki's point of view with great trust. Thinking of Kurusumi, who was almost deified by the girls in Titan Province, Tsukishima Onna was confused for a moment and headed out of the station with her best friend, sister, and her sister's classmates. No one thought of calling the police. Kurusu followed the direction the label was fluttering, and then watched the silver-white label get on the train and stop. Where is this going? The train made a beeping sound, indicating that it was about to start, and Kurusu hurried through the train door that was about to close. So crowded. Why is this train so crowded? Kurusu felt that she could stand steadily in the train without holding the handrail. She raised her eyes and looked in the direction of Sarah Masumi, who was about 4 or 5 carriages away from her. Forget it. He won't go and squeeze with the crowd. He will wait until Sarah Masumi gets off the train and then go find someone. And then, will he have to squeeze again when he goes back? After about 2 stops, Kurusu got off the train without seeing the tag swaying and followed. Looking at Masumi Sarah, who was wearing blue and white striped clothes and looking around, it seemed that he was following someone. Kurusumichi was a little curious for a moment. Yes, she was led by that guy Kudo Shinichi. Subconsciously, she followed Sarah Masumi quietly, intending to see who the girl was looking for. Hideo. Sarah Masumi stood there and looked around for a while. Then her eyes lit up, and she ran to a man wearing a black knitted hat and carrying a guitar bag, and stopped, and shouted to the man excitedly. Kurusu could clearly see the man's face change the moment he saw Sarah Masumi without a pillar between them. Rai. Is something wrong? A bearded man wearing a blue hoodie but carrying a base bag came from behind. When he saw the man he called Lei being stopped by Sarah Masumi, he stepped forward to ask. It seems not good. Kurusu's intuition sounded an alarm in his mind, and he subconsciously poked the idiot, who then slowly inserted the 2 tags into the backpacks on the backs of the 2 men. Includes a rifle. Although some shooting enthusiasts carry guns to participate in some shooting activities, there is something wrong with these two people in front of me. They look evasive and don't seem like good people. Seeing that the man named Lei was about to say something, Kurusu hurried out. Masumi. Kurusu walked to Masumi Sara with a worried look on his face and held the girl's shoulders with both hands. Masumi Sara was obviously startled by Kurusu's sudden affectionate address, but she still spoke obediently. Why would Kurusu brother? Everyone was worried about you, and you left so suddenly. Kurusu hugged Masumi Sara and said to the two men very apologetically, I'm sorry, did my sister cause you trouble? Morobushi Kimitsu smiled at Kurusu, who suddenly appeared. When he met Kurusu's golden eyes, he suddenly remembered what his childhood friend Tamarin said. Matsuda and Hagiwara seem to be taking care of a child. It's incredible, but the child has a pair of golden eyes, which are pretty. Kurusu, that must be him. Kurusu didn't notice that the man opposite him seemed to have become friendly all of a sudden, which was a bit strange, but her inner vigilance was at its highest level. She pretended to be a child and began to poke and leave a message frantically. No. Sara Masumi felt that she seemed to be misunderstood. So she looked at Akai Shuichi and tried to explain. I saw my brother, so I followed him. Kurusu secretly pinched Sara Masumi's shoulder. Good girl, stop talking. He noticed that the eyes of the man with long black hair next to him were almost exactly the same as Sara Masumi's. But the other party obviously didn't want to acknowledge you as his sister at the moment. If they were engaging in some dangerous criminal activity, then Masumi Sara's brother had either joined a criminal organization without telling his family, or was working undercover. No matter which possibility it is, now is not the time for Sara Masumi to recognize his relatives when facing members of another criminal organization. So, Kurusu pretended to be sad, with one hand still on Sara Masumi's shoulder and the other hand covering his mouth. He bowed deeply to Akai Shuichi and apologized. I'm sorry, sir. My sister didn't mean it, because this sir really looks very similar to his brother who passed away not long ago. Masumi probably couldn't accept his brother's death for a while, so he mistook you who looked like his brother for. Sorry, brother Sara, Kurumi apologized in his heart. The child's expression was so vivid, and his deep sorrow almost infected everyone at the scene. Even passers-by who accidentally heard the conversation felt like crying. Masumi Sara stared in amazement as Kurusu wiped away her tears, then looked at the man beside her who was indeed her elder brother. Did she really make a mistake? If Shuichi Akai hadn't known that Masumi Sara was his sister, and if he hadn't had a younger brother with ancient golden eyes and whose heart was still beating, he would have really suspected that these two children had a brother who had just passed away and looked similar to him. This child is really dramatic. The same thought occurred to the two adults at the same time. But considering that he was helping, let it go. Akai Shuichi pretended not to care and nodded. Scotland shouldn't be suspicious. This kid's acting was so serious and realistic. Is this girl Lei's sister? Zhu Fushi Jingwang glanced at Sara Masumi, who was a little overwhelmed beside Kurusu, not understanding how things turned out like this. Family members unknown to the organization? Could Lei be an undercover agent too? No. Zhu Fujingwang threw this thought out of his mind. After all, it was too exaggerated to have 3 undercover agents in an action team. They should just want to protect their families. Suddenly, the 4 of them were thinking about their own things, and the atmosphere became a little quiet. Are you still doubting Sara? Kurusu felt that Morobushi Keiko scanned Sara Masumi again and again. Is this criminal organization so difficult to deal with? In comparison, the Kajou group is much better. You said so, Inari Daiji. Scotland? Another voice sounded behind Morobushi Kagemitsu. Kurusu's heart skipped a beat, and he looked up. He was also wearing a hoodie with a baseball cap underneath. Although he was not carrying a backpack, he looked suspicious. Another accomplice? It was almost over. Kurusu increased the strength of poking Cheng and Luing. I said, Dad, please be more reliable. What are you doing? What's wrong? Furigaya Rei came over, and then saw Kurusu, who was previously blocked by Zhufu Jingwang, and his face twitched involuntarily. Why are the children from the Matsuda and Hagiwara families here? Did Lei discover something wrong? Furigaya Rei's eyes were like torches. shooting at Akai Shuichi, who was standing alone opposite. This kid seems to think that Laren is his brother. Morobushi Kagemitsu motioned Furigaya Rei to look at Sarah Masumi, who was being protected by Kurusu Miho. Very familiar green eyes and eyeliner. But this kid has already explained that their brother died not long ago. Although Morobushi Kagemitsu's tone was calm, Furuya Rei, who was familiar with his childhood, still heard a little smile from it. Their elder brother knew that Kurusu was an only child. Not to mention brothers and sisters, there were only 3 people left in their family, including Kurusu. Rei Furuya, I see, this is Lei's sister. Lei has a problem. That's really sad news. The 2 children have a very good relationship with their deceased brother, right? Rei Furuya touched Kurusu's ahoge. He wanted to touch it when he saw Matsuda touching it before. It felt good. Shuichi Akai, who was touched several times in one day. Yes, we have a very good relationship. Although she was frightened by the touch, Kurusu still forced a strong smile on her face. I'm sorry, gentlemen. I have something to do at home, so I will take my sister back first. Go ahead, good boy. Furuya Rei is amiable. Help. Help. Are all criminals so scary nowadays? Not only do they commit crimes, but they also deceive children's feelings. If he was really a child who was grieving over the loss of his brother, he would have a great liking for this man. It's so horrible. Kurusu pulled Sarah Masumi away from Furuya Rei. You're so kind-hearted? Bourbon. That's better than having an ordinary face, right, Lei? Furuya Rei ignored Akai Shuichi's ridicule, glanced at his childhood friend, and the 2 of them walked forward first. Feeling excluded, Shuichi Akai put out the cigarette he had just taken a few puffs of into the trash can, subconsciously glanced in the direction where Kurusu and Sarah Masumi left, tightened the strap of his guitar bag, and followed the 2 people in front. Feeling that the gaze had finally moved away from her, Kurusu slowly squatted down against a pillar. Sarah, what does your brother do? Kurusu asked Sarah Masumi, who was still a little confused. Oh, the FBI. Sarah Masumi answered honestly. He really is working undercover in a criminal organization. Kurusu didn't sigh. Chungha Luin. Is it over? You came just in time. Kurusu said in his heart. Wait, with this tone, this guy won't. You came earlier. The sound of grinding teeth. Chungha left a voice message. Don't be angry, huh? Are you going to call Officer Magyar? Yeah. If you encounter a criminal, shouldn't you report it to the police? Kurusu didn't respond as if it was a matter of course. Chungha Luin, ahem. Why don't you call Matsuda Jinpei or Hajiwara Kinji first? They are not responsible for catching criminals. Chungha left a message. Will they trust children more? Even if it's Inspector Magyar, he will believe me. Even though she thought so, Kurusu still obediently called Matsuda Jinpei. Kurusu? Brother Jinpei, let me tell you. Kurusu told Matsuda Jinpei everything that had happened before. What is included Scotland has a pair of blue eyes. Although he looks gentle and kind, he always feels that he is not a good person. The gentleness of such people must be pretended. He must be plotting something bad. The blonde and dark-skinned man has a bad heart. He smiles and has bad intentions. Is he trying to abduct a child? I know that this kind of criminal organization has the habit of catching children and training them from an early age. He must have taken a fancy to me. Shira's brother is an FBI agent, but he looks fierce. No wonder he can go undercover in a criminal organization. He feels very suitable. Whether it is aura or appearance, this organization probably recruits people based on appearance. The kid on this side talked a lot, while Jinpei Matsuda on the other end of the phone was trying not to laugh and thinking over and over again. The descriptions of 2 of them did sound familiar. Could they be the 2 guys he was familiar with who disappeared not long after graduation? One could be a coincidence, but 2? At the beginning, Jinpei Matsuda and Kinji Hajiwara also speculated about the whereabouts of the 2 people, and they all agreed that they should have joined the public security department and done undercover work. Did they go somewhere? Kurusu also said that besides these 2 people, another person is an FBI undercover? What kind of criminal organization did the suffering of the world do to those 2 guys who went undercover? How could it be good for 3 undercovers to get together? However, Jinpei Matsuda prayed sincerely for that FBI agent. Morobushi was a kind-looking guy with a dark heart. Although Furitani behaved honestly and naturally when he was in the police academy, that guy was their chief after all. Wasn't it normal for him to learn some new things while he was an undercover agent? And from what Kurusu had described, the blonde rascal had evolved. He was really good at tricking minors. If it is really as he guessed, the guy caught between the two Japanese public security officers, whether he is a member of the FBI or a criminal organization, probably won't have an easy time. Take care, and say goodbye with a smile. Brother Jinpei, did you hear what I said? Kurusu couldn't help but speak after waiting for a long time without waiting for Matsuda Jinpei's response. At the same time, he poked his head out from behind the pillar to look at the labels that were almost invisible. If the police come, I might be able to take them with me and arrest them and put them in handcuffs. Chang and Luin were watching the fun and kept encouraging, yes, there's no need to call the police. Just let Jinpei Matsuda and Kenji Hajiwara come and cuff those two guys. Kurosumi ignored him and just told him to do things without saying anything. Haha. On the other end of the phone, Matsuda Jinpei imagined Kurusu taking them to find Furuya Rei and Morobushi Kimitsu, and then handcuffing the two of them. He couldn't help laughing. Kurusu remained silent. Kurusu was furious, but he lowered his voice and said, Brother Jinping, are you kidding me? I'm telling you that I'm in danger, and you're still laughing? Was I picked up? Oh, sorry. Kurusu looked numb. It seemed like he was really picked up and raised by Matsuda Jinpei and the others. Masumi Sarah was listening on the side, and she could roughly infer what had happened before from Kurusu's words. For a moment, she didn't know whether she should be grateful to Kurusu for stopping her and not letting her elder brother reveal his identity because of her. Or should she be angry that Kurusu said he was dead in front of her brother? Or should she refute Kurusu's words that her brother was vicious? It's very conflicted. Let's just forget about the last one, Sarah Masumi thought. Her eldest brother seems to be very fierce. Jinpei Matsuda didn't say anything. Then there was a rustling sound. Jinpei Matsuda and Kenji Hajiwara were talking in a low voice. Kurusu didn't hear clearly what they were saying. I can roughly guess that it was Brother Jinping who was telling Brother Yenner what he had just said. Then, the phone clearly rang with the sound of Kenji Hajiwara laughing so hard that he couldn't stop. Are these two brothers still okay? Kurusu held the phone tightly, trying to control the urge to hang up. Is it so funny that he is in danger? Sorry. Kenji Hajiwara took the phone. According to Kurusu's understanding of the two, this one probably laughed enough and took over the job of communicating with him, and then the other one went to the side to laugh again. What's wrong with you guys? Ahem. Hajiwara Kenji's voice was still full of laughter. Okay, Kurusu. Let's leave this matter to the adults. Aren't you going to miss Tsukishima's birthday party today? Take Sarah-san back with you and have fun. Then, without waiting for Kurusu to say anything, he hung up the phone. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. Hearing the busy tone coming from the phone, Kurusu took down the phone and looked at it in front of his eyes. Usually, when he encountered something dangerous, wouldn't his brothers Yenji and Jinpei be extremely nervous? This time, not only did they not remind him to pay attention to his safety, but they were also so ruthless as to allow him to go back and attend the party. There is a problem. Then at this time Kurusu narrowed his eyes, and in the face of Sarah Masumi's frightened gaze, he showed a very villainous smile, then picked up the phone again to call another reliable police officer. Kurosu? It was very noisy on the other end of Dateko's phone, and he sounded very busy. Kurusu Mia was worried about affecting Dateko's work, so she didn't talk about other things and asked directly. Ida brother, do you know two men with this kind of appearance? One with blonde hair and dark skin, and the other with blue eyes and black hair? Oh, this kind of appearance? It sounds rare, but I haven't seen it. I have something else to do here, so I'll go first. The phone was hung up. Suspicious. These three people are really suspicious. Humph. Kurusu looked at his cell phone, stood up and pulled Sarah Masumi to catch the train. On the way, I sent an email to Emi Makiyu, saying that I had found Masumi Sarah and was on the way to the hotel. The tram is still crowded. Kurusu was trying to fool his three police officers and wondered how Kenji and Jinpei were able to contact Date in such a short time. Because he seldom contacted Ida Hang in the past, once he called to ask something, even if it was not an important matter, Lee Dahang would ask him what happened no matter how busy he was. This time, he hung up the phone so quickly, it would be strange if there was no problem. As for the identities of the two men, judging from the current situation, the three police officers all know the person, and judging from the vague appearance of Jinping and Yenner, who seem to be enjoying the show, the answer is self-evident. Good friends, or perhaps even better, bad friends. Kinji and Jinpei are childhood friends and have known each other since childhood, but Ida was a classmate and good friend of the two when they were in the police academy. So those two people should also be policemen, just like Sarah Masumi's brother, who are doing undercover work. If we infer a little, they are public security officers. Hiss. How outrageous, 3 undercover agents. But, after getting off the train, Kurusu said to Sarah Masumi beside her, "Today Sarah was just attracted by someone who looked like her brother, okay?" Masumi Sarah looked into Kurusu's eyes. Her shadow was reflected in the boy's eyes, which was very clean and pure. Then she nodded heavily. Next was Tsukishima Nani's birthday party. There were no Jinpei Matsuda and Kinji Hajiwara, who might run into robbers or bombs when they went out, nor were there the elder and younger Kudo, who always run into murder cases. Nani Tsukishima's birthday went very smoothly and perfectly, and it is worth celebrating. Thank you, Kurusu and I. Nani Tsukishima touched the hairpin on her head, which was a birthday gift from Kurusu. I like the hairpin very much. Really? That's great. Kurusu touched the girl's head, and her smile was very friendly. The few of them separated at the station, and Emi Makiyu still took the train home with Kurusu. Sitting on the train, Makiyo Emimi looked outside and saw Tsukishima Onna and Tsukishima Nani who were watching them get on the train and leave, and couldn't help but sigh. I'm completely fascinated by you. Nani? Kurisu was thinking about the girl who was the same age as Kudo Shinichi and the other two. Makichio Hui gave him a glare. What does Nani know? You are just a worshipper of your lifesaver. I'm talking about Yang Na. She knew how well Kurusu behaved in front of outsiders. He is gentle and kind, very considerate of others, and knows a lot. No matter what they are talking about, Kurusu can always connect with the conversation. He is occasionally a little sarcastic, but not too much, and his actions are gentlemanly and considerate. Because he is studying painting, he has a bit of the so-called artist temperament. In addition, he is more mature than his peers. When getting along with him, he doesn't seem younger than them. Instead, he feels older. And the most important thing is his face. He was definitely the kind of person that Tsukishima Yona would be fascinated by. Oh, Kurusu responded. He didn't notice it, but even if he did, so what? Anyway, they wouldn't have much contact in the future. Originally, Makiyo Emi and Tsukishima Onna were only friends in junior high school. They were not studying together in high school now, and they were not childhood friends. Will they meet again in the future? No. If he hadn't saved Tsukishima Nani before, the two of them might have had their last contact before graduation. Look, Emi Maki sighed. But in fact she is just such a little kid who is great at acting and very heartless. The train stopped, and the girl stood up and said, "Okay, sister, I'm at my stop. Kurusu, don't play around on the way home. Go home directly." Kurusu was silent for a while, trying to change her age in Makiyuki Emi's mind. I'm already 15 years old. What responded to him was the disappearance of Emi Maki's skirt after she got off the train and the gradual closing of the train door. After getting off the bus at the station, Kurusu passed by a nearby convenience store, went in and bought a bottle of Coke, opened it and drank it while preparing to take the shortcut home. Chung-ha left a voice. Change the route, walk outside today. Kurusu blinked. He usually walked this way, and he didn't come out to stop him. But Kurusu, who always listened to his elders, especially his father and brother, went back obediently from the long way around. Porsche 356A? Passing by the roadside, Kurusu saw a black car parked nearby. It was rare to see one. Of course, it is rare. If Kurusu wants one, Kurusu's family can get him one. Of course, he can only display it for viewing, and he doesn't have a driver's license yet. So Kurusu just looked at it curiously and prepared to leave. Suddenly, he stopped. Without hesitation, Kurusu turned his head and looked towards the path he often took to go home. He smelled a very faint smell of blood. Chung-hee left a voice message. Don't worry about it, go home. But if someone was injured, would he die if he left like that? Is it dangerous? Kurusu asked. Normally, if there was no big problem, Chungha would not stop him from saving people. Even if there was danger, Chungha would not stop him if the gemstone had sufficient energy. Touching the necklace on his chest, Kurumi wondered, why this time? Chungha, be obedient, Xiaowei. Let's go home. I want to go and take a look. Kurusu looked at the dark path, not just out of curiosity, but because his intuition told him that this thing Chungha didn't want him to touch might allow him to touch something that could help him solve some of the things that the adults had been hiding from him. The energy of the idiot is very abundant. It's okay. Kurusu said this to Chungha and then put on a layer of shielding and protection for himself. Chungha left a message. Touch it quietly. The further you go inside, the stronger the smell of blood becomes. It no longer smells like the amount of blood from an injured person. Even so, could a person bleed that much? Kurusu didn't think about it, and there was a slight smell of gunpowder. Was it a gun? Turning the corner, Kurumi looked to the other side cautiously. Through the legs of the two tall men, I could vaguely see people lying in a pool of blood. 1, 2. For people in total, 3 of them were already dead, and the remaining one was exhaling more than he was breathing in. Slowly moving his eyes upwards, Kurusu failed to see that the man with his back to him had long silver hair and was wearing a black hat. Even without seeing his face, he could still feel the murderous aura from the man. The other one was of burly build and was a bit shorter than the silver-haired man. At this time, Kurumi could understand why Chung and Ruin told him not to worry about it. The aura from these two guys is very dangerous. Even though Kurusu had encountered so many murders with the Kudo family, and had encountered criminals who used bombs without a reason together with his 2 brothers, and even people from the Kesha group, they were no match for them. He has to go. Trying his best to distract his gaze and not focus on the silver-haired man so as not to be discovered, Kurumi slowly squatted down and moved backwards step by step. He wanted to leave here first. 1 step, 2 steps, and after a while, he stood up and turned and ran. Kurusu was making plans in his mind. Suddenly I bumped into something, not a wall, but something soft. Kurusu stood stiffly in place, not daring to look back. Then he felt something falling on his head and tightening slightly. This is a hand, and judging from its size, it should belong to an adult male. It was almost over. Kurusu swallowed subconsciously. Kurusu felt that his neck seemed to be making a mechanical sound, as if it had not been lubricated for a long time. Looking back, a rippleless iris blue appeared in my eyes. I couldn't see the other person's face clearly, but the blue color of his eyes was very eye-catching and looked familiar. Hey Yao, what did you find? Kurusu heard a man's voice coming from the alley in front of him. Nothing. The man in front of him, whose face he couldn't see, laughed and grabbed Kurusu's collar and lifted him up. Jin, you are too sensitive. It's just a cute kitten, in a biological sense. Then come back. Jin's cold voice came. Kurusu watched helplessly as the people holding him took him to a corner and then opened a trash can. Wait, what are you going to do? Kurusu, who didn't dare to struggle at all, could only watch himself being thrown into the trash can. She stared at him for a while with iris blue eyes, rubbed his forehead with her hand, and then closed the lid from the outside. The whole process was unusually quiet, and the other party did not make any sound other than speaking. There was no intention to hurt him, and the action of touching his head inexplicably revealed a sense of guilt. But the trash can is so depressing. Cheng he left a voice message. You deserve it. Make you disobedient. Kurusu gritted his teeth. You did it on purpose. Do you know him? If there was any danger, you would not have failed to warn me. Even the idiot didn't give him a flash tag. Chungha, Hey, Dad. Kurusu poked Chungha madly, but the other party left him a cold sneer and never responded again. Although I know that person was doing it for his own good and was protecting him, it was really embarrassing to be thrown into the trash can like that. When he gets home later, what will brothers Zhenping and Yinner think when they smell the scent on him? Don't you go home and dig through the garbage in the middle of the night? Kurusu Mikon squatted in the trash can and covered her nose with her hand. He wanted to cry. He had a keen sense of smell, and the smell in here was really strong. It was his fault. He shouldn't have been so curious. He should have just gone home quietly and nothing would have happened. He could have even called Inspector Magyar before leaving. Why did someone come to see him? Chung-hee, who has already gone offline, left a voice message. Yes, I was wrong this time, but I will dare to do it again next time. Please ask Jinpei Matsuda to increase the intensity of training for the little guy, so that he will not have the energy to cause trouble outside. There were noises outside, as if someone else was coming in from the alley. Kurusu did not hear the man called Jin before asking people to move the body and throw it into Tokyo Bay. The man who threw him into the trash can was called black medicine. Jin. Is it black medicinal wine? It is usually added to soda water and then poured over ice cream. It tastes sweet and bitter and is considered a herbal liquor. Kurusu thought about it, and his mind turned to Scotland and Lei, whom he heard at the station during the day. These two are also the names of wines. Are you a family? What kind of foreign liquor sales organization is this? Is the winery business so competitive now? They have to take shortcuts and rely on coercion and murder to expand their business? Cat and Cat are confused. JPG Hey Yao. Is France fun? This is another voice that I have never heard before. That's it. The rascal named Hey Yao who threw Kurusu in. Kurusu frowned, covered his nose with his hand, and still listened quietly. That's the Kurusu family's base camp. This guy can actually bear not to cause trouble. Jin snorted coldly. Kurusu Weiwen smelled a faint smell of tobacco. Hey, wasn't this worn by the BSS? They said that Kurusu Yukawa went crazy because I injured Kurusu's kid when I bombed the base of the Kaijo group last time. Heiyao smiled, and although his tone sounded nonchalant, he was full of resentment when he said the 4 words Kurusu Yukawa. Several question marks appeared above Kurusu's head. What does this guy mean? He hates Kurusu so much, but he hides him. Is it because Kurusu is not obvious as a member of Kurusu? He felt that his ancient golden eyes were bright enough even in the dark. Could it be that this fellow called Heiyao wanted to wait until everyone left and then secretly drag him out and torture him? It sounds like the people in this criminal organization don't really want to offend my uncle. His uncle is very powerful. Also, 3 years ago, he was hit on the head by a rock and a big bump appeared. Kudo Shinichi laughed at him. Was it because of the black medicine? There is no greater hatred than this. Humph, Kurusu Yukawa has not appeared in the international arena since 5 years ago, and almost everyone thought he was dead. Jin continued, in the end. Just because a kid got hit by a bump, he ran out to make a scene. There was a feeling of helplessness, as expected of the mad dog of Kurusu. Another big man said, Brother, are we really not going to kidnap the boy from Kurusu to threaten Kurusu Yukawa? Kurusu suddenly tensed up all over. What a big deal. How could these things involve him? Why did all the criminal organizations want to deal with him? Why don't you try? Jin snorted coldly, with a bit of disdain. Kurusu Yukawa cares about that kid? As long as the organization kidnaps someone to the base 1 second, the next time you go to the base, the kid will be buried with him. Maybe before he blew someone up, he was thinking I was kidnapped so easily. It's a disgrace to me, or something like that. Kurusumi was confused for a moment by the difference between his uncle in these people's mouths and Kurusu Yukawa in Chang and Ryuan's mouths. Is it really that scary? Kurusu didn't understand what Chingha Luin told him. Shouldn't his uncle be the kind of person who cares about his family very much? For example, the mother, and he who belongs to the mother's pendant. Although he is a bit perverted, you should be quite friendly to him. Moreover, Kurusu Yukawa sounded even more worthy of punishment and handcuffs in these people's mouths. Hey Yao, if you don't behave yourself, I'm expecting to receive the order to collect your body in the next second. Jin said this, and Kurusu, who was hiding in the trash can, didn't hear footsteps outside. Did they leave? Kurusu didn't think about it and waited for a long time. When he was about to lift the lid and get up, he heard a slight noise above his head. The lid of the trash can was opened. Come out. It was Heiyao's voice. Kurusu stood up from inside with a complicated smell. Outside, Heiyao stood with his back to him, holding a cigarette with white wisps floating slowly in his hand. What are you going to do? He was very alert. The conversation between this guy and his companions before really didn't seem like a good person, but his intuition told Kurusu that the man in front of him would not cause any harm to him. Besides, didn't you see that Chung and Luin were offline? That unreliable father would still rush to help him when he was in danger. Heiyao turned around, and this time Kurumi finally saw the man's face clearly. He's a very handsome uncle, but I've never seen him before. But those iris blue eyes really look very familiar. But this smoky gray hair. Kurusu hesitated. Mr. Wakata? Yes, in Kurusu's memory, he had only seen iris blue, a relatively special eye color, on one person. Wakata Akira, when he first lost his memory 4 years ago, he suspected that it was the teacher Wakata who taught him how to speak and write for a week. You are a very brave kid. Heiyao took a puff of cigarette and blew the smoke into Lisu's face in a bad mood. Kurusu didn't see him approaching and simply turned his head to avoid him. It was obvious that he had been tricked many times in the past and had gained experience. Heiyao didn't care and leaned against the wall. Go home. Next time you go to a small place like this, I will cut a few wounds on your body to teach you a lesson. Kurusu didn't come out of the trash can and moved a few steps to the side, a little further away from Heiyao. His teacher had a bad temper and would beat children. He was not like Brother Jinping, who would just pretend to beat children but would really beat them. Kurosumi, who had been taught a lesson several times in just 1 week, was actually quite afraid of him. Can I ask a question? Kurosumi was ready to run away if the situation was not right. Ask. Heiyao put out the cigarette on the wall and threw it on the ground. Kurusu looked over and wanted to tell him that there was a trash can next to him. Yes, the one he had just been in, but he held back and asked, "What is your relationship with my uncle?" Kurisu Yukawa? Heiyao thought for a moment. He is someone who will be locked up and tortured if he is caught. So Wakata Akira wasn't his uncle in disguise. Kurusu stared at the man's hair suspiciously. Moreover, why is this strange? Kurusu pondered over Heiyao's words carefully. Is their relationship good or bad? What about my father? He continued to ask. I've heard of him, but never seen him. Heiyao sighed and glanced at Kurusu's neck. I did think about snatching your mother from him before, but you were already half a year old at that time. Dad's love rival? Kurusu felt that it was still the adults who were playing tricks, letting the love rival take care of his child. This is something that only a heartless person can do. Kurusu did not hesitate. Kurusu didn't think there was a problem. Not only is there a problem, but it's a big one. Your hair. This? Heiyao picked up a strand of hair. It's dyed. It has nothing to do with your family. He said it had nothing to do with his family, but he dyed his hair the same color as his mother's. TSK, his uncle and mother are twins, so their hair color should be the same. Are you interested in his mother or his uncle? Kurusu looked at Heiyao again and again, with a little pity in his eyes. Are you done? Go back after asking, and don't tell anyone else about what happened tonight. Heiyao was a little impatient. He was scared by the stare of the child. The people from the organization around him didn't know whether to leave or not, but this kid was still chatting with him. He really wasn't scared before, right? One last question. Kurusu raised his hand. What organization are you? Are Scotland and Lei also your people? Does my mother's death have anything to do with you? Is my father also in the organization? Is my uncle really a pervert? Heiyao was speechless and clenched his fists, wanting to hit the child. Kurusu didn't see what Heiyao was doing, so he was alert and protected himself. Finally, he let go. Heiyao scratched his hair and said, whether the criminal organization has nothing to do with you or not, it has little to do with Junzi's death. I don't know. As for the last question, Heiyao didn't know what he was thinking about. He sneered and seemed to really hate Kurusu Yukawa. Your uncle is a scumbag. He is a pervert and a scumbag. Kurumi sighed. He hates him so much. Did he take advantage of him without paying? He kind of didn't want this uncle anymore. If his uncle really came to see him, he would just let Brother Jinping and Brother Yenner arrest him and lock him up. When Haya saw Kurusu opening his mouth and seemed to be still unwilling to stop, he raised his fingers. 3, 2. Teacher Wakata, I'm going home first. Kurusu said quickly, bowed to Haya, and quickly left the alley. Kurusu walked through the streets with a smell on her body. Fortunately, it was late at night, Otherwise, passers-by might call the police to report that there were homeless children wandering around the streets. I'm back. Kurusu opened the door and looked at the brightly lit and warm home, and almost shed tears of emotion. Hajiwara Kinji came out of the kitchen holding a spoon. Kurusu, come back. What's going on? How come his child has become like this after just half a day of absence? Looking at the disheveled Kurusu in front of him, not only did he smell like a garbage dump, but his white sweatshirt was also stained with dirt. Hearing the noise, Matsuda Jinpei leaned over the sofa and looked towards the door. The Kurusu family went bankrupt? So you need to rummage through the garbage to supplement your household income? Originally, he hadn't reacted to what happened tonight. He was threatened by the black medicine and felt depressed like a trash can. At this time, he heard the poisonous tongue of Matsuda Jinpei and couldn't help but pounce in the direction of Matsuda Jinpei. Ah, Jinpei brother. Kurusu howled very loudly and moved very quickly. Matsuda Jinpei immediately turned over from the sofa, but Kurusu jumped on his back and hung him. Get off, get off. Matsuda Jinpei pulled Kurusu's hands that were around his neck. I just took a shower. Kurusu, get off. I won't. Kurusu simply wrapped his legs around Matsuda Jinpei's waist and refused to let go. Hajiwara Kinji was watching the fun from the side and said quietly, I just changed the sofa cover this morning. Please don't dirty it. Matsuda Jinpei and Kurusu suddenly quieted down. They looked at each other, and then turned their eyes to Hajiwara Kinji, who was standing at the kitchen door. Wait, I'm cooking. Hajiwara Kinji sensed something was wrong and tried to refuse. A big one came up with the small one on its back. Kinji Hajiwara was pressed to the ground by Jinpei Matsuda, and a certain kid was rubbing him frantically with his dirty clothes. After a long while, Matsuda Jinpei rubbed his messy hair impatiently, while Hajiwara Kinji straightened his messy clothes with a bitter face, and Kurusu lay on the ground and didn't want to move. How can I cook? Hajiwara Kinji looked at the spoon that was thrown aside before, poked Kurusu. Eat it first and come back. Kurusu glanced at the steaming pot in the kitchen and suggested, You can take a bath together, I'll watch the pot, and then you can eat when you come out. You smell like that. Matsuda Jinpei said with disgust, and then realized what Kurusu was saying, frowned and asked, Why should I take a bath with Hagi? Kurusu rolled on the ground and raised his head. Aren't we going to eat? It saves time. Hajiwara Kinji stood up, picked up Sei, and threw him into the bathroom. Wash yourself first. Kurusu glanced at Hajiwara Kinji, his eyes fixed on his slightly red ears. It was probably when Jinpei Matsuda and Kinji Hajiwara were having dinner, and Kurusu was eating there with a bottle of Coke. The bottle of black medicine he bought at the convenience store was thrown into the trash along with him, so there was no way Kurusu could bring it out. Are you not hurt? Matsuda Jinpei listened to Kurusu's long speech without punctuation, then took a sip of the Coke and breathed a sigh of relief. Kurusu shook his head. He was just scared and a little dirty, but he was definitely not injured. Not to mention that the black medicine had no intention of hurting him. Even the barrier put up with the gem was very reliable. Kinji Hajiwara, who was sitting opposite Jinpei Matsuda, took out his cell phone and called Inspector Megure after he had finished explaining what had happened. Something like, Koki was passing by an alley on the way back and smelled blood. So please ask the investigation section to go and check it out. If anything happens, please don't mention Koki's name, because there have been cases of kidnappings in the past, and you're afraid of being threatened. Kurusumi quietly watched Hajiwara Kinji's aftermath from the side. All three of them knew clearly that someone had died, but they couldn't say it out loud. Before Kurusu left, he could still smell the smell of rust which showed no sign of dissipating. It seemed that the criminal organization had no intention of cleaning up the scene. They just had people take the bodies away, so they should be able to find traces of it. As for Heiyao, he told him not to tell anyone what happened tonight. Kurusu didn't say anything about this. How could he just casually complain to Ping and Yinji? He must have had a lot of bad intentions. For example, he discredited Heiyao's image in front of the two police officers, telling them how bad this guy was, not only joining a criminal organization but also beating children, trying to make Jinpei Matsuda and Kinji Hajiwara send him to jail for a few days the next time they saw Heiyao on the street. Knowing Kurusu's character well, the two did not pay too much attention to the child's accusations against black medicine. For example, He was scolded when he was learning to speak. He was scolded when he was learning to write. And he was scolded when he was eating. In order to bring an amnesiac child back on track so quickly, Matsuda Jinpei and others believed that in addition to Kurusu's already smart brain, Heiyao's series of tough measures were also very important. It is because of their intelligence that they are more difficult to discipline. Moreover, it can be seen that Chiwei does not have much aversion to this teacher. On the contrary, he likes her very much. He is just angry about being teased tonight, and then complains about his dissatisfaction to his trusted guardian. Matsuda Jinpei looked at Kurusu's angry face and tapped the child's forehead with his fingers. How dare you say that? You were so brave to go to the crime scene alone. Fortunately, nothing happened. Otherwise, he and Hagi would be worried to death. It feels like this is a very large and orderly criminal group. He was not brave. He was just afraid that someone would die because of his disregard. Even though someone was already dead, he still cared a little. Well, just a little bit. He cared about what Chung and Luin had hidden from him. Of course, before he himself has figured out all this, he shouldn't tell Brother Jinping and the others, Kurumi thought. Otherwise, they will definitely be worried about all kinds of things, and might get into trouble if they are not careful. Although he seems to be dancing on the edge of danger now. Wait a little longer. There must be a reason why Chinghe left his voice without telling him. Next time he is advised against it, he will definitely listen. Try your best to explore while ensuring your own safety. And Kurusu blinked, looking at the two police officers who tried to trick him during the day, thought about it, and didn't act petty. The three people I met during the day, the two with blonde hair and blue eyes, are the same class as Jinpei and Kenji? Sarah's brother is called Lei. The blue-eyed police officer is Scotland, and I didn't hear what the other one was called. I think they are undercover in the organization I encountered. Oh, you guessed it. Hajiwara Kenji was not too surprised. They never looked down on Kurusu, but they thought it was better to hide it if they could. After all, it is not a good thing for a child to be involved in a criminal organization. I thought so too. After all, it is too coincidental. Kenji Hajiwara and Jinpei Matsuda thought that the place that could make their chief go undercover must be very difficult. So they did not tell Kurusu during the day because they thought about his safety. But what they didn't expect was that their own kid seemed to be deeply involved. A teacher who they didn't know if he was an undercover or a formal member, an uncle who was always against criminal organizations, and a father who might be involved. It's so difficult for Kurusu, Kenji Hajiwara sighed. See if we can contact the police? Especially the two undercover guys. With more intelligence, things will be easier over there. At the moment, it seems that Kurusu is very safe because he has an uncle who is considered a crazy guy by a criminal organization. As long as he doesn't go to the organization himself, his life won't be in danger. Can you contact your uncle? Matsuda Jinpei asked. Kurusu Miya thought about it, and even sent an email to a familiar address on the way back. But now looking at the empty email list, forget it. He's gotten used to it. On the other side, Chung Heluyan was also silent after he went offline, as if he was dead. So helpless. Looking at Jinpei Matsuda, Kurusu shook his head innocently. Then we can only take a long-term view. The two police officers finished their meal, and just as they were putting their plates in the kitchen, Kenji Hajiwara's phone rang. Brother Hajiwara. Officer Megur's voice sounded very unhappy. Yes, Officer Megur. Kenji Hajiwara winked at the two people next to him and left the kitchen to answer the phone. Officer Megur sighed. The place you mentioned was already on fire when we went there. After the fire was put out, the forensic personnel did detect blood inside. The voice suddenly became heavy. Judging from the situation at the scene, there is probably enough blood to cover the body of 2 to 3 adult males. Yes, Hajiwara Kenji responded. Kurusu did see 3 bodies at the time. Didn't you find any bodies? Yes, that's where the problem came from. Officer Megur lowered his voice. There are no other clues at the scene except for bloodstains and 3 gunshot marks. The blood was burned by fire, so DNA testing is probably not possible. It's very troublesome. Hajiwara Kenji pondered. It seems that this is not only a criminal organization that will do anything to commit crimes, but also acts very carefully without leaving any traces. The most troublesome thing is that the police have already taken over this matter. Oh, I was thinking about whether to find a way to contact the police. They asked Kurusu to come over and take a statement. Hajiwara Kenji frowned. Officer Megure, I should have said no before. It's not good for Kurusu to be involved. He has been targeted by criminal groups before. I know. I haven't told the Public Security Department Kurusu's name yet. Officer Megure explained. I think so. Kurusu has not yet taken a statement about the bookstore case he encountered with Kudo Brother. I will contact Kudo Brother and take advantage of the bookstore case so that no outsiders will know. Kurusu sneaked up to Kinji Hagiwara and eavesdropped openly. Seeing Kinji Hagiwara's face turn cold because of what Officer Megure said, he leaned close to the phone and said, No problem, Officer Megure, let's arrange it this way. Oh, Kurusu, then contact Kudo tomorrow and I'll call Hagiwara again. After hanging up the phone, Inspector Megure, who always felt that he would be scolded by his brother Hagiwara on the other side if he was even a little satisfied, said, I'm gone. Facing Hagiwara Kinji's disapproving gaze, Kurusu smiled ingratiatingly and patted his chest and said, Don't worry, Kinji-kun. There will be absolutely no problem. Where does this guy get his confidence from? Wasn't he just caught tonight? Hagiwara Kinji twitched his lips. That's enough. Matsuda Jinpei chimed in, standing next to Kurusu. We'll keep an eye on him. Otherwise, it would be even more dangerous to let Chiwei go out alone. Hagiwara Kinji's eyes became even more resentful. He didn't know who always said that he spoiled the child, but it was you, Jinpei, who spoiled little Kurusu the most. Then when you go to take the statement tomorrow, Kurusu, don't tell anyone about your acquaintance with Kuroyasu and your uncle. Matsuda Jinpei put his hand on Kurusu's shoulder, half bent over, stared into Kurusu's eyes, and warned, It doesn't matter what else, but you must not tell anyone about these two things. Kurusu looked at Matsuda Jinpei in surprise. I thought Jinpei-san was, well, an honest police officer. I didn't expect there would be such a selfish thought. Matsuda Jinpei chuckled. What kind of person do you take me for? There is nothing wrong with a policeman fulfilling his due responsibilities, but before that he should still be a human being first. As a human being, you will have your own joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness, and your own selfish desires. He may be willing to sacrifice himself for the public good, but it is unacceptable for him to do so to his relatives and friends. Jinpei Matsuda felt that he was not a very emotional person. There were only a few people he could care about in his heart. His father, the Hagiwara family, those rascals in the police academy, and of course Kurosumi was among them. And he believed that Hagi thought so too. When Kinji Hagiwara saw Jinpei Matsuda looking at him, he tilted his head and smiled. The next day, what happened to you? At the entrance of the Metropolitan Police Department, Kudo Yusaku and Kudo Shinichi happened to run into two police officers who also brought their children. Kudo Shinichi saw that the adults were talking, so he came to Kurosumi and asked. Kurusu shook her head. Although she knew that even if Kudo Shinichi would not guess anything, based on Kudo Yusaku's intelligence, Inspector Megure suddenly asked the father and son to make the previous records before this. The police officer had never urged Kudo Yusaku. This outstanding writer must be able to sense that something is wrong. Don't lie to me. Kudo Shinichi's eyes were half-crescent. Yesterday, Officer Megure specifically told my dad to take the statement with you. After hearing what Kudo Shinichi said, a question mark popped up in Kurusu's head. Didn't you agree to help him conceal it? Officer Megure, why are you so unreliable? Tell me if there is any incident. How about we analyze it together? Kudo Shinichi stretched out his elbow and nudged Kurusu's waist with the excitement of wanting to solve the case. Kurusu pushed Kudo Shinichi's head away speechlessly. I don't want it, nothing happens. I have to go to painting class after taking the statement. Kurusu. Arriving at the floor where the first investigation division was located, Officer Megure came up with several officers Kurusu had never seen before. Brother Kudo, I'm really sorry to trouble you. Let Ueda take your statement, Officer Megure said, and an officer from the first investigation division stood up beside him. Kudo Yusaku nodded. As smart as he was, he didn't ask too many questions. He pulled Kudo Shinichi, who was still trying to get some information from Kurosumi, and followed Officer Ueda. Then please follow me. Introduced by Officer Megure as the Public Security Department of the Metropolitan Police Department, Yuya Kazami pushed down his glasses. Seeing the two police officers leading the way, Matsuda Jinpei, and Hajiwara Kinji noticed something was wrong. "Hey, where are we going?" Matsuda Jinpei asked, frowning. The two people in front of him didn't say anything, but Officer Megure tried to comfort Jinpei Matsuda, who looked like he was about to lose his temper. "Brother Matsuda, you know that the police are just going through the motions." Jinpei Matsuda had a sullen face, and even Kinji Hajiwara, who usually had a good temper, looked unhappy at this time. Because the place they were taken to was the interrogation room. These guys. Seeing Kurusu not being taken in and being held steady by Hajiwara Kinji, Matsuda Jinpei gritted his teeth. Hagahara Kinji said, "Calm down, Jinpei-chan. TCH, this guy Hagi clearly looks like he wants to hit someone," Jinpei Matsuda thought. Without his usual playful look, Hagi looks really scary. The police are really rascals. Matsuda Jinpei looked inside the interrogation room through the glass. If he wasn't a policeman, he really wanted to take Kurusu away. How could they do this to a minor who was a witness? Kurusumi, who was in the interrogation room, was very relaxed and even had time to observe the two police officers opposite. Although the one wearing glasses looks stern and serious, it seems that he has no ill will towards him. On the contrary, the other one had a smile on his face, but looked a little disgusting. "Please be careful, it's dangerous." The label of idiot was attached to the public security officer named Yatsuya Michi. The danger that could arise at this time, Kurusu thought, because it was the relevant record of yesterday's incident. So was the guy in front of him the undercover agent planted in the Public Security Bureau of the Metropolitan Police Department by the criminal organization they were discussing? Want to see if he has discovered anything related to their organization? There is no direct evidence to prove that the other party is an undercover agent, so he just said it was a hunch. Even if Inspector Megure trusts him, there is no possibility of arresting the other party. He can wait until the record is finished and then talk to Brother Jinping and the others. Whether there is evidence or not, those two will definitely believe him. So, the current situation. Kurusu was not afraid, but instead felt a surge of interest. This is in the Metropolitan Police Department, Mr. Undercover. Could he have played a little bigger without having to worry about the guy on the other side suddenly killing him? As long as he could hide the fact that he knew the situation, there would be no problem. Kurusumi, smiling sweetly. "Can you tell us again the whole process of what you discovered last night?" Yuya Kazami sat opposite Kurusu, took out his police manual seriously, and prepared to take notes. Kurusu didn't sit still, put on the appearance of a good child, and nodded obediently. "Okay." Then he told the two police officers that when he passed by the alley last night, he did not dare to walk because it was too dark, so he took a detour from the avenue next to it. However, when he was nearby, he smelled blood, but he was too scared to go up to check. However, he saw 3 men coming out of the alley. A man with long silver hair wearing a black windbreaker. A burly man wearing a black hat. A man wearing a peaked cap. But he didn't see the faces of the 3 people clearly. He was very scared, so he just glanced at it without staying for too long and went home quickly. However, he told his 2 brothers who were police officers because he was worried. "Can you be sure that someone was killed just by smelling blood?" Yatsuya Michi smiled, leaned forward, and looked straight into Kurusu's eyes. Kurusu tilted his head innocently, pretending to be scared. "Because I'm scared. When I smelled blood before, someone really died. It was scary." It seemed that she did not understand Yatsuya's question at all. She glanced at the 2 adults in front of her with fear and whispered quietly, as if she was only talking to herself. "Because my brother is a policeman, is there anything wrong with me telling him?" When Jinpei Matsuda saw this seen through the glass window, he felt that it looked very familiar. This little guy was pretending to be innocent again. I don't think they discussed doing this yesterday. He and Hajiwara Kinji exchanged glances, and both understood one thing from each other. Size, there was a problem with at least one of the 2 public security officers that Kurusu had not met. They trusted Kurusu very much because in the past 3 years, every time they encountered an incident, the person Kurusu looked at a few more times was often the murderer of the case. Although Kurusu often said that this was just a coincidence, Jinpei Matsuda and Kinji Hajiwara thought of the pile of certificates before the child lost his memory, and always believed that Kurusu saw some traces at the scene and unconsciously found clues. and then his brain automatically analyzed it and gave him the answer to the reasoning before Kurusu could react. It sounds a bit mysterious, but compared to the more vague intuition, such speculation seems to be more scientific. In fact, at the beginning, I just relied on labels, but after a few times, Chung and Luin said, if you don't use your brain like this, is your brain useless? If a case occurs again, the label will no longer give Kurusu any reminder. Unless it is a really urgent situation, such as a serial murder case, if the case is not solved quickly, there will be another victim. The label can also mark the murderer before the next murder. At first, Kurusu wasn't very used to it, but he roughly understood why Chung and Ruin wanted him to use his brain. If I don't think for myself, this genius brain will be damaged. In the beginning, I really relied on intuition. The Kurusu family is very talented in this area. Later on, I was able to more or less keep up with the reasoning pace of Jinpei Matsuda and Kenji Hagiwara. The two police officers often saw Kurusu staring at the suspect, often because their intuition told them that there was something wrong with this person, and the child was trying to find clues from him. I have to say, although it can't be considered a misunderstanding, the actual situation is pretty much the same. Now, Kurusumi was acting as the two public security officers in the interrogation room, and Matsuda Jinpei and Hagiwara Kenji's vigilance instantly reached the highest level. The questioning in the interrogation room continued. Hearing Kurusu's answer, Yuya Kazami forced a consoling smile. He actually couldn't understand why his colleague wanted to ask the question in the interrogation room, when the other party was obviously just a junior high school student. However, Michi Yatsuya's position was one level higher than his, so he had no reason to refute. It doesn't matter, Yuya Kazami said. You did the right thing. When you encounter such a thing, you need to find the police as soon as possible. How are you sure that the three people you mentioned are related to the incident? Michi Yatsuya interrupted Yuya Kazami, restrained the humble smile on his face, and stared at Kurusu with burning eyes. They may be passers-by, because they don't look like good people. Kurusu answered confidently. Yuya Kazami stopped recording, and he touched the side of his face with his big eyes. Look, not alike? That's right. Kurusu waved his fingers in front of the public security officer, demonstrating the way water plants twist. It's that huli feeling, which is very scary. Is that so? Yuya Kazami felt that there seemed to be no need to continue taking notes this time. This was all the information the kid could provide. What was Yatsuya suspecting? Before Kazami Yuya could continue speaking, Yatsuya Michi suddenly stood up, slammed his hand on the table, and yelled at Kurusu. Are you hiding something? Did you go into the alley and see the scene? Did you see the murderer's face? Yatsuya Michi came closer to Kurumi and said, You are helping the murderer hide his whereabouts. Is he someone you know? When Jinpei Matsuda saw what Yatsuya Doshi did, he knew that no matter what anyone said, it was useless as he was going to the interrogation room with a fierce momentum. Kenji Hagiwara, who was highly expected by Inspector Megure, did not stop Jinpei Matsuda this time. Instead, he followed behind Jinpei Matsuda with a gloomy face. It took several police officers from the search section, along with two people brought in by the public security department, a lot of effort to stop the two men. If it weren't for his duty, Inspector Megure held his hat and wanted to go in and punch the public security officer named Yatsuya Dori himself. This is too much. How can you do this to a child? Not only outside, but also Yuya Kazami in the interrogation room widened his eyes when he saw Yatsuya Michiru's actions. What are you doing? Yuya Kazami was roaring wildly in his heart. When his boss contacted him before, he asked him to be nicer to the kid. Oh, by the way, although Yatsuya Michiru knows a little about that organization, he has no connection with the public security undercover or anything like that. Why on earth is this guy taking charge of this matter? Yuya Kazami was shocked by Yatsuya Michi's behavior. Yuya Kazami couldn't understand Yatsuya Michi's actions. Kurusu, who was deliberately frightened, was stunned at first, then slowly opened his eyes with a look of great fear. In response to this, Yuya Kazami said that he could see the pupils of the child opposite him starting to shrink. Okay? Kurusu looked around panically, specifically looking towards the glass window, giving the person outside a helpless and innocent look. The two police officers who were finally calmed down and were still angry at this time. It seemed that the kid was having a lot of fun and didn't know what to say, which made their actions and emotions seem a little redundant. Answer me. Yatsuya Doshi slammed the table, and Kurusu was frightened and trembled all over. No, I didn't. Kurusu's mouth corners twitched slightly, and tears began to overflow in his beautiful old golden eyes. Yuya Kazami could no longer control himself and wanted to cover his chest, feeling guilty. However, just when Yatsuya Michi was about to do something, Kurusu suddenly burst into tears without caring about anything. I don't want to take the statement anymore. I want my brother Kinji and brother Jinpei. Woo-wah. Jinpei Matsuda watched this scene and desperately pinched the arm of Kinji Hagiwara beside him to hold back the laughter that was stuck in his throat. Kinji Hagiwara's face suddenly became ferocious, not only because of Kurusumi's performance, but also because Matsuda Jinpei was pinching his hand and it really hurt. What is Kakusu doing? He can't bear it any longer. Should they go in and rescue the poor child at this time? Kurusu didn't cover his face, but winked at the two of them covertly through the glass. Okay, it looks like we don't need their help. Wait, kid, calm down a bit. Kazami Yuya stood up and tried to comfort the child, but Kurusu dodged him skillfully. Kazami Yuya. Is he so weak now that he can't even catch a child? Hey. Yotani too endured the headache of the crying child and approached Kurusu to grab him. Behave yourself. Kurusu's eyes flashed with excitement as he covered them with his hands. The moment Yatsuya Doji approached, he seemed to want to push away the dangerous person, but his hand slipped, and he slapped Yatsuya Doji in the face. Hiss. Kazami Yuya subconsciously took a step back. The slap was so real. Not only was it loud, but even from a distance, he could see the sunken cheeks of Yatsuya Doji and the ridges on his face that quickly emerged. You little brat. Yatsuya Doji was stunned for a moment, and he poked the numb inside of his face with his tongue. He was furious and reached out to grab Kurusu's arm. It hurts. Kurusu pouted and quickly put a protective shield on his hand, struggling. He had discovered a new use for the shield before. Because the function of this thing is to isolate external damage. Whether this damage is active or passive, there are generally two ways. One is to push away, the other is to destroy, generally decided according to his own wishes. Yatsuya Michi pulled Kurusu back to the table. If Kurusu hadn't repeatedly given hints outside, the two guardians would have been about to hold back their desire to beat someone up. Answer the question properly. Yatsuya Michi had a headache. If the organization hadn't asked him to confirm whether Kurusu had seen the scene, he wouldn't have had so much energy to deal with the child. Looking at the noisy scene, it seems completely normal and should not be a super naughty kid. I really don't know what the organization is worried about. Kurusu pretended to struggle, then seized the opportunity and slammed his fist on the table in the chaos. Then, under the watchful eyes of the two people inside, the two officers from the explosives unit outside, and a group of officers from the 1st Investigation Division, the table broke, with one half falling smoothly to the ground, while the other half tumbled several times in the air before landing steadily on Yatsuya Michiru's head. Blood started to flow down Yatsuya Michi's forehead. In fact, he didn't know who Kurusu was the one who broke the table, so he had no place to vent his anger, so he could only direct it at the child he was holding in his hand. He raised his hand. With a bang, the door of the interrogation room was pushed open from the outside. Matsuda Jinpei stepped forward to stop Yatsuya Michi's hand, and Hagiwara Kinji pulled Kurusu, who was covering her face, behind him. What do you want to do? Matsuda Jinpei asked with a sullen face. Does this guy want to hit a child in public? He was a policeman, sort of. Yes, that's right, Matsuda Jinpei sneered. How can the public security be considered the police? Two police officers who were working undercover. Thank you. I feel a little touched. Sensing the gazes of the surrounding police, including Yuya Kazami's calmness with a hint of disbelief, Yatsuya Mitsutani thought he had been impulsive. The public security does not need to explain its work to anyone. Kazami, let's go. It seems that this brat really does not know anything. Yatsuya wiped the blood off his face with a handkerchief and glanced at Kurusu, who was blocked by Kinji Hagiwara behind him. He saw the brat shrank back and hid. Maybe he was too suspicious. He was just a bad kid. Standing aside, suddenly being called out, and then being forced to help Yatsuya Dori share some of the hateful gazes, Kazami Yuya shook his head desperately in his heart. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. He's going to complain to his superiors when he gets back. I'll ask my superiors to conduct a thorough investigation. Passing by Inspector Megure, the fat policeman didn't show any good looks to the two policemen. Whatever. Yatsuya Michiru, who didn't really care about the police's identity. Yuya Kazami, who suffered an unexpected disaster. Looking at the mess at the scene, Officer Megure sighed helplessly. Kurisu, are you okay? After all, this was the child he had taken care of for so long. So Officer Megure asked with concern. Kurisu grabbed the corner of Hajiwara Kinji's clothes, hid her face in the shadows, and shook her head. The child must be frightened, Inspector Megure thought. Kurisu had clearly taken the statement because she trusted him, but in the end the child had to suffer this. The police officers that Kurisu has come into contact with so far are all very friendly, and I hope I won't feel disappointed with them. Officer Megure looked at Hajiwara Kinji and Matsuda Jinpei, who were being supported by Kurisu. He was lucky to still have these two. You don't have to go to work today. Officer Megure thought for a moment and said, I'll tell you, the chief, Kurisu's incident was ultimately our police's fault. Please calm him down. The one-day vacation was decided, and Kinji Hajiwara and Jinpei Matsuda had no objections. After leaving the Metropolitan Police Department, the two looked at each other, picked up the still secretly happy child, and walked away. They should ask this kid what he is doing. The other side. When Yuya Kazami arrived at the place, he left without saying a word to Michiru Yatsuya. Yatsuya Michi lit a cigarette for himself and found a quiet place. I want to test it today, and it was just an ordinary kid. Well, since there is no problem, forget it. It was a familiar mechanical voice. Yatsuya Michiru said nonchalantly, If there is any problem, just get rid of it. Don't worry about unnecessary things. Have you done everything you were asked to do? You, an undercover agent from the Metropolitan Police Department, right? Don't worry, we have clues. It will take a year at most. Yatsuya Michiru showed a smile that fits his villain identity very well. Okay, now, Kurisu, tell me in detail what you were doing. It was a rather remote street. To be honest, this kind of place was not very friendly to the two police officers, especially as it seemed like some bad guys were blocking the children's way. The key point is that the child still has a confused expression on his face at this time. From the moment she was held by the two men, Kurisu felt a little frightened. I always feel like you two are going to do something bad. Kurisu felt that she was really innocent. He blinked and looked at his two guardians. Because they are bad guys. Kurisu said with a firm look. How did you know? Matsuda Jinpei didn't buy his words, pressed the child against the wall, and asked fiercely. Just now in the interrogation room, they were so frightened that their hearts almost stopped, fearing that the child would suffer a great harm if they were not careful. But now it seems that this guy is in good shape. A thought that was in vain came to her mind. I just know it. Kurisu nodded his head. It's my intuition. My intuition. I can feel a very bad aura from that public security officer. That person is definitely an undercover agent. But it was a pleasure to give him a beating. Matsuda Jinpei stared at him suspiciously, although they could easily deduce that after what happened yesterday, a child suddenly appeared as an eyewitness and described the general characteristics of the three suspects. If they were members of that organization, they would definitely be suspicious. However, Jinpei Matsuda and Kinji Hajiwara never imagined that there was an undercover agent planted by the other party in the public security. The behavior of the public security officer named Yatsuya Michi was too suspicious. Not only did he threaten a child right from the start, but he also didn't act like an official at all. It would be nice if the other two guys were here at this time. They were not familiar with the police, and the difference in information was really annoying. Leave this to me, Kurisu said confidently. Although there was no language communication, the experience of living together for 3 years allowed the child to understand the two police officers' thoughts. Although the two men did not want to undermine Kurisu's self-confidence, nor did they think that their two colleagues, who were not only public security officers but also undercover agents sent out, would be discovered by a child like Kurisu. The two police officers did not say anything offensive. Matsuda Jinpei changed the subject and asked about the table in the interrogation room that was broken by Kurusu. What's wrong with you? Recalling the traces of the broken table, other people might not have noticed it, but for the two people who had always focused on Kurusu, especially the two police officers who were very sharp in observation and insight, they clearly saw with their own eyes the whole process of the tabletop breaking due to the sound after Kurusu's fist fell. How good is Kurusu? How could Jinpei Matsuda, who has been in charge of his training, not know? He is just an ordinary person. Kurosumi really has no talent in anything related to sports. There is no such thing as breaking a table with one fist. Especially the table in the interrogation room, it's made of steel. It's magic. Without hiding anything, Kurusu directly stated the reason. The fool who can't be stopped. Forget it, there is no way these two people could harm Kurusu. Although they certainly wouldn't believe it, the two police officers tried their best to understand Kurusu's unconsciousness. The two police officers looked at each other, and Hagiwara Kinji put forward his own point of view. Is it magic? Did the child say the wrong word? But magic requires advanced preparation. Kurusu has never been to the interrogation room, and Hagiwara Kinji has a fact that even he himself cannot accept. Kurusu didn't give the two of them too much explanation, nor did he mean to hide anything from them. They didn't notice anything wrong before, but now that they asked, he might as well tell the two guardians. Of course, nothing you say can compare to the real understanding you see with your own eyes. Grabbing Matsuda Jinpei's hand, Kurusu Miko put a protective cover on his hand, then patted the wooden debris piled next to her, motioning Matsuda Jinpei to try it. Although he was still suspicious, Matsuda Jinpei followed Kurusu's instructions and punched through the object beside him. This is something that Jinpei-chan can do. Hagiwara Kinji, who didn't see anything, concluded. Jinpei Matsuda pulled his hand out of the hole and stared at his fist for a long time. Kinji Hagiwara also leaned over to take a look. What's wrong? He didn't find anything. No, Jinpei Matsuda looked at Kurusu next to him. It seems like there's something separating my fist, and there's no sense of touch or pain as it should be. Is this magic? Kinji Hagiwara felt that this was more like some high-tech thing. Kurusu explained. There are roughly 3 categories. One is protection, one is concealment, and one is treatment. Hidden. This reminded Matsuda Jinpei of the time when he had no trouble in a criminal group base. So, 3 years ago at the Kajo group base. I did it. Kurusu said proudly. I discovered Jinpei-san at that time, so I cast a layer of magic on you. Then Kurusu lifted up his sleeves, revealing blue marks from the grip that Yatsuya Michi had held in the interrogation room. Hagiwara Kinji and Matsuda Jinpei watched helplessly as the infuriating marks were wiped away as if by an eraser, revealing his fair skin again. The police officer's worldview was obviously severely damaged, but he didn't show it at all and still had the leisure to educate the child. But you ain't rashly do something dangerous just because of this. Hagiwara Kinji rubbed Kurusu's face. Jinpei Matsuda thought, let's find some time to put Yatsuya Dori's sack on him. But in this way, the children should be safer. Their intuition told them that Kurusu seemed to have not come into contact with anything dangerous and magic, something that subverts cognition, could make people feel a little more at ease. It was originally an interrogation of Kurusu, but it ended so abruptly because the topic brought up by the kid was too strange. The two police officers who have always lived in a scientific worldview tried to sort out their thoughts in the shortest possible time, but of course this took some time. During this period, the two were not idle and contacted Ida Hang, probably thinking that more people would mean more strength, and that other unrelated people should not be exposed to this matter. Ida Hang was undoubtedly trustworthy. For many reasons, let's find the two rascals at the same time. However, when the 3 police officers still found nothing, Kurusu, who had been acting mysteriously and stealthily in the past few days, suddenly appeared and took the 3 of them to the next town in the middle of the night. The 4 of them squatted next to a street lamp, looking like weird villains. Matsuda Jinpei looked at the blonde man busy in the brightly lit convenience store with a complicated expression and couldn't help but sigh in his heart that the blonde rascal was really depraved. As their chief in the police academy, he also spent several years in the criminal organization, but he was actually discovered by a minor like Kurosumi. This is too much. And as an undercover agent, Is it really okay for you to work outside so blatantly? Ida Ko was holding a toothpick in his mouth, probably feeling the same as Matsuda Jinpei. But if you think about it from another perspective, aren't they worse than minors for not finding the whereabouts of Furuya Rei? I just felt a little uneasy. Kurusu, who had been running around in recent days with cheats, waiting for the idiot to put a label on Furuya Rei, was now receiving praise from Hagiwara Kinji. He was exhausted these days and his legs were nearly broken. Little Kurusu is amazing. Hagiwara Kinji smiled and looked no different from usual, but his next words made Kurusu's hair stand on end. So you asked me to ask for leave for you? So you can do this thing? Oh no, Kurusu wasn't alert. Kinji's aura suddenly became very dangerous. Subconsciously, he moved towards the source of warmth and was caught by Matsuda Jinpei. Wrong. Kurusu's eyes were filled with tears. Ida Ko watched the fun with a laugh from the side and took a photo of Kurusu at this time and sent it to Natalie. Kinji Hagiwara just scared him, stood up, and looked at Kurusu helplessly. If this matter is not resolved properly, the two people who are undercover in the organization may also be in danger. They are colleagues of Kinji Hagiwara and Jinpei Matsuda, and they will be sad if something happens. Kurusu probably thought so. This is not a big deal. When the children started learning painting, they were so excited that they asked for nearly half a month off. To Kurusu Mirai, the school curriculum was nothing, and Hagiwara Kinji and the others did not impose too many restrictions. All right. Having seen enough of the drama, Date-ko began to smooth things over. He looked at the smiling Furuya Rei across from him. By the way, Furuya has really changed a lot, a little scary. How do we call him out? Looking at the other two classmates around him, Date-ko asked, I don't know if there are people from that organization around here. Jinpei Matsuda and Kinji Hagiwara turned their gaze to Kurusu. Based on their understanding of the child, this guy definitely considered this. Sure enough, Kurusu took off the backpack he was carrying and took out a bunch of things from it. Kinji Hagiwara took a closer look and found that the person looked familiar. Foundation, makeup, and contact lenses. Where did it come from? A smile appeared on Kurusu's face. This wave was assisted by Miss Yukiko. Yesterday, he went to Kudo's house and told Yukiko that he wanted to borrow these things. Yukiko gave them to him without even asking. Thanks. Welcome. Furuya Rei had a smile on his face. The door of the convenience store was pushed open from the outside and a child came in. The child looked a little frightened, his whole body shaking nervously. A gleam of light flashed across Furuya Rei's eyes. Is there anything I can do to help you? Kurusu, who was wearing makeup and contact lenses to cover her conspicuous golden eyes, looked at the door of the convenience store anxiously. She raised her head with tears in her eyes and her face seemed to have been scratched by something. Brother, my brother was stopped by two gangsters. The actor who plays the older brother, Kinji Hagiwara, the first gangster, co-date, the second gangster, Jinpei Matsuda. The play will be released soon. Thank you for watching. Don't worry. Furuya Rei walked out from behind the cash register, took out a tissue, handed it to the child, glanced over the child's shoulder, and looked away calmly. I'll go with you? Mr. Amuro, please be safe. I talked to a colleague who worked in the convenience store with me, and the colleague expressed understanding. Kurusu nodded gratefully, his eyes drifting nonchalantly over the other person's head, and following the guidance of Furuya Rei, he pulled the other person's clothes in a dependent manner. This time, for some unknown reason, Idiot inserted a lot of detailed labels on Furuya Rei. Is it because he knew the identity of this public security officer? This child. Looking at Kurusumi, who was taking him to a remote location, Furuya Rei's gray-purple pupils gradually shrank and turned gray. Who sent him? Did the organization start to suspect him? Moreover, the rascal organization actually used such a young child. It seems that your brother is not here, Furuya Ling said, and there was no trace of fighting in the alley in front of him. Kurusu slipped away slyly. Just like the three police officers told him, don't think that Furuya Rei will completely trust him. His mission is only to bring the person out without arousing suspicion from the members of the organization that may be lurking around and observing Furuya Rei. Now he has completed the task perfectly. He had spent a lot of energy to create a hidden layer in this alley. No need to worry at all. In fact, there is no need to be so cautious. Daigua has checked and there is no one nearby. So there are no members of the organization monitoring Furuya Rei. It seems that Brother Jinping and his colleagues did a pretty good job of being undercover at the same time. Not suspected or anything. Furuya Rei was confused by Kurusu's expression and was about to say something when a familiar voice rang out. "Hey, long time no see, blonde rascal." Jinpei Matsuda appeared out of nowhere and took off his sunglasses without Furuya Rei noticing. Looking at the three very familiar-looking guys in front of him, Furuya Rei's whole body stiffened. "This is a big crisis, Officer Furuya. This is truly a shining example of the dark forces making a grand entrance. Obviously, he is the one who has been exposed to the dark side of the world, right?" Furuya Rei looked at the three police officers in front of him with a puzzled look on his face. They looked more like undercover agents in criminal organizations than he did. "You are all really great. How do you know?" Furuya Rei just started to speak and stopped instantly. He thought he might have asked a nonsense question. His eyes shifted to Kurusu, who was hiding nearby. Well, you can't say he was hiding. He was just standing quietly nearby. Noticing that Furuya Rei was looking at him, Kurusu raised his head and gave the undercover police officer a particularly innocent smile. Okay, Furuya Rei could probably guess what was going on. This child was really well taught by Matsuda and Hagiwara. When you encounter a bad guy, the first thing to do is to report it to the police. This is worth learning and worthy of praise. If a child can have such awareness, he will feel happier if the bad guy is not himself. Moreover, this kid from Matsuda Jinpei and Hagiwara Kinji's family is a bad boy. Officer Furuya has worked so hard. Matsuda Jinpei put a hand on Furuya Rei's shoulder with a sly smile on his face. Being followed by Kurusu, you are really going backwards. It can be seen that they have a very good relationship. Kurusu started to tell lies with his eyes open, but Jinping brother was laughing so happily. He must be excited about the beautiful friendship between his classmates. Furuya Rei, please look carefully. You can donate your eyes to people in need. What happened? Furuya Rei asked calmly, even though his scalp was tingling under the gaze of Matsuda Jinpei. Although it was indeed very happy to see them at this time, and he had a lot to say to his three peers, this was probably not the time for them to chat. Furuya Rei knew that if nothing important had happened, these three people should have been able to infer that he was doing dangerous undercover work, and they would not come to him casually to avoid exposing his identity. Bringing a child to block someone at this time can only mean that there is something important that needs to be communicated to him, or to the police. About the organization you are undercover in, Hagiwara Kinji did not hesitate at all, and directly told Furuya Rei their purpose. Hearing this, Rei Furuya frowned, then asked with more energy, "What do you all know? This matter is very complicated." Daiko signaled Rei Furuya not to worry. He was a little bit unbelievable at first when the other two told him the whole process of the matter, but he also knew that Matsuda Jinpei and Akihara Kinji didn't need to lie to him about this matter. If possible, you can call Jingguang and we will go to Matsuda and Hagiwara's house. If it's not convenient, you decide a location. Matsuda Jinpei's expression was serious, and he was using this method to tell Rei Furuya the importance of the matter. When? Rei Furuya asked. As soon as possible, preferably tonight. No one knows whether Yatsuya Michi will do something unfavorable, whether to Kurusu Miya or the two undercover agents. Besides the fact that this kind of place is not really a place to discuss serious matters, the five of them being able to have a small gathering is a little selfish. Okay. Fuya Ling thought for a while and agreed. He and Jufu Jingguang had obtained code names for such a long time that the organization's surveillance on them had been lifted long ago. At times like this, just be a little careful and go to Hagiwara's house for a gathering. It's not a big deal. After a friendly conversation among the four, Matsuda Jinpei and the other two took Kurusu away first. Before leaving, Kurusu was patted on the shoulder by Furuya Rei and told him to be careful not to get anything on his clothes when he was disguised in the future. Kurusu looked at the foundation that fell off his shoulder. Well, no wonder Furuya Rei had glanced at him before. Big flaw, be careful next time. After returning to the convenience store, Furuya Rei discussed with his colleagues and left work early. On the way, he contacted Morifushi Keiko. Is that so? Morifushi Keiko said with some emotion. Because of their undercover work, the two of them had lost contact with their former friends and family. To be honest, when they first met Furuya Rei in the organization, they were quite surprised. But after they came to their senses, they were more happy. Having someone to support you as you move forward in the darkness is always better than being alone, especially when the people around you are your childhood friends. This level of peace of mind is unmatched by anyone else. They had already anticipated that the three of them would know about the two being undercover, but they did not expect to come into contact with the three of them at this time. It was a little too early, but we are having another small gathering. I am so happy and looking forward to it. Give them a gift. Hearing what Morobushi Kagemitsu said, Fuyurei almost laughed out loud. Kurusu looked at the pile of things in front of him. Barbecue skewers and snacks are fine, but with these huge boxes of beer, are you really prepared to stay up all night and work until dawn without considering tomorrow's work and the identities of the other two undercover agents? They invited people to their house to discuss serious matters, right? This made Lai Chiwei a little unconfident. The doorbell rang and Ida Hang went to open the door, leaving the two of them in the kitchen. Then Kurusu watched helplessly as a blonde undercover policeman, whom she had just met tonight, climbed in through the window of her house. I just bumped into him face to face. Kurusu didn't understand. This was the 4th floor. Are you undercover agents so wild? Aren't you afraid of falling down if you're not careful? While preparing to give his classmate a surprise, a scare, Fuya Ryuki bumped into a confused child as soon as he arrived. Seeing that Kurusu's eyes were looking at him more and more strangely, even someone like Furigaya Rei, who had been training in the organization for many years, couldn't help but feel his face getting hot and a little embarrassed. It felt like breaking into a house and being caught by the owner, who was out. It was a bad decision. I was only thinking about scaring my 3 classmates and forgot for a moment that there were children here. Kurusu, do you think your behavior is different from breaking and entering? It's even worse. You here. Morobushi Kimitsu rang the doorbell and entered the house. As soon as he came in, he saw his own little boy, Tameran, standing in front of the window and staring at the Matsuda family's child. Didn't say he would be here later? Zhu Fujingguang met the innocent drooping eyes of Furuya Ling, and suddenly understood the other party's imagination. It looks like the situation is that the mission has failed. Oh, they are all here? Hajiwara Kinji came out with a plate of grilled skewers and saw 4 people staring at each other in his living room. He didn't understand what they were doing. Ida Hang came back to his senses from the surprise of having one more person in the house when he opened the door. He shook his head and sat on the sofa first. Really, these guys made him want to handcuff them more and more. Matsuda Jinpei also came out with a box of open beer and put it next to the coffee table. Come on, Ling, Master Jing, don't stand there. This is a little. Zhu Fujingguang looked at the things in front of him. Wasn't it too much? Furigaya Rei sat down next to Morobushi Kagemitsu and said with a frown, Aren't we here to talk about business? That won't affect our conversation while eating. Matsuda Jinpei picked up a bunch of grilled skewers and put them on the plate in front of Furigaya Rei and poured him a glass of beer as well. All right, Furigaya Rei, who felt a little hungry after climbing the stairs, picked up a skewer and started eating. He watched Matsuda Jinpei angrily slap Kurusu's claws that tried to steal beer, and then poured a bottle of orange juice for the child. Matsuda is now a good family man. Before Furigaya Rei could say anything, Morobushi Kagemitsu on the side teased Matsuda Jinpei with a smile. Furuya Rei smiled and agreed with his childhood friend. If you had shown this kind of personality in the police academy, Hajiwara would not have been the most popular one. That's right. Hajiwara Kinji held a beer glass and pointed at Matsuda Jinpei with one hand. Even Jinpei's bad personality, with this handsome face, is also very popular with girls. Kurusu took a sip of orange juice and looked at Hajiwara Kinji from the rim of the glass. Kinji, don't you like Jinpei? What are you doing? Discuss how to make Brother Jinping more popular with girls? That's because this little guy is really a headache sometimes. Matsuda Jinpei rubbed Kurusu's head speechlessly, making his black hair frizzy. You can see that he is a very smart child. Officer Morobushi looked at Kurusu with a smile, thinking, I met him on the platform with before. His name is Kurusu, right? Kurusu nodded without fixing her hair while holding the cup. Your acting was really outstanding at that time. Zhu Jingguang praised. If I hadn't known in advance that you didn't have a sister, I would have believed it at that time. So the little girl that day was Lei's sister? Asked Furuya Ling. Kurusu didn't hide anything about this, since Jinpei and the others all knew about it. Yes, Sarah said his brother is from the FBI. This is really true. Zhu Jingguang's hand, holding the beer glass, froze in mid-air for a moment. Although he also felt that Lei had problems after that day, he and Zur had more or less tested him. Lei hid it well and didn't show any clues in front of them. TSK. Compared with Lei being a member of a criminal organization, the fact that the other party was the FBI made Furuya Ling even more unhappy. If it was the former, he could put the other party in jail after everything was over. Why? Zero, do you have a conflict with that FBI? Dateheng noticed Furuya Ling's mood and asked. Not really. Zhu Jingguang explained for his childhood friend. Maybe there is some incompatibility, and Lei's performance in the organization, how to say it, really doesn't look like an undercover. Most members of the organization will compare him with the organization's killer, who is a capable and cold-blooded person. Zur, the opposite side is more or less repulsive to such people. Kurusu recalled the incident of being thrown into the trash can by Hyaku and the silver-haired man with murderous aura. Killer? Jin? At this moment, both undercover agents were surprised. Furuya Rei thought of the complaint the contact had made to him. How did you know? Didn't you just take a glimpse from a distance that day? Kurusu told the story again. Morobushi Kimitsu didn't know what to say, and shook his head. You were too brave. If it weren't for the black drug, you would have been a corpse now. Furigaya Rei said seriously. So what happened in the interrogation room a few days ago, now it seems, is not an accident, and the body can't be found. Kurusu looked at the 4 police officers around him and felt a great deal of pressure. She felt that if she didn't obey, she would be arrested by the police and taken to the police station to reflect on her mistakes. Kurusu, you haven't learned your lesson at all. Hajiwara Kinji smiled and held his chin. Before, when you were in the interrogation room, you were very brave to face the criminal organization's undercover in the Metropolitan Police Department. He lowered his head even more, and Kurusu thought dejectedly that he knew that since Kinji seemed fine before, he must be looking for an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Obviously he has a cheat. Don't be so confident. Jinpei Matsuda said, knowing what Sumi was thinking at a glance. Yes. He responded in a muffled voice. Furuya Rei didn't understand what the two were talking about, so he didn't ask too many questions. He just thought, so, there is something wrong with Yatsuya Dori. That's right, Kurusu perked up again. He should be an undercover agent of that organization. Then he told the result that he and Matsuda Jinpei had deduced together. In this way, Furuya Rei looked at his childhood friend worriedly. Here, you are in danger. Yes. Zhu Jingguang also understood what Furuya Rei was worried about. Since he appeared in the Public Security Bureau of the Metropolitan Police Department, his purpose must be to find the information of the undercover sent by the Public Security Bureau. Your information is kept in the Public Security Bureau of the Police Department. When the time comes, What he didn't finish was self-evident, and the originally joyful atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Well, it's a good thing to know now. Hajiwara Kinji broke the quiet atmosphere. In this case, are you ready to withdraw? Kimitsu Morifushi had other ideas. Should we arrest Yatsuya Michi in advance? He probably hasn't been exposed to the undercover information yet. What if the organization sends someone else? Furuya Rei disagreed. This approach was too risky. What if the Metropolitan Police Department has other undercovers? It would be great to catch another undercover. Kimitsu Morifushi said with a smile, looking very open-minded. Here. Furuya Rei's face suddenly darkened. He put the cup on the table, frowned, and started to get angry. Oh, okay. Ko-Ida stood up and stood between the two of them to smooth things over. Let's discuss this matter again. Kimitsu, at least consider Zero's feelings. The childhood sweetheart didn't say anything else. Zhu Jingguang silently touched Shigatani Ling lightly with his hand and gave him an apologetic smile when the other person looked at him. Furuya Rei, who was completely unable to resist the influence of childhood. He picked up the cup depressedly and took a big gulp. Kurusu was originally afraid to speak because of the sudden strange atmosphere, so she carefully put forward her suggestion. If possible, how about contacting Mr. Wakata? I don't know Mr. Wakata's position, but if I ask him, he shouldn't refuse. Kurusu glanced at the label in front. Wakata Akira can be trusted. As for Haya, during the years that Furuya Rei was undercover, he actually had quite a lot of contact with Haya. When Haya was sent to France before, he was temporarily asked to go over to help. Even his codename assessment could be considered as a guarantee that black medicine helped him with from rum. However, there are some rumors about Heiyao and Kurusu Yukawa in the organization and about Kurusu's mother. Chungha left a message. You can tell them the time of Junko's death. Kurusu was already able to remain calm when her old father suddenly appeared. She calmly took some snacks and ate some sunflower seeds. Why do you change your words so quickly? Chungha left a message. They are still trustworthy. The most important thing is that his cub has a deep emotional foundation with Jinpei Matsuda and Kenji Hagiwara, so he doesn't have to worry too much about the two undercover agents who have been tainted by the dark side doing anything that would be detrimental to the cub. Although they were separated by space, Chung and Luin couldn't help but sigh when they saw this scene. It's really rare for these 5 people to get together. This sentence seemed a bit strange, as if Chung and Luin had been paying attention to the 5 people for a long time. You knew them before I met Brother Jinping? Chung-hee left a voice. It shouldn't be a big deal to talk about the past. It was a one-sided acquaintance. When Zhu Jingguang was a child, I wanted to stop his parents from doing something, but I missed a step on the road and fell into a puddle, causing a concussion. Kurusu glanced at the tag on Morobushi Kimitsu's body and found a description of his parents. What is this? Precognition? Since Kurusu's family is the descendant of a witch, it's not a big deal that his father can predict the future. Chung-hee left a voice. Well, I guess so. This is what I mean by not wanting to explain. As he was thinking, a hand reached out from the side and took away the bottle that Kurumi was holding. When he looked closely, it was empty. What are you thinking about? Matsuda Jinpei asked. Kurusu looked at Furuya Rei, thinking about my mother. Huh. Matsuda Jinpei was puzzled, not fully understanding. Fuyaling was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, You can see that I am hesitating about this matter. Kurusu nodded and said, You probably heard from that organization that my mother was killed by my uncle. The 3 police officers who heard about this for the first time were stunned. Waving his hands, Kurusu said, Actually, it's not like that. My mother died of illness 11 years ago. Although I don't know the reason, the one who was captured by the organization 9 years ago was not my mother. Even whether he is a human being is still a question mark. If Heiyao is really a loyal member of the organization, there is no doubt about that. But the problem now is that Heiyao is not pure. Obviously, Furuya Rei and Morofushi Kimitsu had thought of this first. Morofushi Kimitsu did not say much, but Furuya Rei said with a half-mooned look in his eyes, Heiyao behaved in the organization with such a deep hatred for Kurusu Yukawa that it seemed as if he wanted to kill him. Kurusu didn't hesitate. Have you ever thought that he might really want to kill my uncle? The look in the eyes that wants to kill someone cannot be stopped. Heiyao muttered that Chi Yochuan's look was not just about wanting to stab someone. It's like being cut into pieces 1,000 times is not too much. Matsuda Jinpei looked at him strangely. What a huge hatred. Yet he still takes care of you. Kurusu shrugged innocently. He didn't know either. Just let the elders handle their own affairs. He now feels much better about Heiyao than about his own uncle. If Lai Chi Yuchuan really comes to find him, he will secretly inform Heiyao of the news. Feeling that things had suddenly become very complicated, Morobushi Kimitsu watched as Kurusu attempted to drink another bottle of orange juice, but was stopped by Matsuda Jinpei, who then rushed him back to his room to rest. That's great. This kind of daily family life is very happy. What the 4 of them talked about afterwards was unknown to Kurusu. Anyway, when he was half asleep, there was suddenly no sound outside. Kurumi got up sleepily, rubbed his eyes, and opened the door. In the living room, where the lights were still on, 3 people were lying on the sofa. Morofushi Kimitsu and Fuya Rei were standing at the door putting on their coats. The 2 men did not look drunk at all, but they had a faint smell of alcohol on them. Apparently, the police who only went to the izakaya to drink beer after work and on holidays were no match for the undercover agents who drank high-alcohol foreign liquor every day in the criminal organization. Sorry, did I wake you up? Zhu Fushimi noticed that Kurusu's door was open, and the little boy was standing at the door with his head still not awake, staring blankly at the two of them. Kurusu was confused and subconsciously took a step towards the source of the sound. Be careful. Zhu Fushiki's gentle voice sounded above Kurusu's head. I looked up and met those gentle blue eyes. Feeling a warm source above his head, Morofushi Kagemitsu said to Kurusu, I'll trouble you to take care of Matsuda and the others. Kurusu suddenly came to his senses. If there was a progress bar on Kurusu's head at this time, it would probably be a series of favorability +1+1+1. After watching the two leave, Kurusu stayed there for a while, then ran to the room of Jinpei Matsuda and Kenichi Hagiwara, took out the quilt from the bed, and covered the three people lying on the sofa with it. Put your hands on your hips and shake your head, adults. After. The next day, Jinpei Matsuda, Kenichi Hagiwara, Kodate, and even me Kurusu all received care from the public security. Yuya Kazami claimed to be a subordinate of Rei Furuya and brought a bunch of confidentiality agreements. The four people stayed at the Public Security Bureau and signed for a full half hour. After signing, Kurumi lay on the table, unable to even move his hands, and white mist came out of his mouth. Jinpei Matsuda's teeth were grinding as he recalled what Furuya Rei told him meaningfully about the gifts he and Morobushi Kagemitsu had prepared for him last night after he got drunk. That's really great. He didn't fight with Furuya Rei yesterday, but he will make up for it later. It will be a super fair 1-on-3 fight. Kenichi Hagahara and Kodate agree with this. Kurusu didn't suggest that he could be brought along as well, as he could serve as an auxiliary to generate shields. Besides that, and when certain things are pointed out, they seem to be commonplace. Some people do too. Ever since he met Morobushi Kimitsu and Furatani Rei, Kurusu found that no matter where he went, he seemed to always meet them. For example, there is Rei Furuya who works as a waiter in a restaurant, there is Rei Furuya who works as a clerk in a bookstore, and there is Rei Furuya who works as a delivery man. That's right. He had only met Kimitsu Morobushi twice, once when they passed by each other on the street, and once when they were in the same line for milk tea. It's all because someone has too many jobs. After listening to Kurusu's confession, Matsuda Jinpei complained. Speaking of it, is undercover work such a hard job? Hagiwara Kenichi was puzzled. I heard from little Morobushi that little Furuya seems to be still working in public security. Will he really not die suddenly? Kurusu felt terrified when thinking of Furuya Rei's workload. With Master K watching over him, nothing serious will happen. They are two guardians who have great confidence in their peers. For Kurusu Mirai, the best thing about meeting Furuya Rei more often is that she can occasionally get some food from him from Morobushi Kagemitsu. Delicious. Kurusu's starry eyes. JPG. All of this made him temporarily forget about Zhu Fujingwang's attempt to trick them. Well, let's put this matter on zero alone. Kurumi made an unhappy decision. He had heard about Morofushi Kimitsu's excellent cooking skills from Kenichi Hagiwara, but he didn't expect to be able to eat it. Usually, he and his two guardians cook, and the food can't be said to be bad, but just so-so. Natalie's cooking skills are great, but still inferior to Morofushi Kimitsu's. In this regard, Kurusu was looking forward to meeting Furuya Rei a little more. Then, on a sunny holiday, Kurusu met Morobushi Kimitsu for the third time. It didn't look like a good occasion. Who on earth would think of robbing a bookstore? Crouching in the aisle between the bookshelves, Kudo Shinichi complained to Kurusu without words. He had finally managed to persuade Kurumi to accompany him to the first sale of his favorite detective novel today, but as soon as he got in line, there was a burst of gunfire behind him. Then the crowd was driven like ants into the bookstore, which had little free space. For robbers wearing balaclavas and holding guns occupied the bookstore. Kurusu followed the crowd and squatted down. Through the gaps between people, he saw a familiar man in a blue hoodie. It's the base bag I saw on the platform before. Zhu Fujingwang obviously saw him as well and smiled at him the moment he squatted down. She doesn't look flustered at all. Luckily, Ran and the others went to the mall to try out the new desserts. Hello, Kurusu? Kudo Shinichi buried his head and muttered to himself, but did not get any response from the people around him. It seems. It's okay without it, Kurusu said. Following Kurusu's line of sight, Kudo Shinichi saw two girls hugging each other in panic not far from them. Kudo Shinichi was speechless for a moment, with his mouth open, looking at Kurusu blankly. Kurusu thought for a moment and said, "Maybe he came across some particularly delicious cake and wanted to take us along. Then I came over to look for them and happened to run into a bunch of idiots robbing a bookstore. What a pity." Kurumi looked regretful. He also wanted to eat cake. Kudo Shinichi. Looking up at the robber who had his back to them and was some distance away, Kurusu patted Kudo Shinichi's hand and moved towards the two girls in small steps, squatting on the ground. The adults around saw that it was two children, so they didn't say anything and even helped to cover themselves by leaning to the side. "Are you two hurt?" Kudo Shinichi asked in a low voice. But when they saw the two people coming, Mao Lilan and Suzuki Sonoko could not hide the relief in their eyes. The girls covered their mouths, not wanting to cry out of fear, and because they had someone reliable around them, and shook their heads in unison. "Don't worry," Kudo Shinichi soothed. "These guys probably aren't after the bookstore." The four robbers did not search for books, although there should not be any precious ancient books in this small bookstore, but they did not even check the cash register. They only left one person to guard the door and wait to negotiate with the police who arrived. One person threatened the people squatting in the bookstore with a gun, and the remaining two checked the crowd one by one. He picked up the adult male's face and looked at it carefully, while the children and women ignored him. They are looking for someone, Kurumi thought, and poked the melon, asking it to help mark the identity information of each person. Dagwa considered the comparison and found that it met the reasonable requirements put forward by Cheng and Louis. Then, in an instant, the silver-white labels all over the place hurt Kurusu's eyes. "What's wrong?" Seeing Kurusu suddenly covering his eyes, Kudo Shinichi asked anxiously, "Is there any sudden illness at this time? These robbers target adult men. Will they let their children go?" Kurusu didn't put down his hand. With slightly red eyes, he shook his head, trying to stay away from Kudo Shinichi. Realizing that he seemed to be disliked, the little death god said, "Kurusu, what's wrong with you? He was still caring about you just now." For Kurusumi, just because they haven't seen each other for a while, Kudo Shinichi has a lot more labels on him, and he is tending to be like his father Kudo Yusaku. In Kurusumi's eyes now, Kudo Shinichi is no longer Kudo Shinichi, but a big ball emitting silver light. Blind. "So, can you change your special effects?" Kurusu, who was not the first time to be stabbed by a label, did not raise any objections. The label is Kurusu's subjective consciousness. That means it has nothing to do with being stupid. Kurusu was speechless. So he was blaming himself, right? Forget it. I'll just open my eyes and start looking for useful information in the label. The content of the labels on each robber is similar. European mercenaries. Spicy chicken. Karisu Yukawa beats tin with one hand. I took a job worth a little over 100,000, but I lost track of the target. Kurusu. Idiot. I think you have been very proactive recently. Now you can add your own little emotions to the content. Daigwa is making progress in his studies. Well, he is still that idiot. I will praise him when the day comes when he no longer calls himself by that name. Keep looking. One is not, two are not. Then, it is most likely this man. Matsuhiro Mizuki, president of Mizuki Company. It's not because there's anything special about Shueqing Changhao. It's just that it's very abrupt that a president suddenly appeared among a group of ordinary people. Based on the large and small cases that Kurusu had encountered with the Kudo family in the past, the position of president was extremely dangerous. With Kudo Shinichi on the scene, the level of danger was quadrupled. So, Brother Jingguang came here with a gun on his back because of the other party? Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? Sniper. Is the man going to shoot someone in the face? Kurusu didn't understand. At this time, your pistol is better than carrying a big bag. That bald uncle should be their target. Kurusu didn't see Kudo Shinichi still looking around, so he leaned over to him and whispered. Kudo Shinichi's brain began to work rapidly, repeatedly recalling and deducing all the details since they arrived at the bookstore. But he had no clue where Kurusu came to this conclusion. Kurusu saw that Kudo Shinichi's head seemed to be smoking due to overload. In order to protect Kudo Yusaku's outstanding offspring, Kurusu kindly comforted him. I know him. He is the president of Shueqing Company. A white lie is not a lie. Kurusu checked his conscience. I heard before that he seemed to have offended someone. These guys should be mercenaries from Europe. So that's it. An expression of sudden enlightenment appeared on Kudo Shinichi's face. This was probably the secret information of the Kurusu family that he didn't know. Looking at Kudo Shinichi, who was led astray, Kurusu felt no guilt at all. It was obviously not the first time that he had fooled the other party. What should we do? Kudo Shinichi felt that the situation seemed to be bad for them at this time. He was ready to make trouble, but he didn't find any clues to start. Kurusu rolled his eyes at him and said, "No, Kudo Shinichi, you are really more reckless than him, who has cheated." Kurusu couldn't guarantee that if he dared to be stubborn now, even if he was safe and sound, he would be pinned to the ground and beaten by Matsuda Jinpei and Hagiwara Kenichi when he went out. Especially since enough things have accumulated before, it's better to just stay in there and wait for rescue. The most important reason is that he hasn't been involved in enough cases with Kudo Shinichi recently, and the energy in the gym has not been much after the previous consumption, so it's better for him to be more cautious. Besides, there's a part-time undercover police officer here, right? Is it okay, Brother Jingwang? Kurusu gave Morobushi Jingwang an encouraging look without concealing it. Morofushi Kimitsu and Furatani Rei were taken to a safe house of the organization by Kuroya. Heiyao was quite careless. Judging from the layout of the safe house, it should have belonged to Heiyao. However, this man, who was considered a high-ranking figure in the organization, placed 2 peripheral members in the safe house and disappeared without a trace. The 2 who were left alone without any explanation looked at each other. "Would you like to have a midnight snack?" After a long while, Zhu Fujingwing rummaged through the refrigerator, looking at the fresh ingredients inside, and broke the silence. Fuyurei looked at Zhu Fujingwang, nodded, and said with a smile, "Okay." On this side, Zhu Fujingwang put on an apron and heated up the oil in a pot, while Jianggu Ling turned the entire safe house upside down. There were no eavesdropping or surveillance devices. After all, this was Heiyao's territory. Of course, there was no information about the organization, otherwise Heiyao would not have kept them here. The safe house has 2 bedrooms. The master bedroom shows signs of being lived in, while the second bedroom is empty, which means that Furatani Rei and Morobushi Kimitsu will sleep in the same room tonight. If they were just ordinary peripheral members, it might feel a little awkward, but living together at night, they could exchange some information quietly, and then Fury Ray would take out the quilt and sheets from the closet and make the bed. For midnight snack, Zhu Fujingwang just made a simple fried rice and squeezed 2 glasses of fresh orange juice. It was a familiar taste, Furia Ray sighed. It had been a long time since he tasted it. Although they had a lot of thoughts in their minds, the 2 of them still finished their meal in silence, and then went into the bathroom to wash up. After returning to the second bedroom, they looked at each other and conducted another thorough search of the entire bedroom. Still no discovery. Zhu Fujingwang breathed a sigh of relief. "I was really shocked when I saw you today." Although it was most likely safe, Zhu Fujingwang was still cautious and did not call out the exclusive name between the 2 of them. Furigaya Rei did not answer, but just smiled very sincerely. He was the same. Seeing Morobushi Kagemitsu's surprise, he was more happy to meet his good friend again. Although it was in this kind of place. "I saw them when we were shooting today." There seemed to be a little silence between the 2. Fuyurei started to spread the quilt on the bed, and Zhu Fujingwang paused and talked about the people he saw when he was sniping tonight. Furia Rei was not surprised. He certainly knew where Jinpei Matsuda and Kenji Hagiwara were. He even discovered Daiji Inadome because he was following the 2 of them. Instead, he talked about his childhood friend. Not only do they live together now, they have also temporarily adopted a child. Thinking of the news he got from the police, Fuya Rei wanted to laugh. The way those 2 guys raise their kids is hilarious just thinking about it. Really? Zhu Fujingwang was surprised and suddenly laughed. Is this their daily routine after marriage? It's quite similar. Furuya Ling didn't understand what Yu Kunren meant. He lowered his head to pat the 2 pillows, and didn't notice the meaningful look in Zhu Fujingwang's eyes. "Turn off the lights and go to sleep." The 2 of them were lying on a bed together. The last time they did that was back in the police academy. Then after graduation, first Furatani Rei disappeared. Although Zhufu Jingguang was worried, he also knew that Yu Junran had been invited in advance by the Public Security Department of the National Police Agency. His restless heart was ruthlessly suppressed by his master. Not long after, he himself received an undercover mission. Until now, actually, Zhu Fujing was lying on his back, and through the moonlight that came through the curtains, he could vaguely see the ceiling, with the shadows of the trees outside cast on it, and the shadows were dim and weak. Although it's not good to say this, I was really happy when I saw Zer. Fuya Rei was silent for a while, then turned to face Morobushi Kimitsu, his gray-purple eyes hidden in the darkness, but his voice firm and trusting. Me too, here. They were childhood friends, living together, going to school together, going home from school together, and playing together. We were together from elementary school, junior high school, and high school, even in college. Even though we were not in the same major, we were in the same school. Later, we became police officers together. Even now, even as undercover agents, they are still together. The knowledge of this makes people very happy. As long as it's them, as long as they join hands, they can do anything, Furuya Ling thought. Zer. Zhu Fujingguang suddenly came over, stretched out his hand and held Furuya Ling in his arms, calling softly. Startled by the sudden action, Fuya Rei was a little at a loss at first, but when he heard Morobushi Kagemitsu's low voice calling, he reached out and hugged his little boy. Zhu Fujingguang rubbed the neck of Fuya Ling. It was a familiar scent, belonging to Zer. Very, very reassuring. Zer. Perhaps it was because he suddenly saw his good friend that Zhu Fujingguang's emotions, which had been immersed in darkness for a long time, suddenly burst out. Furatani Rei did not answer. He knew that what Morobushi Kagemitsu needed was not comfort. His childhood friend was also an excellent police officer and an undercover agent who was capable of shouldering responsibilities. He might show his emotions for a while, but soon, he would become the resolute, brave, and firm-minded person again. Zhu Fujingguang placed his head on the shoulder of Furuya Ling, and Furuya Ling rested his chin on the soft black hair dyed by Yusun, leaning on and warming each other. That night, the two slept in each other's arms. The next morning, Heiyao, who was sitting at the dining table and had brought breakfast to the two of them, saw Zhu Fujingguang and Furuya Ling coming out of a room, and his expression suddenly changed. Did you sleep together last night? After getting affirmative answers from the two, Heiyao's expression became even weirder. But without saying anything more, Heiyao took out his phone from his pocket, opened an email, and showed it to the two of them. From today on, Amuro Kuin's codename is Bourbon, and Midorikawa Kuin's codename is Scotland. Heiyao smiled, welcoming the two new colleagues. Please give me more advice in the future, Bourbon, Scotland. At this point, Morobushi Kagemitsu and Furatani Rei became official members of the organization and were one step closer to their goal as undercover agents. It was not until later, when Akai Shuichi, who joined the organization later than them but soon got the codename Lei, formed the Whiskey Group, that Morobushi Kimitsu and Furuya Rei understood why Kuroya had such a strange expression at that time. When two members who are not familiar with each other want to use a safe house, because there are not enough rooms, most people will choose to have one person use the room and the other sleep on the sofa, instead of sleeping in the same bed like them. Usually when this happens, there are two people sleeping together. That's right, in Heiyao's eyes, they probably became some bold and open guys who rolled together just after meeting for the first time. TSK, that was a bad idea. Obviously, due to the lack of experience of living with Kurusu for a long time, Morofushi Kimitsu was unable to guess the meaning in Kurusu's eyes at the first time like Matsuda Jinpei, and was stunned for a moment in surprise. After pondering it in his mind for a while, he finally figured out what Chiwei's purpose was. Matsuda Hajiwara, this kid of yours really has an extraordinary heart. Zhu Fujingguang silently expressed his sympathy to the two people who were still working at the Metropolitan Police Department. It must be very tiring to raise such a child. If you're not careful, you might do something beyond your imagination. Alas, let us think about what to do now. Coincidentally, his target this time was the same person as those mercenaries, but for different purposes. The mercenaries probably received a mission to kidnap Shui Qing Changhao and take him to Europe because this guy has information that a big boss in Europe needs. As for the organization, they also want to get their hands on this information. But unlike the European boss, the organization first contacted Shui Qingchonghao and asked him to join the organization, but Shui Qingchonghao's refusal made the organization choose to take direct action. Furukawa Rei has already sneaked into Mizuki Masahiro's house. According to the news just received, the information has been found in the secret room in Mizuki Masahiro's house. Zhu Fujingwang sighed in his heart. They are worthy of being ZER. On the other hand, they are facing endless problems in dealing with Shui Qingchengho, who had contact with the same organization but refused to join the organization. First, the intelligence officer who was supposed to be responsible for observing the situation around Shui Qingchonghao was caught by the traffic department for speeding on the way, so the sniper had to temporarily take on the job of the intelligence officer. The main reason is that his partner this time is not Lei, but Qianti. No one knows what's wrong with the organization, separating the partners who were originally well-matched and putting them together again to complete the mission. If it was Lei, since he knew the other party's FBI identity, maybe he could find a chance to save Shui Qingchonghao. But now it's Qianti. Forget it. According to the news from Zur, Shui Qingchonghao is not a good guy either. This made him feel a little more at ease, but even if Shui Qingchonghao had no problems, he would probably feel a little guilty after killing the other party, but that was all. During the 5 years of undercover work in the organization, more than 1 or 2 people died at the hands of Zhu Fujingwang. If we really want to find out whether the other party is a good person, it will be a confusing matter. What Zhu Fujingwang wants to say now is that he hopes that when Qianti takes action later, Kurusu will not be scared. But this kid has seen many murder scenes, so it shouldn't be that serious. Just as Zhu Fujingwang was thinking this, the cell phone in his pocket vibrated. It was a message that Qianti was going to take action. At this time, the mercenaries in the bookstore had already grabbed Shui Qingchonghao and pulled him out by the neck. Kurusu's pupils shrank slightly, and he keenly captured the red that just flashed by. Subconsciously, he looked in the direction of Zhu Fujingwang, and seeing the expressionless face of the undercover policeman, he immediately understood. Kudo Shinichi next to him wanted to shout something, but Kurusu quickly covered his mouth with his hand. Then a red dot appeared on Shui Qingchonghao's forehead. Blood and white liquid spurted out everywhere, and the people around Shui Chonghao were in trouble. They screamed and dodged to the side. Even the mercenary who held Shui Chonghao was stunned on the spot. To be honest, he was the worst off, with his hair and face covered in red and white. The mercenary responded and cursed, "Be quiet." He pointed a pistol at the ceiling and fired a shot. All the hostages in the bookstore held their heads in fear. "What are you doing?" Kudo Shinichi, who was a little breathless due to the crowd, finally got a chance to breathe. He grabbed Kurusu beside him and spoke angrily. Why did he cover his mouth? If he had reminded him just now, maybe the man would not have died. Kurusu didn't know what Kudo Shinichi was thinking. Kudo Yusaku was smart and positive, and it was normal for Kudo Shinichi, who grew up under his guidance, to have such traits. However, the young Kudo Shinichi was obviously unable to consider things comprehensively. The difference between Kujui and Kudo Shinichi can be reflected here. Kujui also grew up under the guidance of a police officer with upright values, but because of his amnesia, he feels a sense of loss in the world and doesn't care about that many things. He will help those in need, but only when he feels his safety is not at risk. The reason why he was caught by Hei Yao in the alley late at night was because of Kurusu's recklessness. However, in Kurusu's heart, he had great trust in the ability of his own idiot, and it was also due to his lack of understanding of the ability of that organization. All his impulses were based on the fact that the gym had enough energy to protect himself and those around him, and it was safe to tease criminals occasionally, so he thought that his behavior was fine. There's nothing wrong with this idea, but Kurusu has never experienced a situation where the gym's abilities are beyond his ability. We will discuss these later. Faced with the current situation, Kudo Shinichi showed an angry look on his face. Kurusu explained. The ones who fired the shots were obviously not mercenaries. You can't tell if they will target you for alerting Mizuki Masahiro if they fail to kill him. Kudo Shinichi was stunned. And with so many people, you can't guarantee that the other party will not randomly select a lucky person or just shoot indiscriminately. Indeed, Kudo Shinichi was silent. He could understand what Kurusu said, but he felt a little depressed when he saw a person, someone he might have saved, die in front of him. It is because of the existence of people like Kudo Shinichi in the world that people's lives become better. Kind people will always be the most valuable people in this world. Similarly, Kurusu didn't believe that if it was Jinpei Matsuda, Kenji Hagiwara, or Kodate who were here, they would definitely remind him, but it was him who was here, and even if the 3 police officers knew the situation, they would only ask him to take care of himself and not take risks. That Esset, what a double-standard person. Kurusu did not lower his eyes. In fact, if the gem had sufficient energy now to protect the entire bookstore, he would definitely not stop Kudo Shinichi. Pity. Don't think too much. Kurusu patted his face. Okay, now focus on the 4 mercenaries in front of you. Brother Jingguang is also a hostage, so the solution must be difficult. He wants to help. Wait. When Kurusu shifted his gaze back to the mercenaries, he was stunned when he saw them packing up their weapons, as if they were ready to run away. Are you mercenaries so unethical? I am simply unable to complain. For several mercenaries, the next task is to bring Shui Qing Changhao alive to the big boss in Europe. Now that the person is dead, what are they still staying here for? They should run away as soon as possible, otherwise they will be shot. What Kurusu didn't know was that Daigwa wasn't kidding when he said Kurusu Yukawa could beat 10 people alone. Apart from Kurusu Yukawa's personal strength, these mercenaries could only be regarded as newcomers in the industry. I don't know which boss was so unlucky that he entrusted the important task to 4 rookies. Of course, it is also possible that one of the 4 is eloquent and has fooled the boss into trusting him. Like Kurusu, the hostages trapped in the bookstore looked blankly at the people who had threatened them before, packed up their things, bravely pushed open the door of the bookstore, and shouted to the police waiting outside. We have planted a bomb in the bookstore. If you don't want everyone inside to be killed, get out of our way. Bomb? The hostages looked at each other. Did you see what they did? No. Did you? There was a clear stupidity in their glance. The 3 men who had been staring at the 4 robbers obviously knew clearly that they had no time to do anything. I don't know whether to say these 4 guys are smart or stupid, but the police outside obviously didn't know this, and in order to protect the hostages, they let the mercenaries run away. Then the police came in and checked carefully. Matsuda Jinpei, who was called in to defuse the bomb at short notice, was a little confused when he saw Kudo Shinichi and the 2 girls beside him. Where's Kurusu? Kudo Shinichi finally reacted and looked around. Where did the person who was by his side just now go? Very good, this little kid. Jinpei Matsuda's fist hardened. As for Kurusumi, it cannot be said that he did anything dangerous. He just asked Daigwa to put a label on the other person when he saw Morobushi Kagemitsu leaving in the chaos. Then he followed from a distance. With this kind of tracking that even turned around several streets, no one could say that he was following Zhufu Jingguang. He didn't intend to do anything, but he was mainly wondering whether such an accident would affect Zhufu Jingguang's undercover work. If something happened, he might be able to help. The tag stops at a very obscure spot. Kurusu looked around and saw that the idiot had not marked any dangerous people. So he found a building, climbed up, and took out the binoculars he had bought on the way. The location was well chosen, and I could vaguely see what was happening over there at Zhufu Jingguang. Then, Kurusu saw a familiar person. The 4 valleys are connected. Next to Yatsuya Michi was a short-haired woman wearing a tight leather jacket. From his angle, he could only see the 3 men's mouths seem to move, and then Yatsuya Toshi dragged out 4 tied-up guys. They were indeed the mercenaries who had escaped before and were now being searched for by the police officers. The short-haired woman handed Zhu Fujingwang a pistol and fired 4 shots. Bang, bang, bang. Kurusu shrank back with a groan, hugging the telescope to his chest and covering it. Good, very fierce, Brother Jingguang. The one who tilted his head slightly because of the blood on his face after killing someone, and was met with a cold and creepy gaze that Kurusu did not witness. He was completely different from the gentle man who had appeared in front of Kurusu before. This is normal. Kurusu tried to comfort himself. Brother Jingguang was an undercover agent and a public security officer at that. As the saying goes, if a man is not ruthless, he cannot stand firm. How could he go undercover in a criminal organization without getting his hands stained with blood? Zhufu Jingguang was gentle to him not only because he was a minor, but also because he was a minor who was taken care of by Zhu Fujingguang's peers and could stand on the side of justice. Having witnessed the other side of his brother and good friend, Kurumi held back his pounding heart and thought, forget it, just leave. As for Morobushi Kimitsu, he didn't seem to have much of a problem, and what he talked about with the criminal organization was nothing Kurusu didn't want to know. If there is any problem, he will definitely go to discuss it with Brother Jinping and Brother Yena. Then, as soon as I got home, Kurusu found 2 new members at home. Kurosu is back. The person who had just witnessed the crime scene not long ago was sitting on his sofa at this time. Kurusu had a numb face. It turned out that he couldn't set a flag in advance, otherwise he would be easily slapped in the face. Where did you run to? Matsuda Jinpei felt that if this kid didn't give him a good reason, he would perform an iron palm stir-fry on the spot. Oh, I went to buy a cake. Kurusu was carrying a bag. Yes, he even went back to buy a cake. It was the store where Moriran and Suzuki Sonoko were going to taste the cake today. When he returned, the police had already left. Jinpei Matsuda, staring, not really trusting. Pretending not to notice Matsuda Jinpei's questioning eyes, Kurusu put his small cake on the coffee table, opened it, looked at the 2 people sitting on the sofa and asked, why are Rei and Kimitsu here again? Michan hates us so much? Furuya Rei asked maliciously. Kurusu stuffed the cake into his mouth expressionlessly and said vaguely, because Jingguang brother met him in the bookstore today, he is doing a mission for that organization, right? Is it okay to come here? It's not an important mission, it's just that he is unlucky. Furuya Rei couldn't help laughing when he thought of his childhood friends. What kind of sniper is playing the role of an intelligence officer? Kenji Hagiwara came out with washed fruits. So why are Kofuru and Kamarobushi here? The Suzuki Group's Delius cruise ship will set sail for its maiden voyage in 3 days, and I hope you can help. Furuya Rei took a bite of an apple, which they brought with them, and said seriously. Zhu Fujingguang added, this is very important information, but you also know that because of the Yatsuya incident, Zur and I cannot fully trust the public security department, so we have to trouble you. Matsuda Jinpei said indifferently, there is no need to talk about this between us. You are trusting us by asking us for help. If you have any problem, just tell us. The 4 of them smiled in tacit understanding. As for the squad leader, Furuya Rei was a little hesitant, because he heard that the squad leader and Miss Natalie were already discussing marriage, and it would be dangerous to disturb them at this time. If I don't tell the squad leader, he will definitely be angry later. Hagiwara Kenji said. 2. Then the 4 of them had a close discussion about the situation 3 days later. But, Zhu Fujingguang said awkwardly, since we can't prepare an invitation letter, you probably have to disguise yourself and go in as staff members. This is nothing, but it is not as convenient as giving convenience to the guests. Ahem. Kurusu finished a cake quickly, cleared his throat, and took out an invitation from the cake bag under the gaze of the 4 people. Hagiwara Kenji took it and saw that it was the invitation letter for the Delius cruise ship they were discussing. Is it your friend? Hagiwara Kenji and the others knew that one of Kurusu's good friends was the second daughter of the Suzuki Group. No. Kurusu waved his hand. In fact, every time the group has a banquet, the invitation letters received by Kurusu are sent to me, but I destroy them on the spot regardless of whether I am interested in going. If it wasn't for the fact that this is the maiden voyage of the Sonoko family's cruise ship, I would have thrown the things out long ago. Originally, I wanted to ask Ping and Kenji to take me with them, and now it's good to be able to help. Kurusu packed the cake and threw it into the trash can. He turned around and looked at the adults who looked like they didn't want him to go. He smiled and said, even if you take the invitation away, I can still go up with Sonoko. Okay. With this under their noses, Kenji Hagiwara and Jinpei Matsuda comforted themselves. 3 days later, the Suzuki Group's Delius cruise ship departed from Tokyo Bay and headed for the Pacific Ocean, staying on the sea for 2 days and 1 night. What a pity. Xiaolin can't come because she has to attend a birthday party with Aunt Eri, so only Uncle Mori is here. It's really boring. Suzuki Sonoko couldn't help but complain when she saw Lysumi. Her best friend didn't come, and she felt that she had no energy for anything. She also had to see the arrogant face of Kudo Shinichi, which made her feel like she had no desire to live. Now only Kurusu's face can heal her mood a little. Of course, The best part is Suzuki Sonoko held her face and looked at the 3 police officers who accompanied Kurosumi on the cruise ship. This is the source of her friendship with Kurusu. Who can understand the joy of supporting a couple together? At first, she simply thought that Kurusu's 2 brothers were really handsome, but when she learned from Kurusu about the possible relationship between the 2 police officers, she couldn't help but smile. Later, after Kurusumi's explanation, Suzuki Sonoko realized that this was the wish to see a beautiful relationship and hoped that it would continue forever. Even when Kurusu wanted to do something for his 2 guardians, Suzuki Sonoko would actively participate and contribute her own strength. So do you have any plans this time? Suzuki Sonoko leaned over to Kurusu's ear and asked quietly. He did want to. Kurusu sighed. This was what he had planned when he first received the invitation letter. The Delius is a symbol of love, so it would be nice to make a romantic confession on it. As a result, who would have thought that they would run into the undercover organization of Ling Ge? This cruise ship was not safe, and when it was helpful for the same period, let's not say a confession, would it be impossible for Matsuda to be flattened by Matsuda? Therefore, this plan was aborted before it was even proposed. Forget it, Kurumi comforted herself. The safety of Rei and Kagemitsu was the most important, and Kenichi's confession had been delayed for so long anyway, so it didn't matter if it was delayed a little longer. Then Kurusu shook her head at Suzuki Sonoko and said, "We are just here to have fun this time. I didn't make any preparations." The girl looked very regretful. Kudo Shinichi, who witnessed the whole process, had a numb face, so he never understood what these 2 guys were trying to do so actively. In this regard, Kurosumi and Suzuki Sonoko stood on the same line and said together that if Kudo Shinichi, a straight man, did not have his childhood sweetheart, Ran, who was a gentle, considerate, and non-calculating girl, he would probably be a widower for the rest of his life. So pitiful, Kurusu showed pity.jpg. Do you want to go to the swimming pool upstairs? Seeing Kurusu and Kudo Shinichi lying on the guardrail board, Suzuki Sonoko suggested. Although it's not big, it's built on the top of the cruise ship, with a wide view and a great view. The 2 of them, who felt that there was nothing to do anyway, had no objection. The 3 of them returned to their rooms, changed into their swimsuits, and went to the open-air swimming pool on the top floor together. As soon as they arrived, Suzuki Sonoko took Kurusu to the restaurant next door and excitedly introduced her to it, saying that these were chefs from various fields that her family had hired with great effort, and the food they made was simply amazing. Kudo Shinichi, who was following behind the 2 of them. Didn't we say swimming? Oh, you have to eat first to have the energy to exercise, do you understand? Suzuki Sonoko waved her hand, indicating that if Kudo Shinichi wanted to go swimming, he could go by himself. Kurisu, let's. Kudo Shinichi wanted to persuade Kurusu to go to the swimming pool with him to have a competition between boys. As a result, he saw Kurusu looking at the snacks ordered for him by Suzuki Sonoko with shining eyes. I almost forgot. This guy seems to be a bit of a foodie. Every time, Xiaolan and Sonoko would trick food away from him. Hateful. Kudo Shinichi stared at his 2 friends who were already happily enjoying the food, feeling upset, and sat down next to Kurusu in a rage. I want one too. As the saying goes, if you can't beat them, join them. Why should he just stand by and watch these 2 guys eat delicious food? The 3 little guys were eating and drinking in the restaurant next to the outdoor swimming pool. On the other side, the 3 police officers had already come into contact with the person that Fuyure, and the other 2 wanted them to pay attention to. Hirosaburo ISO is a very famous software development engineer who also runs his own company. Although his company is not as famous as himself, it is considered reliable and trustworthy in the industry. What the organization wants is not a piece of software developed by Hirosaburo ISO, but him as a person. This person is a relatively upright person, and he pays more attention to his reputation. In addition, his family is wealthy and his own company is profitable. If he wants funds to develop software, he can do it himself without anyone else's help. He probably refuses the idea of joining a criminal organization. Furuyure and his companions will find a way to help Hirosaburo Isahara escape after he refuses the organization's invitation, so as to avoid the consequences of being killed by the organization. But Jinpei Matsuda and others need to pay attention to another person. They also have a certain degree of understanding of this person. Yatsuya Michiru is an undercover agent planted by the organization in the Public Security Bureau of the Metropolitan Police Department. The plan of this organization was actually leaked deliberately by Furuya Rei. Originally, the organization suspected that there was an undercover agent from the Public Security Bureau among them, which is why they asked Yatsuya Michi to investigate. This time, they deliberately leaked information and let almost the entire Ministry of Public Security, whether it was the National Police Agency or the Metropolitan Police Department, all those who knew something about the organization get involved. Yatsuya Michi will definitely take the opportunity to find the undercover agent. He and Morobushi Kagemitsu believed in Matsuda Jinpei's and others' judgment that Yatsuya Michi was an undercover agent, but they could not tell the top leaders about this matter. Firstly, there is no evidence, and secondly, Yatsuya Michi is an old man. If he is really an undercover, too many people will be involved. Even some senior officials may just watch and let it go for their own benefit. This is something that Jianggu cannot tolerate. He and Zhu Fujingwang have been in the organization for so long and have seen many sides of the organization. They have also seen what happened to the exposed undercover agents. There are also colleagues from the public security among them. In fact, the only public security undercover agents who are still lurking in the organization and have not been exposed are Furuya Rei and Morobushi Kagemitsu. How is it possible to say that the exposure of others has nothing to do with Yatsuya Michi? Having taken the lives of so many people, Yatsuya Michi had to pay the price for his actions. Since the top management cannot be trusted, he can do it himself. This decision was made by Furuya Rei himself, and even Morobushi Kagemitsu didn't know about it. He always thought that the decision to deal with Yatsuya Doji was a decision made from above. He never thought that Furuya Rei didn't even report the suspicious points about Yatsuya Doji. As long as Yatsuya Michi reveals any clues, he will be executed immediately, and they may even try to make the organization doubt Yatsuya Michi's position. They didn't know where Yatsuya Michi had investigated, and the risk of Morobushi Kagemitsu being exposed was too great. So they had to make some backup plans in case their identities were exposed. Here didn't know, and Matsuda, Hagiwara, and the squad leader followed his instructions in advance and would not directly contact Yatsuya Michi, so they would not be in danger. These are Rei Furuya's own thoughts. Therefore, Matsuda Jinpei and the other two were still doing their assigned work in a relaxed manner at this time. If they knew that their chief's plan did not take his own safety into consideration at all, they would probably beat him up immediately. The three of them just stared at Yatsuya Dori's location from a distance. The location of the Public Security Bureau was provided by Furuya Rei. But to their surprise, before Yatsuya Dori made any movement, the three of them took the lead in making contact with another person, Hirosaburo Isagai, who did not need their contact at all. This wave is thanks to Kurosumi. Because Kurosumi and Kudo Shinichi have a good relationship, the adults of the two families also interact closely. As soon as Kudo Yusaku saw the three police officers, he came forward with his men to greet them. Coincidentally, the person he brought was Hirosaburo Iso Jisaburo. Kudo Yusaku received a commission from Iso Hisaburo, and the three police officers who were enthusiastically recommended listened to Kudo Yusaku's praise in a daze. They are all excellent police officers with strong reasoning and insight abilities, and they are also very skilled. Although Mr. Gosei does not want to call the police and accept their protection, let these three as his friends participate in the investigation of this intimidation incident. Then, without the three of them saying a word, they inexplicably came into contact with the organization's target. Rei Furuya, who was a waiter on the cruise ship and witnessed the whole process from a distance, said. Then Jinpei Matsuda and others accepted the invitation and went to the small meeting room on the cruise ship with Yusaku Kudo and Hirosaburo Isoi. Only then did they realize that Hirosaburo Isoi had received a threatening letter before boarding the Delius cruise ship today. He was threatened not to participate in the maiden voyage of the cruise ship, otherwise his life would be taken. It shouldn't be the work of the organization that Kojiro and his team are undercover in. Kenichi Hagiwara held the threatening letter made of words cut from newspapers and thought uncertainly that this method was a bit too low, as the organization was an internationally famous criminal organization after all. Moreover, the other party's first purpose was to force Hirosaburo Igaho to join, not to murder him. However, Mr. Gosei was really bold. Not only did he board the Delius without a care in the world, he also didn't even notify the police. He just found a writer like Kudo Yusaku. What they cannot deny is that Kudo Yusaku has excellent reasoning ability, but that does not prevent him from being a weakling. If something really happened, did Hirosaburo Igaho count on Yusaku Kudo to protect him? Moreover, the current situation is a little bad. Matsuda Jinpei and the others exchanged glances obliquely. At this time, not only are the people from the organization targeting Isagoi Hirosaburo, but there is also an unknown person hiding in the dark who wants his life. This person seems to be more dangerous than the organization. Of course, if it was really just a joke, as Hirosaburo Agoshi said, that would probably be the best. But Jinpei Matsuda and Kenichi Hagiwara both thought of Kurusu's words. Shinichi and his father are going to the Delius this time, so they probably won't have a peaceful life. After sending off Rei Furuya and Kimitsu Morobushi, Kurusu said to them with a serious face, "Wherever this father and son appear, there will be incidents, ranging from theft to loss of life." In the past, Jinpei Matsuda and Kenichi Hagiwara would definitely not believe such fantastic remarks, but after knowing that Kurusu-mi could perform magic, if you think about it carefully, the cases that Mr. Kudo and his team encountered are indeed things that ordinary people will never encounter in their lifetime. There is a high probability that something will happen on the Delius this time, and as Hirosaburo Igaho, who sought help from Yusaku Kudo, isn't he the most likely victim? No, even if this didn't happen, being the target of the organization is dangerous enough. Jinpei Matsuda remembered that Furuya Rei had told him before that the organization would most likely install bombs on the cruise ship, so he asked him to take some time to look around and see if he could find and dismantle them. Obviously thinking of this, Kenichi Hagiwara sighed and said, "Kurisu, this is really not a simple murder case." Gojo Hirosaburo was stunned. He looked at the 3 police officers in front of him. Suddenly, 2 of them started to look worried and asked cautiously, "Is my case difficult to handle?" In fact, he didn't really believe the threatening letter, because Gaho Hirosaburo felt that among his friends, family, and subordinates at the company, everyone who knew him would think he was a good guy. He was sure that no one familiar would want to attack him, but why would someone he didn't know want to kill him? Could it be that he was included in a list of random murderers? The 2 policemen knew some inside information, such as the format of the threatening letter was particularly familiar, and they were sure that he would not live long, so they made it so difficult for him. Hirosaburo Isoi grabbed the armrest of the chair under him, and for a moment he lost the nonchalant attitude he had when he first boarded the Delius cruise ship. He began to panic. He thought he might as well call the police. This way he would feel safer. "Is that right, Mr. Kudo?" He cast a veiled look towards Kudo Yusaku. "Save him! Save him! Yusaku Kudo, Mr. Gasho, he thinks you have a bigger imagination than him. Otherwise, if you join the ranks of writers, you will definitely shine." Watching the whole process of his 2 classmates making Iso Jisaburo on the opposite side sweat profusely with their unconscious expressions, Date Ko didn't know what to say. But it seems to be a good thing at the moment. No matter how they and Mr. Kudo persuaded him before, Hirosaburo Isoi was unwilling to call the police and ask the police for protection. Now it seems that he has changed his mind. Furitani Rei, who was still working on the deck, and Morobushi Kajimitsu, who was mingling with the guests, received news from the public security at the same time. An officer from the Metropolitan Police Department's 1st Investigation Division had come to provide close protection for Hirosaburo Isoi. Kurusu had finished a bunch of snacks and was slumped in a chair, biting the straw in his drink cup. Beside him were 2 friends who were also full and looked like they had lost all worldly desire. Helicopter? There was the sound of a wing cutting through the air from above, and Suzuki Sonoko looked up. Kudo Shinichi also took a look and used his sharp eyesight to spot the big words Metropolitan Police Department painted on the helicopter. Is there a case? Kudo Shinichi's keen sense of events made him excited all of a sudden, and his thoughts quickly turned to the man who came to see his father today. There was some hesitation in his words, and there was also a letter he showed his father. That's right, it smelled like a case. "Kurisu, let's go take a look." Kudo Shinichi pulled the sleeve of Kurusu beside him, with an expectant look on his face. Kurusu didn't care, but saw Suzuki Sonoko, who looked bored. Sonoko, are you going? Kurusu asked. Suzuki Sonoko thought about it. She had nothing to do anyway. They said they came here to swim, but they ate a lot. Now their stomachs were full and they couldn't exercise. It would be good to see what happened. Let's go. Suzuki Sonoko was more excited than Kudo Shinichi. She stood up and pulled Kurusu to the helicopter pad on the cruise ship. Kudo Shinichi hurriedly caught up. Wait for me, you too. Inspector Megure, you are here. Yusaku Kudo, who was standing in the room, was fiddling with a small wooden pendant. Then the door of the room was pushed open from the outside, and Inspector Megure, who had a very good relationship with him, came in with his men, accompanied by Suzuki Shiro's assistant Shang Qingja. As soon as Inspector Megure entered the room, he saw Hiroro Gojo standing in the middle of the group of people. Well, except for him, they are all familiar people. Mr. Gosei? Inspector Megure walked up and asked. Hello, officer. Gosei Hiroro wiped the sweat from his forehead with a white handkerchief. Although Jinpei Matsuda and Kenichi Hagiwara had discovered some minor problems caused by their unconscious actions under the suggestion of co-date, but the two had no intention of explaining. After all, the current results were still very good. It not only avoided exposing the danger to Fuyurei and Morobushi Kagemitsu, but also increased the safety factor around Gojo Hiro to a higher level. He even explained to Iso Hirogo very seriously the authenticity of the threatening letter. The two men spoke very convincingly, and Gogo Hiroro was even more frightened. Seeing that the intention of the two police officers was just to ensure the safety of Iso Hiro, Kudo Yusaku remained silent. It was better this way. It was better to be cautious than to have something happen. Can you show us the threatening letter? Officer Megure asked, and then took the letter that Matsuda Jinpei and the others had read from Iso Hiro's hand. It's a threatening letter without any personal traces. After letting his subordinates take a look, Officer Megure turned to the four people standing next to him, his eyes shining. With four people present, it seemed that there was no problem in deducing who sent the threatening letter. One is his brother Kudo, whom he has relied on for a long time, and the others are new police officers who were promoted in the past few years. They are very capable and have helped him solve many cases over the years. Unfortunately, Jinpei Matsuda and Kenichi Hagiwara are both elites of the explosives and bombs unit. Not to mention that the two of them have no intention of transferring to the 1st Investigation Division. Even the explosives and bombs unit is unwilling to let them go. Fortunately, there is Date Ko, whom he met through a case because of Hagiwara Kenichi. His ability is comparable to Matsuda and Hagiwara. Although he is currently in the local police station, he himself has the intention to join the Metropolitan Police Department. It won't be long before he can be transferred to the 1st Investigation Division and become his right-hand man. Ahem, putting aside thoughts irrelevant to this incident, Officer Megure coughed twice and asked, So, Kudo brother, what do you think? It is still uncertain whether the threatening letter is true or a joke. Kudo Yusaku paused, but we prefer to be prepared in advance. Kenichi Hagiwara nodded in agreement and explained, We are on a cruise ship now. If something happens and causes panic among the passengers, the consequences may be unpredictable. By making preparations in advance, Mr. Isoko's safety can be guaranteed, and the police will be able to deal with it in a timely manner if any accident occurs. Date Ko said to Isoko Hiro, Please also obey the police's arrangements, Mr. Isoko. This is to be responsible for your own life. Of course, of course. Isoko Hiro responded repeatedly. The consequences listed by the two police officers before were already terrible enough. He began to regret why he was so arrogant to board the Delius in the first place. Shangfang Qingjing also comforted Isogoi Hiro. Please rest assured, Mr. Isogoi, Mr. Suzuki knows the situation here and has arranged for the Suzuki family's bodyguards to cooperate with the police. We will ensure Mr. Isogoi's personal safety. Inspector Megure, Yusaku Kudo, and Jinpei Matsuda were discussing the follow-up arrangements. Suddenly, Yusaku Kudo looked at the closed door and said in a somewhat expected tone, Don't eavesdrop. Come in. Soon there was a sound of pushing and shoving at the door. Then the door opened, and Kudo Shinichi stood at the door. He looked at the adults in the room turning their heads to look at him, and scratched his head awkwardly. Ha ha ha, Dad. Kurosumi and Suzuki Sonoko quietly peeked from behind Kudo Shinichi. Matsuda, Jinpei, and Kurusu didn't look at each other, with a sign on their foreheads. This kid, before boarding the cruise ship, swore solemnly that he would not participate and would stay put, but he turned around and ran over. Kurusu felt very wronged. After all, Brother Jinping, please be reasonable. Aren't you supposed to keep an eye on Yatsuya Dori? He had seen Yatsuya Dori's position when he passed by before. What are you doing here instead of keeping an eye on the mission target? Then he glanced and saw Gasho Hiroro. That's amazing, Kurusu said with admiration. When he, Kudo Shinichi, and Suzuki Sonoko arrived at the helipad, the people from the Metropolitan Police Department had disappeared. But where was this place? This was the Delius of the Suzuki Group. Who was Suzuki Sonoko? She was the top lady of the Suzuki Group. So they caught a staff member on the cruise ship and asked about the whereabouts of the police. Then when I came over, I only heard the beginning and was caught by Kudo Yusaku. Your father is really powerful. Kurusu gave Kudo Shinichi a look, and he could tell we were coming through the door. Kudo Shinichi laughed awkwardly. No, it was simply because his father knew his character too well, and then he heard some noise. Others would not think it was him, but his father might not. That's right, Jinpei Matsuda and Kenichi Hagiwara would not think about Kurusu, because Kurusu is not that interested in the so-called case. This can only be said to be Kudo Shinichi's own characteristic. In the end, the three kids managed to sneak into a temporary meeting regarding Hiroro Isagoi's safety arrangements in response to the intimidation incident, but of course they were only allowed to listen. Then Kudo Shinichi successfully got the threatening letter. It's just an ordinary letter. After reading the letter over and over again, Kudo Shinichi said helplessly. Nonsense, Kurumi complained in his heart. If there really was something, your dad and his brother would have seen it long ago. So do they still need us? But he can still be of some use at this time. Pat the idiot in your heart. Several labels were inserted on the words cut from the newspaper on the letter. Kenichi brother. Kurusu pulled Hagiwara Kenichi over, but still didn't call Matsuda Jinpei, as he felt that the other party was in a bad mood because of his running around. What's the matter? Hagiwara Kenichi sat next to a child and asked when he saw them carefully observing the threatening letter. This. Kurusu pointed at the words on it. It was cut from the sports newspaper on the 3rd, and this one is on the 7th. Ooh. Point out the source of each word. Great. Amazing. Kudo Shinichi was stunned by this scene. How is this done? Although I have seen people like Chiwei before, whose brain is comparable to that of a computer, I am still amazed every time I see it. He can't be called an idiot, but if he had read these newspapers before, he would be able to compare them with his memory without being an idiot. So rounding off is his own skill. Oh, at times like this, one should just ignore the idiot's ridicule. Kurusu is used to it. Thank you, little Kurusu. Hagiwara Kenichi touched Kurusu's head and praised him. Then he walked aside to talk to Officer Megure and the others about this matter. Kudo Shinichi silently closed the threatening letter in his hand. Feeling that the other party gave him a veiled look, Kurusu moved closer to Kudo Shinichi and threatened in a low voice. What are you dissatisfied with me for? Without giving him a reasonable reason to roll his eyes, he immediately took action, absolutely no ambiguity. How old are you? You must be 2 years older than us. Kudo Shinichi thought about his experience since he met Kurusu. Why do officers Hagiwara and Matsuda always praise you every time you do something? Childish brat, Kudo Shinichi complained. Kurusu stared at Kudo Shinichi and wanted to hit him on the head. What's wrong? He just likes Jinpei and Kenichi, right? You don't need to say it. You were the most rude when you made a scene in front of Miss Yukiko. Kurusu quickly fought back. You. Suzuki Sonoko watched the two boys staring at each other. Something seemed to flash between them. She yawned as usual. It didn't matter. They had a small fight every 2 days and a big fight every other day. At the beginning, she and Xiaolan would even stand by to break up the fights. Later? Forget it. These two guys are only years old in total. After the police had discussed it, they took Hiro Isohiro to the room arranged by the Suzuki Group. He was accompanied by not only police officers from the Investigation Section 1, but also the bodyguard of the Suzuki Group, Jinpei Matsuda. Ko-Date returned to the place where he had been keeping an eye on Yatsuya Street. Kenichi Hagiwara and Yusaku Kudo followed some police officers to check the information of the people who boarded the cruise ship today. Kudo Shinichi quickly followed. Kurusu, who was confronting him, suddenly lost his opponent. He turned around and looked at the backs of the group of people leaving, feeling angry. Why don't we follow them and see? Suzuki Sonoko whispered beside him. Follow, why not? Kurusu rolled up his sleeves. With him here today, Kudo Shinichi won't have a chance to solve the case. That's right, idiot. Get the information of people boarding the cruise ship today from the registration office. Read it to Gogo Hiroro over the phone. Suzuki Sonoko yawned again and lay weakly on the table. No, she regretted it. This was more boring than watching others play in the open-air swimming pool. Kudo Shinichi and Kurusumi listened carefully, but like the police officers, they did not get any useful information from it. After a long time, the information comparison was finally completed. Among the entire registration personnel, Gajiro knew quite a lot of people, but according to his own understanding of the situation, there were only 2 people who might have a gap with him. Setsuka Tsukasa and Kusakachi Akiko. One was the president of a rival company, and the other was his first love. Because Hiro Goji's parents did not agree, the 2 broke up. The most important thing is that the 2 people mentioned above were together before. That's right, Kusakachi Akiko is not Suzuka Kanpei's wife. The latter's wife died half a year ago. It is said that Kusakachi Akiko was Suzuka Kanpei's lover before that, but after his wife died, Suzuka Kanpei did not marry Kusakachi Akiko as agreed before, and the 2 parted ways unhappily. And the little kid at the back didn't hear it. As mature adults and guardians of 2 of the children, Kenichi Hagiwara and Yusaku Kudo teamed up to kick the minors out of the room. Looking at the closed door in front of them, everyone looked at each other in confusion. Kudo Shinichi still didn't give up and wanted to lie on the door to eavesdrop, but he didn't expect that the door here was not on the same level as the door of the previous room, and he could not hear any sound at all. Suzuki Sonoko suggested that since there was nothing else to do, they should go to Kurumi's room to play poker and wait for Officer Hagiwara to come back and ask him questions. Kurusu had no objection to this. He grabbed Kudo Shinichi, who was jumping up and down at the door, and dragged him away. Originally, Kudo Shinichi was still indignant and sulking all the way, but as soon as the person here entered Kurumi's room and turned on the light, before he could see the structure of the room clearly, a figure flashed by. Kudo Shinichi turned his head and saw a man with his back to them, pinching Kurusu's mouth and pushing him against the wall. Suzuki Sonoko screamed briefly, and then Kudo Shinichi covered her mouth. What are you doing? Kudo Shinichi led Suzuki Sonoko away from the man. Now Kurusu was in his hand, so they could no longer go forward to deliver food. However, from Kudo Shinichi's direction, he couldn't see the man's face, but he could see Kurusu's appearance. Is there something wrong with Kurusu's expression? A question mark appeared over Kudo Shinichi's head. He wasn't afraid or horrified. What are you trying to do by looking like you want to beat someone up? There was definitely something wrong with Kurusu. Kudo Shinichi watched Kurusu from the beginning wanting to beat someone up, to the half-moon eyes later, and now reaching out to grab the man who was holding him, but it was obviously ineffective, and the man dodged all the attempts. Who are you? Kudo Shinichi lost his initial vigilance, and it seemed that Kurusu didn't know him, but it was too much to bully someone like this. Bad character. Kudo Shinichi hesitated for a moment, asked Suzuki Sonoko to stay where she was, and he moved forward cautiously. He did not receive any warning look from Kurusu, so he was safe. Just as they were thinking this, suddenly, all 4 people in the room stopped. There was a slight noise outside the door, and then there was the sound of the door opening, which sounded a little strange. Kudo Shinichi. It feels like prying open a door. Kurumi glanced towards the door and saw a familiar name on the label, but ignored it and reached out to the man in front of her. The man grabbed Kurusu's hand and pressed it above her head in the same way. Kurusu. The man who had pried the door open finally opened it, slipped in, closed the door, and before he could say anything, he saw the situation in the room and reacted very quickly, pulling out his pistol and pointing it at the man. Let him go. Shouted the man who had not rushed in. What kind of people does Kurusu know? Kudo Shinichi looked at the gun in the hand of the new man and felt that so many things had happened during this trip. The man put the person down only then. As soon as he landed, Kurusu kicked the man's calf. The man did not dodge. Kurusu was stunned after kicking him, then slowly squatted on the spot, covering his feet. "Do you think I will suffer this kind of loss again?" The man laughed and removed 2 steel plates from his calf, then turned to face Moribushi Kagemitsu. "Okay, put it down, Officer Moribushi." "Police?" Kudo Shinichi looked at Moribushi Kagemitsu, who was obviously surprised after his identity was revealed, and then looked at the man. Quite familiar golden eyes. Kudo Shinichi immediately looked at Kurusu, who was still squatting on the ground. "Is that Kurusu's family?" Suzuki Sonoko came out from behind Kudo Shinichi and looked at Kurusu Yukawa with shining eyes. He was a handsome man of a different type from Kurusu. Kurusu Yukawa? Ju Fushiki Kagemitsu only knew Kurusu and his uncle about the people in Kurusu's family. After getting the man's nod, he hesitated for a moment, but still did not put down his gun. From the information he had heard, Kurusu Yukawa had a bad reputation. Regardless of whether the news was spread by a criminal organization or not, based on the behavior of Kurusu Yukawa bullying his nephew that he had just seen when he entered the door, in Jufu Jingwang's eyes, he could not be considered a good person. Moreover, Kurusu Yukawa's smoky gray hair looked familiar to him. Jufu Jingwang is confused.jpg. Kurusu Yukawa didn't care. He took out a pair of gold-rimmed plain glasses from his pocket and put them on. In an instant, the cold aura he had before disappeared. With the addition of a well-tailored suit, he appeared in front of them as an outstanding and gentlemanly elite. Kurusu looked up and thought of what Heiyao, Chung and Luin said about his uncle. Then, this elite walked up to Kudo Shinichi and Suzuki Sonoko, holding one by the collar, and motioned for Moribushi Kagemitsu to open the door, throw them outside, close it, and lock it. The 2 people who were kicked out by adults for the second time. Why can Kurusu stay in there? Kudo Shinichi was so angry that he scratched the door. "Please." Suzuki Sonoko Hantsuki watched Kudo Shinichi almost kick the door in. They were Kurusu's family, okay? Other families were reminiscing about the past, and what was it like for the 2 of them to stay inside? It looked like she wouldn't be able to get out for a while, so she decided to go back to her room and sleep. She greeted Kudo Shinichi, but it was obvious that he was angry and didn't hear her. Suzuki Sonoko didn't care and turned around and left. In the room, Kurusu Yukawa glanced at Kurusumi, picked up the luggage he brought with him, put it on the bed and sat down and asked, "How long are you going to squat there?" Kurusu didn't stand up, ignored his uncle, and looked at Jufu Jingwang. "Why is Jingwang brother here?" Zhu Fujingwang hesitated suspiciously and said, "I think my identity has been exposed. What happened with Shuiqing Changhao not long ago, and how he was asked to execute 4 mercenaries personally, seemed to reveal a sense of temptation. When he passed by Shigidong today, the look in this guy's eyes when he looked at him was not right." Feeling creepy for no reason and suspicious, Kagemitsu Moribushi was ready to go to Hajiwara Kenji and Matsuda Jinpei to discuss things, but he didn't expect that the 3 of them were not there, and he ran into Kurusu Yukawa instead. "Don't think about it, there's nothing for now," Kurusu Yukawa said to the 2, while taking out various weapons from his bag. Zhu Fujingwang said that the non-existent handcuffs were ready to move. Kurusu came closer to take a look and saw that most of them were cold weapons, with only a pistol and a few replacement magazines. "How did you pass the inspection?" Kurusu still remembered that for safety reasons, the security inspection of the Suzuki group was quite strict. "Because I didn't come up through the formal channels, otherwise I wouldn't need to borrow your room temporarily." Kurusu Yukawa loaded the pistol and pointed it at Kurusu's forehead. Jufu Jingwang immediately pulled Kurusumi behind him. "Don't be so nervous." Putting all the cold weapons on himself, Kurusu Yukawa smiled. "This is the only child of my Kurusu family. I won't touch him no matter who I touch." "You said Jingwang brother has not been exposed?" Kurusumi poked his head out and asked. "That person Yatsuya Dori has a problem with his brain, but he is still very capable." Although Kurusu Yukawa's tone was full of disdain for Yatsuya Dori, "You are right to get him, otherwise in less than a year, this person will be able to access your undercover information." 1 year? Kurosumi did not doubt the accuracy of Kurusu Yukawa's information, but he was a little scared. If he did not accidentally run into Yotsuya Dori this time, would Jingwang brother be discovered by that organization as an undercover one day in the future? And then, Morobushi Kimitsu patted Kurusu's head in a comforting manner. And after getting rid of Yotsuya Michi this time, you'd better not withdraw from the organization. Kurusu Yukawa continued. Zhu Fu Jingwang frowned. Not caring about the other party's opinion, Kurusu Yukawa kindly reminded him because his son cared about this person. The Japanese Metropolitan Police Department also has undercover agents lurking in the upper echelons, but because of that position, a single move can affect the entire body, and unless it is an emergency, the organization will not mobilize these high-level people. Yotani Michi died this time. He was the best undercover person in the Metropolitan Police Department, except for the top leaders. The organization will definitely suspect that there is a problem inside. Do you think that if you have reached the position of a high-level official in the Metropolitan Police Department, you will not have the right to check the information of an undercover agent? They just didn't want to be exposed before. So since you're already here, that's just right. Don't go back. Don't contact anyone except your superiors and your colleagues. There is nothing wrong with what Kurusu Yukawa said. It's a pity about his undercover work, but judging from these contents, even if it didn't happen, Yotsuya Michi would continue to investigate undercover. According to Yotsuya Michi's current position, it is normal for him to come into contact with undercover information a year later. At least now he knows in advance that his identity has been exposed, so it should be okay for him to hide from the organization for the time being. No, since there is an undercover agent in the upper echelons. Him. Zhu Fujingwang was anxious, thinking that Furuya Zero was in danger. Don't worry, he is safe. It is not easy to arrange undercover agents in the National Police Agency, at least as far as I know, and his position is much higher than yours, and the level of confidentiality is also higher. As he spoke, he continued to rummage in the luggage bag, took out a small box, put on a pair of beauty contact lenses, and then said to Zhu Fujingwang, "Come here." He took out a translucent object from the box and stuck it on Zhu Fujingwang's face. In a blink of an eye, Kurusu saw that Zhu Fujingwang's appearance had changed. Kurusu didn't think that disguise was like that. A temporary backup face, the technology used by the flower growers, is much more complicated to make than the disguises that are popular internationally, but it is more reliable. It will never fall off unless you use a specific lotion. Kurusu Yukawa counted the number of faces he had left, and there were not many left. He would have to replenish the stock later. He handed a dagger to Morofushi Kagemitsu and a three-edged spike to Kurosumi, and Kurusu Yukawa stood up. "Let's go." "Wait." Morofushi Kagemitsu immediately stopped them. If there was any action that required him to be taken along, it would be fine, but Kurusu Yukawa also wanted to take Kurosumi along. "Is this uncle so unreliable?" "It's more convenient for a child," Kurusu Yukawa explained. It seemed that Sumi was holding the three-edged spear in a daze, so he put it on his belt and pulled his clothes to cover it. Besides, he is much safer than us. Seeing that Kurusu Yukawa was determined to take Kurosumi with him, Zhu Fujingwang had no choice but to hide the dagger on his body as he watched the other party open the door. "I don't have much energy left." Seeing Zhu Fujingwang put the dagger behind him, Kurosumi came to Kurusu Yukawa and whispered to him. Kurusu Yukawa opened the door and said, "It's okay, we'll have it in a while." "What is it?" Kudo Shinichi was still outside. "You haven't left yet?" Kurusu asked. Sonoko must have gone back to her room out of boredom, but what surprised Kurusu was that Kudo Shinichi resisted the urge to go to his brother Kinji to try to get some clues. Kudo Shinichi was confused. "In your eyes, Kurosumi, was he the guy who left his good friend and two strangers in the room without a care? Who are they?" Kudo Shinichi looked at the two adults. "Wait, did these two people look different? Was the guy who seemed to be a relative of Kurusu just wearing cosmetic contact lenses, or were the golden eyes fake? The other guy's face was completely changed. Are you really okay? Was his friend threatened by these two guys?" Kurusu didn't see what Kudo Shinichi was worried about, so he patted Kurusu Yukawa beside him and introduced him. "This is my uncle. You heard the brother over there before. He's a policeman." Kudo Shinichi's eyes were full of suspicion. Just when he was about to say something else, a woman's scream suddenly came from a room not far away. He was stunned for a moment, then turned around and ran away. Kurusu felt that this scene was particularly familiar. This was the scene that often appeared when I went out with the Kudo family. Should we follow them and see? Kurusu asked the two people around him for their opinions. Let's follow them. Kurusu Yukawa felt that there was no one else who could take action on the Delius at this time except that organization. Knowing that there was a guy up there who was threatening other people and might even take their lives, Kurusu wondered if Hirosaburo Isegai was dead. No way. Isn't it Brother Jinping who is protecting the president? And there are so many policemen and bodyguards from the Suzuki group. The three followed Kudo Shinichi all the way to where the scream came from. The waiter was sitting there with a look of horror on his face. This doesn't seem to be Isho Hirosaburo's room. Kurusu didn't expect it, but dig out the familiar room number from memory. It was Suzuka Kanpei, the guy who was probably the president of a rival company to Hirosaburo Isoi, and who also took Hirosaburo Isoi's first love as his lover. Kanpei Suzuka died facing the door of the room, with his face still immersed in the transparent fish tank. It should have been not long since he died, but the fact that he died with his eyes wide open made his death look rather miserable. Kurusu glanced at Kurusu Yukawa, holding the gemstone on his chest that had absorbed all the energy. Is this what you said would appear in a moment? My goodness, he thought it was his father who had the ability to predict the future, but it turned out to be you, his uncle? Kurusu Yukawa, don't look at him. What he said was that the group of people he organized went crazy and started shooting everywhere and installing bombs, which would probably kill a lot of people. The uncle and nephew exchanged glances. Seeing Kudo Shinichi squatting in front of the deceased to check on him, Kurusu quickly took out his cell phone and called Inspector Megure before the two adults behind him could react. It was really great that right after the murder, there happened to be a police officer from the 1st Investigation Division on board the boat who quickly responded to the case. Then he called Kinji Hagiwara, who was still investigating the information of relevant personnel, and asked him to come over quickly with Yusaku Kudo, as the death of Kanpei Suzuka might be related to the person who sent the threatening letter to Hirosaburo Isohiro. Kurusu counted on his fingers and found that there were not only the mystery novelist Kudo Yusaku and his son Kudo Shinichi who he had raised since childhood, but also Matsuda Jinpei and Hagiwara Kinji. In the cases he had encountered before, these two either did not appear at the same time as the two people from the Kudo family, or only one of them appeared. There is Date Ko, who is still monitoring Yatsuya Dori, Morobushi Kimitsu, who is on par with the three behind him, and Furuya Rei, who is hiding among the waiters. And his uncle, who looks like a mad dog. Hiss, this lineup is so scary. Chungha Luin, have you forgotten yourself? Oh, Dad, you're here? Kurusu said without saying hello, pointing at Kurusu Yukawa beside him. Is this my uncle? Chungha Luin, well, he looks like a decent person, right? It was a very unfriendly attitude. Even through the words, Kurusu could feel the strong disdain. Kurusu Yukawa suddenly turned to look at him. What do you mean? Kurusu was puzzled. Chungha left a voice message. I told you before that the gem's effect is effective within 100 meters. This is your uncle. Yes, if you think about it, Lysu Yukawa should also be able to see the label. Idiot, again. I remind you that labels are Kurusu's subjective ideology. Kurusu didn't understand what the idiot meant. Chungha Luin, only you can see the fool. Oh, and me too, but this is different from your situation. Kurusu Yukawa can hear my voice, which is better than what Kudo Shinichi thought was his subconscious. You named it the fool? Kurusu Yukawa frowned. This is the magic gem that his Kurusu family has passed down for hundreds of years. Although there is something inside it that he cannot touch, this thing is very precious, okay? Zhu Fushi Jingguang and Kudo Shinichi looked at him in confusion. What do you mean by idiot? Was someone talking to him just now? Chungha Luin, don't have much contact with your uncle. He may be considered a psychopath. Let him go quickly and don't fight with Matsuda Jinpei and the others later. He almost got into a fight with Jingguang. Kurisu, you're a loser. Kurusu Yukawa suddenly cursed. Wait, who is Kurusu Kazu? Kurusu paused. Oh, that's his father's pseudonym. His father is also a big mystery. Also, why should I say it out loud? Kurusu glanced at the two people next to him who looked like, "Why are you cursing? Isn't it okay to just say it in your heart? It would be weird for others to hear it." Chungha left a message. Laughing.jpg got it. Kurusu suddenly realized that his uncle probably didn't have this skill of mental dialogue, probably because he had been mocked by his father for a long time. Kurusu Kazu. Is he your father? Kudo Shinichi, who had heard this name from his father, asked, looking at Kurusu next to him. What's the matter with scolding his father in front of his son, and so sudden? Is there something wrong with Kurusu's uncle's brain? Kudo Shinichi sympathizes ing. Kurusu Yukawa frowned and said to Kurusumi, "At the beginning I said I wanted to keep you by my side, but your father disagreed. Now look what happened. You have been spoiled by those two policemen." Why did he become spoiled? Kurusu couldn't keep up with Kurusu Yukawa's pace. Who are you? Matsuda Jinpei, who had just come here with Inspector Megure and heard such words, asked unhappily, "Is there something wrong with the child he and Hagi raised?" Kurusu is fine. Brother Jinpei, this is my uncle. Kurusu, who was afraid that the two would quarrel, hurriedly explained, and then secretly winked at Morobushi Kimitsu, asking him to pull Kurusu Yukawa if the two fought later, and Kimitsu hurriedly pulled Brother Jinpei. The first time he met Kurusu Yukawa, Matsuda Jinpei felt that he hated this guy. It was not because of what they heard from Kurusu Yukawa, but because the aura emanating from this person was just not in tune with them. They are specifically referring to the police. Kurusu Yukawa was disguised, but at first glance, something was wrong. The smell of blood could not be hidden. This guy has killed a lot of people. Maybe it was a massacre. Jinpei Matsuda frowned and looked at Kurusu Yukawa's black eyes. Is this man Kurusu's uncle? Kurusu made a gesture as if she was wearing contact lenses. I understood the meaning of Kurusu's gestures and noticed that Jufu Jingguang, who had interacted with Kurusu before, looked very familiar. Looking at the pair of blue cat eyes. Master Jing? Matsuda Jinpei moved his lips twice, but no sound came out, and Jufu Jingguang nodded. How did they get mixed up together? Matsuda Jinpei was a little confused, but now was not the time to talk about it. Noticing Suzuka Kenpei lying on the ground, Hiroro Isoi, who came with Jinpei Matsuda, was sweating profusely and his legs were shaking. Why is Mr. Isoi here? Didn't they say that they would keep him inside the room to protect his safety? Kurusu asked. Maki's not Gamma because he heard that Mr. Suzuka was in trouble. He had to come here no matter what. An officer from the investigation division explained. What did he want to see? The miserable state of his opponent. To be honest, if Kanpei Hasuzuka was suspected of sending a threatening letter to Hiroro Igo, then since he was already dead, it was quite possible that Hiroro Igo was the murderer. They have a grudge against each other or something. Perhaps it was Hiroro Igo who wrote and directed the threatening letter and sent it to himself in order to take the opportunity to kill Kanpei Suzuka. The policeman and Kudo Shinichi were checking the body nearby. Kurusu Yukawa was watching the fun out of boredom, and Kurusumi was thinking about his own things. Kurusu Yukawa looked at the curly-haired police officer who had raised his nephew for several years and felt more and more displeased with him. It wasn't that he had any problem with Matsuda Jinpei, but the reason was the same as the other party's dislike for him. They were born opponents. He remembered that the police officer glared at him fiercely before going to investigate, probably to warn him not to do anything to Kurusu. Do you really need to take care of him as his uncle? And Kurisu Miya watched with his own eyes as Morobushi Kimitsu somehow managed to sneak into the investigation team without any hindrance. Is it true that an undercover police officer is still a police officer? Chungha Luin. If you don't want to help, don't make random guesses. How do you think Gogo was able to kill someone under the nose of Matsuda Jinpei? Kurusu Yukawa sneered, touched his pocket, but found that he didn't bring any cigarettes. He walked over to Kurusumi and took a lollipop out of his pocket. Kurusu looked at him and gave him through the time gate. Did Kurusu Yukawa find out what he was carrying on him? In response, Kurusu Yukawa said that there was still a time gate that he had pressed on your wall before. Don't you have that? Kurusu Yukawa spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Kurusu looked at the necklace on her chest and lowered her voice. My dad doesn't let me use it, saying it's to exercise my brain. Then he said in a low voice, it didn't have much effect though. Although he is really lazy sometimes, and doesn't particularly want to use his brain because he has brother Jinping and the others, or even if he is in trouble, he always has Kudo Shinichi, but he still reads books every day to enrich himself. Chungha Ruin was very dissatisfied with this, and used a scientific way to explain to Kurusu that if Kurusu's brain function rate was 100% before he lost his memory, it was 10% when he first met Matsuda Jinpei, and after Kurusu's efforts it finally reached 11%. When expressing this result, Chung and Ruon revealed for the first time their anger towards Kurusu. Kurusu scratched his face. He felt that life was good enough now, a happy and ordinary life. Although sometimes I can't control my curiosity. But it's good enough if you have enough brains. Unexpectedly, after hearing what Kurusu said, Kurusu Yukawa showed an expression that Chungha Ruin must be a fool. He is crazy. Kurusu Yukawa pulled Kurusu's necklace. This thing was originally yours, and you want to train your brain. This kind of person. Chungha left a voice. Yuchuan. TSK. Kurusu Yuchuan was not afraid of him. Just as he was about to say something, a group of people came in from outside, forcing him to shut up. How is it? Hajiwara Kinji and Kudo Yusaku, who had just arrived because they had walked quite far to investigate the specific information of the relevant personnel, asked. Kurusu pointed to the side. Yes, it's pretty miserable. Although his face was soaked in a fish tank full of water, the cause of death of Suzuka Kanpei was not drowning, but strangulation. The murderer was either much taller than the deceased, about 1.9 meters or more, or he was standing in a higher position than the deceased and strangled the deceased with a thin rope or some other tool. Because the marks on the victim's neck were not in a semicircular shape pointing backwards, but were slanted upwards, but much lower than those caused by hanging. Over there, Matsuda Jinpei explained the situation to the two people who had just arrived. What do you think? Kurusu Yukawa asked Kurusumi beside him. He was no longer bored as before, but was full of interest. Kurusu glanced at the scene and said, "It was probably someone tall. How did you know? This is the maiden voyage of the Delius. The Suzuki family is wealthy, and the furniture used to decorate the doors of the rooms on the cruise ship must be brand new. Everything in this gatehouse is new except for the traces of a struggle on the carpet over there." Kurusu explained the details he had seen. It shouldn't make any difference if you just stand on it and wipe it clean. Kurusu Yukawa imagined the scene he was describing and thought it was pretty much the same. Kurusu didn't blink, but leaned against the wall to watch the police officers busying themselves. Matsuda Jinpei, the disguised Morobushi Kimitsu, and Kudo Yusaku were discussing in a low voice. Kudo Shinichi was listening beside them, thinking from time to time with his head down. Where's Kinji? Here. The voice of Kinji Hajiwara came from beside him. Kurusu didn't turn his head, but he saw that the other party was standing on the other side of him, like two door gods with Kurusu Yukawa. Kinji Hajiwara put his hand on Kurusu's shoulder. Kurusu, are you sure that none of the furniture in the room has been used? Yes. Kurusu nodded. Even if it is used carefully, the paint will change and the quilt will have wrinkles. The door of this room is new. Is that how you can tell? Kinji Hajiwara pointed to his eyes. Observe with the naked eye? What else? Kurusu looked at Hajiwara Kinji in confusion. After a moment of silence, Hajiwara Kinji lifted up Sumi's face and looked into Gu Jin's eyes carefully. Is this a new machine? Kurusu? Huh. This temporary guardian is much more interesting than Chungha Ruon and the curly-haired guy next to them, Kurusu Yukawa thought. Very impressive, Kurusu. Kurusu Yukawa, Chungha Ruon have always had conflicts. At first, it was because his sister gave birth to Kurusu when she was 19. Although he was also a rascal at that time, because he ran away to be a mercenary in the early years of his second year, he had a talent for this and stayed out for 4 years. All the affairs of the Kurusu family were left to Kurusu Junko. YQ? Later I thought about it and felt sorry for her. His sister is indeed a silly beauty. Apart from her good looks and talent in painting, there is really nothing else about her. She has been carrying the identity of an heir for so many years, but she just can't learn anything no matter how much she is taught. She is naive and silly, simple and gentle, and uselessly kind. She can be sad for a long time, even if she sees a little bug. When he returned home, he was exhausted by the heavy workload. It was really hard. It was also because Kurusu Yukawa was tired of playing outside. So he came back to take over the Kurusu family's affairs. He has been licking blood on the edge of a knife for many years, and his methods are also very sharp. He dealt with the mess left by his parents' death. As a result, they found out that their stupid sister was made pregnant by Chung Haluyan, an old man who was 4 years older than them. God knows whether Kurusu Yukawa really wanted to kill Chang and Ruin with one sword at that time. It was only because Junko Kurusu hugged him and cried that he stopped doing it. The only requirement is that Junko Kurusu's child must be from the Kurusu family. Chungha Ruin had probably already been initially involved in the current trouble at that time, so they agreed without hesitation and even commissioned Kurusu Yukawa to create a fake identity and marry Kurusu Junko. Seeing that he treated Junko Kurusu very well afterwards, Kurusu Yukawa also suppressed his mentality of looking down on people's noses as not noses and eyes as not eyes. Kurusumi is the greatest contribution made by Chungha Ruon. When Kurusumi was a child, Kurusu Yukawa was grateful to God that Kurusumi inherited the only good part of Chungha Ruon's brain, and wished he was like Kurusu Junko. The one on the left is crying, and the one on the right is feeling aggrieved. It's scary for Kurusu Yukawa just thinking about it. Yukawa Kurusu felt that this genius brain could be passed down as a treasure of the Kurusu family like a gem. The expectations for the future are very beautiful. Then, Junko Kurusu died. Even Chung, Ruon, and Kurusumi at that time didn't know what Kurusu Yukawa had done. That was the most embarrassing day in Kurusu Yukawa's life. Chung and Ruyin discussed with Kurusu Yukawa inside the room for a whole day, after which the jewel was entrusted to Ching and Ruyin. 2 years later, Kurusu Yukawa retrieved the gem from Chungha Ruon and forged the time gate of Kurusu Junko's death. The two had the most intense quarrel since Junko Kurusu's death. Then Yukawa Kurusu was admitted to the intensive care unit. After he learned that Kurusu had lost her memory, he asked Chung and Ruin countless times to take Kurusu to live with them, but Chang and Ruin always had their own plans, and Yukawa Kurusu was in no condition to take good care of Kurusu at that time. They have a fundamental deviation from Kurusu's educational philosophy. Kurusu Yukawa does not have the advantages of Chungha Ruin and cannot connect to Kurusumi through the gem. He bites the lollipop into pieces, which is clearly Kurusu's family's thing. But it is obvious that Kurusu Miya doesn't like Chungha Ruon's educational methods. And these two people were the guardians that Chungha Ruin chose for Kurusu, Kurusu Yukawa thought. So he really didn't like them after all. Kenji Hagiwara was stunned, and he felt that the look in the eyes of Kakusu's uncle opposite him suddenly became unfriendly. What's going on? Didn't he just look at him with admiration? Kurusu didn't think of the label. Chungha Ruyin's requirement for him was that when he could become an idiot, he would be considered qualified for training. I always feel that it is very difficult. Kurusu Yukawa lowered his eyes, stared at Kurusumi seriously, and said, "Don't listen to him. Your father." Kurusu Yukawa commented, "He is proud, arrogant, and childish. He is good for nothing except being smart, and his intelligence is only in academics. Just listen to what you like from what he says." Hagiwara Kenji was stunned. Isn't this evaluation a bit too? Ahem. Chungha left a message, and % and $. The overly excited speech instantly flooded the screen. Kurusu covered his eyes, and Kurusu Yukawa picked his ears irritably. Blind/noisy. These two people have such a deep hatred for each other. Kurusu didn't expect Chung and Ruin to say that Kurusu Yukawa was a pervert. Don't put so much pressure on yourself. It's not that important whether you recover your IQ before losing your memory or not. Kurusu Yukawa looked down on Chung and Ruin for treating Kurusu as their future. Since they cared so much about Kurusu's brain, they shouldn't have let Kurusu lose his memory in the first place. Kenji Hagiwara glanced at Kurusu. It turned out that Kurusu's father still had such thoughts. The information on Kurusu that I got before included his case report. The reason for Kurusu's amnesia is damage to the cerebral cortex. If there is no way to restore the lost part and the memory stored in it, Kurusu will never be able to recover no matter what. Hagiwara Kenji's eyes shone. Did Kurusu's father assign him many difficult tasks? This is too much. It wasn't very hard, but the pressure was definitely great. Kurusu remained silent, because he really found that if he wanted to reach the analytical ability of a fool, it would be a level he would never be able to achieve in his lifetime. However, he looked down on the fool in his heart. This split feeling gave him a headache. How powerful was he before he lost his memory? Kurusu thought it would be better if he hadn't lost his memory. If you think too much, you will be unhappy. Kurusu Yukawa said in Kurusu's ear. Will I take you to beat someone up later? Kurusu. I'm a little moved. Although the voice was very low, Hajiwara Kinji still heard it and pulled Kurusu back. Mr. Kurusu, how can you take a child to do such a thing? You guys come too, Kurusu Yukawa invited. Unable to understand the other party's train of thought, Kinji Hajiwara wondered, were the criminals inviting the police to commit crimes together? Hagi. Several people who had sorted out the information on the scene came over. Jinpei Matsuda saw that Kinji Hajiwara and Yukawa Kurusu seemed to be chatting happily and glared at him. What's going on? Didn't I ask Hagi to keep an eye on this dangerous guy? They even started chatting. Hajiwara Kinji, who was led astray by Kurusu's uncle and nephew. I'm sorry, Jinpei. What did you find out? Kurusu helped Hajiwara Kinji out enthusiastically. No clues. Inspector Megure had a headache. It was so troublesome. Not only did he have to face a possible threat to Mr. Igusa, but he also had to find the murderer. The scope is too large. There is no way to narrow it down to a certain range. The person who had been watching the chat before. There are very few people who are over 1.9 meters tall, whether male or female. Eye contact Indi, did we not tell them about Kakusu's discovery? Huh? I'm not a police officer, Officer Hajiwara. Really? After hearing what Hajiwara Kinji said, Officer Megure looked at Kurusu. Kurusu, are you sure? Kurusu nodded. He was not wrong on this point. Sure. Inspector Megure immediately turned around and gave instructions to the officers from the investigation section nearby. We need to first check the people who know Kanpei Suzuka and are over 1.9 meters tall, and then check the passengers currently on the cruise ship who are over 1.9 meters tall. This is still a relatively large workload, but at least it provides them with a direction compared to the previous confusion. Interesting. Looking at Hirosaburo Gaho, who left again accompanied by the police officer, Yusaku Kudo suddenly touched his chin and said this. What? Shinichi Kudo looked at his father in confusion. Kudo Yusaku noticed that everyone around him was looking at him, smiled nonchalantly, touched Kudo Shinichi's head and said, Nothing, by the way. Looking at Kurusu Yukawa, who was standing next to Kurusumi, his eyes were calm. I just heard you talking. Is this Kurusu's uncle? Hello. I'm Kudo Yusaku, a little mystery writer. Kurusu Yukawa looked at the hand stretched out in front of him. This person seemed a bit difficult to deal with. So he shook it. Hello, Kurusu Yukawa. The atmosphere between the two was a bit strange. Kurusu and Kudo Shinichi, who were their juniors, looked at each other. Is Kurusu also interested in this case? They shook hands politely, and soon the two loosened their hands. Kudo Yusaku asked with a smile. Kurusu Yukawa also had a polite smile on his face. I am not interested in reasoning. I just want to talk to Xiaowei's two temporary guardians about something. Jinpei Matsuda frowned imperceptibly. Kinji Hajiwara thought of the criminal invitation he had received from Tsuyukawa before. Zhu Fujingwang. Zhu Fujingwang stood aside silently touching the dagger, and by the way, I haven't seen this person before. Is he here with Mr. Kurusu? It was fine when there were a bunch of policemen here before, but now there are only them and a few other police officers left, and Zhu Fujingwang has suddenly become conspicuous. When Hajiwara Kinji saw those eyes, he subconsciously looked towards his childhood friend and received a look of affirmation. Yes. Kurusu Yukawa was not at all false, and calmly helped Morifushi Kimitsu patch up, the nephew of a distant relative, Gunji K. This person is not. Just as Kudo Shinichi was about to speak, he was pinched by Kurusu next to him. He covered his arms and looked at Kurusu beside him as if it was not his doing. It's not impossible to help keep it secret. Kimitsu Morobushi, who got a fake identity for no apparent reason. Okay, he remembered it. Inspector Megure's investigation will probably take some time. Since Mr. Kurusu has something to discuss with officers Matsuda and Hajiwara, we father and son will not disturb him. Kudo Yusaku caught his son and said goodbye to them politely. Hey, Dad. Kudo Shinichi struggled. He wanted to see what Kurusu and the others were going to do. Anyway, as long as Kurusu didn't refuse, the adults wouldn't say anything if he participated. Kudo Yusaku stopped, and Kudo Shinichi got rid of the shackles, but when he looked up, he met Kudo Yusaku's eyes. Listen, Shinichi, don't contact Kurusu's uncle. It was a very serious statement that had never been heard before. Although he is naughty, Kudo Shinichi is quite obedient to his father's words. Oh, you should have told us where you were going and what you were going to do. After listening to Kimitsu Moribushi's account of what happened in the room, Jinpei Matsuda and Kinji Hajiwara, who had been following behind Kurusu Yukawa all the way, became even more wary of Kurusu Yukawa and even put Kurusu behind them. Not caring about the two police officers targeting him, Kurusu Yukawa simply took the four people to the center of the cruise ship. For the convenience and wide view of the scenery, a large Western restaurant is set up in the center of the Delius cruise ship. What would you like to eat? The five people sat down and the waiter came up with a smile on his face. Kurusu glanced at Furuya Rei. Wait, didn't he see Rei in the Western restaurant at the bow this morning? Could a man working on a cruise ship be so arrogant? Noticing that four pairs of eyes among the five people were staring at him, Furuya Rei's smile was a little hard to hold. Didn't I ask you to keep an eye on Yatsuyadori? Why are you here to eat? At this time, dedicated people like them are just eating bread. Besides, where's the squad leader? You left him here to enjoy yourself? And how come Here's face changed after just a short while? Who was that extra person? Help. Rei Furuya felt as if he was out of touch with the world in an instant. He could no longer hold back the fake smile of service on his face. Daiko, who was still eating bread and milk and observing Yatsuyadori, said, Akira. Kurusu Yukawa glanced at Furuya Rei, who was really lucky. He took a menu and placed it in front of him. Then he took out his cell phone from his pocket, tapped a few times, and handed it to Kurusumi. Write it down. What is the structural diagram of what Furuya Rei can see by lowering his head? The two people who were sitting next to Kurusu also leaned over to look. Zhufu Jingguang, who was currently the distant nephew of the Kurusu family, silently looked up and stared at his childhood friend. Furatani Rei was frightened by being stared at and asked him what was wrong. Structural diagrams of some place. Kurusu flipped through them one by one at a very fast speed. Kurusu Yukawa stared at the menu. From the Delius. Kurusu didn't look up. Drop another bombshell. I stole it from your friend's house yesterday. Feeling the dangerous aura emanating from the four police officers around him, Kurusu swallowed his saliva with a gulp and said, Dear Mr. Kurusu, let's not talk about whether I can beat him or not. Even if we fight, he will definitely not help you. Kurusu Yukawa seemed to be unaware of it. He looked at Kurusumi and tapped the table. Did you write it down? Oh. Kurusumi turned off the phone and returned it to Kurusu Yukawa. I've got it. Huh. Furuya Rei, who had never seen this skill before, was stunned. He remembered it all already? Someone once memorized an English dictionary in one day in front of the two of them, and Jinpei Matsuda and Kinji Hajiwara had no expression on their faces. What are you surprised about? You are ignorant. I don't know what I'm talking about. I've been abandoned by everyone. I have to be strong. My target is Sunamuro Yu. This may be a pseudonym. Mr. Amuro should have heard of the code name in that organization, Kasasa. He was just working peacefully, but was suddenly involved in a big incident, and then suddenly heard incredible news. Furuya Rei looked at several of his classmates, hoping that they could give an explanation. This is Kurusu's uncle. Morobushi Kagemitsu obviously did not disappoint his childhood friend's expectations and explained for him, we don't know what he is going to do. Who is Kasasa? Matsuda Jinpei asked in a low voice, pretending to order food. Furuya Rei, who had been holding a pen and paper, answered. He is Rum's subordinate, very mysterious. Even in the organization, no one knows what he looks like except that person and Rum. Is he also here for this operation? Yes. Kurusu Yukawa simply responded, I don't know what he looks like either. So what are you doing here? The five people had questions in their minds. He put away his phone and took out a piece of black iron from his pocket. This is Kasasa's thing. Kurusu Yukawa pushed the iron piece in front of Kurusumi Chunghaluin. I'm leaving. Do whatever you want. Why? Huh. Before Kurusu could react, Chunghaluin disappeared without a trace. Then he heard his uncle say, "Smell it." What are you smelling? Not only Kurusu, but the 4 police officers were also confused. My nose is very good, but I can't just rely on it to find where someone is. Kurusu seriously rejected Kurusu Yukawa's proposal, always feeling that the other party was treating him like a dog. Kurusu didn't puff up his face, feeling angry. Kurusu Yukawa stretched out his hand expressionlessly and pinched the child's soft face a few more times. His eyes swept over the necklace hanging on Kurusu's chest. The necklace, which had been dead all along, trembled slightly. Kurusu watched carefully and saw a glowing ball appear in the blue gem. Idiot? Kurusu guessed that there seemed to be only this possibility, a mysterious thing that could appear in a gem. As if threatened by Kurusu Yukawa, the idiot exuded a feeling of grievance and reluctantly ran out of the gym, moving along Kurusu's chest, shoulders, and all the way to his head. The fluorescent ball seemed to melt in the water and disappeared on Kurusu's forehead. In an instant, Kurusu felt as if many things had entered his head, and his mind became particularly active. Can you see it? Kurusu Yukawa's voice seemed very far away. Kurusu Michi was still immersed in the novelty of seeing the world with different senses. When he heard Kurusu Yukawa's words, he simply responded with a few words. How magical, Kurusu thought. All kinds of smells, all kinds of sounds. Well, the radiation range of smells is much larger than that of sounds. He could only hear the conversations of other people in this Western restaurant, but the smell, because it was in the center of Delius, could just spread to the entire cruise ship. Combined with the cruise ship structure diagram that Lai Chi Yuchuan had asked him to memorize before, he could clearly know where there were people on the cruise ship. Kudo Shinichi and Kudo Yusaku are in their own rooms. Sonoko seems to be sleeping. Inspector Megure and his subordinates are moving around in the cruise ship. Date Ko is lying on a recliner on the top floor, and not far away is Yatsuya Dori, who is acting strangely. There is another feeling. Is this the murderer who killed Suzuka Kampe? That's the murder weapon he discarded? Then I thought about the previous scene in my mind. So this is how the crime was committed. Was this how he saw the world before? He felt like no secrets could exist. However, if this situation continues for a long time, Kurusu feels very stressed. She used to be very capable. What did you do? Seeing Kurusu standing there motionless, Matsuda Jinpei worriedly touched the child's forehead. Kurusu Yukawa was not surprised at all and calmly said to Furuya Rei, "I want a steak and a glass of bourbon." Furuya Rei clenched the pen in his hand. This guy. Another waiter walked by with 2 guests. Fuyaling smiled and said, "Okay, what do the others need?" Except for Kurusu, everyone else looked down at the menu, hiding their smiles. He's probably immersed in the wonders of the new world. Kurusu Yukawa continued as he saw the man walk away. Thinking of how Kurusu might have responded to Hajiwara Kinji and Matsuda Jinpei's words, he explained, "It's magic." These were 2 undercover agents who knew nothing about him. As expected, Kurusu's uncle was a psychopath. For a moment, the same thought came to Yukunran's mind. The explosive squad officer, whose worldview had been overturned, tried to ask, "What kind of magic is this?" Furuya Rei and Morobushi Kagemitsu looked at their 2 classmates with disbelief. Are Hajiwara and Matsuda so easy to fool? Kurusu Yukawa had no intention of explaining. He just let the police officers discuss this matter privately. It's a magic that temporarily restores his brain to the level before he lost his memory. Kurusu Yukawa said, "The human brain is really a magical place. When the development exceeds a certain level, even other organs of the body can be improved. For example, the sense of smell will be more sensitive and the hearing will be beyond ordinary people. But don't think too much of it. The analytical ability is very strong and the coverage is also very wide. It can also find hidden things. But Kurusu does not have the corresponding conditions to deal with sudden situations. Matsuda Jinpei and the others can probably understand it. Let me give you a simple example. It's like there is a bomb in front of Kurusu. If he opens the lid, he will know exactly what the structure is and how to dismantle it. But he can't do it because he has clumsy hands. This is what the saying goes: the body can't keep up with the brain. In fact, according to the theory of brain development, Kurusu's body will become stronger, but his nephew is a lazy guy. If he is not so smart, Kurusu will be a child with a minor illness every 2 days and a major illness every 3 days? Is it dangerous? Hajiwara Kinji and the others don't understand the so-called magic. They just want to know if it will have any effect on Kurusu. What are the sequelae? Because it is no longer your own thing, the validity period is shorter? Kurusu Yukawa thought about it and realized that there was indeed a small problem. But if he just told Kurusu like this, the little guy probably wouldn't remember it. It would be better to suffer a little and learn his lesson. This is probably the reason why Chungha Luin has always been reluctant to tell Kurusu the correct usage of Daigwa. The arrogant guy doesn't want to admit that his son really can't recover to his previous state. In fact, the most important reason is that neither Kurusu before he lost his memory nor Kurusu now cares about this power at all. If it weren't for his amnesia, Kurusu Yukawa could have imagined a situation in which father and son would become enemies in the future. In the past, Chungha Ruin was a little bit paranoid in educating Kurusu. This is good now. Unlike the gem, which is a plug-in inherited from the Kurusu family, the melon is something that belongs to Kurusu alone. It is a USB flash drive that stores information with wisdom. I declare it again. Kurusu Yukawa emphasized, no matter how bad I am, I will not harm my only nephew. Glancing at Kurusu, who was still daydreaming, Furuya Rei looked directly into Kurusu Yukawa's eyes, and his demeanor suddenly changed. Kurusu-san should be able to deal with Kasasa on his own? There's no need for him to seek our cooperation? And he's still exposing so many of his secrets. What's the purpose? He didn't doubt Kurusu, but Kurusu Yukawa obviously had other ideas. I'm injured. Kurusu Yukawa lowered his eyelids. He had overdone it when he fabricated the information about Kurusu Junko's death. He had been in the intensive care unit for a year, and then he was detained in the hospital by the Kurusu family's old housekeeper until he was released last year. However, his physical condition... I need the 3 of you. Kurusu Yukawa looked at the 3 police officers except Furuya Rei. If the black drug appears, help me stop him. If he fights with Heiyao, he will be crippled. The pitiful amount of energy in the gym should be left to Kurusu. The little guy probably doesn't want to use the energy gained from the massacre. Kashasa, are you going alone? Furuya Rei frowned. Although the organization has a mission, it is also important to be able to obtain more intelligence. Hajiwara Kinji thought about Kuroya's attitude towards Kurusu before. That Kuroya is not? Guessing what Hajiwara Kinji wanted to say, Kurusu Yukawa laughed. If you don't want to die, Mr. Amuro, hide your undercover identity from Kuroya. Kuroya will not betray the organization. In the organization, he is the one who executes the most traitors, except for Jin. Thinking about the fact that Kurusu had not mentioned contacting Heiyao for help, I couldn't help but feel a chill down my spine. Fortunately, he didn't agree for other reasons. Kurusu Yukawa put his hand on his upper lip and cleared his throat. Although he didn't want to admit it, Haya would indeed let Kurusu and the people around him go because of him. But undercover is absolutely not an option. Morobushi Kimitsu has changed his appearance, and he will not be undercover in the organization in the future, so it doesn't matter even if he is discovered. As for Furuya Rei, forget it. Considering that these guys will have to take care of Kurusu in the future, and he will need a few more people to help him later. You can interrogate Kasasa, but I will kill him in the end. As compensation for cooperation, 3 Metropolitan Police Department undercover information except Yatsuya Dori. Anyway, it's a worthless thing, and being able to kill Kasasa without worries is the most important thing. Furuya Rei thought for a moment and said, "Deal? It's time to come back to your senses, Kurusu." The adults here discussed things and called the child who was lost in his own world back to his senses. Kurusu's face was filled with a happy smile, and he was having a lot of fun playing by himself. Uncle. Kurusu Yukawa pushed the patch he had taken out earlier towards Kurusu again. Try it? Can you see it? Kurusu picked up the iron sheet, put it in front of him, and sniffed it. The smell of rust mixed with blood, gunpowder, and dust was like something out of a battlefield. There were many people since, but there was only one person on this cruise ship. Where is it? Asked Yukawa Kurusu after closing the menu. Kurusu hesitated a little, carefully compared the location of the smell, and confirmed. In the toilet. Toilet, it's normal. People have urgent needs, even if the other person is a member of a criminal organization. The four adults changed the subject as if nothing had happened. It's still about 4 hours before dark. Kurusu Yukawa said to Furuya Rei, "Waiter, are you not going to take your order yet?" Trying his best to hide the veins on his forehead that were about to burst, Furuya Ling held a notebook in one hand and a pen in the other. "If it is possible, could you please order your food quickly?" Sensing the chief's suppressed anger, a colleague quickly ordered. "Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Amuro." Hearing Kurusu's words, Furuya Rei, who had just glared at his colleague, immediately smiled. "Please wait a moment. This is the police officer who treats children and adults in completely different ways. You are awesome, Zero-kun." Jinpei Matsuda twitched the corners of his mouth. Then, with the orders from these 5 people, Fotani Rei walked towards the kitchen. Suddenly, he paused. Wait, weren't they just talking about catching Kasasa? And what about Yatsuya Dori? Things were going to develop unexpectedly. "Oh, Mr. Amuro, it took you so long. Did you run into a difficult customer?" When Furuya Rei returned to the kitchen to deliver the menu, he ran into a waiter who worked with him. The waiter asked Furuya Rei about his condition in a low voice. Responding with a polite smile, Furuya Rei said, "It's just that 2 of the guests are having trouble choosing." "Is that so?" The waiter saw another guest coming in, said sorry to Furuya Rei, and went to receive the guest. After handing the order to the chef, Furuya Rei returned to the restaurant. "Things have changed, so please hold off on this." He passed by a person who didn't even move his mouth, but his words were clearly heard by Furuya Rei. "It's the people who organize." He had no idea that a murder had taken place, nor did he know that his undercover identity was in danger of being exposed, and he didn't even know that Morobushi Kagemitsu was ready to withdraw. How pitiful. Meanwhile, the 5 people finished their delayed lunch. Does Kurusu have a bad appetite today? Hajiwara Kinji wondered when he found that Kurusu had only ordered a salad and had not finished it. The food here tasted good, and Kurusu would have liked it and eaten more normally. Kurusu, who had eaten a lot of snacks with Kudo Shinichi and Suzuki Sonoko in the open-air restaurant above, covered her mouth. "No, I ate too much and I feel sick." "Okay, gather in the room of Kurusu in an hour. You can notify the guy over there." As for Yatsuya Dori, Kurusu Yukawa threw the cheating Kurusu to a few people without any care. "Use it as you like." Then he told Kurusu, "Keep a close eye on Kasasa. Pause. And black medicine. If he notices me, notify me immediately." Yes. Kurusu responded perfunctorily. When Hajiwara Kinji saw Kurusu Yukawa was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something and stopped him. "Kurisu-san, how long can this magic of yours last?" "No problem today. I'll let you know when it's almost over." Kurusu Yukawa waved his hand and left without looking back. After finishing their meal, the few people looked at each other. Only Morobushi Kagemitsu, who was still thinking about his childhood friend, left a message for Furuya Rei, and then took Kurusu with the other 2 to the lowest cabin of the Delius. "Are the bombs installed by those guys all here?" Matsuda Jinpei looked at the dim place. This was not a place where guests could enter, but Kurusu, who was so good at cheating, led them to avoid the crew on the ship by turning left and right. Kurusu thought about it carefully and said, "Actually, there is no need to go through so much trouble. Just tell Sonoko, and we can come in openly." Now he is acting so furtively. Is he stealing with the police officer? This makes a lot of sense. People are silent. Forget it. Since I'm already here, I don't need to worry about so many things. Kurusu didn't follow the clue and led them to find the bomb installed here by the organization. Jinpei Matsuda and Kinji Hajiwara worked together and dismantled the box very quickly. After the explosion, the huge hole opened up and water was flooding the cabin. It would not take long for the people on board to even reach the lifeboat. The entire Delius would sink into the sea, taking with it hundreds of people. Aren't their companions on board too? Jinpei Matsuda asked Zafushi Kimitsu, who was guarding the surrounding area, in confusion while dismantling the ship. Although Kurusu was not able to fully notice the surrounding situation, this was a habit that the police officer had developed over a long period of time. The organization has helicopters, and bombs are just a backup plan. If there is an accident, the organization members will evacuate first and then detonate. Zhu Fujingwang explained to the two colleagues. Hajiwara Kinji continued to defuse the bombs. If nothing unexpected happened, what would they do with these bombs? Zhu Fujingwang was silent for a while, then said, "What does it have to do with the organization if a cruise ship suddenly explodes one day while sailing on the sea?" Kurusu was shocked by the words that sounded like a criminal declaration. "Brother Kimitsu, you sound like a villain." He was assimilated by the criminal organization. Matsuda Jinpei complained, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "No, Jing was such a sinister guy before." Speaking of this, Hajiwara Kinji laughed. "That's why Jinpei thinks that Kamarobushi is hard to mess with, so he calls him Master Jing." Matsuda Jinpei did not respond. Usually, silence at this time means acquiescence. "So Jinpei was afraid of me before?" Zhu Fusher Jingwang smiled, and although he was staring at an ordinary fake face, his beautiful blue cat eyes were still particularly eye-catching. Matsuda Jinpei was speechless. He thought being difficult to provoke and being afraid were two different things. Okay? Master Jing really had a dark heart. Suddenly, Kurusu perceived that two people appeared one after another in this cabin, where even the cruise ship staff rarely came. They looked strange, and it was obvious that they were not here to do good things. And one of them was the murderer who killed Suzuka Kanpei according to his perception. Kurusu reached out and pulled the only free person beside him, Morobushi Kimitsu, and waited for the cat-eyed police officer to bend down slightly and said, "Brother Kimitsu, someone came in over there. One of them is the murderer who killed Mr. Suzuka. Do you think he will commit another crime?" Hearing Kurusu say this, Zhu Fujingwang suddenly became alert and wanted to take out his pistol, but when he thought about the possibility of a lot of noise, he took out the dagger Kurusu Yukawa had given him. "Where are you going?" Kinji Hajiwara looked up and saw Kurusu following behind Morofushi Kimitsu, not knowing what he was going to do, and asked. Zhu Fujingwang turned around and found that Kurusu was following his movements, so he gestured to Kurusu to stay here. Kurusu shook her head quickly, saying that she would go with him and help him keep watch. The bomb that Jinpei and his team had dropped was already the last one, and the locations of the remaining two had already been told to the two of them. With two elite police officers from the explosives department, there would be no problem. After thinking about it, Zhu Fujingwang believed that Kurusu now had a certain ability to protect himself. At the very least, he could anticipate the danger before it came and leave in advance, so he allowed Kurusu to go with him. Waiting for the two to answer his question, Hajiwara Kinji watched them exchange glances for a while, then left without looking back. "Hagi, don't be distracted." Matsuda Jinpei touched the absent-minded young Junran beside him. "Don't worry, Master Jing is here." He wasn't too worried, but what did the two of them mean by not answering his question? Kinji Hajiwara shook his head, throwing away the complicated thoughts from his head. "No, although it is a bomb with a simple structure, you have to concentrate when defusing it." He went to look for the two people who suddenly appeared in the cabin. Following Kurusu's instructions, he approached carefully. Morobushi Kimitsu could already vaguely hear the suppressed but angry conversation between the two people. "Why did you kill Wamping?" This was a woman's voice. "I just threatened him a little bit." "Threat. Threat." The man roared angrily. "That guy is simply unyielding. If you have the ability, go find him yourself. Why are you paying me for money?" He didn't want to kill anyone, but he killed the other person without noticing. Now the police are investigating the information of people over 1.9 meters tall. If he had not had no relationship with Suzuka Kanpei before, he would have been suspected long ago. Kurusu came close to Morobushi Kajimitsu and whispered, "The murderer is this man. He seems to be mentally ill, like a psychopath. Well, the whole person exudes a bad aura, especially the head." Kurusu Mito could imagine what this man was saying to Suzuka Kanpei, and she didn't know what the other person said, but it touched her sore spot. Then, the two people who had no grudge against each other suffered from a mental illness attack, and Suzuka Kanpei's death was actually very unjust. In an incident like this that was so unexpected and could be considered a murder in the heat of passion, if Kurusu Yukawa hadn't told him the correct way to use the idiot, the murder weapon would have been thrown into the sea and the murderer probably wouldn't have been caught. Oh, that's not right. With Mr. Kudo, especially with Kudo Shinichi, it seems that sometimes clues would suddenly pop up in strange ways. If it takes some time or some other accidents happen, we should be able to catch the person. For example, at this moment, a loud female voice and a crashing sound. Even the two people who were defusing the bomb on the other side could hear the noise. What happened? Hagiwara Kinji was a little worried, but he still gritted his teeth and defused the last bomb, finishing it quickly and then going to help. Jinpei Matsuda also cooperated by speeding up the movements of his men. Zhu Fujingwang, who was still listening to Kurusu's words, was stunned when he heard the noise. Not good. Since Kurusu didn't say that the guy was sick and had a problem with his brain, it was probably because the woman had angered him and started fighting. As soon as I went out, I saw a tall man grabbing a woman's hair and slamming her head against a container. The woman grabbed the man's hand and screamed in pain, but she couldn't stop him. She could only watch the blood on her forehead flow onto the container in vain. Zhu Fujingwang was very fast. When he saw the situation of the two people clearly, he quickly ran to the man and slashed at the back of the man's neck with a knife. But what Zhu Fujingwang did not expect was that the man's reaction was extremely quick. The moment the hand knife was about to make contact, the man dodged. The woman was released by the man and fell to the ground. She was not unconscious yet and covered her head in pain. Who are you? The man was not only very tall, but also big. That's right. Even if he was tall enough, without a certain amount of strength, he couldn't strangle a fat adult male like Suzuka Kanpei with just a rope. Moreover, Kurusu had not said before that the man was mentally ill. Now that he was face to face with him, Zhu Fujingwang felt that the man's head seemed really disproportionate compared to his body. Well, if it's congenital brain incompleteness, then it should be a problem with IQ and not a mental illness. Is it simply because of his sturdy body that he has a small head? Brother Jing. Kurusu knew that he could not help at all, so he dragged the woman to the back of the container and hid her there, and poked his head out to signal Zhu Fujingwang and the others to hide. The man opposite also rushed forward with his fists clenched. He is very strong, but rushes around recklessly and has no fighting skills. However, his extraordinary sixth sense allows him to avoid Zhu Fujingwang's fists when they hit his vital parts. Where does this person come from? Zhu Fujingwang dodged the man's fist while thinking. The man wasn't that difficult to deal with. He just had very good physique, and it took a few more hits before he had no strength to resist. The man was kicked to the ground again, but he still stood up tenaciously. Headache. Zhu Fujingwang thought that even if he was a murderer, he couldn't just kill him. Kurusu watched from the side for a while and found that the man's endurance was really amazing. So he ran to the side of the groceries and rummaged around, and tied a few wires and ropes together. How is it? Matsuda Jinpei and Hagiwara Kinji rushed over after defusing the bomb. Kurusu handed the improvised things in his hand to the two men and said, "That man is very strong. Brother Jingwang is afraid that he will get hurt, so he is a little restrained. Let's give it to you. Just tie him up." It becomes even easier with the addition of Jinpei Matsuda and Kinji Hagiwara. Two of them can suppress him, while one of them can tie him up with a rope. Seeing that the rope was about to break after the man struggled with it, Kinji Hagiwara quickly tied it a few more times. I saw the wire digging into the flesh of the man's arm. The police officers were silent for a moment. Kurasumi looked at it and touched his paws, feeling pain in his flesh. Where did this monster come from? Name, age, gender. After asking 3 questions, Kurusu received a slap on the head from Matsuda Jinpei. Don't play around. The police officer gave him a warning look. Kurusu silently pulled Hagiwara Kinji over and asked him to stand in front of her. Hagiwara Kinji hid to the side, and Kurusu followed behind him. Little Kurusu is not so easy to fool now. Hagiwara Kinji changed places several times in succession, and Kurusu always anticipated the places and hid herself. People are different after they start cheating. Zhu Fujingwang ignored his childish peers beside him, squatted beside the man, and groped around on his body, trying to find something useful. The woman over there had some reaction at first, but now she fainted with blood all over her head, and no matter how Kurosumi called her, she couldn't be woken up. This thing was pretending to be unconscious, and it looked very convincing, if it weren't for the slight difference in the frequency of its breathing and the beating of its heart. It would have seemed as if it had really been fooled. Kurumi reached out and poked the woman's arm, and was then caught by Zhufu Jingguang. Kurusu didn't blink, and asked softly, "Brother Jing, this woman is Kusakachi Akiko, right?" Zhufu Jingguang was stunned by Kurusu's tone at first, then he reacted to why Kurusu suddenly changed his name for him. Kurusu also called him that when they were fighting before. Oh, by the way, he is now Gun Sijing. He changed his identity temporarily, but the people around him were all familiar, and Zhufu Jingguang has not yet adapted to the situation. No way, Zhufu Jingguang said to himself, I'm not as cautious as a child. Finally, who is Kusakachi Akiko? By the way, Kurusu didn't see the fleeting confusion on Morobushi Kimitsu's face, and then he realized that Kimitsu-kun had not followed them before. It was all because of brothers Jinping and Yenji. If he hadn't been with them, he wouldn't always think that Kimitsu-kun should know everything. Jinpei Matsuda, who was reinforcing the rope for the man, and Kenji Hagiwara, who was calling Inspector Megure, sneezed at the same time. Kurusu, who had just put the blame on the two men, shrank his neck under the cover of Morobushi Kimitsu, and then straightened up again. What was there to be afraid of? The two police officers could not run into his head to dig into his thoughts. Hey, Brother Hagiwara, is it true that you caught the murderer who killed Mr. Suzuka? Officer Megure's excited voice came directly from the microphone of Hagiwara Kenji's mobile phone. Several people present could hear it clearly, which showed how loud the other party's voice was. Yes, yes. No longer entangled in the sneeze just now, Hagiwara Kenji explained to Officer Megure. Kurusu heard the murderer and Miss Kusakachi Akiko say that he killed Mr. Suzuka Kanpei. Okay. Officer Megure raised his voice again, and Hagiwara Kenji subconsciously took the phone away from his ear. Don't be too excited. Officer Megure, wait where you are. I will bring someone over right away. Officer Megure thought it was impossible for him not to be excited. Some people on the cruise ship already knew that a murder had occurred, and many people were emotionally asking the Suzuki group to dock as soon as possible so that they could disembark. Mr. Suzuki was also worried. Although he did not say anything to condemn the police, his attitude of sincerely requesting the police to arrest the murderer as soon as possible. Not to mention that the Suzuki group is a giant standing in Japan. The request from the person in power is good. Even if the attitude is not good, the police can't refuse it. Inspector Megure feels very headache. Even with the help of his brother Kudo, he still had no clue for the time being. But now he received a call from Hagiwara Kenji saying that the murderer had been caught, which made Inspector Megure excited for a moment. It seems that Inspector Megure doesn't have to worry. Yusaku Kudo, who was working with the police officers on the case with Kudo Shinichi, pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose and said with a smile, "Ha ha ha." Inspector Megure laughed and patted Yusaku Kudo on the shoulder. "Thank you, Brother Kudo, for taking so much trouble to help me investigate. Do you want to go over and take a look together?" "That's troublesome." Yusaku Kudo did not refuse. He was a little curious about how he was suddenly caught, and the place reported by the two police officers did not seem to be a place normal people would go. On the other side, Hagiwara Kenji hung up the phone and saw Kurusu looking at him. Then she pointed at Kusakachi Akiko, who was lying on the ground, and said, "Kenji, this woman is Kusakachi Akiko." When Hagiwara Kenji was investigating with Inspector Megure, he had also seen the photo of Kusakachi Akiko. He wiped out the blood stains on the woman's face in his mind and compared it. It seems so. So she bribed this man to commit the crime against Suzuka Kanpei. Kurosumi acted cute. Matsuda Jinpei, who found nothing on the man, also came over to see what Kurusu was up to. How pitiful, this Annie. Kurusu turned his head to look at Kusakachi Akiko. The woman's chest was rising and falling quietly, without any ripples. Kurusu spoke expressionlessly with an extremely sympathetic tone. "I heard it when Inspector Megure and his team were investigating. This auntie was abandoned by Uncle Gosei, right? Later, she dated Uncle Suzuka, but was also abandoned. It's really pitiful. The somewhat weird, compassionate tone coupled with Kurusu's expression made it impossible for Matsuda Jinpei and the others to listen seriously to what Kurusu was saying. In short, they knew what this bad boy was up to. Kurusu didn't need the 3 police officers to cooperate with her. She just continued to talk to herself. Auntie Kasaka is so pitiful. If she encounters these things, it's not impossible, right? He has been abandoned by others, and he's still in jail. How pitiful. He's been abandoned by his 2 uncles. Kusakachi Akiko listened to Kurusu's words, being abandoned. How pitiful. How miserable. She clenched her curled fists. Her beautiful fingernails dug deeply into the flesh of her palms, and she couldn't help but get up from the ground. You little devil. I'm going to kill you. Infinite potential burst out from the body of the woman, who was so angry that she couldn't control herself. There was a big wound on her forehead. Even if she was fine after being grabbed by the man and slammed against the container by the head, she probably still had a concussion. However, Kusakashi Akiko looked very fierce and rushed towards Kurusu like a tigress. How scary. Kurusu had already prepared herself and hid behind Matsuda Jinpei. She watched the 3 police officers subdue the violent Kusakashi Akiko and had time to chat. Jinpei Matsuda looked at the woman who was pinned to the ground by Kimitsu Moribushi and suddenly wanted to let Kimitsu Moribushi let go, and then throw the guy behind him out and let him get beaten up. You're too rude, Kurusu. Hajiwara Kenji said what everyone present was thinking. Kusakachi Akiko was obviously still upset about the fact that she was not accepted by Hirosaburo Iso's parents and that Kanpei Suzuka did not marry her after his wife died. It really seemed like she was abandoned by men one after another. However, Hajiwara Kenji felt that this woman was not simple, whether it was pretending to be unconscious in front of them, or the connection with the man who was caught before, or the speed of her sudden outburst just now. Well, although it is also possible that she was really angry at what little Kurusu said, after all, Kusakachi Akiko really seemed to care about the fact that she was broken up. Is it because Uncle Suzuka Kanpei saw that you are not a good person, Auntie? Kurusu had no intention of covering up for the woman. He had already sensed that Inspector Megure was coming with people. When Annie was hit on the head by that uncle before, she was surprised to see us coming out, right? It's not the kind of surprise that how could anyone be surprised, but the kind of surprise that how could it be them? Don't lie to me. I can see it very clearly now. Jinpei Matsuda reached out and touched the head of this now very smart person. It seemed a little different from the usual Kurusu. Would becoming smarter also make him talk more? Simply because she saw too many things and felt a bit suffocated if she didn't say it out loud. Kurusu shook her head, feeling a little itchy. I guess Annie knows about the patrol time gate in the bottom hold of the Delius? An uncle should come to check on the safety at this time, but I'm sorry, I saw that uncle running to the toilet before, probably because he ate too much seafood and had a stomachache. Kurusu squatted next to Kusakashi Akiko. Inspector Megure and Kudo Yusaku had already appeared in their sight. And of course they also heard what Kurusu had just said. He took out Kusakachi Akiko's cell phone from her pocket. Auntie, you haven't deleted the cruise ship duty roster that you investigated before, right? Because you didn't expect what happened now, and you are very confident in yourself. Did you do a lot of bad things without being caught? Officer Megure, who was standing by, listened to Kurusu's words, followed his train of thought, and asked, So, the threatening letter that Mr. Gosei received was also sent by Miss Kasaka? Divert the police's attention? Or maybe he had the idea to kill Isho Hirosaburo from the beginning, and wanted to kill him while the police were focusing on the murder case. No, Matsuda Jinpei thought, Kusakashi Akiko should understand Isosaburo's character, so she should also know that Isosaburo would not take the threatening letter seriously, and the police's early arrival was entirely due to the accident caused by him and Hagi. The threatening letter was sent by Mr. Suzuka. Hajiwara Kenji interrupted. He probably figured it out. Mr. Suzuka Kanpei probably just wanted to threaten Mr. Isosaburo, and Kusakashi Akiko attacked Mr. Suzuka because she noticed that the police had arrived on the cruise ship to protect Mr. Isosaburo, including the security forces of the Suzuki Group were mostly transferred to Mr. Isosaburo by Mr. Suzuki, and even some of the staff on the ship were told to pay attention to the movements in Isosaburo's direction. It was a completely impulsive decision, and Miss Kasaka also knew such a person. Kenji Hagiwara paused, looked at the man who had not spoken since he was tied up, and chose his words. A man who has some mental problems but has certain skills and is willing to help you. Let the man discuss some things with Suzuka Kanpei, and it was expected that Suzuka Kanpei would be angry about this matter and say something that would irritate the man's nerves. Kusakachi Akiko, who has a certain understanding of men, also expected that the man would kill Suzuka Kanpei. Jinpei Matsuda took over the words from Kenji Hagiwara and glanced obscurely at Morifushi Kajimitsu, who hid his breath as soon as the police came out. This undercover work is really not something that ordinary people can do. Look at his cautious attitude. It's amazing. The suppressed Kusakachi Akiko was also handed over to the police from the 1st Investigation Division brought by Inspector Megure. After hearing what Hagiwara Kenji and Matsuda Jinpei said, those who were still shouting suddenly became wilted. Then he put on a disdainful smile and said, "If that man, Suzuka Kanpei, had listened to me, he wouldn't have ended up like this." Kusakachi Akiko was not a good person to begin with. When she was dating Isogi Hirosaburo, who had been spoiled by his parents since childhood, did not have so many ulterior motives. However, the Isogi couple were very shrewd people. They could see at a glance that Kusakachi Akiko had impure thoughts and were determined to make their son break up with her. It was also because Kusakachi Akiko was too immature at the time. If it were now, she would not have revealed any flaws in front of the old couple. As for Kanpei Suzuka, it was entirely because his kid didn't like her. No matter how well she did, the kid would cry when he saw her. TSK, is it true that children can see things that adults cannot? Kusakachi Akiko glanced at Kurusu, who was standing next to Matsuda Jinpei. Today was also because of this brat. No matter who it is, as long as you are still doing illegal things, you will be exposed one day. It's just a matter of time. Sensing the unfriendly gaze of this woman staring at Kurusu, Matsuda Jinpei spoke with a somewhat unfriendly tone. What does this woman mean? She committed a crime and was arrested, but she wants to blame it on her child? Officer Megure. After handing the man and Kusakachi Akiko over to the police, Hagiwara Kenji reminded, "We need to investigate this man more. There may be something wrong with his identity. He may have some hidden identity information." Inspector Megure nodded to show that he understood. This incident was resolved so smoothly thanks to you guys. Seeing that the communication here was over, the Kudo father and son who followed came forward. The lenses of Kudo Yusaku's glasses reflected white light. He had met police officers Kenji Hagiwara and Jinpei Matsuda before and thought they were excellent police officers. However, when he met them again on the Delius today, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. In particular, Mr. Gunji, who was introduced by Kurusu Yukawa as a distant relative of the Kurusu family, was obviously closer to the two police officers in Kudo Yusaku's eyes. These three people actually hid their relationship very well, but perhaps because they felt that he was a trustworthy person, sometimes their unconscious expressions and subconscious body movements were somewhat intimate. It's really a coincidence. Kurusu looked up and smiled at Kudo Yusaku. Because I wanted to see different places on the cruise ship, I accidentally came here, and Jinpei and the others came here following me. That's really a coincidence. Kudo Yusaku smiled slightly, and this child's behavior today was also different from usual. Kurusu looked at Kudo Shinichi standing next to Kudo Yusaku, staring at her speechlessly, and suddenly she had a very unfriendly thought towards Kudo Shinichi. Don't you like to go to some strange places? Sometimes Jinpei and his team also find bad kids in some corners during work. Looking at Kurusu with a smile on his face, Kudo Shinichi had a lot of question marks in his mind. No, how come you two were chatting peacefully and ended up talking about him? Kudo Yusaku smiled knowingly. That's true. Well, I will keep a close eye on Shinichi. Did you hear that, Shinichi? What should he hear? Then please be busy. We will take our leave now. Seeing Kudo Yusaku politely saying goodbye to them, Hagiwara Kenji asked in a voice that only a few people could hear, "Can you tell Mr. Kudo that there is a bomb? And the most important thing is not the bomb but the criminal organization hiding in the dark, and we don't know how many members are on the ship. Uncle Kudo is so smart that he must understand the hidden situation behind. And as a person with high morals, there is no need to worry that he will do anything bad. On the contrary, he may help at a critical moment. You seem to trust him very much, Matsuda Jinpei complained in his heart. He didn't know how far this brain of his could go after being cheated. Kurusu was usually full of bizarre ideas, and now he didn't know to which edge of the universe his imagination could float. Then, after declining Suzuki Shiro's invitation to dinner, the time gate came to 3 hours later as agreed with Kurusu Yukawa at the Western restaurant. Several people went back to Kurusu's room door openly, and then saw Kurusu Yukawa who came in somehow and Furuya Rei who came here after deceiving the organization somehow. Did you catch the murderer? Kurusu Yukawa asked simply, without any doubt. Yeah. The police officers around him didn't seem to want to pay attention to their uncle. In order to avoid embarrassment, Kurusu still took over Yukawa's question. The bombs installed by the bottom warehouse organization have been completely dismantled. In order to avoid trouble at that time, Brother Jinping also made a few simulation devices and put the sensing devices on the bombs on them. When the organization really wants to blow up the cruise ship, it can delay the door for a while without being discovered. Of course, the drawings of the simulation device were kindly provided by Kurosumi, and the actual operation was completed by Matsuda Jinpei, who was the most hands-on among the few people. During the process, Kurosumi tried to intervene, and then he disabled one of them with his cleverness. So Matsuda Jinpei asked Hajiwara Kinji to take him aside and make him stand as punishment. While listening to this conversation, Furuya Rei felt as if he had left this world. It's only been a short time, and you're already catching criminals and defusing bombs. Are you so busy? Furuya Ling pondered that if he continued to be undercover, he would be out of touch with his peers. These rascals didn't know how to tell him anything. Too much. Okay, Kurusu has not located Kishasa and Heiyao. Let's get ready. Let's finish it quickly so I can go back to sleep early. Kurusu Yukawa said. At this time, Date Ko, who followed Yatsuya Michi to the deck dance, tightened his clothes. By the way, the sea breeze is a bit strong tonight. He wants to go back to his room to put on more clothes. Aren't Hajiwara and the others done with their work yet? The squad leader lit a cigarette, feeling slightly sad. He stared at Yatsuya Dori helplessly. He had been staring at him for almost a day. Yatsuya Dori didn't do anything and was very honest. The other people he came into contact with were public security policemen who pretended to be tourists or waiters on the Delius. Suddenly, Yatsuya Michi picked up the phone, seemed to respond to a few words, then hung up. He left the deck as usual and walked towards the cabin. Date Ko drank the juice in his hand and put it on the table next to him. Is the black medicine really here? Date Ko followed Yatsuya Michi and disappeared around the corner. On the other side, Hajiwara Kinji and Matsuda Jinpei, both wearing suits, appeared on the deck. Matsuda Jinpei looked at the crowd in the center and pressed the communicator on his ear with some discomfort. I don't know where Kurusu Yukawa got it from. It's over there, but it seems that Mr. Wakata can also disguise himself, right? Kurusu's voice sounded muffled and echoing, and it sounded like she was in a relatively sealed environment. Then there was a slight rustling sound from Kurusu Yukawa. Well, just keep an eye on the man with ash-gray hair. For a moment, the entire communication channel fell silent. From what you hear, this means that no matter how Heiyao disguises himself, he will not change his smoky gray hair. TSK, TSK, TSK. Furuya Rei chuckled, which was clearly audible. No matter how you look at it, it seems like you are fanning the flames. Zir. Zhu Fujingwang coughed lightly, with a persuasive tone. At this time, you should just be quiet. If there are any grudges, wait until the matter is resolved before dealing with them, then join forces with Matsuda and Hajiwara. These two people also seem to want to beat up Lai Yuchuan. Kurusu Yukawa didn't say anything. He was just trying to brush this matter off. But then a kid following behind him asked a very ignorant question. Uncle, I've wanted to ask this for a long time. Is there really nothing going on between you and Mr. Wakata? Kurusu felt that the relationship between the two was weird. You could say they were enemies, but they still took care of each other. You could say they had a good relationship, but it also felt like both of them wanted to kill each other. The 4 police officers scattered around the cruise ship were also interested in listening to gossip at this time, but it was obvious that Kurusu Yukawa had no interest in talking about his private affairs. I heard a slight click sound from the communicator, and then silence. Kenji Hagiwara and Jinpei Matsuda guessed that the child was probably beaten. Sure enough, there was no more movement from Lai Chiwei over there, and for a moment the door was as quiet as a chicken. Then there was the sound of something opening, and the four heard Kurusu Yukawa say, "You go up first." Then there was a noise, a click-click sound. "You are so useless, Kurusu." It was the usual scene of the uncle disliking his nephew. In a small corner of the cabin, Kurusu Yukawa asked Kurusu Misaki to climb onto the ventilation duct above on his shoulders. However, the guy lost his footing and almost slipped. Kurusu Yukawa quickly stepped forward to hold him. Before Kurusu got up there, Kurusu Yukawa picked up the vent cover on the ground, propped it up, and then put the cover back in place. Seeing this ventilation duct that could accommodate a grown man, Kurusu complained in his heart, why was Uncle Suzuki so generous and made the ventilation duct so large? Wouldn't this just give criminals an opportunity to take advantage of it? Following Kurusu Yukawa and crawling towards the door of Kasasa's room, Kurusu suddenly felt something was wrong. Wait, if you already know where Kasasa is, why are you still bringing me along? I had heard from Kurusu Yukawa and Furigaya that Kasasa was a fierce and ruthless guy. Wouldn't it be a mistake to take him with me? Oh, that. Weren't you happy to take me to beat people up? Kurusu Yukawa said perfunctorily. He just wanted to take his nephew to experience the fun of adventure again. Kurusu. Almost reaching the door of Kashasa's room, Kurusu looked at the figure sitting in the door of the room. This member of the criminal organization just sat there straight without any other movement. Kurusu Yukawa waved his hand to ask Kurusu Wei to stop, and he went to the top of the vent. Both of them were still wearing hidden barriers. At this time, Kurusu Yukawa kicked open the vent cover and flew down. Kashasa below was also very decisive. Although he didn't feel anyone approaching, the moment he heard the sound, he took out his pistol and fired a shot without hesitation. Kurusu looked numbly at the board that was shot through very close to him. Knock. As a member of a criminal organization, can you be more accurate? The bullet that almost knocked down Kurusu did not do what he expected because Kasasa's accuracy was too poor. The moment Kurusu Yukawa entered the ventilation duct, Kashasa's gun was pointed at him. And it was obvious that Kurusu Yukawa also had some understanding of Kashasa. The moment he slid down, he threw out a dagger, which hit the path of the bullet. Then, before Kashasa fired the second shot, he took out a small pistol from his waist with his left hand and aimed at Kashasa's gun hand. As Kasasa dodged, the bullet hit the muzzle of the gun, and the bullet that was about to be fired also flew in front of where Kurusu was. Kurusu Yukawa took a quick glance and said, "It's okay. Kurusu is still wearing protection and he didn't get hit." Here we have to talk about the time when Kurusu Yukawa sneaked into Kurusu Mi's room and was run into by Morobushi Kimitsu, and the two of them saw a bunch of cold weapons on Kurusu Yukawa's body. In a small room like this, guns are not very useful, especially when facing someone like Kurusu Yukawa, who is top-notch in terms of skills, strength, and techniques. Anticipating the direction of bullets and dodging them is a skill that Yukawa Kurusu has honed during his years as a mercenary in the midst of gunfire and rain of bullets. After beating him for a while, Kashasa felt furious. What kind of person is this? He just barged in and beat him up. Who are you? Kashasa asked sternly. The result was that Kurusu Yukawa didn't try to reason with him and just started punching him twice. Kashasa could only shut his mouth and quickly faced Lichi Yuchuan, but after a few more hits, he felt something was wrong. The feeling isn't right. Why does it hurt so much? He shook his hand and looked subconsciously. Wow, the skin on his fist was red. What kind of fist does this guy have? Is it so hard? Kasasa glanced over and saw Kurusu Yukawa also stopped moving, then tightened the chain around his hand, unbuttoned his shirt collar, and smiled at him. This guy has no moral principles. Even the smile that Kurusu Yukawa showed was full of provocation in Kasasa's eyes. With the equipment he had, he would have no chance in front of Kasasa, who only had a small pistol. The main thing that stands out is one word: play. The four police officers who were in other places listened to the sounds of fighting and Kashasa's previous questions coming from the communicator. Zhu Fujingguang asked with some doubt, "I remember Mr. Kurusu didn't bring any disguise, right? It should be true that he only wore black contact lenses. and there was no change on his face. As a result, Kasasa did not recognize Yukawa Kurusu. What was going on? Wasn't he a favored person around Rum? He didn't even recognize this person who had a deep hatred for the organization. Kurusu held his chin up and listened to the fight between the two people below. From time to time, there were small darts like Kurusu Yukawa's, which were thrown by Kasasa to block Kurusu Yukawa's bench, water cup, kettle, and so on. Occasionally, it hit the ventilation duct where he was sitting, causing it to shake. At first, he was afraid he would fall down, but later he just shook along with the vibrations indifferently. He wanted to leave so badly, but he couldn't. I feel like if I make a little noise now, Kasasa will notice me, and then, if things go wrong, your life might be in danger. Did his uncle trust him so much? He just let him stay here alone without giving him any instructions. Kurusu Yukawa, who is currently just playing the cat and mouse game. I'm sorry, I really haven't thought about it so much. If Kasasa had really discovered Kurusu and headed in that direction, Kurusu Yukawa would have knocked him down long ago while he was taking action. At this time, Kasasa tried to escape from the door of the room many times, but was driven back by Kurusu Yukawa. After several failed attempts to escape, Kasasa was hit by many heavy punches from Kurusu Yukawa, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. He was extremely angry. "Who are you?" Kasasa shouted, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Kurusu Yukawa sighed in his heart. Look at this group of criminals. He is well known in this organization, right? Many people are on guard against him, as if they are on guard against something. In the end, these guys only recognize people by their eyes. This situation has occurred many times in the past few years. It's the same situation every time. As long as he covered his eyes, even if his face didn't move at all, these guys still couldn't recognize him. Oh, except for Heiyao. But that guy Heiyao is so familiar with him that there is no evidence to prove this. Really? Are his eyes the only sign that he is Kurusu Yukawa? Isn't this criminal gang a little too outrageous? When he gets the chance to run in front of that person in this organization or Rum, the second in command in charge of intelligence, they won't fail to recognize him, right? Kurusu Yukawa was thinking, but his hands were ruthless in their actions. By the way, the guy in front of him seems to be an intelligence officer as well, and a very mysterious one at that. TSK, is that the level? Then he raised his hand, stopped teasing the dog, and hit Kashasa's lower jaw with his right palm, then clenched his left fist and hit his temple with 3 points of strength. Kashasa's physical fitness was also very good. Facing such a blow, he did not faint, but was dizzy and fell to the ground, and then couldn't help retching. Kurusu Yukawa walked to Kashasa's side, grabbed the man's arm and picked up the limp Kashasa, then straightened a chair that had been overturned on the ground, put the man on it, used the materials on the spot, tore open the sheets on the bed, and tied Kashasa tightly to the chair. Come here. Kurusu Yukawa knocked on the communicator in his ear and said, Officer Matsuda and Officer Hajiwara, please keep an eye on the black medicine. Kenji Hajiwara and Jinpei Matsuda, who were still on the deck, glanced at the smoky-haired young man who looked like an ordinary wealthy businessman wandering among the crowd at the party. They had to be careful. When they were stalking before, they were almost discovered by Heiyao. This person was too perceptive. Got it. Matsuda Jinpei responded as if nothing had happened. Fuyure and Morobushi Kajimitsu rushed from near Kasasa's room to the battlefield where the battle had already ended. Kurusu Yukawa looked up at Kurusumi, who was in the ventilation duct, and said, Come down, I'll catch you. Kurusu peeked out from above and looked at Kasasa, who was tied to a chair with his head down and could not be seen clearly. Then he slid down from above and was hugged by Kurusu Yukawa. Kurusu came down and got close to Kasasa. He saw that the face of this member of the criminal organization was bruised and purple, his face was swollen, and his head and face were covered with blood. He could not see his original appearance clearly. How miserable. After looking around and not finding any other intact chairs except the one under Kasasa's ace, Kurusu sat cross-legged on the bed and watched his uncle take off the blood-stained chains on his hands, then picked up the various small weapons that he had thrown out when fighting with Kasasa, put them back on his body and hid them. Kurusu suddenly had an idea. If you use magic, what will your fight be like? Thinking that the communication was still going on and the 4 police officers were listening to what was going on here, Kurosumi replaced the gem with magic. After all, they knew that it was the magic passed down from the Kurusu family. I'll show you next time, Kurusu Yukawa said. Matsuda Jinpei listened and lowered his voice. Mr. Kurusu, could you please pay attention to Kurusu's age? In any case, as a police officer, Jinpei Matsuda and Kenji Hajiwara do not agree with Yukawa Kurusu bringing minors to dangerous places. Whether the other party feels that they can protect the children or the children want to play on their own, the professional ethics of police officers do not allow them to do so. This time, none of the 4 of them had thought of this. All they were thinking about was catching the undercover and gathering intelligence. It was a bad idea. Don't make the same mistake again next time. Kurusu Yukawa didn't take it to heart. To be honest, people with high moral responsibility are really difficult to deal with. Chung Ha-ruin is an example. Although he could beat Chung and Luin up if he was in a bad mood, that guy's mouth sometimes really made him feel like he was not a human being. This means that he still has some conscience when he comes to Suyukawa, right? Otherwise, I wouldn't feel guilty. Shake your head to get rid of inappropriate thoughts. The door of the room was opened and closed. Kurosumi and Kurusu Yukawa looked up at the same time at the 2 police officers who had rushed over. Fuya Rei walked up to Kasasa and felt a little confused when he saw the person in front of him who looked completely different from his original appearance. They had agreed with Kurusu Yukawa before that the 2 officers could interrogate for information, but Kurusu Yukawa was determined to kill Kasasa. But could they at least write down the man's appearance? It might be useful later. Kurusu Yukawa saw what Furigaya Rei was thinking, found the notebook in the room, and took out a pencil from somewhere. Kurusu stood up and tiptoed to look, and saw Kurusu Yukawa drawing on the notebook quickly. After a while, a character's head appeared on the paper. Yes, his uncle can draw. Kurusu flicked the necklace around his neck, which contained a portrait of his mother. But Kurusu looked at it more closely. Unlike the portrait of Kurusu Junko on his necklace, this sketch of Kasasa was just like something printed out by a machine, tangible but emotionless. His father once told him that the portrait of his mother in the necklace was the only portrait of his uncle that expressed his feelings. The other things were just objects, unlike his mother. Although the 2 of them studied painting together when they were young, in Kurusu Yukawa, painting was just a tool, no different from any other tool. This was different from his mother's love. My uncle doesn't seem to have anything he likes. Kurumi didn't expect that even though he had been a mercenary for so many years, he was probably just pursuing excitement. After finishing the painting, Kurusu Yukawa tapped Kurusumi's forehead with a pencil and handed the painting to Furuya Rei. Don't look at me with such a pitiful look. Kurusu touched his forehead and saw that Furuya Rei put away the portrait. Then he took off the communicator between himself and Kurusu Yukawa and pulled Kurusu Yukawa with him. Let's go out first and don't disturb Brother Rei and Brother Jingwang from interrogating us. After leaving the room, the 2 walked to the side a little, so that no one would come and see that they were guarding the door of Kasasa. Then Kurusu Yukawa took out a cigarette that he hadn't had before from his pocket and was about to light one, but Kurusu took it away. Here you go. Kurusu held up a grape-flavored lollipop. It's okay that you didn't have a cigarette before. Kurusu Yukawa took the lollipop, tore open the candy wrapper, put it in his mouth, and saw Kurusu leaning against the wall in a daze, a bit bored. If you want to listen, they won't refuse if you stay inside. Kurusu Yukawa pushed Kurusu's head, watching the child bit by bit, and smiled. Besides, can't you hear it here? Kurusu looked at the blank space he had blocked, which was Kasasa's room, rolled his eyes at Kurusu Yukawa, and said, I don't want to. This is Lingji and the others' business. If they needed him to know, they wouldn't hide it from him. You really polite to them. Kurusu Yukawa took out his cell phone and checked the time. Can't you be nicer to your uncle? Kurusu glanced at him with a look on his face. Don't you know why I treat you so badly? Do you need me to take out the old emails and show them to you? He still kept those things, just to question Kurusu Yukawa in person one day. Speaking of this, yes, he didn't find the opportunity before, but now is the right time. While waiting for the interrogation of Ling and Jingwang, he wants to ask his dear uncle, The so-called father who contacted me when I was first adopted by Kinji and Jinpei is my uncle. Kurusu showed a painful expression and deeply condemned Kurusu Yukawa. How can such cold and indifferent words come out of your 36-degree mouth? Kurusu Yukawa held the lollipop in his hand like a cigarette, thinking about what he was doing at that time. Junko's death did not bring him any excessive emotions at the time. His only thought was to avenge Junko, so he slaughtered almost half of the people in the village. He didn't know how many innocent people were there. Even if he went to Hades 100 years later, he would still do so. She was his twin sister, the other half of him. For the first 18 years, his heart and eyes were filled with that little girl whose smile was gentle and innocent. What happened? How old was this little girl when she died? 23. Although she was already a mother, she was still a girl who had just graduated from school. When she returned from traveling and sketching, she had nothing. Yukawa Kurusu didn't even get to see his sister for the last time. He did not question Chung Haluyan why they did not wait for him to come back before cremating Junko Kisu. He just took out the weapon that had accompanied him throughout his youth and killed people. Obviously, he had sealed these things up with his own hands not long ago, because Junko told him that she didn't want her brother to indulge in the pleasure of life and death. There will always be other things that will make my brother like, how about my Shaowei? Or something else. Even if you can't find it, I will always be with my brother. After coming back to his senses from the killing, these words kept echoing in Kurusu Yukawa's ears. Then, according to Chungha's words, he forged the time of Junko Kurusu's death. This guy is the same kind of person as Junko Kurusu, simple and kind, but different from him. But Junko died, and Chung and Luin were not much better off. Kurusu Yukawa thought countless times that if his sister didn't have such a kind heart, could she have lived longer, at least until Kurusumi grew up, instead of letting a child who was less than 5 years old lose her mother. So he would take Kurusu to do some dangerous things. But after Kurosumi lost her memory, his health was one thing, and Chungha Ruyan's rejection was another, so he was unable to keep Kurosumi by his side. Chungha Ruyan has his own plans, but he will never harm Kurusu. When lying in the intensive care unit with nothing to do, perhaps the emotions that were suppressed by excessive sadness just surged up all at once. I felt lost, helpless, and so sad that I felt like I was going to die. At that moment, Kurusu Yukawa felt that he was actually a human being. There will be so many emotions. Because I was immersed in the sadness of realizing it belatedly, I forgot the situation on Kurusu's side. Ignoring the fact that after losing his memory, Kurusu Wei is no longer the person who has been brought up like an adult and is always calm no matter what he faces. Instead, he is a child who knows nothing, is afraid of being abandoned, and feels helpless because of living alone. Even Wakata was contacted by Cheng and Luin, even though this guy was in a very bad situation. Then he was woken up by Cheng Haluyan's scolding. Cheng Haluyan is stronger than him. Whether facing Junko's death, his own situation, or having to take action against his own children, he seems calm and at ease. If he hadn't accidentally seen Cheng Haluyan crying in front of Junko's photo late at night, he would have wondered if this person was even more emotionless than him. Although this is the case, my attitude towards Kurusu at that time was a headache and a bit out of control. I'm sorry. Kurusu lowered his head in the silent atmosphere, looking at his toes and drawing circles on the ground. I won't ask anymore. He didn't think it was his fault. Why did he exude such a sad aura, making it seem like he was the bad guy? Kurusu thought dejectedly, well, what's past is past, and everything is fine now, so it's nothing. A warm and generous hand rested on his head. Kurusu did not raise his head. Kurusu Yukawa lowered his head and looked at him, his face a little unclear under the dim light. I should apologize. Kurusu Yukawa slowed down his voice. Apologize for my overly cold attitude at that time. Kurusu Miko's golden eyes blinked. Also apologize for what I said to Officer Megure at that time. Okay. Kurusu Miko looked at Kurusu Yukawa for a long time. I will pass your apology to Officer Megure. Then thank you, my dear nephew. The atmosphere suddenly became friendly. The door of Kashasa's room was pushed open from the inside. Zhu Fu Jingguang came out, still carrying the murderous intent on his body. Have you finished talking? Kurosumi Hanyuyan. Brother Jingguang, eavesdropping is not a good habit. It can't be helped. Zhufu Jingguang smiled innocently. Originally, I wanted to come out directly, but I felt that your atmosphere didn't seem to be suitable for being disturbed. Are you done asking? Kurisu Yukawa asked, pulling up Chimi's hand and placing the stick of the finished lollipop in the child's palm. Then he walked towards Morifushi Keiko as if nothing had happened. Ah, the truth serum you gave me is very effective. Morifushi Keiko looked at Kurosumi, who was still holding up his hand, not knowing what was going on, and said to Kurisu Yukawa with a suppressed smile, "That's good." Kurisu Yukawa. When Kurisu Yukawa was about to enter the door, Kurosumi finally reacted and threw the stick behind Kurisu Yukawa. No more. No more. He doesn't want this uncle anymore. As soon as Furuya Rei came out of the room, he saw Kurosumi jumping onto Kurisu Yukawa like a hungry tiger, and then tightly holding Kurisu Yukawa, as if he was going to die together with his uncle. What's the matter? Can't stand being oppressed by Kurisu Yukawa anymore and are ready to resist? Furuya Rei walked to the side of Morifushi Kagemitsu and asked while watching the show. Zhu Fujingwang thought about the scene just now and replied, "That's about right." Kurisu Yukawa finally pushed the man off his back, and while Kurisu was about to pounce on him again, he turned around and went into the room, locking the man outside. Kurisu Mitsukamen. Come out? You come out. Yukawa Kurisu in the room ignored his nephew and looked at Kasasa, who was slumped in the chair and was breathing in less than he was breathing out, and he couldn't help but be amazed. Those two police officers are really capable. No wonder they were able to be undercover in the organization for so long. After all, they are also public security officers, and they are all ruthless. Ahem. Hearing the noise of someone coming in, Kashasa coughed out a little blood foam and looked up at the man who had brought him down. What he didn't expect was that Bourbon and Scotland were undercover agents, but it was a pity. I don't have the information you want. I know. Kurisu Yukawa stood opposite Kashasa, facing the mirror, and slowly took off the contact lenses in his eyes, revealing his bright golden eyes. But he didn't want to deal with the organization. If he really wanted relevant information, he could just ask Wakata Akira for it. There was no need to go through the trouble of capturing these minions. If it weren't for the threat these guys might pose to Kurisu, he wouldn't even be interested in destroying the organization's bases. If you want to ask for secrets, there's a guy called Kiriso Underrum who's much more suitable than me. Kasasa was still talking to himself, but when Kurisu Yukawa turned around, he was stunned when he saw those golden eyes. Kurisu Yukawa? Kasasa couldn't understand. Why did you come to me? I don't have a good relationship with Heiyao. Besides, even if there are people in the organization who seem to have good relationships, what can they do? It's useless to find anyone to deal with black medicine. So far, the most widely circulated reason within the organization that Kurisu Yukawa hates the organization is because of the black drug. The two were mortal enemies. That was about it, and countless people believed it. No, Kurisu Yukawa squatted in front of Kasasa, stretched out his hands to pinch the other's face, took off his glasses with one hand, smiled with a cold light in his eyes. I just want to ask you a question, soon assure you. Kashasa was stunned, with unspeakable fear in his eyes. Why do you know this name? 10 years ago. Kurisu Yukawa ignored him and squeezed the man so tightly that he was trembling with fear, his jaws clacking. In Stratford, England, you killed 5 local residents in total, planted a bomb at the Royal Shakespeare Theatre, causing panic and chaos. Nearly 100 people were injured or killed in the stampede, and nearly 10 people are still missing. Kashasa obviously didn't expect Kurisu Yukawa to reveal his real name, but he said something he almost forgot. What do you want to say? Kashasa remembered that it was a small criminal plan before he joined the organization. Kurisu Yukawa smiled, as if he was enjoying afternoon tea with friends on a terrace in the afternoon. Did you plan this yourself? Was there anyone else guiding you? Kashasa felt a chill down his spine. The man in front of him was smiling, but it only made him feel terrified. He had a feeling that no matter what he answered, he would not be able to escape the fate of being stabbed by Kurisu Yukawa. It was only a matter of time. Playing with the dagger in his hand, Kurisu Yukawa asked in a friendly tone, "Speak." Akurusu, who was standing outside, trembled. What a miserable cry. What was his uncle doing? Didn't Jingguang and Ling interrogate him just now? There was no such miserable cry. Do you want to feel it secretly? Kurusu didn't take any tentative steps. While I was still thinking about it, a hand was placed on my shoulder. Turning around, Morobushi Kagemitsu looked at him worriedly. Do you want to go to Matsuda and Hajiwara? Furuya Rei asked from the side. No need. Kurusu shook his head and glanced at the closed door. It's not like he didn't know what his uncle had done. Wasn't it something his uncle had mentioned at the beginning that he had committed murder? The 4 police officers, on the other hand, accepted it all very well. We are not good people. Furuya Rei noticed Kurusu's gaze and thought about what the child was struggling with, so he explained. Zhu Fushiki Kagemitsu also smiled slightly, but the smile was a little forced. Although it is a little difficult to say to you, Xiaowei, but this is the fact. Compared with an organization that will endanger the interests of everyone, the life and death of a single person is not that important to us. As for Hajiwara and Matsuda, a trace of apology appeared on Furuya Rei's face, and the 2 people who were following Heiyao could also hear this guilty voice from the communicator. I am really sorry to drag you in, but I have to say that having you participate makes here and I feel relieved. It's not like you to say so much, blonde rascal. Matsuda Jinpei's nonchalant words sounded, and Furuya Rei could imagine Matsuda Jinpei's expression at this time just by listening to the voice. We are also police officers. It is our responsibility to fight crime. Besides, for this kind of thing, who else do you want to find if not us, your peers? Do other people have our abilities and the tacit understanding between us? That's right. Hajiwara Kinji's voice contained a smile, so don't feel sorry. If we put you in danger and we don't help, we won't be able to respect ourselves if we do that. Watching Morobushi Kimitsu and Furuya Rei talking to the 2 people on the other side of the communicator, a warm smile appeared on Kurosumi, who had taken off the communicator before. As long as you are happy. The atmosphere outside was joyful, but in the room, the interrogation of Kurusu Yukawa continued. Blood was dripping from the dagger. Kashasa's right eye was tightly closed. Blood kept sliding down his face, and pain was clearly visible on his face. A round object rolled on the ground. Yukawa Kurusu wiped the blood on Kashasa's clothes, and with his other hand, he held Kashasa's face and moved closer with the dagger. Wait. Kashasa's voice was full of fear, and he was shaking with pain. Yes, it was Almua's leader who asked me to do it. At that time, Stratford had their goals, so they asked me to create chaos, but Almu had been destroyed by someone in the 10-year base. I know. Yukawa Kurusu said slowly, and the dagger was constantly approaching Kashasa's terrified eyes. What I want to know is who is Almua's leader. I got rid of Almu 10 years ago, but I didn't find him. Now he still has a Kaijo group and is alive and well. Who is their leader? Killed Almu? Kasasa looked at Kurusu Yukawa. Although his life was still threatened, the waves in his heart could not be stopped. There were nearly 1,000 skilled fighters in the village where the Almu base was located, but they were all slaughtered overnight for unknown reasons. Because of this, the core power was destroyed, causing Almu to be devoured by other forces and completely disappear. Was it Yukawa Kurusu who did it? But thinking about the way this man destroyed the organization's base before, it seems not impossible. Your thoughts can wander at times like this. Yukawa Kurusu's voice, Kasasa came back to see the pair of golden eyes staring at him without emotion. It seems that this guy doesn't know the information about the leader, Kurusu Yukawa thought, and swung the dagger in his hand and wiped Kasasa's neck. It was very fast. Kashasa's only remaining eye widened, and his hands shook wildly as he tried to press the wound on his neck. His gradually blurred vision noticed that Kurusu Yukawa was standing next to him, with not even a drop of blood on his body. As blood spurted out, Kashasa fell to the ground with the chair. Then there's the disposal of the bodies. Oh yeah. Kurusu Yukawa wiped the dagger clean and put it back into his armory, thinking that he was cooperating with the public security this time. So he didn't have to worry about corpses or anything like that. The 2 police officers outside, thank you for remembering us at this time. After moving Kashasa's body into the bathtub and washing the blood on the floor, Kurusu Yukawa opened the door and came out smelling of blood. Are you okay? Kurisumi glanced towards the room behind Kurusu Yukawa, but was blocked very well by his uncle and could not see anything. I'll trouble you with the rest. After suppressing the murderous intent in his body and putting on his glasses, if the blood had not yet dissipated, the man in front of him might really be an ordinary person in charge of a large family. Thinking this, Rei Furuya responded, "Okay." Although this operation was not within the expectations of the public security, he belonged to Group Zero and had a lot of autonomy in some aspects. It didn't matter if Kasasa died, as he had already gotten information from him. Although this information was a little different from what he had imagined, it was enough to deal with the above. Now the key is here. While waiting outside for Kurusu Yukawa to come out, Furuya Rei finally had a full exchange of intelligence with his childhood friend Junran and two of his peers. In fact, they were already prepared for HIR's undercover identity to be exposed when they learned that Yatsuya Michi was an undercover. I thought that since I had solved the Yatsuya Street incident on the cruise ship, I would be safe for the time being, but the information I got from Kurusu Yukawa. After the four of them discussed for a while, it turned out that Zhu Fujingguang should temporarily withdraw from the undercover work, and this withdrawal must be reasonable and cannot be casual. He must find a proper way to die. The best-case scenario is that Scotland dies, but not as an undercover agent, but as a member of the organization. This raises a question. Should we deal with Yatsuya Dori? It's best to get rid of that guy. Kurusu Yukawa came out and put on his communicator again, joining the group chat. I've told Officer Morobushi before that Yatsuya Dori has a mental problem. Such a person is a time bomb in the Metropolitan Police Department. Although it may blow up the organization, it is more likely to blow up yourselves. Kurusu held his chin and observed the positions of Yatsuya Dori and Heiyao, and suddenly laughed. Since we are going to cause trouble, let's make it bigger. Anyway, Kasasa is dead now, and it doesn't matter if a few more members of the organization get into trouble. If Yatsuya Dori and Scotland are mixed in, they won't be conspicuous. And if there is chaos, the organization may not be able to recruit Gosei Hirosaburo. Kurusu Yukawa thought it was a good idea and was in a completely fun-loving state. Fuyurei and Morobushi Kagemitsu frowned. There are so many passengers on the cruise ship. If there is chaos, although they are fighting crime, the safety of other people's lives is equally important, and this cannot be decided in just one or two sentences. The simulation device installed on the bottom of the ship can be used. Kurusu said, although the sensor from the organization was used, Matsuda Jinpei also left a backup plan that we can activate ourselves. Yeah. Matsuda Jinpei responded on the other end of the communicator. Okay, are you going to fake an explosion to get all the passengers on the ship to evacuate first? Isn't it too risky? No, this will also cause panic. Furuya Rei refused decisively. Human panic is often accompanied by accidents of varying degrees. There are not a few people on the cruise ship. If a stampede occurs, let alone them, what about Kurusu who proposed this idea? Would you think this is indirect murder? Would it cause psychological burden to the child? Then there is only one other way. Kurusu smiled. Originally, he just proposed it for fun, knowing that these four people would not agree. Perhaps only his uncle would find it fun. Kurusu Yukawa looked at Kurusu's smile, and a bad feeling came to his mind. Brother Ling and Brother Jingwang should know a few people from the organization, right? Let's go and tie them up secretly. Kurusu patted his uncle's back. Don't worry about being noticed by the organization. How about letting Uncle meet Mr. Wakata? As expected, Kurusu Yukawa's bad feeling was confirmed. Anyway, everyone in the organization knows that Uncle doesn't get along with them. Uncle also said before that we can't reveal the undercover identities of Ling brother and others to Mr. Wakata. So besides Uncle personally coming forward, is there any other way? Kurusumi blinked and looked at Kurusu Yukawa with an extremely innocent look, as if the person who wanted to trick Kurusu Yukawa in his heart was not herself. Fuyurei understood Kurusu's plan and smiled as he watched the show. I think this method is good. Kurusu-san, since we have already cooperated once, there will definitely be more opportunities for cooperation in the future. Even just this once, I will consider it as helping out. Then he bumped the shoulder of Morofushi Kimitsu beside him. Aren't you right here? Well, yes, Mr. Kurusu. It seems that you are the only one who can do this now. Morofushi Kimitsu coughed, covering up the urge to laugh wildly. blinked his eyes and cooperated with Kurosumi and Furuya Rei to trick Kurusu Yukawa. Veins popped up on Kurusu Yukawa's forehead. He pushed his glasses and said to Kurusu, "I'll turn around and leave now." Hey, Kurusu deliberately dragged out his voice. "No, uncle. You see, I've never asked you for anything." "Yes, Mr. Kurusu." Hagiwara Kinji also chimed in. "Look at little Kurusu. This is your own nephew." Kurusu Yukawa was speechless. He felt that since the child was adopted by you two police officers, he was no longer his nephew. He looked more like a child of your Hagiwara family and Matsuda family. The former Kurosumi. No. In the past, Kurusu had been merciless to his uncle. Kurusu Yukawa silently touched his heart and felt pain in his heart just thinking about it. When he went to Kurusu's room and grabbed the kid and put him down, he expected Kurusu would kick him. So he put an iron plate on the calf. Well, it should be said that the place where Kurusu might kick him. These are all bloody lessons. Kurusu Yukawa still remembers clearly that when Kurosumi was young and Kurusu Junko had not yet gotten into trouble, he had never seen Kurosumi because he was busy with the affairs of the Kurusu family's various external companies. He knew to take time out to meet his nephew. Although the murderous aura on his body was well hidden, the child's senses were very sharp. At that time, because of some silly things Junko said, his attitude was a little fierce. As a result, Kurusu, who was only 3 years old and could not walk steadily, picked up a bowl and hit him on the head. This completely confused Yukawa Kurusu. It seems that since he was young, Lichi Yuchuan had been hanging around in various places and battlefields, and few people could hurt his head, but his 3-year-old nephew made an exception. If it weren't for the fact that Kurosumi was his sister's biological son, Kurusu Yukawa would have wanted to eliminate this black spot. Of course, Chung and Liuin's laughter was also an important factor. "Uncle." Kurusu Yukawa looked at Kurusu's hands clasped together, with a look of please written all over his face, and resisted the urge to punch the child on the head. "Get lost." Kurusu Yukawa closed his eyes, and as the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. He waved at Kurusu and told him to leave quickly. "Thank you, uncle." Kurosumi ran away happily. In the corridor illuminated by yellow lights, only Morobushi Kimitsu and Furuya Rei were left staring at Kurusu Yukawa. "I'm going to catch the organization's guys." It was not suitable for him to meet Heiyao, so he might as well run errands and knock out a few guys from the organization. Kurosumi had just told him the location of Yatsuyamichi and the squad leader, so he went to ask the squad leader for help. The one who was left behind, Morofushi Kagemitsu. "Wait a minute. We just tricked Mr. Kurusu together. Don't leave him here alone to face someone who looks like he's about to explode. Let's go, my distant nephew." Kurusu Yukawa put his hand on Morofushi Kagemitsu's shoulder and smiled. A little scary. Praying for Master Jing, Matsuda Jinpei, who had been listening to the noise along the way, made the sign of the cross on his chest, Amen. Kenji Hagiwara watched the actions of his little boy tamer with amusement. He felt that since he met Kofuru and Kamurobushi again, Kajinpi seemed to have returned to the lively feeling of his police academy days. It turned out that the time when they played and fought together was the most nostalgic and memorable. The two men didn't do anything this time. After getting on the ship, apart from catching a murderer, they just stared at Heiyao on the deck. However, the members of this criminal organization did not do anything else and looked no different from other people attending the party. Alas, it's a pity. Kenji Hagiwara looked at the crowd in front of him who was full of cheerful atmosphere. If it weren't for these things, it would really be nice to take a cruise trip with Xiao Junping. It seems that Xiao Junping has no personality that likes any woman, and he has no plans to get married. If the two of them stay together like this, it doesn't matter whether he confesses his feelings or not, and whether Xiao Junping knows his feelings or not, right? Suddenly thinking of Kurusu's intention to bring him and Matsuda Jinpei together, Hagiwara Kinji suddenly felt guilty about his thoughts. "Kinji brother, whatever you think comes true." Kurusu suddenly jumped out from behind the two of them, startling Hagiwara Kinji, who was originally thinking of going somewhere else. "You came so quickly." Matsuda Jinpei straightened up from the table he was leaning on and glanced at Hagiwara Kinji, who seemed to have no problems. Why did he feel that Hagiwara seemed to tremble just now? Was it because the lights at the ball were too bright that he had an illusion? Hee. Kurusu didn't locate Heiao's position and pulled Matsuda Jinpei over to act as a tool. Hajiwara Kinji didn't have time to catch up and could only watch the two approach the place where Kuroya was. Teacher Wakata. In front of a table with desserts, Kurusu lowered his head to search for his favorite flavor, approached Kuroya, and called out in a low voice. Kuroya looked straight ahead and took a glass of red wine from the tray held by a passing waiter. You asked those two policemen to keep an eye on me. Huh. Kurusu didn't expect Kuroya to notice Hajiwara Kinji and Matsuda Jinpei. After all, they are police officers from the explosives division. Kuroya glanced at Matsuda Jinpei and took a sip of red wine. You have almost forgotten the surveillance and tracking skills you learned in the police academy. Although it is true, this guy's mouth is as annoying as Kurusu Yukawa's. Kurusu Mima swiftly pressed down Matsuda Jinpei's clenched fist and smiled at Kuroya. What's the matter? Kuroya asked. Kurusu pretended to be nonchalant and took a bite of the dessert. The adrenaline that had risen when Kurusu Yukawa dragged him out for an adventure had calmed down. My uncle is on the cruise ship. His uncle seemed very dangerous. What is he doing here? Hearing Heiao's calm tone, if it weren't for the cup in his hand, Kurusu would have really thought that he was very calm. I don't know. Kurusu said vaguely. I heard something about Kasasa. Is he going to drink? Heiao frowned after hearing this, put the cup on the table, and said to Kurusu, stay with your guardian. Then he turned around and left. He's gone, uncle. Kurusu tapped the communicator in his ear. Then he raised his head and looked into Matsuda Jinpei's eyes. Both of them had the words watch a show. Watch a show. Heiao can be said to have contact with the core senior leaders of the organization and is only a little bit away from the most critical people. He is actually quite familiar with Kashasa, who is very mysterious in the organization. Before joining the organization, he was a criminal planner. He is not a genius, but he has some skills. I don't know what Rum saw in him. In fact, Heiao has always felt that Kachaka was a scapegoat chosen by Rum for himself. Otherwise, why is the code name of Kachaka, which is known as Brazilian Rum? Kashasa is a mysterious senior figure in the eyes of ordinary members, and it is also the same in the eyes of people like him and Jin. Why did Yukawa Kurusu suddenly target Kasa? Heiao thought about Kurusu Junko's actions over the years and felt a headache. Ever since Kurusu Junko's death, this already crazy guy has been more like a wolf without shackles, acting without any rules or considerations. He could still catch people before, but now, it's becoming increasingly difficult to understand. This is not a good phenomenon, at least for black medicine. The door of Kashasa's room was filled with a strong smell of blood. Although there was no blood when entering, there were water drops hanging on the wall, and the entire door of the room appeared to be wet. Kurusu Yukawa rinses very cleanly, which is his usual style. At least there should be no visible traces on the surface. The bodies of Kashasa were crowded together in the bathtub. It was obvious that the person who placed him was very impatient and had a very bad attitude towards Kashasa, wanting to rub him in. Heiao checked the wounds on Kasasa's body and found that it was not only the usual style of Kurusu Yukawa, but also traces of interrogation from at least another person. He injected a truth serum, which should be the one Kurusu Yukawa got before. He used it, and the effect was better than the current ones. He didn't know how Kurusu Yukawa got it. He had never heard that the Kurusu family's industry involved medical aspects. The carotid artery was cut cleanly by the knife. Eyes. The right eyeball is gone, and it couldn't be found anywhere nearby. I don't know where Kurusu Yukawa threw it. Why is he so angry? How did Kashasa offend him? Heiao frowned as he searched Kashasa's body, and the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. What's the matter? Heiao looked at the incoming call notification and asked as soon as he picked up the phone. If there is no urgent matter, the members of these organizations will not call him directly. Master Heiao, some members on the cruise ship have been disconnected. The member on the other end of the phone sounded anxious. If it was just one person, it would be fine, but there was no response after several consecutive calls. Collective defection? The thought of it was terrifying. The member who made the call swallowed his saliva, and beads of sweat poured down his forehead. The one who kills the most undercover agents in the organization is Black Drug, and the one who kills the most traitors is Jin. Regardless of whether these people who could not be contacted were undercover agents or traitors, if those who stayed behind were suspected, they would be no match for these two. The best thing now is to hope that these people are dead. The dead members are the best members. Which ones are they? Heiyao asked. This is not surprising. Even Kasasa was killed by Kurusu Yukawa. It is normal for some other people to be missing. For the time being, Imada Mika, Samoto Susumu, Yamochi Masashi. Are there any code members? Heiyao suppressed his impatience. It didn't matter how many peripheral members were lost. It was not a big deal if the code members were not in trouble. Yes, yes. The voice on the other end of the phone was excited for a moment, but it seemed to have noticed Heiyao's unhappy mood and suddenly became weak. Scotland, Pepsi, Zimbabwe, and Jingguan. These four can't be contacted. 4? Heiyao frowned, as if he thought of something, and began to search every corner of Kasasa's room. Wow, Brother Ling, are you so fast? Kurusu didn't hear Heiyao's voice. Although he couldn't hear what the people on the other end of the phone said, he could also associate it based on their actions. You have caught 4 in such a short time? Awesome. You are worthy of it. There are only 3 of you. You have to expel the HIR. Furia Ling put the people he had tied up into a room. All of them fainted. He used enough ether, and these people would not wake up for a while. Ida Ko, who was standing next to him, looked at Yatsuya Michi, who was tied up like a dumpling in the door of the room, whom he had been following for most of the day. He felt a sense of loss. These guys had completely forgotten about him and their actions. At that time, Daiko was secretly following Yatsuya too to see what this guy was going to do. As a result, when he turned a corner, a Furuya ray suddenly jumped out and knocked Yatsuya 2 unconscious in front of him. After knocking him down, this Furuya guy actually smiled at him. What are you laughing at? I wonder if he was scared to death. If he had a gun in his hand, he dared to guarantee that Furuya Ray would not survive a bullet for this action. Including Yatsuya Doji, there are 4 now. Although Kurusu Yukawa always said that he was not very smart, he was still a member with a code name and could be sent undercover. He was trustworthy. Furuya Ray thought that among these people kidnapped, Yatsuya Doji might be the most valuable. Let's do it this way for now. Morobushi Kagemitsu, who followed Kurusu Yukawa, was a little worried that his young friend's big moves would be discovered by the organization. That's enough. You retreat first. Okay. Furuya Ray did not try to be brave. Since the organization had already discovered the loss of contact with the personnel, he should not continue. Today's gains exceeded the total of the undercover work in the past few years. Then he looked at Ida Hang beside him and took off the communicator and handed it to him. It would not be suitable for him to take it with him when he returned to the organization. Squad leader, I will contact the public security personnel. Before that, I will trouble you first. Daiko put his hand on Furuya Ray's shoulder. There's no need to say these things between us. Be careful. Yeah. Furuya Ray simply responded, burying his emotions in his heart. He nodded to Daiko, left the room, and temporarily locked the door of the room where the organization members they had kidnapped were. As Ida Ko watched Furuya Ray leave, he put the communicator to his ear. A sinister male voice came from it, which made his hair stand on end. Kurisu Yukawa. Heiyao was holding a bug. Obviously, there was only one answer for who could put this thing here. Teacher Wakata's voice seemed to be very angry, while Kurusu was happily eating the melon. The member of the organization who had been communicating with him on the other end of the phone heard the name spoken by Heiyao and asked stutteringly, Come on, has Kurusu Yukawa appeared? We have checked that there are no adults with golden eyes on the cruise ship. Heiyao's face suddenly darkened. Golden eyes. Do the guys in this organization only recognize people by their eyes? There were several times before that guy put on his colored contact lenses and slipped away right under the organization's nose. It's even more useful than disguise. It's not that he wants Kurusu Yukawa to be caught by the organization, but these guys are too weak. Something like that. The damage was not serious, but it was enough to give Heiyao a heart attack. Just wait for me. It was the sound of Heiyao gritting his teeth, followed by a burst of electric current, and Heiyao crushed the bug. Zhu Fujingwang looked at Kurusu Yukawa, who was leaning against the wall beside him and watching the rolling waves outside in the dark night. Did this man laugh when he heard He Yao's words just now? Can he find it? Zhu Fujingwang looked at the environment they were in now and wondered why Kurusu Yukawa thought that He Yao could be sure that he would stay here. Kurusu Yukawa smiled and said nothing more. Mr. Kuroyo. A voice rang out from the phone. Kuroyo hung up the phone without waiting for the person on the other end to finish, and then dialed a string of numbers. Kuroyo? The mechanical voice was full of doubt. Shouldn't Kuroyo be on the Delius at this time? How could he still have time to contact him? Rum was very confused. He Yao held the phone, ignored Kashasa's body, and walked out of the room, avoiding the crowd along the way. Let all the members on the cruise ship evacuate. What happened? Rum's tone was not good. This time, it took a lot of manpower to recruit Isoi Hirosaburo to take him away from under the noses of the public security. Now they have to give up without seeing Isoi Hirosaburo. Why? He Yao said directly. Your people are dead. Kurusu Yukawa is on the cruise ship. Rum didn't react for a moment to who He Yao was talking about. After thinking for a while, he said, Kashasa? No, Kashasa is not the point. Is Kurusu Yukawa here too? Rum's originally happy mood suddenly turned unhappy. 8 out of 10 missions with Kurusu Yukawa failed, and the other 2 were successful, but I felt unhappy afterwards, always feeling that the loss was much greater than the gain. Dvordiznak. I couldn't catch that man. I didn't know why, but I always felt like I had failed. He Yao, the spy who caused the organization's failure, was very calm, as if he was not the one who sabotaged the organization's actions because of Kurusu Yukawa. Anyway, the foundation of the organization has not been touched, so failure is failure. What's the point of doing other tasks here and there? It is better to focus on the most fundamental things. He Yao thought that the experiment he cared about had no progress for many years, and if it continued like this, he would make a fuss. Completely unaware that He Yao, who was trusted by the organization and was said to be not loyal but would never betray the organization, was actually half a traitor. Rum knew that Kurusu Yukawa had already started to want to evacuate the people on the cruise ship, not to mention the missing peripheral members. 4 code members have already lost contact. He Yao continued. Retreat, 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 retreat quickly. Rum did not hesitate anymore and directly ordered people to give up this mission. There would be a chance for Isho Hirosaburo in the future, and maybe they would not have to run into the public security people in the future. He Yao kept holding his phone as he turned corners. I'll stay. What for? I told you not to mess with Raisu Yukawa. Taking a deep breath, He Yao thought. Now is not a question of whether he wants to provoke Lai Chi Yuchuan or not. This guy has been avoiding him all these years, and today he even installed a bug and was discovered by him. What is this? It's a challenge. An invitation. He had to go and take a look, right? I'll try to find the 4 missing code members. Of course, he couldn't tell the reason in his heart, so He Yao made up an excuse. Although it was troublesome to suddenly lose 4 code members, Rum felt that this was not He Yao's purpose. This guy didn't have such a good heart. But, if you look for it, maybe you can find it? He swallowed back the words about asking He Yao to come back. Anyway, no matter how He Yao spent his time, nothing serious seemed to happen. Otherwise, just let him go. Rum thought about these things and said, Okay, Black Medicine, feel free to contact me if you need anything. He hung up the phone directly. Where will Kurusu Yukawa be? He Yao looked at the lights on the deck outside. Kurusu was not on the cruise ship. Since Kurusu Yukawa had come aboard, he knew that the organization's people were on board, so he would not abandon his nephew alone and leave. Next to Kurusu were the 2 policemen, who were talking and laughing about something. He would stay in a secret place where he could keep an eye on Kurusu's movements. His eyes drifted upwards for a moment. He Yao figured it out and walked towards the place he guessed. Here I go. Kurusu glanced at He Yao's back with his peripheral vision, and with shining eyes he pulled the clothes of Hajiwara Kinji beside him. After saving the corner of his clothes from Kurusu's hands, Hajiwara Kinji sighed. I saw it. I don't know where he learned this habit of liking to watch the fun. Kinji Hajiwara suddenly thought of a certain Mr. Kurusu who seemed to have the same personality of loving to watch the show. I guess it's like this. Nephew resembles uncle. Jinpei Matsuda and Kenji Hajiwara could only allow Kurusu to drag them to a pre-booked location to watch the live show. I have to admit, I'm actually a little bit looking forward to it. Morobushi Kajimitsu, who was following Kurusu Yukawa, took the special seat and waited for the arrival of Kuroyasu. Ida Hang, who was guarding the kidnapping, looked at the people in the room, listened to the noise coming from the communicator, and sighed. Furia Rei, who had already received the organization's retreat notice, took a look at the small lifeboat and small yacht that had appeared near the Delius at some point, and really wanted to send someone to wipe out the place in one fell swoop. Moreover, looking at the place where the incident was about to happen, Furia Rei thought that he also wanted to see the scene, but now he couldn't even listen to the broadcast. Pity. Heiyao reached this place where there was no light, from where he could see the entire dance party and vaguely hear the tiny sounds brought by the wind. There was someone following Kurusu Yukawa. He frowned and took a look. Heiyao felt that this person looked familiar, but he searched his memory and found no impression. Who is he? Zhu Fujingguang was stunned. He had never expected that Heiyao would ask him the first question right away. Shouldn't he be thinking about the love-hate relationship between Heiyao and Kurusu Yukawa at this time? Kurusu Yukawa was very familiar with Heiyao's behavior and explained, a distant nephew. Knowing the membership structure of the Kurusu family very well, Heiyao narrowed his eyes, wondering who he was trying to fool. Zhu Fujingguang felt that he was being stared at by Heiyao, and his entire body was alert. No way. Are you so hostile to anyone who appears around me? Kurusu Yukawa looked Heiyao up and down. This is not the behavior of someone I have slept with. Heiyao was already suppressing his anger at being looked at by Kurusu Yukawa again, but when he heard what the man opposite him said, he became even more upset and blurted out, "It was obviously me who slept with you." Zhu Fujingguang suddenly left the battlefield. Excuse me, can he resign temporarily? 3 people who were climbing to a high place with a panoramic view of the scene happened to hear this. Kurusu, wow. Kenji Hajiwara whistled frivolously, and Kurusu covered his mouth with his hand. However, Jinpei Matsuda was a little confused and was looking at the scene below very seriously. Heiyao took a heavy breath and was so angry that his liver ached. Every time he meets Kurusu Yukawa, this guy always uses that matter to provoke him, because he cares, right? This black-hearted scumbag with a smile on his face. He covered his heart and didn't get angry. It wasn't him who was at a disadvantage in that matter. That's right, it wasn't him who was at a disadvantage. Heiyao squeezed out a few words from between his teeth, and it seemed that even he himself did not believe them. This made him even more angry than not suffering any loss. That was his dignity as a man. I met Kurusu Yukawa at a banquet. At that time, Heiyao had just joined the organization and took over the family business in the UK. There were also several second-generation high-ranking officials of the organization who were with him. Heiyao has never been a good person, as can be seen from the fact that he joined a criminal organization without any scruples. It just so happened that at that time, the organization's laboratory produced a patch-type drug that had a rather obscene use. Those second generations have set their sights on the new person in charge of the Kurusu family. The Kurusu family was not well known at that time and acted low-key. Not many people knew about this family, but Kurusu Yukawa was very handsome. Later, after meeting Junko Kurusu and Mi Kurusu, Kuroya realized that this was an excellent appearance gene inherited from the family. Especially those eyes. Once someone is interested in them, they are the most fascinating. Yukawa Kurusu is a man who has been baptized by blood and fire on the battlefield. Ordinary methods are useless to him, but the use of this new type of medicine organized by the organization is really special. Although the door was opened immediately, it still got hit. Heiyao actually did not participate in this matter. In fact, he had no idea what the second generations wanted to do. But the problem was that after using the potion, Kurusu Yukawa, who should have been completely exhausted, knocked down several second generations in one fell swoop, and he happened to pass by outside. Those second generations didn't use their brains and desperately asked him to save them. Needless to say, the ending was obvious. Heiyao had never learned any fighting skills at the time. Not to mention back then, even now he is no match for Kurusu Yukawa. Those second generations were pretty miserable. Heiyao, a passerby, was tied up by Kurusu Yukawa because of his relationship with him and because of his good looks. After being forced to answer questions about the efficacy of the medicine, he was stripped of his clothes by Yukawa Kurusu. To be honest, it feels pretty good. No, it should be said that it is quite good. It would be perfect if he could take the initiative. Until now, I cannot let Hayao stare at Kurusu Yukawa for so many years. Whenever I mention this person, I feel itchy, resentful, and angry. The fundamental reason is that after finishing the job, Kurusu Yukawa put on his clothes, looked Hayao up and down, and then uttered a slight huh. It was just this one word that made Hayao chase after Kurusu Yukawa for so many years. During this period, there were times when the two people rolled into the door together, but Hayao never took the initiative. It's sad to think about it. If you can't beat them, you can't beat them. Kurusu Yukawa knew very well what kind of emotions were hidden behind Hayao's changing expression. Somewhat funny. Staring into Hayao's eyes, Kurusu Yukawa said, "Heh." Hayao clenched his fist and attacked Lychee Yuchuan with a fierce wind. The real murderer is Akira. Kurusu Yukawa had anticipated this and dodged Hayao's fist by turning his head, then took a step back and dodged another sweeping blow. Zhu Fujingguang looked at the two people fighting in front of him and silently retreated to the side, kept retreating, and then found a small corner where he would not be disturbed, stayed there, took out a cigarette and lit it. Kurusu could see it clearly from above. His uncle was just teasing Mr. Wakata. He looked very relaxed and even took time out to mock Mr. Wakata during the fight. "My uncle is a scumbag," Kurusu concluded to the two police officers around him. How can he not admit it after sleeping with Mr. Wakata? Mr. Wakata is so pitiful. I have lost my innocence and still being mocked by others. Why? Hagiwara Kinji felt that the relationship between the two people fighting below might be different from what Kurusu had imagined, and he looked like he didn't know how to explain it to Kurusu. Is there a problem? Kurusu turned his head and saw Hagiwara Kinji's undisguised expression beside him. He was a little surprised. It couldn't be possible. Aren't the two of them the kind of relationship he imagined? After struggling for a while, Hagiwara Kinji finally spoke. "Have you ever thought, Kurusu, that maybe their relationship?" As he said this, Kinji Hagiwara overlapped his hands and then switched them up and down. Jinpei Matsuda, who witnessed everything. "Hagi, what are you doing? Is this something you can explain to Kurusu like this?" Seeing Hagiwara Kinji's actions, he was silent for a moment, then showed an expression of sudden enlightenment and said, "If that's the case, then why is Mr. Wakata angry? My uncle is so handsome. He won't suffer any loss. This is probably not a matter of whether you will suffer a loss or not." Judging from Susumu Yukawa's personality, Kinji Hagiwara could imagine what infuriating words this guy would say after he was done. Of course, this may not be the key point. It seems that Hayao really has feelings for Kurusu Yukawa, but what about Kurusu Yukawa? From the way he teased Hayao from the beginning, it seems that he was just treating her as a temporary bedmate. This is probably the real reason why Hayao is unwilling to accept this. Put yourself in his shoes. If he were in the position of Hayao, and he were tied with Xiao Jinping, he would be in Hayao's position. Oh no. I feel so sad just thinking about it. It seems that Kurusu's uncle is a scumbag. That's too much. Kurusu Yukawa, who was fighting with Hayao below, didn't know that two of the three people watching above had already imagined him as a scumbag who abandoned his wife and children. He didn't really want to talk about feelings. Wouldn't it be good for the two of them to just maintain a physical relationship? Why did they have to go further? Even if it was just that kind of simple relationship, he wouldn't mind living with Kuroya in his old age, letting Kurosumi take care of them both. After all, Kuroya was also Kurasumi's teacher. You should take this responsibility. Kurusu, who had been burdened with two heavy responsibilities for no apparent reason. Well, looking at Hayao, who seemed to have gone mad with anger, Kurusu Yukawa sighed, stretched out his hand to avoid Hayao's attack, grabbed Hayao's face, and pushed him against the wall. Kurosumi and Morobushi Kagemitsu felt that this scene was very familiar, as if they had seen exactly the same scene somewhere not long ago. Kurusu really admires his uncle. You can pick him up and press him against the wall because he is a minor, but Kurusu can do the same thing with Hayao, an adult male. How did he do it? His arm strength and grip strength are very strong. said Jinpei Matsuda. The body shapes of Kurusu Yukawa and Kuroya are not much different. Even to the naked eye, Kurusu Yukawa appears to be thinner. Although both of them look like mixed race, Kurusu Yukawa obviously looks more Asian, while Kuroya's muscles appear to be stronger. But even so, Kurusu Yukawa still easily lifted the black medicine off the ground. The usual humiliation surged into Heiyao's heart. His consciousness was a little dazed. Normally, after a fight like this and he lost, something should have happened. Come to think of it, Heiyao recalled his previous experience of meeting Kurusu Yukawa. Whenever they met privately, they would end up rolling on the bed. What are you thinking about? Kurusu Yukawa's tone suddenly revealed a strong sense of disgust. Put down the black medicine. What private meeting? Didn't you see that there was someone with him? And there are 3 people watching you unknown. Heiyao rubbed his face and turned his gaze to Zhu Fujingguang, who had almost merged into the darkness. Zhu Fujingguang was suddenly stared at by several pairs of eyes, including the 3 people lying above. Thank you. Please forget him. Seeing that the show was about to end, Matsuda Jinpei, who had remained almost silent throughout the whole process and only listened to Kurusu and Hajiwara Kinji's conversation, suddenly sighed. They really have that kind of relationship. Kurusu and Hajiwara Kinji both had question marks in their heads. What did that mean? Wasn't this the common understanding of all of them? I thought it was just a joke before. Matsuda Jinpei explained. Was this true? Maybe he was the only one who thought so? Rubbing the corners of his mouth, Matsuda Jinpei muttered quietly, as if talking to himself, and seemed to be thinking. This is the first time I know of 2 men being together. Hajiwara Kinji looked at Matsuda Jinpei's serious face. Indeed, Jinpei is that kind of person. Yes, yes. Just as he finished speaking and was about to observe the situation of the 2 people below, he immediately realized something was wrong and suddenly turned his head to look in the direction of Matsuda Jinpei. Wait a minute, Xiao Jinping, what are you thinking about? Don't panic yet. There is no fluctuation on Kinji Hajiwara's face, but the barrage in his mind is refreshing frantically. Now, is it that Xiao Jinping suddenly awakened to something after seeing the love-hate relationship between Uncle Xiao Kurusu and Heiyao? Was it because I didn't react to Hagi's ambiguous actions before because I didn't realize that 2 men could actually be in love? So now that Xiao Jinping has this intention, will he think? Will he think that Hagi's previous behavior was not good, and will he dislike Hagi so much? Xiao Kurusu, what are you doing now? Your brother Kinji needs you right now. Feeling the burning gaze, Kurusu and his brother Kinji exchanged glances. The deep purple eyes looked particularly innocent. Kurusu didn't understand, so he looked at Matsuda Jinpei on the other side. Brother Jinpei, what do you think of 2 men being together? What do you mean? Matsuda Jinpei's mind seemed to be still empty. If they like each other, gender doesn't matter. Kurusu continued to push. What about Jinpei-san? What would Jinpei-san think if a boy liked him? Matsuda Jinpei looked at Kurusu in confusion. Who would like me? Kurusu choked. Brother Jinpei, do you have any misunderstandings about yourself? Kurusu was about to say what would happen if Kinji liked Jinpei, but he was pinched by Kinji Hajiwara next to him. Looking at Kinji Hajiwara, who was cowardly again, Kurusu didn't know what to say. Just what? Why don't you say anything? Matsuda Jinpei was still waiting for Kurusu to continue, but the 2 looked at each other and stopped talking. Kurusu looked at his uncle and teacher below and said, No, it's nothing. I just asked a few more questions. It serves him right. Brother Yin has been unable to catch up with Brother Jinping for 3 years. If he were to say, he should muster up the courage and follow the example of his uncle. No matter what, he should just sleep with him first. What's the point of getting beaten up? Kinji Hajiwara, QAQ, he doesn't want to be a scumbag. He always felt that these 2 guys were hiding some little secret from him, and it was a secret related to him and had lasted for a long time. He must find out the truth when he returned. Thinking so, Matsuda Jinpei returned to watching the show as if nothing had happened. During the time the 3 of them were wasting time, the 2 people below were talking about something. The tense atmosphere between Kurusu Yukawa and Kuroya was no longer there. Morobushi Kimitsu also came out from the dark corner and stood not far from the 2 of them. Kurusumi, come out. Kuroya glanced at the place where the three of them were lying and spoke in a bad tone. Kurusu did not stick his head out and chuckled. Teacher Wakata. Oh no, Aunt. Pfft. The two police officers beside him covered their mouths. Black medicine. Feeling Heiyao's murderous gaze, Kurusu immediately changed the subject. Then Uncle. Uncle? Kurusu Yukawa covered his head speechlessly. Come down, you little rascal. You little brat. Seeing Kurusu coming down with two policemen, Heiyao grabbed the child's face and said, You teamed up with your uncle to deceive me, right? Kurusu said vaguely, I brought my uncle here to give to you. It was obviously him who betrayed his uncle this time, okay? If you think about it carefully, it is true. Kurusu Yukawa realized it while he was waiting here. If they wanted to ignore the relationship with the Public Security Bureau and confuse the death of Zhu Fujingwang, the incident of him being on the cruise ship that was revealed before would have been enough. There was no need for him to actually meet Heiyao. It was his good nephew who brought him trouble. Kurusu Yukawa's gaze was directed at Kurusumi, who was picked up by Heiyao and rubbed on the face. What's wrong with you, kid? Is your uncle not as close to you as your teacher? Kurusu pretended not to see it. Anyway, no matter what, the matter between his uncle and Mr. Wakata was the uncle's fault, so he did a good thing. I'm leaving. Kurusu had put the child down, was silent for a while, waved his hand and left. No matter what they were doing, he pretended not to see what happened today. Just like every time before, whenever Kurusu Yukawa asked him for help, he would always agree. Watching Heiyao disappear into the darkness, Kurusu reached out and poked his uncle's waist. Don't you feel guilty? Mr. Wakata seems to be infatuated, but his uncle uses him like a tool. Isn't that a bit too much? Kurusu Yukawa said nothing and gently rubbed Kurusu's hair. At this time, Ida Hang, who had listened to the whole process on the phone, finally waited for the police to come and pick him up. After the docking was completed, the squad leader, who had only eaten some bread and milk all day, prepared to search for something to eat. As a result, when I turned the corner, I heard a commotion ahead. The door of a room was violently broken open, and a group of police officers from the 1st Investigation Division surrounded a tall man tied up with ropes, extremely alert. What's going on? Idahang asked a police officer next to him. The police officer also knew Date Ko and explained, this is the murderer of the previous case of Suzuka Kanpei. When Kudo-san was asking some questions, the man broke free. Oh, it's the guy that Hajiwara and the others caught before. Date Ko remembered this person. Is Mr. Kudo okay? In Ida Ko's impression, Kudo Yusaku should be a weak novelist. It's okay. I was just frightened. The police officer said quickly. Then a group of police officers from the investigation division used their numbers to overpower the man and tied him up again. They didn't dare to use handcuffs this time. Well, forget it, they handcuffed him anyway, and put on a few more pairs. Officer Ida Hang, who was helping his colleague from the 1st Investigation Division to kidnap people, felt that he had kidnapped so many people today that his hands were very familiar with the situation. He watched the police officer pushing the man into the door that had been kicked open earlier, and someone nearby called him. Upon closer inspection, it was the previously mentioned Yusaku Kudo. Oh, Mr. Kudo, are you okay? Date Ko asked with concern. After all, this matter was still due to their police negligence. Well, it's okay. Kudo Yusaku responded with a smile. Officer Date is not with Officer Matsuda and Officer Hajiwara? I really want to find them. Date Ko explained. Kudo Yusaku glanced at the communicator on Date Ko's ear. It just so happens that I have something I want to ask two police officers. Can I go with you? Idahang listened to the voice in the communicator and said with a smile that of course there was no problem. The two of them went to the previous deck dance party together. Hajiwara, Matsuda. From a distance, they saw the two classmates standing by the table. Kurusumi and Kurusu Yukawa were talking about something together, and there was a disguised Morobushi Kimitsu standing silently in the background. Why is Mr. Kudo here? Nodding to Date Ko, Hajiwara Kinji and Matsuda Jinpei saw Kudo Yusaku following behind their squad leader. It's like this, about the case of Mr. Suzuka Kanpei. Kudo Yusaku and the three police officers were talking about something. Kurusu Yukawa stood by, and didn't listen deliberately. He took out his cell phone to check the time. What's wrong? Kurusu asked in confusion. In just a short while, his uncle checked the time several times. Is there something he hasn't done yet? Kurusu Yukawa put his phone back in his pocket and stared into Kurusu's eyes. Feeling frightened by his gaze, Kurusu touched his arm. Just tell me what's the matter. You haven't let the idiot come back yet? Kurusu Yukawa asked. Kurusu nodded. He had thought about putting the idiot back into the gym before, but his uncle stopped him, saying that he wanted to experiment with something. The time is coming, Kurusu Yukawa said meaningfully. Kurusu didn't understand. Zhu Fujingguang, who had been paying attention to the two people's movements, heard this conversation and the alarm bells in his heart rang loudly. He took a step forward and walked to Kurusu's side. Before he could say anything, he saw a winding trail of blood flowing out of Kurusu's nose and dripping onto the ground. Xiaowei. Zhu Fujingguang quickly reached out to help him. Kurusu didn't understand why, but he felt his brain suddenly became a little unclear. And then the idiot changed from a round ball of light to a flat one, floating away from his body and returning to the gym, and then there was wetness under his nose. I wiped it with my hand and saw a blood-red hand. Kurusu looked at his uncle in front of him, who was smiling brightly with a confused look on his face. Then he threw himself into the arms of Morobushi Kagemitsu. It hurts. It hurts. Kurusu covered his head. My head hurts, like the pain I feel when I move my head after studying for several days in a row. What's wrong? Hajiwara Kinji and Matsuda Jinpei noticed the commotion and hurried over. When Kurusu was moved away, he saw that the child's nose was bleeding uncontrollably and he was holding his head and trying not to cry. Mr. Kurusu. Hajiwara Kinji was anxious. Didn't he say there were no sequelae? What was going on? Kurusu Yukawa looked at his nephew's expression and waved his hand cheerfully. Don't worry, it's nothing. Who let this kid cheat him? The labels and Chungha Luin, which had not appeared for a long time, appeared in front of Kurusu. Chung-hee left a voice message. Who told you to listen to your uncle? How pitiful. Don't use your brain these days. Kurusu. Neither of you two is good. Kurusu shed tears. Of course, the police officers didn't quite believe what Kurusu Yukawa said, that nothing was wrong, and they quickly picked up Kurusu and walked into the cabin. Kudo Yusaku helped contact Suzuki Shiro and asked the doctor on the cruise ship to come and check on Kurusu. The doctor's examination results were beyond everyone's expectations except Kurusu Yukawa. For a child like this, even though he is still growing, you can't give him all the good things to eat. The doctor looked at Hajiwara Kinji and Matsuda Jinpei, Kurusu's temporary guardians, with condemnation. His real uncle, however, hid aside and watched everything with a happy mood. Kurusu had a nosebleed, and after a doctor's examination, the doctor concluded that he had taken too much supplements. As for the headache caused by overusing the brain, the doctor on the Delius also has his own understanding. I also know that you parents, it doesn't matter if your children study, but it doesn't mean that the brain doesn't need to rest after taking supplements. How can you let children maintain a high-intensity brain state? This doctor caught Jinpei Matsuda and Kinji Hajiwara and gave them a lesson. The two police officers glanced at the culprit who was watching the show nearby, lowering his head and being lectured by the angry doctor. Finally, the doctor breathed a sigh of relief and did not prescribe any medicine. He just told Kurumi not to use his brain for a few days. Lying on the bed, Kurusu gets a severe headache when he thinks about something empty his mind. JPG. The doctor left, and only a few people who knew the situation were left in the room. Kurusu Yukawa walked over to Kurusumi and said with a smile, "It's okay." Kurusu rolled his eyes at him and let him experience it himself. "All right, it's nothing. Remember this, the longest it can last is 8 hours, 8 hours a week. If you don't want to be like this again, you have to pay attention to how to allocate your time." Kurusu Yukawa ruffled Kurusu's hair and walked away as the child glared at him. Kurusu was waiting for the ceiling. Snored. With an uncle like this, just wait and see. He will definitely cheat him again next time. Chungha left a message. Dad supports you. Come on. Although he experienced a chaotic first half of the night, Kurusu slept very soundly in the second half. Perhaps it was because his brain was tired that he fell into a deep sleep easily. When he woke up at noon the next day, the Delius was already on its way back to Tokyo Bay. Kurusu climbed out of bed, touching his head, and saw Hagiwara Kinji in his room. The police officer saw that he had woken up, came forward and touched his forehead, and asked, "How are you? Do you feel better?" I shook my head, and it felt like my brain was moving around in my head, as if it wasn't fixed in place. It was swollen and painful, but it wasn't as painful as it was yesterday when I just thought about something. Much better. Kurusu relaxed. As long as it wasn't like last night, it was good. I'm glad you're okay, Hagiwara Kinji sighed. Really, Kurusu Yukawa was so ruthless when it came to cheating his own nephew. After just one night of contact last night, Kinji Hagiwara had a very deep understanding of Kurusu Yukawa. And what could they say when they encountered such a thing? Magic, that kind of fantasy, was not something that people like them who had always grown up in the scientific world could understand. I could only watch helplessly. You're awake. The door of the room was pushed open from the outside, and it was Jinpei Matsuda and co-date who came back with food. As soon as they entered the room, they saw Kurusu had woken up and put his things on the small table next to him. The two of them went forward and looked at Kurusu with concern. Where's Kimitsu? Kurusu looked at the others and found that one person was missing. He went with your uncle. Matsuda Jinpei looked unhappy. He took a bowl of porridge from the table and put it on the cabinet next to the bed. He also handed a bowl of fried rice to Hagiwara Kinji and then sat down at the table to have lunch with Daiko. Kinji Hagiwara took over and explained to Kurusu. It seems that Koforf has discussed with the higher-ups that Kamurobushi needs to go abroad for a while. It would be better to wait until the matter regarding Scotland has settled down at the organization's end before letting Kamurobushi come back. Didn't Kamurobushi's uncle tell him about the identity of a distant relative of the Kurusu family before? Mr. Kurusu also agreed. So he let Kamurobushi follow Mr. Kurusu to France. Is that so? Kurusu responded. This was a situation he had thought of before. His uncle said that the organizational power in Japan is still quite large. It would be good for him to go out and avoid the limelight. But why is Brother Jinpei unhappy? After drinking a mouthful of porridge, Kurusu glanced at Matsuda Jinpei, who seemed to be in a state of anger even while eating. Probably because of what happened last night, Kinji Hagiwara also ate some fried rice. Last night, Kurusu Yukawa not only tricked Kurusumi, but also got both of them scolded by the doctor. Originally, Jinpei didn't like Kurusu's uncle, and now the hatred is even greater. But I am more worried about Kamurobushi. After all, he just broke away from the undercover organization, and now he has to run to other places. It's not that I don't trust Kurusu Yukawa, but it's normal to worry about the safety of his colleague. The road ahead is long for the five of them. I don't know when we can really get together like we did in the police academy. It should probably be enough to wait until that organization is completely destroyed. Has the cruise ship returned? Kurusu took a look at the clock while eating. It was already this time. No wonder he felt so hungry. But why was he only given white porridge? His eyes turned to Matsuda Jinpei and Daiko. Kinji was almost done with his fried rice, but the other two hadn't even started eating it yet. Can you give him some? I want to eat something tasty. Don't think about it. Matsuda Jinpei felt Kurusui's gaze and ate without raising his head. The doctor said you've taken too much tonic. You need to eat something lighter recently. Kurusu was unhappy and began to accuse him. You and Kinji obviously know what's going on. It's not that I ate too much. It's all the fault of the idiot and my uncle. Hagiwara Kinji recalled what Kurusu Yukawa had said to them yesterday before he left, and explained. Your uncle said that magic is probably no different from a tonic. What a make-up. Kurusumi Hanue looked at Hagiwara Kinji. Should he make up his brain? Can a fool have this effect? If he puts a fool into the body of someone with a brain problem, will that person be cured? What a joke. There is no such omnipotent thing. It is obvious that his uncle is deceiving people again. However, he did show signs of having taken something very nutritious. Could it be that Yukawa Kurisu didn't lie to him this time? So can the fool fix the injury on his head? It seems that he can't. Where on earth can he fix it? Hagiwara Kinji shrugged and said indifferently, We don't know what's going on anyway, so we just listen to him. Well, the one who wants to eat clear porridge is Kurusu, not them. so it doesn't matter. Kurusu stuffed porridge into his mouth depressedly and suddenly felt a chill and looked around vigilantly. Who is it? Who is plotting against him? Kurusu is wildly alert. JPG. Kurusu had no idea that the person in front of him, whom he was not wary of, was thinking about bad things in his mind, so of course he would not notice anything. The Delius, whose bomb was removed by Jinpei Matsuda and Kenji Hagiwara, did not explode. The installed simulation device was also dismantled and taken away by the public security personnel. After the organization's personnel evacuated, no other accidents occurred. Chungha Luin. Is the power of the Grim Reaper so shallow this time? Can you think of something good? Kurusu hung on the railing of the cruise ship in silence, looking at the white waves raised by the passing cruise ship in the blue sea. In such a comfortable scene, don't think about bad things. Chung and Liuin's bad luck didn't work this time. Maybe God felt that Kurusu and the others had had an exciting enough night. In short, everything went unexpectedly smoothly, and the cruise ship returned to shore. The murderer in the Suzuka Kampai case was not escorted back to the Metropolitan Police Department by helicopter. Instead, he waited until the cruise ship docked, and then Officer Magyar and his men took him back in a police car. The peripheral and codename members of the organization captured by Furuya Rei and Date Ko were secretly sent back by the National Police Agency's public security, and the Metropolitan Police Department was not allowed to take over. However, these were not things that Kurusu and the others were able to find out. It was only after some time had passed that they happened to meet Furugeya Rei, who was working there, and heard about it from him. Kurusu and the others always felt like they helped, but they didn't know if they were able to do enough. After this incident, time seemed to be peaceful for a very, very long time. Kurusu Wei went to school safely, occasionally contacted the uncle who had cheated the child, and also learned from Kurusu Yukawa that Morobushi Kimitsu was safe and sound. At the same time, I don't know if it's because of the magnetic field or some other reason, but Kurusu always runs into Furatani Rei, who is working in various places, and sometimes he even helps to pass on messages. From time to time, he would follow Kudo Shinichi to solve cases and replenish the energy of the gym. Without paying much attention, the energy had accumulated to an astonishing level. Kurusu didn't dare to guarantee that he could survive safely even if facing an oncoming missile. 4 years later, at the Poirot Cafe under the Mori Detective Agency. Getting married? Suzuki Sonoko looked at Kurusu excitedly, with indescribable surprise in her eyes. Mao Lilan also looked at the wedding invitation sent by Kurusu in her hand and congratulated happily. It's great that Officer Ida and Sister Natalie have finally come to this step. Unlike the two excited girls, Kudo Shinichi, who was sitting next to Kurusumi, held his chin up and stirred the coffee in his hand with crescent eyes. Isn't it normal for the two of them to get married? We've been together for so long. So the performance of Xiaolin and Sonoko was really too exaggerated. Actually, I was quite surprised too. Kurusu saw the two girls looking at Kudo Shinichi angrily, probably because they felt that the great detective had too little desire for the beauty of love, and smiled to save the situation. A year ago, Hidaka was almost hit by an oncoming truck. After he recovered, he kept talking about marrying Natalie, but it has been delayed until now. I think it has been long enough. A lot has happened in a few years. Kudo Shinichi gradually revealed the talent inherited from his father, becoming a famous high school detective and being reported by various media. Jinpei Matsuda was very dissatisfied with this, because the investigation section with Date Ko was there did not actually need the so-called detective help as much as before. But it's not that Kurusu Myo said that, apart from Date Ko, the police officers of the 1st Investigation Division do lack some necessary reasoning abilities, and Date Ko cannot be divided into two. Besides, a year ago, Date Ko was almost hit by a truck because he was too tired after an investigation. Since then, Inspector Magyar has been even more concerned about this capable man and always makes sure he doesn't get too tired. Fortunately, Matsuda Jinpei was on vacation that day, and Hagiwara Kenji, who was asked by him to buy some unused seasonings in the refrigerator while working overtime, happened to see this scene and saved Date Ko by grabbing his collar and bringing him back from the brink of death. However, it is said that the rookie police officer following Ida Ko was in bad luck. He was scolded by Matsuda Jinpei for not reacting quickly enough. Even now, he is still afraid of Matsuda Jinpei. Lai Chiwei is now in college, and contrary to everyone's expectations, he chose to major in mathematics. This puzzled everyone who knew Kurusu. It wasn't that he was bad at math, but they just didn't feel any interest in math from Kurusu. Kurusu explained these questions. Because I learn everything very quickly, I don't know which one to choose. Mathematics is the foundation of many subjects. If I am interested in something in the future, it is also easy to change my major. This might just be genius. However, as Kurusu's guardians, Jinpei Matsuda and Kenji Hagiwara never interfered too much with Kurusu's choices. The two of them had the most contact with Kurusu, and they knew that Kurusu was a very opinionated person, and that whatever he chose must have been carefully considered. As for Yukawa Kurusu and Chung Haruon, the former didn't care about these things about his nephew. Even if Kurusu was a waste, Kurusu's family was wealthy, and it would be easy to support Kurusu. The latter agreed with Kurusu's idea, thinking that Kurusu was not too old and could learn a course first, and then take his time to choose. In short, Kurusumi is now a freshman studying mathematical science at the University of Tokyo. And I don't know if it's because as we grow older, we gradually become mature. In Kudo Shinichi's eyes, Kurusu, who used to play with him often, seemed to have grown up overnight. The more he looked at Kurusu, the more he felt that the young man now was very similar to his uncle Kurusu, whom he had met once before. Whether in speaking or doing things, he has gotten rid of childishness and become mature and reliable, and his occasional smile even shows a kind of inclusive gentleness. According to his mother, he looks very much like Kurusu's deceased mother. However, the bad taste revealed inadvertently still makes people feel that it is still the same Kurusumi. That's about how it feels. 19-year-old Kurusu currently lives with Jinpei Matsuda and Kenji Hagiwara. The two police officers saved enough money, bought an apartment together, and moved in with their family. When moving, Suzuki Sonoko specifically questioned Kurusu why Kurusu didn't tell her that Officer Matsuda and Officer Hagiwara were together. This good news should be shared together. In response, Kurusu could only force a smile. Buying a house together means being together? What a joke. He had no idea what the two police officers were thinking. One refused to confess his feelings, and the other didn't react at all as if he was missing a nerve. Let's just make do with it like this. Kurusu Mito felt that he had a Buddhist attitude towards the two of them, and Kurusu Yukawa also bought Kurusu a house near the University of Tokyo, so that he could rest when he studied or researched too late. Anyway, Mao Lilan interrupted Kurusu's thoughts, and the girl in front of him smiled and said, "Those two finally got married, and we will definitely go back to attend the wedding." That's right. Suzuki Sonoko agreed, leaning close to her bestie, covering her mouth and laughing. When the time comes, our Xiaolan will definitely grab the bouquet, right? Wait. Mao Lilan blushed at what Suzuki Sonoko said. Sonoko, I didn't. Yes, yes. Suzuki Sonoko stretched out her voice, and her eyes turned between Mao Lilan and Kudo Shinichi. Didn't you two agree to go to the amusement park this weekend? So what does this have to do with that thing? The two girls across from her were playing around. Kurusu took a sip of coffee, approached Kudo Shinichi, and whispered, "A date." Kudo Shinichi was stunned, and looked at Kurusu with half-moon eyes. "What do you care? Of course it has nothing to do with me." Kurusu continued, "But someone doesn't cherish her. Our Xiaolan is a very popular girl. If someone else snatches her away, some people will cry." Choked by Kurusu's words, Kudo Shinichi felt a little unconvinced and said stubbornly, "I'm not bad either." "Yeah, the popular high school detective Kudo Shinichi." Kurusu said with a smile, "Can you please stop talking about me?" Kudo Shinichi was unhappy with Kurusu's attitude and said, "What about you? You haven't even had a relationship until now? You're already in college? Are you still planning to be single?" "That's right." Suzuki Sonoko heard what Kudo Shinichi said, stopped joking with her bestie, and looked at Kurusu with shining eyes. Come to think of it, Kurusu is the most popular one, right? When I was in high school, Xiaolan and I helped collect love letters, but we couldn't even put them in the drawer. Now that you're in college, there should be more girls pursuing you, Kurusu, right? Thinking about the creepy feeling of being stared at in the school library or other places, Kurusu felt that it would be better to wait a while before falling in love. Not in a hurry, are you? Mori-ran was very understanding. She could see that Kurusu didn't seem to want to talk about his own relationship problems. Kurusu-san is so outstanding. He can find any kind of girl he wants in the future. Suzuki Sonoko pondered for a while and felt that there was something wrong with her bestie's words. Why did it have to be a girl? Can't a boy be okay? The second young lady of the Suzuki group instantly imagined many scenes. Kurusu felt that Sonoko's smile was a little strange, so he finished the coffee in his cup and decided to leave first. Then I'll leave first. I have something else to do. Kurusu stood up and said goodbye to the three of them. Anyway, he was only here to deliver the wedding invitations today. Kudo Shinichi was surprised. Are they leaving now? He was originally planning to go to see a new mystery movie with Kurusu this weekend. Can't you take Xiaolan with you? Kurusu put one hand on Kudo Shinichi's shoulder. Although they are good friends, can't this kid spend some time with Mori-ran and cultivate some feelings? If he keeps reasoning, his brain will be broken sooner or later. Kudo Shinichi curled his lips. It was fun to watch a movie with Kurusumi because they could discuss reasoning with each other. Besides, Xiaolan doesn't like watching mystery dramas, so Kudo Shinichi had no choice but to find a movie that Xiaolan likes and watch it together. Kudo Shinichi thought so, thinking about the movies suitable for girls that Yukiko had mentioned to him recently, but he saw the two girls opposite him also began to pack up their things, carrying their bags and preparing to leave. Wait, where are you going? Kudo Shinichi asked hurriedly. The new free cakes at the Rice Flower Mall. Xiaolan and I told you about it when we came here today, right? Xiaolan got the ticket before. Suzuki Sonoko said unhappily, this detective boy, doesn't he know how to listen to others properly? It seemed to be true. Kudo Shinichi stretched out his index finger and scratched his face. Huh. Kudo Shinichi looked confused. So, he is the only one left. Feeling Kurusu patting his shoulder and leaving his seat, the two girls also left the Poirot Cafe together, talking and laughing. Kudo Shinichi was stunned for a while, then he realized what was going on and chased after them. Kurusu, I'll go with you wherever you go. Kudo Shinichi, who originally thought he could play with his friends, didn't want to go home alone for the time being. Kurusu had already called a taxi and said apologetically to Kudo Shinichi, Sorry, Shinichi, I have to go to the airport to pick someone up. After saying that, he got in the car and closed the door. Looking at the taxi speeding away, Kudo Shinichi stood at the door of Poirot Cafe, feeling the cold wind and looking a little helpless. At Tokyo International Airport, a black-haired man pulling a suitcase came out and helped the little girl beside him to hold up the suitcase that was about to fall over. The man with a gentle smile received the girl's blushing gratitude. Then, I walked to the exit with my luggage and saw a young man with ancient golden eyes, who had his hair tied up loosely on his shoulders, waving at me from a distance.